all these scientists, people
From back
being
in the day.
just shut up a minute. And you talk about a photon and light itself. The first story of light is light being God or Satan or from sound emitted light
All right.
and
Sounds
creation.
like Demok must know what the fuck he's talking about.
So from creation, from the first particle of sound, which became light, right? They're trying to figure out that which light came from and made a substance, a material
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
That's the idea of God.
You know what, Demok? You're right. I was
So,
completely
and
wrong. You're totally
so all
right,
little
Demok.
kids, right? From the dawn of time, every little kid has been the most brilliant scientist ever because they've all thought about God,
Nah,
spirit,
bro, you don't need to explain it anymore. You're right.
flying,
Just roll with it, bro.
opening
You're right.
walls,
You're right.
levitating. I mean, so every human in the world is like really the most best scientist. When you're a little kid, you try to think of everything. You want to do all kinds of shit. You think of all kinds of stuff. So it's not to say that this guy or this guy came up with an equation. That would be insane to say. When every human in the world wants like to do cool shit and be, have the coolest, best things.
Sounds legit to me, Demok. You're a fucking genius.
And what they're trying to find out is the soul spark, the spark of the soul, the light, the photon of the soul. That's
I
what
kind
they
of just wish that he was
Come on,
around
say
back
the
in the
say the
days
all
of
spark.
fucking Copernicus and shit. They wouldn't have wasted this much time.
They're looking for the all spark, the cube inside you, your pineal cube, the arc of the spark.
What's a pineal cube?
It's it's heat. It's a source of hydrogen and helium inside your pineal gland. There's a little
Oh
bit in
yeah,
it.
Democ. I bought a whole bunch of helium, man. I got 2
Oh,
tanks
did
of it.
you? Are you going to start doing some stuff with it?
Yeah, I'm gonna load some balloons
Bad
up here in a
motherfucker.
couple days. I gotta go to the lake though. I'm gonna try to do
Well, no, I
a
mean,
Alberuni test.
oh, okay, that'll work. I mean, that'll be good. So the helium thing, like for the particles and light and all that and dark matter, it all falls into that, every bit of it, because helium 3, 4, and 5, if they do exist, right, in liquid, solid, gas form, all at the same fucking time. That's what they want. They want the state of something which is nothing but something at the same time, which can like resonate off of itself to create something or give you a resistance, to like give a light substance, to give the thing substance, to have it a shape, a form.
Isn't helium-4 the normal helium?
I don't know. It very well could be. I mean, they're the ones that say, we got helium and then we got helium 1, 2, 3. Why? I mean, why would you? The way they say shit, I mean, it throws me off. And then they say on the moon could be helium 5. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, on the moon. I heard yeah, there's helium-3 on the moon. I heard
3, okay, 3. I mean, I thought it was 5 helium. Like,
I don't know. It could be. I could be wrong.
I think that's what they're looking for. They're looking for like the main.
So I'm assuming it has to do with the structure of the molecule and the fact that the very attribute of helium is like kind of resistant to bonding with other things, and that's essentially what allows it to be float away. It's kind of one of its attributes, and when they can get more helium atoms to bond with one another, I guess they get more of a what you would call a stronger resistance to attraction, maybe. And I
don't think helium bonds with itself.
Well, then how do you have what's by definition what's the difference between the classifications of helium 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Just a different different masses, atomic mass. So I think that's why I think helium-4 is a normal one because it's 2 protons and 2 neutrons, and then I think all the other numbers is just one less.
Yeah, it's extra neutrons.
Does helium have a potential number?
But what do you mean?
I don't know. I don't know how else to ask it.
You understand what the 4 mean?
I'm not talking about
you're trying to say it has 4 neutrons? Helium
Like,
No.
4 has
yes, like the electrical
No, it
content,
has
like
four.
the potential of it. Yes,
It has 4 baryons. 2 of
like
them
it
are
has a
neutral.
certain. It's got a certain potential. I don't know how else to explain it,
Enoch,
but if you
I'm
get
trying to
a,
ask him what he's saying, dude.
well, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Go ahead, Bacon. What are you saying?
That's the number of mass. It's the amount of baryons. 2 of them are neutrons and 2 of them are protons in the
Are you talking
helium
about the
4.
atomic weight or the proton and neutron count?
Sorry?
So you're saying you can have more. You're saying you can have more protons without
No, you
having
can have
more
more
atoms. They're
neutrons.
not.
If you have more protons, it's a different element.
Right.
But you just said 2 and 2.
Yes, 2 protons and 2 neutrons. That's the
Exactly. So
helium 4.
you have 2 helium atoms.
No, we have 1 helium atom.
The most common,
Then you
I'm
just
pretty sure the most common
double
helium.
spoke because you just said that you can't have 2 protons in a single atom.
What? I didn't say. You misunderstood me for sure then.
I think what Bacon said was if you have
Or was it
any,
2 neutrons that you said? 2 neutrons, 2 protons.
Yeah, that makes 1 helium atom.
and the different isotopes are just either more or less neutrons. It's either one less or one more. I think the most common is just
What
2
is the
neutrons.
difference? What's the difference between H1, H2, H3, and H4? What's the commonality and difference there that distinguishes them?
By H, I'm assuming you mean HE, just because we're talking about helium. But yeah, they just have more or less neutrons. Unless you are talking about H.
So why are you talking if you don't know what we're talking about?
No, we were talking about helium, but then you said H. But if you're talking about hydrogen, then the difference is
I'm talking about helium.
okay. Well,
Helium
then
1, 2, 3, and
I don't think
4.
there's
What's
an H.
the defining factor that gives them the those differences in numbers?
Yeah, it's less or more neutrons. So I think there's a 3, 4, and a 5. I'm not sure if there's any other isotopes, but yeah, 3
Yeah,
means that
I
there's
think there are
negative.
six
I think they're
isotopes
negative.
of helium.
It's negative
6
something.
isotopes. You said? Is that what you said, Bacon?
I just googled it. Apparently, there are 6 isotopes of helium.
Oh yeah, because would you consider a alpha particle, which is I think there's a helium nuclei? Would you consider that an
Wait,
isotope?
hold on. 6 known. Right?
Okay.
There's more.
Yeah,
So
well,
the
you
atomic
could
weight- hold on,
add.
hold on. What I'm asking is the atomic weight of something is usually the idea of something holding it down, and the atomic weight of helium is what?
It's the atomic weight is simply the number of protons and neutrons.
So what's the atomic weight?
Say what?
What's the atomic weight?
Well, it's got multiple.
Helium can have more than one. When we talk about different types of helium, we're talking about different numbers of neutrons.
Right.
So really, aren't we just talking about different voltages?
So we're basically
different
just saying that you
potentials?
can have the same motherfucker, but there's
What-
some
hold on,
other. There's
Brent.
a
Hold on,
third
Brent.
wheel bitch that's hanging around. There's
Right.
motherfucking
What's the
helium
electrical
bitch.
continuity in this
And that's
helium?
what the isotope is.
What's contained? What the fuck is the electrical like the potential? I'm not talking about the density or
It
the
doesn't
fucking
fuck
idea of
with
the
it doesn't fuck with anything because neutrons are neutral.
Yeah, the
So it has
isotopes
to
don't
have a
determine.
negative.
Yeah, the negative is going to be the electrons, and you'll have a helium ion, or helium nuclei, which is going to be, it'll have a charge, but that has nothing to do with the isotope. The isotope
Well,
is.
you can convert electrically, right, and get the same, then like you can have just a conversion of electricity, like having a UFO. You flip the switch. If you can convert to that same,
Okay.
you'll get the same effect.
Okay.
So why don't we mimic that idea of helium?
Yeah, I know. I mean, do you think somebody's working on it? Maybe. Sounds.
They should. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sounds
Well, of course they
useful.
are. Of course they are.
They should do what?
Work on the potential of helium to convert.
You can never say
Helium is, hold on,
any
Brad.
element
Helium's a
is done, bro,
byproduct
because
of something, right? It's an offset byproduct. It's like a converted form of something to other shit. So if you can do that, Why not have other shit become that form, like convert it the way you need it, and then it all becomes helium in a way. Convert different gases to helium.
The way it's like this, yeah. The extra fucking
Or gel,
the
a helium
extra
gel.
neutron is like the granny at a party, right? The party is not gonna be the same with the granny in the party. You know what I mean? People just can't have as much fun. It's gonna be a different type of party, and that's why once you fucking put the extra fucking neutron in there, the properties change. The actual thing becomes different.
Electrify the gas to where it gives an offset, like it'll react like helium. Yeah, I don't know why we're not
Well,
doing
usually
it.
the more neutrons
With water,
or less neutrons are going to determine the kind of interaction they're going to have with the weak and strong force. Because
you're gonna implement.
if you have too many neutrons, compared to protons, you're going to make the element unstable and it's going to decay very soon. That's why they use carbon-14 for.
Yeah, but I'm basically saying you don't really have to use the helium. You don't have to get real crazy with it. You can actually use magnets, right? And the magnet is going to do the same thing. When you have the positive and negative, how you supposedly rotate them and shit, right?
Yeah, Demok.
They're
You know
just
what, bro?
rotating them back.
Your field science explains it all. Good job.
They're rotating the magnets wrong to give you guys the wrong idea. And if they rotate them right, Tesla, he drew the three little thing. He drew a fucking UFO. He drew one. If you look at that drawing and actually just pause it and like look at it and pay attention, there's three magnets. It's like a positive, negative, and then like one in the middle that's both. Okay, so there's total positive, total negative, and the one in the middle it like alternates between both sides. And when you can do it right and you get the timing right, you can levitate the material you have with those three that they're connected to the outside shell of. I know it might sound stupid, but it's real. It's fucking super real.
It doesn't sound stupid at all.
D-Mock with the fucking Back to the Future inventions.
You literally have to force
their server right now. I can find at least 50 times when Branch has agreed with Demock and said that he's 100% correct. No, what did you put? Like 10,000% correct. I bet you I could find at least 20 of times when you said that, Branch.
I think Demok's onto some shit. Huh?
Fuck, dude, I'm cleaning my computer and I see some drops of liquid coming from somewhere. I don't even know where it's coming from.
There's anyone here who still denies the centripetal force?
I don't think anybody was somebody denying it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Well,
Does anyone
No,
deny?
we weren't. Nobody was denying it. You just weren't understanding the arguments, Bacon.
Yeah,
Oh,
I denied centripetal force. Yep.
How about, does anyone deny that birthmarks were injuries from your past life?
That's interesting. I heard that. Yeah.
There's a peer-reviewed paper from Dr. Ivan Steverson. That he says
what was that?
Pioneer in scientific study believes he has evidence for reincarnation and studied the relationship between birthmarks and past life trauma.
Yeah, I was listening to a really, really interesting panel, and this one child was born with this like head birthmark, and he was telling his parents that he used to be this person, live here and whatnot, and they took the child when it was old enough, I guess, to this place, and they found out that the birthmark was in the exact same place that the guy's head wound was that died.
Yeah, he got shot. He was a shopkeeper, right?
I don't remember the details, but it was just
I saw
pretty. It was
that
pretty
too.
trippy. That was pretty trippy.
I don't think it's proof or anything, but I mean, it was some freaky shit.
Well, science doesn't prove things, so there's that.
No, it's funny, Daiso, that you said that Back to the Future.
Yeah.
The magnetism thing is just exactly like the flux capacitor. It's the same fucking idea. It's the same exact. It's the same thing. Done a little different, but it's exactly the same thing.
Okay, so
Yeah,
we all
I
Well,
agree
you know
that
what? You
one
know
of the-
what, man? If Demox says it, then it must be right.
But everyone here agrees in reincarnation now, right? I mean, there's no one going to deny this. There is a peer-reviewed paper, after all. I
Hey,
mean, if
fuck you. I'm Hindu, bro. I'm by default. I believe in reincarnation.
There we go. So there's 2 or 3, I guess. Demog's probably skeptical, though, right?
Well, I mean, it depends on how you're trying to line out or outlay the reincarnation process, because technically Christianity, I guess, would agree due to the fact that there's been a few incidences where I think Jesus or God has transformed someone into an animal or multiple people into animals. So wouldn't that by essence be reincarnation?
What?
Isn't that Zeus?
I think you're confused, Dicelo.
Nope, not confused.
Okay, where do you see somebody being turned into an animal?
Yeah, I thought that was Zeus.
Nah, it's in the Bible.
No. Nope.
I'm walking the dog right now.
He's talking about the BTS behind the scenes.
Someone got turned into I want to say it was a fucking rabbit or something.
No,
Well,
not in the Bible. Not in the Bible.
That's like
No, I'm pretty sure, dude.
Maybe in
simmer down,
Doc.
RC.
no
maybe
one's
in Doc-
simmering up or
maybe-
down, Dicelo. You're just making stuff up.
This isn't made up shit.
Maybe in Doctrine and Covenants, but not in the Bible.
Man, if that were
No.
in Doctrine and Covenants, that would be awesome. But like,
No, but there was
I'm walking the
Jesus.
dog, and I'll pull it up.
Jesus did he did do exorcisms on pigs. Like he
No,
he
I'm not
did
talking about
exorcism
that.
on person
I'm
and
not
put it
talking
into
about
pigs.
that.
I've tried that up a Saturday night. It's a lot of fun.
Like he took the demons out of this dude's body and then put it onto some pigs and then they drowned themselves.
Well, they ran off a hill and off a cliff into the but
I'm
not talking
all
about
about
that.
exercising pigs on a Saturday night. That's a lot of fun.
No,
Yeah,
not
I bet you would, RC.
It's not exercising. It's exorcising.
Fat girls, need love too, right?
Yeah, they spelled it differently so they can do it on the Sabbath.
So this goes to show why you shouldn't smoke weed and read the Bible at the same time.
I'm gonna find it, dude. Just bear with me.
I can bear all we need except the fact that you're just making shit up at this point.
No. Learned this back in school, bro.
What school did you go to, Dicelo?
I just showed up. What's he
It was a
looking
Baptist
for?
school.
Dicelo says that somebody turned, like Jesus and God turned people into animals, and he swears
I said it
it's
was
in
one
the
or the
Bible.
other. But I'm pretty sure it might have been.
Maybe it's from the Quran. You're saying, because in the Quran there's something said about people getting turned into animals.
No, this is the Bible. I just got here, so give me a minute. I'll find it. Hold on.
Maybe a pillar of salt he's looking for.
And
Like I
moreover,
said, there was the demons that got put into pigs. I mean,
I'm not talking about the demons. I'm not talking about Sodom and
I'm
Gomorrah.
sorry, man.
Give me a second.
Pigs are fucking delicious.
What?
Yeah, they're really good tasting animals.
Pigs?
Yeah.
I disagree.
I like a little bit of pig now
Well,
and then.
it's because you dumbasses have never had carnitas. That's why you guys disagree.
Carnitas tacos. Oh
Doesn't
my
make me a
God.
dumbass.
Nah, man. I personally see it as that like we can't say this one animal is better than another animal. Like we're all fucking animals, right? I hate the
Nope.
way that.
Nope,
Yeah, we
I
are.
definitely don't F animals, Branch.
We're fucking animals, dude. What the
I-
fuck
I-
are we if we're not fucking animals?
I do not F animals.
We are
Branch,
humans.
That's why globalists sometimes act like monkeys because they think they are a monkey.
Exactly.
No, I think that every being has joy in their life and moments of fucking sadness. And I mean, if a being can experience those emotions, then we need to respect that fucking being.
I agree with you, man. That's why I don't kill insects.
But now we talk about beings, not animals.
you do come
Well,
off as a
anything
Jane.
being-
Bro, a
You
pig,
do come off to me
a
as a
pig
Jane
will
Kosho.
mourn its fucking lost children, right? It has feelings of fucking. It has feelings. Like the whole fucking notion of looking down on pigs is almost racist.
It's almost
still a
racist.
fucking animal.
No one is looking down at
Almost.
pigs. Pigs are awesome, man, but not for eating. Pigs are awesome, not for eating.
Nobody said pigs weren't awesome, but they're definitely for eating.
So
I mean, what is it that makes you think you're better than a fucking pig?
Probably my awesome dress shoes.
So you got nothing. You got nothing. You got no.
I have
actual-
dress shoes. I have dress shoes. Pigs don't have dress shoes.
I mean,
You know
you
what's
got you got
crazy?
nothing. You got nothing cognitive, right? You got nothing that's like, part of the innate sense of who we are as a living being on this earth. To
Can a
Yeah,
pig
represent
ride a
that
symphony?
you are better than a fucking pig.
I don't eat pigs, but did you know that before we came to America, that the Europeans came to America, there were no pigs here, like no wild boars or anything like that, and all the wild boars that live here in America now are descendants of the wild stock, the domesticated pigs that got brought over.
So I'm here now. So let's see. It says Daniel 4:25. King Nebuchadnezzar, you will be forced to go away from people. You will live among the wild animals. You will eat grass like cattle. You will become wet with dew. 7 seasons will pass, and then you will learn this lesson. You will learn God. Blah blah blah.
Nobody ever got turned into an animal. Now
Well,
you
he
might be
apparently.
thinking of the one time a donkey talked to someone.
Oh no,
No.
Hindus believe that
No.
we become animals all the fucking time. I mean, we believe that your next life isn't always going to be human.
God
If you go to
essentially turned Nebuchadnezzar into an animal. There's also another story.
If you go to Antarctica, it's like the land of misfit children. You slowly turn into a penguin.
I mean, that checks out.
Why do we always have to pollute some serious points somebody tries to make with some like humoristic bullshit, man? Let's stick serious to the topic, man, and let's discuss it satisfactorily, please.
Floric, that's so on point.
What was the serious topic that we're supposed to stick to?
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for too.
Oh man, I don't have to advocate for this now. I'm just saying that if we are discussing something, I mean it isn't leading to somewhere when everybody like just throws in nonsense, man.
Yeah, I've only been on here for like 5 or 7 minutes, and I haven't heard a serious topic yet.
Well, it was
talking about, like-
reincarnation, Grit. You brought that up, right?
Reincarnation. Yeah, because it's a scientific peer-reviewed paper. And if the globalists will sometimes say all they need is one peer-reviewed paper, just one. So here's one.
Who says that?
You know what I find super funny is that most people that are fucking vegan and shit, they're not fucking. They don't believe in reincarnation. They just do it because they do it.
Some people argue veganism and they're not even vegans. Their name's Brummy.
Oh yeah, Brummy turned to a Glober. There's one more person, Dodo, who turned a Glober.
I think
Well,
went
he
the other way.
he turned to a flat earther, and then
Oh, he came back to the flat Earth though. Good try.
No, I thought that he was flat Earth, then went globe.
He
And
did.
now he's
Then
back
he
to
went.
flat Earth.
He was a Glober who used to bash flat earthers a lot, and then one day he was a flat earther.
He was like,
oh well, I stand corrected. Maybe I'll be a flat earther one day.
You already are. Like yesterday,
He used to argue
you got
veganism,
roasted.
but not be a vegan.
So here's a fun story. Supposedly the frogs have been discovered inside like literally encapsulated in solid rock. And they were discovered like when miners were coring through the mountainside, chasing veins and such. But they were living when they were found, completely, in a cavity, a rock cavity, and like no food source or nothing, just there, sitting there living. I just thought that was weird.
But they were frozen before that, so they were frozen.
No frozen, just there living. Like some frogs have a membrane they create that'll kind of like they go into this homeostasis kind of state where they can shut down and all their internal systems. And I mean it's said that they slow their heart rate down to like nearly undetectable rate, but I would say they're literally dead and come back due to the conditions. But this is different. This is a frog entombed in a rock. Like there was another example where they were building this building here in America back in, I don't know, I want to say the 40s, and they were laying the foundations of the building, the cornerstone and such, and this fucking horned South African frog jumped into the rock placement of the foundations, and they couldn't get it out, so they just kind of carried on with the working. And like 40 years later, after they started tearing down the building, they discovered the frog still in there alive, like completely cut off from the rest of the world. I just think that's interesting how frogs
Didn't I see that on a Looney Tunes cartoon episode once?
Yeah, I love that one. Yeah. Like, hello, my baby. Hello, my honey.
So I'm 30% sure now that you're taking Looney Tunes episodes and translating it into.
I'm not taking Looney Tunes
things,
episodes, dude.
Historical things or biblical stories.
No, dude. This is fact.
Such a constructive comment again.
So now, yeah, exactly. Why are you so anti-Dicelo today, bud?
Bro, I'm not anti you. I'm just trying to figure out where the heck you're going with any of this right now.
Well, the conversation kind of got quiet, and I wanted to bring up a topic that I thought was interesting, but you obviously don't think it's very interesting.
Well, it's symbolic. It didn't literally happen.
No, it happened.
You're talking about Nebuchadnezzar and the Book of Daniel?
Oh, we're going back to that topic now?
No. I just came in right now and just thought that's what it was. Never mind.
I think he was talking about
during the 1820s. During the 1820s, English geologist William Buckland conducted an experiment to see how long a toad could remain alive while enclosed in stone, and he placed toads from different sizes and ages into a carved chamber with limestone and sandstone blocks, and sealed it with glass covers, and then buried the blocks in his garden. And there's that, and then there's
well, yeah, but isn't that just like
all sorts of
hibernation?
strange. Well, like I said, you have you have some frogs that will actually have a membrane that they somehow they encapsulate themselves within this membrane that seals them off, and then they shut down their processes or slow down their processes. But this is different. This doesn't have any kind of membrane. These frogs are just there within the rock, alive, and I don't know, man. It's a fucking weird thing, and I thought it was neat, so I brought it up. That's all, man. There's no need to get offended.
It was neat, Slow. Thank you. I enjoyed it.
He sounds like a sick scientist, though. You know, Descartes used to do shit like that too, where he was testing to see if dogs had souls like humans, and so he got his girlfriend's dog and nailed it to a fence. See,
Yeah,
it's not even a joke.
kind of
What
messed
the
up. Man.
hell?
Yeah, he would do weird shit like that because he was a weirdo.
That's probably some of the
Well,
weirdest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, but this I think is based on the fact that people were coming up with these stories and turned out to be like a lot of people were saying it's unbelievable. It's got to, but that's why scientists started doing stuff. There's another one in scientists name a frog found in the Ecuadorian Andes after the that's something different. Led Zeppelin. Huh. But Frogs and Stones, The World of David Darling. There's that. There's just a lot of information on it. If you never heard about it, I don't know, check it out. You might find it interesting.
There, I posted some Descartes bullshit. Because there's weirdo scientists, man. They gotta do weird shit. Yesterday, Zant was telling us about this fucking dude who wanted to do experiment. I forgot what he called it. I think it's called like the Universe 25 experiment or something like that. And he wanted to fucking see what would happen if he gave rats a utopia and gave them lots of food and freedom, how they would behave.
I mean, that checks out.
Well, Kosho, here's the thing, yeah. You know, the human centipede is actually based on a true story, but nobody admits it.
Could you
Like, some
expand on that?
motherfucker actually did that shit, bro. He literally did that shit.
People don't do that shit. But yeah, with the rat thing, you know, because the rats got like they got like as much food as they wanted, and then they eventually, you know, lived like kings, and they developed gangs, and eventually the female rats started eating their own babies, supposedly. And
Well, basically, the whole moral
cannibals.
is they mimicked modern society today. Is what the scariest part about it was. Is like you said, like you're right. They started developing gangs. They turned homosexual. They started. It was like what was it? They grouping up on people and shit or other rats or whatever. It was weird, man. But it was like literally a reflection upon modern society.
The rats became gay.
Wait,
The rats formed gangs, and yes, some of them became homosexual, and they would rape other rats.
Gay gangs.
So
yeah.
Can I weigh in
Yeah,
on
but
this?
animals have been gay.
It's my belief that study was formulated and hyped up just so they could push the idea of overpopulation and that there were too many people in the world.
Well, it's not an overpopulation thing, though.
That's actually pretty good.
It's the opposite of population.
I made a citation, and so you can go watch.
That's pretty good, Ben.
James Corbett actually breaks down the whole thing. If you go look, he's got
I know, but it's
video in there called Mousetopia and the Blackest Pill, And so
Yeah,
you
but it's
could
the
just
opposite of overpopulation. You know?
Yeah, because here's the thing, man. It's not. There's no biasism here. Like the rats aren't trained. They're just a product of their environment, and it's just showcasing the fact that when you're confined into areas, right, like these small metropolitan cities where people are stacked upon one another, like these are the inherent things that are going to come from that.
But
We're
that
not
wasn't the
meant to live
test.
like that.
Yeah, but
That's what I'm saying. The test had nothing to do with overpopulation.
You put
Hold
18
on,
male rats in a room together.
Branch.
I know the test. It was utopia. I
I know. Yeah,
understand that.
yeah, exactly.
That's
They were given
the problem is.
they were given a surplus, so there wasn't a lack
Yeah,
of
it was
space.
abundancy. I get it.
Yeah.
There was abundancy, but it was how the social interaction. It was a social test more than anything, not necessarily about space or about abundancy. They mitigated that variable by adding the fact that there was no limit to that. But at the end of the day, how did they react was very unnatural.
Dude, I'm
And
telling
not,
Yeah, I know, but
So Dyslow, here's a question, right?
Well, hold on,
Say if you
Branch,
and
hold on, man.
Kosho were the last people on Earth, right?
All right, man. Yeah, but the independent variable branch wasn't them being close together. It wasn't. You're right. It wasn't about space. It was just about surplus. So I think they said 6,000 rats or something like that. But they just given them all enough surplus and food and everything so they wouldn't have to.
No, there was more
work for
there.
anything.
There was more there than food. They had access to other stimulants.
Ooh,
Like
say more.
Viagra.
Hold on. Why is it funny now? And it wasn't funny when I said it.
Did you say that too?
Yeah, I was trying to make out that you and fucking him would be the last people on Earth, and you would end up holding hands.
That true though?
The body.
So who's a proponent of Malthus and his theory that people will eventually just breed so many people that they'll overpopulate the world and we'll run out of food? He was saying that basically almost 300 years ago.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying is this test is a kind of the opposite of that idea because it's not about there being like
But
too many
it's
people.
not, because they had a limited amount of space. They didn't have an infinite amount of space to grow their population into.
Yeah,
No,
I
that-
kind of agree
the
with
space
Thanos
was-
too.
the
You're
space was
talking about
confined.
Thanos, right? You're talking about Thanos, where we're gonna run out of fucking space and resources.
No, but that was the
Just kill
point.
off the motherfuckers. Just
It
kill
was
off.
the exact opposite. They were given a surplus, so they weren't fighting over space or food or anything like that. That was the point.
Yeah, but
They-
nobody
they-
listened to Thanos, bro. Nobody listened to Thanos. Thanos was right. Thanos didn't do it because he wanted to do it. Thanos did it because it was a necessity.
He was psychopathic, deranged god complex.
No. Thanos was hyper focused.
I am inevitable.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that the space was limited. Here, I put the actual study in the freaking chat so you can read it. It's not like they had unlimited space.
What happened was with Thanos is that he told his planet.
What?
And then
Thanos.
because he told his planet,
You're talking about a comic book that's
right.
pushing the.
Well, he did it, and then fucking his planet banished him because he told them, hey guys, we need to like cut down by half, and they banished him.
A lot of things in the body.
Are you worried about the human population taking over the planet and the solar system and all of this and growing so much that we run out of resources?
I think that we become a species that is now able to counteract nature's.
I don't think that.
Nature's own.
Can you name one resource we're running out of?
Population controls. Like nature has its own population controls in the form of viruses and diseases.
Can you
and
name
we become
one resource
way too
we're
smart
running
for
out
nature.
of?
So we need some type of help.
Common sense.
We basically need a little bit of killing here and there. You know,
We're
just
running out of common sense.
Can you name one resource we're running out of, Branch?
Vaginas.
Well, only in China where they did a one child policy, right? And now they're fucked themselves. That's the only place they're running out of vaginas.
I mean, quite literally, right?
So now they're fucked themselves.
Quite literally.
Where are we gonna put these babies? We don't got no Virginias. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
Cray cray, as someone says.
The human body has a lot to do with magnetism and the way the mind works in the brain and the chemistry.
Is anybody familiar with Paul Ehrlich? Or actually, I think his name was Paul Ehrlich. He wrote a book in the 60s called The Population Bomb.
I think I've heard of that.
He was a big deal. He was on Johnny Carson. And actually, he's still a professor at what is it, Stanford or one of those UC really liberal campuses.
It makes sense that we waste like a lot. You know what I mean? No matter what we produce, like sometimes we waste 90% of what we produce. That's the sad part, really. I don't think we like use it all the way that they would say like that. Like we use it too much to where we can't make enough to where we couldn't get one extra for like this little kid or whatever. I think we just waste so much. It's just crazy.
Hey, my man. Hey, I think you were right. I was wrong because the onset of the test was about surplus, but the point of the test was actually to see how those developed when they grew and like how the population density what the evolution looked like. And so yeah, it's ultimately about overpopulation.
I mean, how much food does a human need to live like for 7 days? Like what amount? You know what I mean? Just to live.
Some.
Not a lot at all.
Right, and then water?
Some.
Oh, a bunch. A lot more than the food, anyways.
Not a bunch, but you need water.
Well, if you're a flat earther, you can just drink your own pee.
No, hell no.
Astronauts. That's what astronauts do.
Heyo.
Astronauts
That's a good point, Chris. That's a good point, Chris.
Then they drink poop coffee. Pee and poop. Chugga chugga.
I think Australians and Californians do the same thing though too.
It's tang. They mix. It's coffee tang.
Or Democ, you probably need more. You probably need more water than food.
Yeah. No, I know you need the water. I'm just saying, like the amount, when you think of the government or the amount of people not having any or enough just to sustain themselves and running out. Like that's kind of crazy when we don't really need 50 billion gallons a day or anything. I'm just saying.
Well, it depends on how much energy output you require because you could just limit your calorie intake to what
depends on your environment too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you just narrow it down to a certain thing, whatever, and you have a certain amount that you eat. So, would we really run out of food with that amount? That's the question.
That's what I'm saying though. Depending on that's why The Martian is a really good book. That the movie with Matt Damon, but that book is actually pretty good because he actually has to go over exactly that, like how much energy he's going to have to output and how much energy, how many calories he's going to have to intake to, that he's going to require to do that. So it really depends on how much work you're intending to do or you need to do.
There's a show, I think it's on Discovery, I'm not entirely sure, but it's called Alone. And there's these people that literally go out alone to different spots and they have to just outlast each other, but it's unknown if they're the last or if other people have bowed out. But that's essentially what they do every day is, I want to build this shelter. It's going to be an X amount of output. But if I don't have a food supply, so it might not be worth it to do it yet. So I'm gonna spend my output on what seems to be most productive, and it's just that balance. And some of these guys go like 70, 80 days and lose all kinds of weight, but that's like the entire show is
That's a cool.
how do I balance my input and output?
And there's Naked and Afraid, which is that shit but naked.
That too.
Yeah, but Les
that
Stroud-
feels a little
Les
bit more
Stroud
fake.
used to do that. He used to do that in Survivor Man as well. Like whenever he would, he'd have to worry about how much he was actually eating, and how much work he had to do. But that's actually one of the only physical advantages we have as a human, like over other animals, is our endurance. At least when it comes to like running or whatever, because like we can't run faster than a lot of animals, but we can run like longer than I think most animals. Like,
Well, I think one of the biggest differences is that we can actually contemplate that. Hey, I've eaten this much food and I've had this much energy. I should expend this much.
Yeah, that's our greatest gift, of course, is thinking. Yeah, but I'm saying that
thinking ahead.
You're right, Kosho. Yeah, you're right about that, Kosho. Like, if there's a deer that you're hunting, as long as it doesn't like lose you in the trees, if you just keep chasing a deer for like 30 minutes, it has to stop or else it'll die of like heat. It'll like overheat because it can't sweat the way we can, and it has to stop and drink water or pant or just cool off, before running again. But we, you got marathoners, they're running for 10 hours straight, right?
Yeah.
Right, but the reason why the deer is running is not necessarily to outrun you, but maybe you will find an easier prey while you're chasing the deer and forget about the deer.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah. It's you don't want to be the fastest. You just don't want to be the slowest.
Yeah, but Branch is so fucking tough, dude. It's not running so it can outrun you. It's just running because it's hoping that you'll get hungry, and want something else.
I mean, who knows why it's running? All I know is, all I'm trying to say is that I think it was Koshi who said it, like, our endurance is better than any other animal, period. We can keep going. And
a lot, not all.
Well, I've heard that the snow dogs, like the ones who like pull a sled behind them, as long as they're in the cold, they can keep going for longer than us. But like I said earlier, if it's a warm area, then we're gonna go much longer than them. But they have no like lactic acid buildup, and like just pretty much infinite endurance as long as they're kept fed. Those in the snow.
Endurance wise, we are not that good. I mean, a lot of our calories go into running our brain. We have a pretty active brain.
Yeah, I know, but
fucking smart.
Yeah, but on an empty stomach,
other animals don't have that, and they can expend their energies in more. If you want.
If you're talking about a camel crossing a desert better than you could, I mean, sure. I'm just talking about like running long distances.
I'm talking about like I'm talking about a wolf having more endurance than we do.
I'm pretty sure horses are going to be up there too.
Only if it's in a cold climate, though. They'll have to stop. They'll overheat if they don't stop running. If it's summer in Kentucky or whatever, a wolf is only going to be able to run for about 20 minutes before he must stop before dying.
Yeah, that's literally how we used to be successful at hunting. Is we would have like hunting parties, and we'd be tracking deer or whatever it was, whatever wildlife it was, but they'd be running, and eventually they're going to stop. We'd be running all day trying to keeping up with them, and once we catch up to them, we'd be successful.
We're literally the Michael Myers of nature.
If you're smart, right?
We're not the fastest, but we're never gonna stop.
That's a good one, man.
Dude, honestly, man, I disagree with that, because you would make the herd run in a direction where someone's already waiting to just kill one.
Yeah, that'd be a good strategy. Yeah, that's eventually what we did, dude. And we started hurting him and then
we
keeping
use
him there.
intelligence to kill the animals, not.
Well,
No.
endurance would go into it too. It's just different strategy. You could say,
Yeah, dude.
yeah, we
Branch, we
ran,
obviously got better, man.
yeah, we ran herd animals off cliffs too. That has nothing to do
Yeah,
with
we,
I mean,
endurance either.
you know,
But
you know
it's just a
what, dude?
strategy.
The dumb fucks did it how Kosho said. The smart motherfuckers, they did it how I said, and they fucked the hardest bitches.
it's probably true that most of those
True.
dudes back then were way smarter than all of us because, like, we know a lot more stuff, but each, like, people back before, like, they were in bigger groups, each individual person was responsible for nearly, like, 100% of,
More
you know,
There
self-sufficient.
was always an alpha
yeah,
male.
exactly,
Anyway,
yeah. So that
the
they could
alpha
literally
male
take care of
didn't
everything that
have
they had
just
to take.
one wife, and that's kind of why I'm a little bit like I think I should spread my seed because I obviously have, you know, really good seeds. Why would you want to, like, we are not animals that are used to spreading our seed on a one-to-one basis. That's not where we fucking derive from. We
Yeah, do you
came
remember?
from a clan mentality of animals, where the
You know, they
alpha
said
is
that
fucking the alpha animal, or the leader would essentially
with
get
Kevin.
first pick of the ripest punan.
A lot of times he'd get all the Hunan, dude. Like Genghis Khan, didn't they say like 10% of Asians have Genghis Khan's DNA?
I was just joking, dude.
I think they say like 3% of the world or something can trace back to
Well,
Khan.
I mean, yeah, 10% of Asia, yeah, that'd be 3% of the world.
100% go back to
It goes
Eve.
much further than that. It goes all the way up to sort of Bulgaria, Hungary, Poland, lots of different places. It was quite effective in his seed spread.
But I
Mitochondrial Eve.
bet you, right, that I really wanted to. If I wanted to make a reason why my sperm is so much more superior than everybody else's, I could do it. I could advertise it really well, and make all the bitches want to pay for a little bit of my fucking juice.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though, dude. That's why natural selection is because if you were more successful at banging bitches, then naturally your seed would be spread. You wouldn't have to advertise it and do some campaign, convince
Right,
people.
but in today's day and age, intelligence is if you want the trait that's most desirable.
I mean, the problem is, Branch, is you're unsuccessful because you have no kids.
Bitch,
so you're currently
here's the thing. Here's the thing, man. Look,
Some of us have
I've already
procreated and had
discussed this.
children in the middle of
I've
the
already discussed this with you.
You're
Right?
using the wrong channels as well.
You've done the same job I used to do for a company that's way smaller than the companies I work for, and you're probably getting paid about half as much money as me.
Trust, you don't suck all
know
guys'
that
dicks,
as
do
well
you?
as I know that.
Nah,
Now
I
shut
also
the
work for a
fuck.
company that's got over 15,000 people in it, but what the fuck?
Oh, okay. Because I thought
I
you
used
was
to
talking
work for
about
Hewlett
that.
Packard, so that's a little tiny company, isn't it? And that's before they became HPE. So again,
Thanos has
missing the
2
ball.
daughters.
Anyway, I think we should
Yeah,
shift the
the black
discussion
one, and the redhead.
Green.
I think we should change the discussion. Because
Green
really,
and blue.
discussing of spreading seed, I don't think is pertinent to the conversation on the server.
I have a topic we could switch to if you guys want to entertain that. So,
Is it?
you can go ahead and guess. It sounds like you're about to.
Flat
Just
Earth.
keep it quick. No, it's not. It's about drums. Because I saw a video yesterday where like someone recorded a drum beat, and then they it was like an electronic drum beat, just boom. And then they're like, now we can tune it up higher. Go bump, 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 bump. And then they tuned it up high enough where it was like 432 hits per second, and it became a tone, right? So, that kind of brings together and syncretizes the idea of a beat versus a tone, right? A tone is just a very fast repetition of beat, in a sense, especially from like a speaker. It's just a tone is made by not necessarily a vibration, but like on a speaker, it'd be like a bunch of pulses, just very fast.
Vibration.
where it seems like one continuous thing, but it really isn't. There's beats and there's empty pauses between those beats. So what we think of a single continuous tone is actually just a bunch of individual beats in a sense, just so close together we can't detect the silences between.
Yeah, but 432 cycles per minute, or the cycles per second, I mean. Yeah, so that basically the same thing, you're right. Like, because 432
hertz, like a string,
432 cycles per second, and if you're doing 432 beats per second, you know,
it sounds like that tone, right? And like a string does this, but it's the same deal, because when the string is at its like taut sort of like middle point, like its resting state, as it moves through that, you know, that's its sort of silent moment. You know what I mean? It's strange because drums are very close to being like a string instrument in a sense. It's just that we have circular drums, but if you imagined like a rectangular drum that was like very long, it would practically be just a very thin string, like a band, like a ribbon, sort of. You know what I mean? It's just a very short.
I like
a very short ribbon.
You can take a reed instrument like a clarinet or a saxophone or an oboe, and it's the reed that's vibrating, and then obviously, you know, the pretty bits that you then create sound out of. Sorry, I know much more about violins than clarinets because I never dated a woodwind instrument person.
So you guys have heard a bunch of hype about 432 hertz and stuff like that, right? And the change to 440. We've all been over that, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
I was wondering today, 432. Well, everyone wants to make this 432, you know, this magical number in astronomy and music and all these different fields, right? And then I was thinking, but it's hertz. If 432 really is special, but it's hertz, that means per second, right? That's what hertz means, vibrations per second. And then it seems that if this really is anything important, then the second has to have some sort of dignity of its own. But to me, the second seems like a very arbitrary length of time that really, I don't see any sort of deeper connections to the universe that a second has versus any other length of time. You know what I mean?
Isn't 432 hertz, isn't that Verdi's A?
Is it what? Middle A?
Wasn't it Verdi that sort of started this whole thing?
I couldn't understand that word. Vernon?
Verdi. V-E-R-D-I.
Oh, never heard of him.
I thought it was the fact that they just had to come to an agreement because people were using different different tones or whatever, and so they just agreed on 440.
Right, but that's going away from my question of like, does the second have some sort of universal dignity? Because I looked it up before asking this question, just because I want to be a little bit prepared. And it says, you know, Ptolemy, the Greco-Egyptian ruler guy, also, you know, famous for astronomy or cosmology, whatever.
Ptolemy wasn't a ruler. Ptolemy was a mathematician and a philosopher. He's Claudius Ptolemy. And he was about AD 150, 170, so that sort of period. And then you have the Ptolemaic dynasty. No, because that's after the Romans conquered. Because obviously he came way after Julius Caesar. And one of the things that Julius Caesar did to the family of Ptolemy, who ruled Egypt, was, what was that thing? Oh, yeah, he killed them all. Okay,
so he's not a ruler. That's fine.
Well, it's actually Octavian that did it. Depending on what time on it.
Okay, but you know, so I was looking up like what is there anything special about the second? And I was trying to look into like who invented these like standardized units of time, and I traced it back to Ptolemy invented the second. The Babylonians invented the minute, and the Babylonians stole the hour from the Sumerians.
So the Sumerians have base 60.
Yeah, well, base 6, base 60 is the Sumerian mathematical system,
right?
And they kind of divided the day into two 12-hour segments because, again, it resonated with the 6 man.
I'd say base 60 though.
Yeah, base.
It resonated with what?
And they also use base 6 as well. depending on the
Right.
consonant.
Yeah, this sexadecimal system, which I find incredibly interesting. I feel like knowing 59 single-digit numbers before you loop it back to 10, or however they looped it into double digits and represented that. I feel like knowing 59 different individual symbols for 59 individual like quantities or whatever almost would make it easier to do mental math in your head or something. I don't know. I feel like there's got to be some benefit to it.
Well, we
rather
still
than
use
base 10.
We still use it in angles, and still use it in obviously in seconds and minutes and stuff like that.
Not necessarily though, like because none of us know 59 single-digit number symbols or names. You know, they had a different name. It went 1, 2, 3, and then they got some 9, and they went 3, and then Drew, and who knows what the other names were for all the quantities above 9.
They're all the symbols for the Sumerian sexadecimal system.
Oh, hell yeah. But so a second ends up just being a division, like they made hours first, which 24, maybe there's something there, maybe something about the earth, who knows. But then dividing that into 60 and then dividing that into 60 just seems like I don't know, like it doesn't, like the second isn't really based on anything too profound.
Well, one of the things that's interesting about the Sumerian system, sorry, I'm going to be sad and anal here, is if you look at their 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, that's almost like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 11, it's almost like our system. It's so similar to how we use the decimal system. That's what I find fascinating about it.
I don't see where you posted that stuff earlier.
Did I
posted it in Livestream 2 for some reason?
I don't know why mine always comes on. I will post it in Livestream 1 because it's a really cool image.
Yeah, I mean, this is still kind of like a base 10 within a base 60 or whatever you want to call it, base 59. That's weird.
Yeah, but it was just it's interesting how they split it up into a decimal system, but they use the sexadecimal, which is why I think it's called sexadecimal or sexesimal.
I see what you're saying about the base 10 within the base 60 because the symbols themselves have a sort of 10 repeating pattern, right? You had that little, like backwards play button triangle thing every loop of 10. So I guess it isn't truly a base 59, but I don't know. Maybe 60 would blow me away. Maybe 70 and 80 would be like really like surprising looking.
But I just find it fascinating that they were able to deal with pretty big numbers that long ago, and and especially when you look up between the Sumerian and the early Indian cultures, and their Indus Valley, and their symbology. I find it really interesting. It's one of the things I hope that happens in my lifetime. Is we actually crack the character set for the Indus Valley civilizations because we can't read their stuff yet.
Yo, bro, foolish decisions, bro. If you're interested in that stuff, go read Godfrey Higgins' Anacalypsis. You will find very, very interesting food for thought there. I can really recommend it, bro. Really go out, archive, and Godfrey Higgins' Anacalypsis, and even his work Celtic Druids. Bro,
I read a fair amount of Ronald Hutton. Oh, it's quite old. Okay, that's cool. I always like that.
Yeah, the amount of information given there's insane, and like his insight and his thought processes and his derivation of like astronomical correspondence between different like nations and so on. He really traces us back really, really far, and I mean you need to know some background, but it seems so you do. So maybe check it out.
I think he's been quoted by Ronald Hutton, who's another author I read. But I'll say goed zo, chic man, in my very bad Dutch.
Anyways, thanks everyone for letting me change the topic. I definitely got a lot out of that in a very short amount of time, talking about drums and tones and numbers and whatnot. Some cool beans.
Yeah, I think I'm going to use a bad tone here, but it kind of that resonates with me what you say.
Right on. Nerd.
And we definitely improved the tone of the conversation.
Who's up next? Come on, somebody.
That last pun fell flat.
Hey, we were talking about pigs earlier. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'll tell you one use that we used to use pigs for, and that's blowing up castles. Well,
I was just saying, didn't you used to be sexually attracted to pigs, Stress?
No. I never really fancied any of the girls you went out with, mate.
Yeah, he actually never stopped.
Oh.
Maybe I have something to add regarding the minute we talked about before, but that's just arbitrary, but I want to add it anyways, because if you sum up all the angles of a pentagram, you get 1440, which I think is the amount of minutes in a day.
Minutes in a
Would
day,
that be internal or external angles? Probably internal, right?
Yeah, all the internal angles, yeah.
That'd be 108 each time.
Yeah,
I
I thought it
mean-
was yeah, it must be external because I don't think you get 40, but the
I
internal.
mean, you got in the outer peaks, you have 5 times 36 degrees, and in the inside you have a pentagon with 5 times 108 degrees, and then you got twice 72 times 2 degrees. You know?
Yeah.
And if you take it a step further and go into like esoteric numerology, and you think about the precession of the equinoxes, because the precession cycle of the equinoxes is currently accepted as 1 degree per 72 years. You know?
2 years.
Yep.
And you can
Yeah,
come
man.
up, and then you can come up with multiplying 72 by 360 to get the entire cycle, and then you get 25,920 years. And you can even project this onto like numerological operation you can do from the pentagram, because if you multiply 72 times 72, like the 272 angles from one triangle of the outside, times 5, because you got this 5 times, you get the exact same number, 25,920.
It's strange, right, man? It's like
sorry,
right? It's like there's some sort of poetic nature at play that uses numbers as just a plaything, involving it in all these different harmonic systems, whether it comes to the movements of the celestial bodies in the sky and ratios of biological creatures, and even non-biological operations have these same sort of number. And then just the shapes themselves, right? Just the shapes themselves and their angles, which for some reason, like you making all these connections, I always like to remind people what's a convention and what isn't a convention, what's arbitrary and what's like based in something, you know, very well attached to reality. And 360 degrees is completely just a man's idea. There's nothing that actually says that a circle should be considered 360, degrees instead of any other number. But maybe there is something like the second I was saying earlier. Is there a sort of universal dignity that the ancients knew when they decided to devise these systems this way?
I think it stems from the intuitive base 10 system, like,
It's also base 60 though. And the only thing I have left to contribute to this line of thinking is
I can do that one for you.
Is a series of numbers called the highly composite numbers. These are the numbers in a row that set the world record as numbers count upward of having the most factors until something else comes along that has more factors. It goes like 1, 3, 6, 12, 24, 60. And there's like nothing between 24 and 60 that has more factors than 24. I mean, there is, I'm skipping a few, like 48 has more inherently because it's just double 24.
36 has a lot
right.
of them.
But it's not as simple as like 1, 2, 3, 4, counting by ones. It skips over things and skips over primes, obviously, too. But it's this highly composite number series is very interesting to think about and see what numbers occur in it.
Well, the 25,920 I always find interesting because that's a processional year.
Yes.
Right.
And
that's what I'm saying.
By the way, the reason I wanted to jump in quickly is Blood and Mistletoe by Ronald Hutton. I'm sure he cites that guy, Godfrey Higgins, because I have heard the name. I just couldn't place where I heard it. But that you might find that a really interesting book to read. I found it quite interesting. It's quite a hard.
Do you guys know about? Oh, you go ahead. Well, anyways, I was gonna say, you guys know about the whole sort of squaring the circle. What's the guy's name? The image drawn by Da Vinci or whatever. The
Vitruvian Man.
Yeah, you know about like the Vitruvian Man squaring the circle phi connection to the sizes of the Earth and the Moon in the heliocentric model.
No,
Yeah,
but I know put a lot of symbology into his work. I mean, if you look at pretty much any Renaissance art, especially if it was religiously connected Renaissance art,
Well, it
there was
connects to
always
the
a lot of
heliocentric
symbology in there.
cosmology with the alleged sizes of the globe sphere and the moon sphere. If they were sitting on top of each other, like their surfaces were touching and the moon was just atop the Earth directly and contacted, if you take the center points of the Earth and the moon from this view, and just put the Earth into a box and just keep these 2 points in mind, it is the Vitruvian Man layout, which includes phi at the same time as squaring the circle, from like the length of the square, one side of the square, and the length of the center point of the circle to the outside of the circle, like a radius, and but then the height of the moon, or not the height, yeah, the height of the moon connects down to the square's corner, making the first Pythagorean triangle, the 3, 4, 5 triangle, like kind of sits atop it on either side of the moon. There's a video. I think the thumbnail of the video is the thing I'm talking about, but it's a video called "The Divinity of Man," and it's a pretty good little summary of a lot of the things that a channel called Sacred Geometry Decoded talks about. How the heliocentric model has so many of the same numbers that are worshipped in religions. To
Stems
me,
from Renaissance mysticism, especially like this Athanasius Kircher and so on. Yeah, you're right.
It takes false numbers given to you. Unless the solar system is designed by God as one big numerological joke, it takes a false system where it's just a tradition that's been continued. Like the Hindus and the Buddhists and the Christians all have prayer beads with 108 beads on them, and they say Hail Mary or praise Buddha or whatever every time they run their thumb over
Hail
one.
Mary,
But
full of grace, and so on.
Sure, but it's the same amount of beads on the same sort of purposed necklace, and then you got the Earth, Moon, and Sun relationship being completely based around 108 in their diameters and distances from each other, from surface to surface. You can fit 108 suns between the surface of Earth and the surface of the Sun. You can fit 108 moons between the surface of the Moon and the surface of Earth, and you can fit 108 Earths from the inner surface of the Sun to the other side of the surface. Yeah, I'll shut up. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, not to interrupt too much in Red Herring, but I just wanted to say, because I didn't hear anybody talk about this today, but the Southeast Asian Airlines shut down, I think, over 1,800 flights due to a potential solar mass coronal ejection that's supposed to take place today at some point, creating a potential EMP scenario. Just thought that was...
Hopefully we all don't melt.
Well, it's not so much would melt, it's more the fact that a lot of electronics are sensitive to it. Interesting thing is I actually had my first blue screen on this computer ever. Yesterday.
Don't be so hopeful, man. Don't be so hopeful. It could be much worse than just the EMP alone. We could freaking melt. You never know how big this corona mass ejection will be.
That makes me wonder, because it's like, when have they ever done this before? And are they telling us this is potentially what happened to flight 3M, whatever, the 95, whatever the hell that flight, a bunch of those flights that went missing?
I doubt it.
What
I
if
think
there's
it's
a
probably
We're
just
talking
correlation?
about
true.
MH32 and MH372, and that was Malaysian Airlines.
Yeah, exactly. So, and
I
there's
think it
been
was
a few of them
372.
since then. And what if maybe there's a
Yeah,
correlation?
but no. Yeah, but that wouldn't have just hit one plane. Like that's the whole point. Is like it could fuck up the satellites and it could fuck up the planes because they're in the sky. It could fuck up things that are like higher up and shit like that. So it makes sense that they're just being.
But here's the thing: is if the hardware and software isn't designed to experience that, nonetheless detect it, then who's to say that that's
Well,
not
it's
what
designed to
potentially
detect
happens
it.
to?
Definitely, we got stuff that's there to detect it. That's not a problem. In fact, we even understand where the weaknesses are. And the major, I mean, not so bad here, but worse in the US because an awful lot of your electrical grid is above ground. So that's a place that's going to be a problem. A lot of repeaters on the internet are a problem. So yeah, there are various bits of sort of infrastructure, and obviously, you know, the potential to knock out sensitive electronics that tends to be higher up. Hence, you ground planes, but it's unlikely to say fry my computer unless it was a massive burst.
Ooh, they're saying there's a possibility of northern lights as far south as New York.
Ooh, that would be neat.
Here's where I'm getting that specific information. But
I'll definitely smoke for that.
The original link I put was from 2 days ago, so it's not a made up thing for today. It's a predicted possible event. I don't think that they're 100% sure, but I think they said it's pretty sure that it'll cross our path.
Yeah, they've
Hey,
been
who was
predicting
it that said
for quite a bit now.
how many Earths can fit in between the Earth and the Sun?
I think the Earth and the Moon.
Yeah, it's how many moons between Earth and Moon, and then how many suns between Earth and Sun.
Yeah,
I think
that
it's
was
how
me.
many
You got
Earths. I think
a
it's how many
question?
Earths between the Earth and the Moon.
No, that's a different story. That has to do with the full moon cycle. You can fit 29.5 Earths between the Earth and the Moon. So it doubles down. It's just full of nonsense. It was designed by Freemasons.
Fantastic.
I mean, it just continues. I could rattle off about 30 of these like impossible ratios.
Have you tested or measured any of these to say, hey, I did the measurements for this and it doesn't comport to the value that's given? Have you done that?
I did the math. I've never measured the distance to the moon. I don't believe in it. I'm just going by NASA's numbers.
Oh, there you go. That's fine. Yeah. If you haven't
We're
verified those numbers,
speculating on speculations, man. Like that's what's the point of that?
well, no.
Okay,
If you haven't validated or invalidated,
Jesus Christ, you animals!
Hold on.
You have no idea what I'm even trying to say here.
You are. That it's movie number 23 with Jim Carrey. I understand what you're saying. It's the simple point of if you haven't validated or invalidated these numbers, then it's a little dishonest to say it's bullshit.
You got me wrong, man. You got me all wrong here.
Okay.
Maybe you can cool down and we'll be friendly with each other some other time and talk about it slowly.
Wait,
but
how many
you came at me
Earths
wrong
did you say
here.
could fit?
Am I not being friendly?
How many Earths? Wait,
Nah.
Aldo, real quick. How many Earths did you say could fit between the Earth and the Moon?
How many
the
licks
Earth and
to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
The Earth.
I think it's
So-
moons.
23.
What's important to remember is that NASA's measurements
No. I
that
want
they
to hear
give
your
you.
answer. What was your answer on that?
That's going to be the last number I say.
I don't want to
after,
hear
like,
about
one.
NASA or how NASA
Yeah,
lies. I just want to know what was your number.
All right, chill, man. I'm not going to take a lot of your time, all right? Just chill, okay? I'm answering your question. I know what you're saying, all right? NASA's going to give you distances from the center of Earth to the center of the moon. What's important to remember is I'm talking about the surface of Earth to the surface of the moon. So you got to subtract the radiuses, okay? And it is 29.5 Earths fit between the Earth and the moon surface. And that's going to be on average, not perihelion and apophelion.
Yeah, sounds right.
Or
Okay,
apogee
that
and
sounds about right.
perigee.
Thanks. I just
Yeah,
thought
okay.
that was some
Everybody,
random
everybody
number.
stop being so hostile, all right? Jesus.
No, I just thought you were gonna come up with some random number. That's all. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, what's up with this hostility before you even just talk to me like a bud?
No, I just thought
Everyone
you were gonna
lately,
make up
I mean,
some
it's
number.
weird.
That's all.
But the real question is, when I use this number, do I roll on black or red?
Good question.
Red.
To be fair, I did have to send Dicelo a message for being a bit nasty to him, so I did apologise. I try not to be, but even I have my moments. Unfortunately, that solar flare missed us, or it's going to miss us. So
Wait, isn't 18 is black, right? And then hold on.
No, because I heard him say something about 108. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, it was the 108 suns from the surface of Earth to the surface of the sun. 108 suns.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what he said.
Yeah,
Okay.
108 suns between Earth and Sun, 108 moons between Earth and Moon.
I think there's 108 Earths in the Earth diameter.
Yeah, the diameter of the sun. The diameter of the sun is 109.5 Earths, but you can't really say where the sun officially ends or begins. So it is less than 1% off of being correct if you just want to keep it simple and teach a child or something. Not that that's what I was saying it to you for, like in the way I was saying it to you guys. But like if you wanted to teach a kid just an easy way to remember these like ratios, yeah, sure. 108 Earth diameters equals the sun's diameter.
Well,
have you ever heard of a book?
Because 108 is a very prolific number within not only the Pythagoreans but the Hindus, a multitude of ancient cultures, and coincidentally, 108, 36, 36 happens to be the geometry of the structure of the water molecule.
Right. Yeah. Good old Ken, making sure people learn that fact. Yeah. Good on him.
Maybe I want to ask something. How can I get Livestream verified here?
Well,
ask him up.
You gotta come in the room with your knee pads on. I'll just tell you that.
My what?
Crack Villain is currently suppressed on talk. Are there any mods here that want to grant him rights for that? He just sent me a DM.
I didn't understand a lot of words he said.
Yeah, we're not getting you, Pete, but that's cool, man. You hang in there, buddy.
No, Crack. Oh, there it goes. He's unmuted, I think. Can you speak now, Crack Villain?
Yeah, man. You are voice verified though, Bacon.
Yeah, I'm not Livestream verified. I can't send images or anything.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Jew.
Thank God. Funny, have you heard of a book called Quadrivium?
I thought that was more of a system than a book, but did someone like put the whole quadrivium into one single book for our viewing pleasure?
That book is about that system, sure, but it's got like all those different ratios and stuff like that in there. It's pretty cool.
Well, like the quadrivium, it has to do with music, geometry, and astronomy, right? And those are two of the subjects where you find these reoccurring numbers. As far as there are some what I like to call feet on the ground astronomy perspective, numbers like just like a full moon cycle is something you can tell with your feet on the ground. You don't need any sort of telescopes to measure Pluto's diameter or mathematics or anything. You just count, right? So like 27.3 when the moon returns to where it was in placement, but not in fullness, right? Because the sidereal and the synodal month are almost a little bit less than, or a little bit more than 2 days apart. These are two numbers that you can derive naturally with your feet on the ground with no equipment, right? Just a big tree in the sky on your horizon or whatever, So 27.3 and 29.5 are very special numbers, but I haven't found where 108 actually occurs from that perspective.
Let me explain. Join my stream.
Cool. Oh, watch your stream? Okay.
Yeah, well, 108. I think that isn't that the angle.
I know about pentagons.
I know
about pentagons. Yeah.
Well, it's the height of some of the pyramids too in Egypt. I mean, this number is related to a lot of megalithic structures.
Right.
The
It's
height in what
related to
unit?
not only the macro but the micro understanding of reality.
That is, it's the height of the pyramid in what unit?
I think it's feet, or is it meters? I'm not sure.
Did they use meters?
Definitely
I
not.
don't know.
Definitely not feet. The pyramid is tall as hell. Definitely above 108 feet.
Maybe
Probably
millimeters. I don't know,
meters.
bud.
Maybe yards.
I'm not sure if they used yards there.
Okay.
Let's give the floor to ASIC and let him.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
shortly, because if you just look at the Pythagorean theorem here, we get a to b is 4, a to c is 3, and the hypotenuse is 5, like the just 3, 4, 5 Pythagorean triangle, yeah? And this dictates the following proportions. If we draw a perpendicular from C through the hypotenuse, the point I marked with is this E? I can't see. Yeah, I think it's E. Yeah, the point E is dictated from a perpendicular from the point A through the hypotenuse. And if we draw then another perpendicular from E through the line AC, we get the point F. And if we measure the proportions dictated by the 3, 4, 5 triangle from the length from the point C to the point F, it's a length of 1.08, you know? And this proportion, so, is included into the geometry of the Pythagorean theorem, which is interesting because it's also the angle value from the inner pentagon of the pentagram. More interestingly, and then I'm through. If you look at the numerical values for the word Pythagoras in Greek, you also get the 108 there in the ordinal value for the word Pythagoras.
Wow, that's pretty neat, Flirt.
Hey, Flirt.
That's interesting.
Seems like
man.
seems like you and I could branch off, sometime in the future and talk about this a little more in depth. What do you say?
Yeah, sure. I'm currently researching, and when I'm finished, I have to add several more stuff. But when I'm finished, we can go through my stuff here.
I'd love to.
You might,
All right.
you might
See you then.
enjoy. Both of you might enjoy the video that I just put in chat there, along the same lines. It talks about the 108, 36, 36 triangle. But also like to say 114 chakras. I just learned this today. Apparently 2 are outside, and 4 we cannot sort of affect. So that leaves 108 operational chakras that we can adjust and adapt. So very interesting number all around. Yeah.
Where did you put the video?
In the
there's
general
a
chat
system.
here.
Oh, Livestream 1. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
There's a system in popular yoga, Buddhist, whatever stuff about how many petals, like the chakras are considered like flowers with a certain amount of petals, right? In some tradition. And if you add all of the petals together, it equals 144 until you get to the last one, which has 1,000 petals at the very top. So if you multiply, if you add up the first 7, or if you add up the first 6 and then multiply it by the 7th, you get that, another one of those magic numbers, 144,000. That's like a biblical thing, I believe, or maybe like Mormon or something like that, right?
Yeah, if you look carefully, the 144 was occurring in the Pythagorean theorem as well, if you look carefully.
The Pythagorean theorem or the Fibonacci sequence? Or the
as well.
Okay.
From what I just showed, there was another correlation from the 1.44 value. We will talk about that once. Yeah.
Yeah. Right on, man. I can't wait.
hurry up and get that research done and lay it all on me. But it's crazy, guys. You know, it's so strange that even in these like very sterile at first glance seeming things like, oh, triangles, squares, pentagon, or whatever, right? Stars in the sky, like what do they have to do with each other? You know what I mean? Like, but then you look into it and there's these crazy connections. And then when you involve religion and the heliocentric model into it, it seems like it's all one big system of people who like were in on a joke or in on a system that we just aren't taught about nowadays.
So it must be divine proportions of God. You know, where do we find ourselves as flat earthers? I mean, these are the greater mysteries. For me, I say that everything's gone above us is related to everything's gone on below us. So there's a certain pattern being sort of eked out in the sky and represented beneath as well. And this is where it all comes back to, and ultimately back to whatever is causing these movements and just how it propagates.
Yeah, man. I think it's also been hijacked, and like I think that the heliocentric model has noticed this tradition that's been held seemingly all throughout civilization, throughout history, and I think that they just said, we're just going to be the next addition to kind of carry on this torch, and we're going to base our religious system off of the same numbers that all other previous religious systems have always worshipped, whether it be their beads or, I mean, the Buddhists, they bow their head to the sun 108 times on the summer solstice. Angkor Wat has 108 statues around its premises. It goes on. There's a symbol that I want you guys to look into. I mean, well, if you want to, you know, it's up to you. But it's called Buddha's foot, and it's the symbol that is in the shape of a foot, and it's divided into 108 sections, and each section has some sort of letter or some sort of symbol written on it, like 108 different symbols in a foot that's been divided into 108 different like squares, pretty much. And I have no idea what would compel these people to make such an elaborate symbol. Like, what does it mean to them? Does it keep track of something? Is it like a calendar of some sort? I have no clue. It's called Buddha's foot. Buddha's foot 108 should get you it if you Google. Just what are these motherfuckers doing? Why in the world did they make this diagram or symbol or whatever you want to call it? Like, what is the meaning behind it? Because I have faith, right? I have faith that it isn't just a bunch of idiots just, you know, being random or like worshiping imaginary friends or something. I feel like there's absolutely got to be some sort of like deep science, in a sense, behind this symbol that they've made. Like, it really stands and represents an understanding they have of something. Like, I've also heard, and I know I rant when it comes to this number stuff, so I'll really try my best to shut up after this next sentence. But I've heard something like a human has 108 different emotions. Wouldn't that be crazy if that was true? You know, wouldn't that be something so fun to know and teach a kid? Like, hey, you have 108 emotions, and here is a name for each of them.
Okay. Well, maybe these are the times we're entering.
Can I ask a question?
Where all these mysteries are open for us to, well, first of all, come to terms with. Hear first of all, to hear them first of all, and put them in a proper context, and take it from there. I say all of these truths apply to us. And let me just say as well, when it comes to stories about the ancients, I don't believe any of it. I think we're living in a construct. So be careful how far we go back to, you know what I mean? Or who we rely on. That's my position.
Right on. I feel you there.
So here's my question, and please forgive me, I'm very skeptical on this, but if all these numbers add up and do all these things, so what? What does that mean? Like, who cares?
You don't have to care, man. You can just dip out. It's cool.
Kool-Aid, I think what essentially would be going on is that it would be some kind of blueprint. If you had a proportion that you personally liked and you were designing something, you perhaps would throw in that proportion to a number of things because you find it beautiful or whatever the reason. So it's almost like finding a pattern within some type of design, I think would be the claim here.
Yeah,
Almost
and
a
as well,
fingerprint or a evidence of a design. That makes sense.
Essentially, yeah. If there's this set pattern that exists within everything, it's possibly evidence for a designer. Possibly, yeah.
I want to explain something to you, Kool-Aid. There are patterns found in biological processes that relate to the efficiency of that process, like the sharing of light between leaves on a tree and the way that they spread themselves out and arrange themselves, right?
Right.
And do you know what biomimicry technology is?
Can't say I do.
Biomimicry means we're copying, we're mimicking, right? We're mimicking something we learned from some sort of plant or animal structure, skeleton, layout, whatever. We see that nature, without consciousness, right, got it right in the most efficient way possible. So then when we design something out of metal and wires and copper and steel and whatever, we do our best to, harness the same efficiency that it naturally harnessed. So then people start getting very philosophical about this idea where they say, well, there's a lot of patterns we find in nature, one of them being the Fibonacci sequence, right? And so then the Freemasons go to town with this and they say, we're just going to put it in these terms. We're just going to say it this way and teach it this way to people. God uses phi to define, to create his perfect creation. If we design things in a similar pattern, that can only help to make what we create more beautiful and attempt to come close to God's. We're a creator, God's a creator. He creates things by phi. If we create things by phi, that gives us more of a chance to make things as good as God makes them. We're always going to suffer from, our limitations, but people are just trying to follow God's lead. That's how they would put it if they were just being blunt. They'd say, oh, we design things and we worship these numbers because we're trying to follow God's lead, and because he is the grand architect, he is the great designer who knows the perfect arrangement. And we can only the only way we can do our best is by trying to be like him, because he's perfect.
Yeah, but I think they weren't doing that to present to people. I think they purposely were keeping that secret, both them and the Pythagoreans before them, because
well, there's
that symbol,
esoteric and exoteric, right?
Well, the pentagram has those the ratios in it, the golden ratio, and you can't make it without that. And I think that they were holding those mathematical principles like sacred and secret for whatever reason.
Yeah, man. They don't want their enemies learning what they know about efficiency and getting closer to perfection and designing the best things possible. It's selfishness and maybe like a caution in a sense.
And
but
additionally,
one thing I want to point out real quick is that the Fibonacci sequence, or the phi ratio, is definitely perfectly exemplified in the Pentagon. But we said earlier, so is 108. I just want to remind people that I just want to remind people that the pentagram being related to 108 is completely based on an arbitrary assignment of 360 to the degrees of a circle. 108 is not necessarily has anything to do with a star or a pentagon or a pentagram or whatever. That is completely based on a man-made decision to make a circle 360 degrees.
It's the ratio of resistance, how things go into like, you know what I mean? How shit grows through like the medium or whatever sign. That design pattern. Like the nerve, the root, lightning bolt.
I mean,
that's why I was saying earlier to Fleric. Fleric tried to respond to me, but it still fell upon that that thing about circles and degrees being in 360. The 108 doesn't mean anything until we find it like as a primary source. Right now, we're just finding it as a ratio of 360 degrees, but we're not. I'm still looking for 108 in nature alone, standing alone by itself, if you know what I mean. And I'll be happy when I find it.
I think from starting the assignment for this proportions and ratios from this Pythagorean viewpoint, there's always like this metaphysical perspective intrinsically connected with it as well. Like if you consider this number letter stuff as a whole, from this ideological viewpoint, you might say you can acquire certain like divine knowledge and so on. And so you have always this like rational geometric knowledge, which dictates itself and is self-explanatory because of the underlying geometry and ratios. But you always have, like for the initiated, the metaphysical interpretation of this.
Right, man. And there's one way that I'm actually wrong. Like, I know how I'm wrong, but I think I almost made a convincing case to everyone. Like, they kind of bought what I was saying about 360 being arbitrary and stuff. But when it comes to your diagram earlier, there is a defense of what I'm kind of talking about. I'm just not sure if I understood what you were presenting earlier. But the 3, 4, 5 triangle is the same thing as a 0.5, right? You can have the integers, right? Instead of calling it a 3, 4, 5 triangle, it can be a 2.5, 1.52 triangle, right? But now we're not using whole integers, right? So
yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. You have always the underlying geometry is always self-explanatory and dictates itself because of the proportions. You cannot change that, because then you would change like the paradigm, which isn't. And then from this point you project on to this ratios. You know, it's completely not relevant which ratios you project.
Or relative.
But as soon, sure. But as soon as you project a certain numerical value onto it, then you like get this divine revelation of the number, which then will be metaphysically be transmitted. You know, that's what I try to explain.
No, and I think you did a great job. I think I told you did something wrong, or like you used an arbitrary system at 360 degrees earlier. That I was only trying to make a point. When I really think about what you showed, I didn't understand it completely. I understand you were like bisecting triangles and like slicing things apart and stuff like that. I got you. And I think that you are completely justified in a sort of ratio sense. But when you got to this one point at the end where it was like, this is 108 compared to this being 144. But we all know you could have that. Those are both even numbers. So 108 isn't really important as a way of expressing it, because you could just as easily express it as 54 versus whatever half of 144 is. You know, like it's the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. But if we try to establish the why behind certain numerical values seem to be like spiritually important, you know, from that we can then derive the importance because of those ratios. That's all.
I think the magic is there, man. I'm totally with you. I think the wisdom, I think the divine revelations are there. I think the magic is there. I just want to, if anyone dives into this stuff like you have and like I have, I just want to make sure people keep straight in their head what is natural and what is based on just a convention, like 360 degrees of a circle or 12 inches in a foot or something like that. Because there's a lot of our lives is based on conventions, and when you're talking about uncovering divine revelations and stuff like that, you got to make sure it's based in like primary natural sources instead of some sort of arbitrary system humans made.
Yeah, but sure. I'm not trying to say that these are divine revelations. I am trying to say that this is just geometry, which then gets projected onto a metaphysical ideology. Ideology, what the fuck?
Oh,
ideology.
Well, I disagree there.
Or how it's called, you know?
Ideological. Yeah, he got me.
Ideology.
Ideological belief. Yeah, ideology.
What? That happens. You're right. That happens. But then there's also the true relationships, like a sunflower seed pattern, or the length of your bones in your fingers, and the shape of your face, right? That isn't based on anything man-made. That's based on a natural efficiency.
It's based on what they call the Pythagoreans called incommensurability, which was their closest held secret. And that's what. So anything you see in life, in physical reality, is a projection of this essential ratio, this divine ratio of one in comparison to itself. And that's kind of what it all boils down to, is self symmetry within these ratios.
There's many different fractals. There's many different types of fractals. So incommensurability, I think, might be like the shining golden god of them all, but it definitely isn't the end all be all of it, because there's a few, there's a few ones that can almost compare to its brilliance, like just for example, doubling 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. I mean, that's some deep shit right there. You know what I mean? Just doubling or halving, it almost has nothing to do with 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, Fibonacci or incommensurability or whatever. They're both very respectable in their own ways. But I do agree, incommensurability is like the golden god of number sequences and ratios and whatnot.
Well,
So
it doesn't really have to do with numbers and all of the stuff that you're laying out. That's not even, I mean, that's a tiny little blip of what is identified within all of the stuff today. But it's all tied into polarity, and it's essentially a mirage with no locus. And essentially just saying that polarity is the expression of force itself, which is a three-dimensional vector, and the center of which is the plane of inertia or counter space. So in essence, incommensurability in the magnet reveals a point non-specific wholeness found in each and every section or part. So there's no polarity located at X or Y. The whole is like its parts and vice versa. This is called the holographic paradigm.
I completely feel you, Dyslow. And there's like the incommensural Pythagorean triangle. Then there's like the 3, 4, 5 Pythagorean right triangle. And then there's the equilateral 60 degree, 60 degree, 60 degree triangle. And I think that there's wisdom in all three that come in separate packages, in a sense. So you got to learn from all of the examples. But the incommensurable one, I do hold above most of the others. It is the most important, I think.
Yeah, essentially it's a metaphysical mirror of totality. And it's perfection, it's life, it's magnetism, it's.
But you feel me, man? You feel what I'm saying to you, though?
Yeah,
like,
there's a couple
to
things.
a degree.
It was only going to be one thing, but there's several things. One is, so that you said about the ratio, the golden ratio. It actually, any number sequence, you can actually pick any random two numbers of any value and add them together, and then add the third number to the second number, and the fourth to the third, and you will always approach the golden ratio with any number.
Yeah, you'll approach it.
No, you'll approach it with any.
Right.
But this is
on.
because.
Hold on. He's not finished. He's not finished.
Yeah. All the number, including the Fibonacci sequence, all those numbers, they just approach it. Yeah. But yeah, so it's not there's not a unique sequence that does that. It's just any unique sequence when you add numbers together to do that. But then also,
Dyslow's up next, but I want to respond to that after.
I was thinking about the 360 and the angles and all that, and people always bring up 666, how it turns up everywhere. But when you really think about it, 2 and 3, the first two most common numbers, they come together to make 6. 6 and 6 make 36, right? And 36 has a lot of factors, which is why it's used, in 360, right? Because 360 has a lot of factors.
Yeah.
And for this, that's why these numbers.
Sure.
These numbers turn up everywhere. 108 turns up everywhere. 72 turns up everywhere. It's because these are all factors.
Thinking in Cartesian two-dimensional thinking. Like, you gotta try to escape that, man.
This is the case.
Yeah, you got
it. I'm a huge math.
Yeah,
I've been into math since I was 4 years old, and all these numbers I've been fascinated with since I was very young. And these things
Yeah,
I've
but what
thought
you
about
do
when
binary
you
and all these
apply
things.
it
I
to
thought
the
about.
third dimension, it's
This
different.
is just the truth of why these numbers work this way.
Yeah, but what you just said is completely unsatisfactory for addressing all the points made previously. They're much more profound than numbers are numbers and things pop
That's
up
not what I
because
said.
because they're the basics. You know, these
No, that's not what I
simple
said. What I
ratios.
said.
You're gonna see them all.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that it doesn't address the more profound aspects of the conversation we've been having for the past like 30 minutes.
The ratios is a different story. The golden ratio is a fascinating ratio. It should be one of the constants.
108,666. There's a lot more to it than just one,
there
2,
isn't.
3.
There isn't.
No, there is.
There is. 2 and 3 are the most common numbers after 1, and for that reason, 6 is going to be a very common number. 36 is going to have again the most factors for this reason also. 360.
Why is it that number 4 is not in the Fibonacci sequence then, Kosho?
So what? Number 4 is in the what sequence is that? It's the other
Just
sequence. I
answer the
forget what it's called. The Stanley. The Lucas sequence.
Just answer his question.
Why is it not in that Why would it be in that sequence? There's a lot of numbers.
Because you need to expand your mind. You need to expand your mind. Okay.
No, it's not in that sequence because it doesn't fit in that sequence. It's not like some magical reason. It's in the Lucas numbers, 1, 4, and 7, or in the Lucas numbers, which also approach the golden ratio.
There's a poetry here that you do not understand, in my opinion. But
what makes the Fibonacci sequence more profound than the Lucas sequence?
Because it starts with 1.
Yeah, so does the Lucas sequence.
Well, the Fibonacci sequence is unique because it's the infinite dyad of polarity and incommensurability.
It approaches the golden ratio before the Fibonacci sequence does.
But listen, you didn't ask me why the Fibonacci sequence is more profound than the Lucas sequence. You asked me what makes the Fibonacci sequence profound.
No, I didn't. All right. I said what makes it more profound than the Lucas sequence.
No. You said what makes the Fibonacci sequence profound, and I said because it starts with 1. Then you said so does the Lucas sequence. We were comparing those originally.
I'm asking about the comparison between
that was an afterthought. Okay. That was
it wasn't an afterthought. I brought up the Lucas sequence for that reason. It actually is more profound than the Fibonacci sequence.
You're dealing with somebody who likes numbers, man. That's the problem, Fundy. He's a myopic mathematician, and this means nothing to him. But for those with insight, this reveals a lot. So.
Yeah, I'm more two-dimensional. I'm more three-dimensional than just this two-dimensional approach to viewing numbers. Yeah, they're numbers. They're dead. They're nothing. They're just there. They're amounts of things. Yeah, that's one way of viewing it. I mean, that's the way you're trying to.
If that's your way of viewing it, that's fine. I never said that.
Okay, yeah, fine. I'll admit that's the way you're coming off to me, man. So that's the way I'm responding.
I'm giving you reasons for these things that you guys are saying are mysterious. That's all. Like the fact that 360 is used and that these other numbers come up a lot is not mysterious because these numbers are factors.
There's nothing mysterious about numbers.
No, that's not what I said. Once again,
3 doesn't appear anymore.
He never said that. He never said that. He said it's not mysterious that 66 comes up all the time or 33. That's what he said. Don't strawman him. Like I'm a flat earther and I don't like that shit.
Okay, maybe I'm reading into things too much. I apologize. I was set straight by this gentleman just a second ago. I'll be cool. All right, I'll be cool.
I'm fascinated by numbers, and the golden ratio is honestly it has a lot of mysteries behind. Like what I think what Dyslow was trying to get at with the 1 to the golden ratio and the ratio between these numbers. It is actually profound, and it comes up a lot in geometry, but. I'm just saying that these other things, those other mysteries, aren't so much mysteries. As I was trying to say, the thing with the 360.
I know Dyslow's gonna like rag on me for expressing my feelings. All right, but I want to share them anyways. All right, just entertain me, Dyslow, or humor me, or just let me speak. I view phi in a very similar way I view water. I'm not a nihilist. I'm not an atheist. I'm also not any sort of religious person. But just my own human experience on Earth and looking around and living tells me water and phi are very important things to know about. Something that can heighten a human's experience in life to a way that seems poetic to me, where they're hidden enough, but with a little bit of effort, you can make your life so much better just through these extremely powerful realizations and understandings. Some things, some simple understandings and realizations take you further than other simple understandings and realizations. And these are, I guess the word is potent. Phi, understanding water, understanding certain geometric things, there's more potent lessons that are delivered in smaller packages than things that are really complicated that really get you nowhere. You know what I mean? Multiplying by 5. Sure, there's lessons in it, but understand the Fibonacci sequence is going to help you relate to almost everything you see in life.
Well, my main thing is that everything that we see in phenomenal reality is revolving around magnetism, and the fact that in this field incommensurability follows without any deviation magnetism's field, and it's so like simple and divine that it's the phi is to 1 as 1 is to phi, and this whole incommensurable ratio is just seen throughout everything. Like it's so obvious, man. Like I don't understand why people don't want to look at that. It's like right there before your eyes, man.
I'm not asking anyone to take their belief or faith system to some new dimension. I just want to deliver the data. I want to express that I find it one of the most profound things I've ever heard about. And I also want to add in that these are not things, they're simple. They're very simple lessons, yet they're not taught. And I guess the fourth thing to conclude on is that I feel that there's a system of suppression of wisdom happening in the culture I was brought up in to keep me from hearing about certain, and especially my parents. You know, I learned about phi from the internet at the age of 15. My parents learned about phi at the age of 50 from me. Why did they never hear about this? From anyone, ever. It took their own son, some nerd who looks into esoteric stuff, to teach them something that the ancient Greeks designed every single measurement and aspect and curve and bend and straight line and proportion and amount of stairs to their most glorious buildings. Throughout history, all ancient cultures have known phi, worshipped phi in a sense when it comes to appreciation of number above other numbers. And how can it be so important to so many people throughout history? And then in the modern world with educational systems provided by taxes, it's your education. We're going to teach you the best things. And they never hear about it, living 50 years until they have a child who's going to be the only person in their entire life before they die to ever even mention it to them. I see a system of a suppression of wisdom. And so that's why it means a lot to me, because it seems to mean a lot to the controllers as well. It seems to mean a lot to them to keep it out of people's understanding. So I take this stuff kind of seriously. Numbers are profound. The world is very poetic, and there's certain more profound lines in this poem's verse than others. Phi is one of those lines. It means a lot more than a lot of the other things you'll ever learn. You learn statistics of football players' distance of runs. All right, that's trivial. Phi is not trivial. Phi is poetic to the universe and profound. It's not just some random number. It's something to be, to honor almost, to feel privileged that you've understood this aspect of reality, because it's so invasive, or maybe there's a better word someone could give me, but like it's everywhere. And so are other things, Lucas numbers, whatever. But some things are more profound than others. I'm sorry. I keep on having to apologize. I am just taking so much up of the airspace. So I'll shut up. I'm gonna mute for like 5 minutes. I promise.
I hope that doesn't mean 5 minutes of dead air.
Living la vida loca.
All right, it's dead. I know. I guess I'm gonna break my promise. I'll just say one thing and get out of here. The toroid and the hyperboloid, I think, are the design of capital Phi. It's the torus and the hyperboloid going through it like a donut with an hourglass in the middle of it. It's the symbol of Phi. It's crazy synchronous and linked up like that. That's just a theory I have, though.
Yeah, let's rather argue about the globe.
Let's go crypto. If you guys would have took my advice on that Shiba Inu token
Yeah.
a
Should have
couple
taken
months ago,
advice
man.
with crypto in general, man. Every time
I've been telling you guys.
yeah, man. Every time it drops, I go like, oh, this is an opportunity to buy, and then I push out, and then a few months later, it goes up. I'm like, shit. Should have
I've
bought.
offered my services for free, my time. I mean, I don't know, man. The only thing I could do is like try to hand it to you, and then it's like I feel like some people would even deny that. Ha!
What do you think about Shiba Inu?
I think it's gonna go higher. I want to see it go to a penny. I think they're networking with some pretty big names, and yeah, I think some stuff's gonna start happening with that token.
Good, because my husband bought some. So I'm like, I don't know about that one. So that makes me feel a little bit more secure.
Is it too late, Dice Low?
Nah, it's never too late, but it's always good to try to get in.
The right time.
When things IPO or
Can
as
you
soon
link
as it
me?
comes out. Links. I mean, you can go on Coinbase and purchase it. You can go to crypto.com and purchase it. I mean, I think
Okay.
every major exchange
I've heard of those.
harbors it at this point.
Okay, I'll take your advice, man. What do you say? $10? Is that gonna do me any good? 20, 30?
Well, I say this. I say it's not necessarily how much you're willing to invest, rather how long you're willing to wait to get rich.
Yeah, that was gonna lead me to my next question, Dicelo. Are you the kind of trader do you hold on to your crypto and watch yourself get rich that way, or do you actually sell?
Yeah, people that hold on to their crypto, statistically speaking, have done better throughout the existence of crypto than people who have day traded or tried to follow some sort of market trend. So with that being said, long-term holdings is always good, and then having a exit strategy is always good. So, again, it's not necessarily how much you're willing to invest, rather how long you're willing to wait to gain the profits you desire.
Yeah, I mean that's my question. Are your returns still on the screen, or are you actually reaped what you sow? So
Yeah, I've already. Yeah, I mean, I've already liquidated my.
Sue.
I got you. I've already liquidated. I mean, my initial investments. So, you know, all of my holdings now are pure profit. Profit. So, you know, basically, the money I put in, I've already pulled out, and I still have what I want. If you know, basically, all my holdings have been for free at that point.
You
Yeah,
gotta
before
know
crypto,
when to hold up.
before crypto, did you get into any like stock market investments and things like that?
Yeah, I worked for the stock market for a bit, for a branch, a firm, but so yeah.
I just came in. What was the crypto you recommended?
Dogecoin.
You want my recommendations? I would say Shiba Inu.
Yeah.
I would say Stellar XLM. I would say XRP. I would say OXT. I would say BAT. BAT.
All right, write them down, Dice. Though.
Tezos.
I'll copy
which is,
paste.
XTZ. I would say OX. I would say, I don't know. I could go on and on. There's a lot of good tech out there that's going to do good.
I didn't expect there to be so many to rattle off there. That's very surprising.
Yeah, that was just off the, short breath. But there's, like I said, there's a whole slew of great tech.
Is it really possible for them all to succeed?
Yeah, they're all networking with one another and building off each other, and that's what this space is about, man. It's about community, and how can one be advantageous to the understanding of crypto? You know what I'm saying? Like, what can you do to make things more efficient? Like, it's literally, I view it as a digital rendition of reality in such a degree that,
I
like,
feel you.
everything has like some kind of use case scenario, whether it be
like
a stapler
forces.
or a paperclip. So it's like,
Right.
if you can find a way to digitize that philosophical understanding and make it applicable within the crypto space, you've just now created a new technology that's advantageous to the efficiency of the space in itself.
Right, dude. Right. I feel you there. That's really profound because like some tools are invented like the telegraph, right? But then it's superseded by and completely replaced and made not obsolete, right? By a better technology. So that's gonna determine which ones you have more faith in. Like, is something gonna come along and replace this? Like, do what it can do best, better than it can do? And then there's some that just
eventually
work out their
we'll
niche.
get to eventually we'll get to like organic computing systems in the future, hopefully, and things will kind of run similar to like the body, almost like just effortlessly by design. But I think we're
That's profound.
light years away.
Light years is distance.
Yeah, I was being funny at the same time. But yeah,
feel
the technology is limitless. It's really is, man. It's
But
yeah.
doesn't that also make it really risky? I mean, cryptocurrency, like the technology can simply just be replaced tomorrow, and all this
You gotta
crypto
risk it to get the biscuit, man.
Well, the only way that you could ever replace it, like, wholeheartedly, would be to create an entire new infrastructure and platform, which would be requiring of like whole new hardware systems and like essentially just whole new operating systems, and maybe even how the operating system powers itself. Like, all of that would have to happen in order to supersede like what's currently being used, and that's not going to happen tomorrow.
Okay, tell me this, please, guys. Though, please tell me this: what is blockchain in a different way than anyone's ever put it before? Because I've heard the regular spiel, But what is blockchain from Diceflow's perspective? Because you're a profound guy. I'm sure you can do better than the YouTubers I see talking about it.
I would just say it's an algorithm squared that creates a three-dimensional representation from a digital reality, essentially.
Way over my head. That just flew right past me. Can you dumb it down for me?
Yeah, it's just it's a scaled down version of our reality on a digital hard drive.
And how do they pull this off? Is it
They haven't quite pulled it off. They're just trying to build the infrastructure.
Wait, you're saying that blockchain isn't as reliable as they say it is? Like it keeps a record of every transaction perfectly it's like uncorruptible in a sense, or unhackable or something?
What I'm saying is blockchain's use case ultimately isn't even gotten to its furthest potentials. Like we're only using it for one minute aspect of what its all encompassing potentials are.
Okay, but is what's established so far like a perfect system almost, or approaching that, or is there like something to worry about?
There's always worries, my friend.
Okay, so it isn't all uphill. It isn't all uphill from here. There might be like a snag in the future. What might that be?
Are you implying like something that would be a like an issue for an investor? Like an investor, like an inherent investor
like for everyone.
issue?
Like for everyone, like as if we're all using dollar bills, right? And we all keep it under our mattresses, and then the whole country gets set on fire, and we all lose all of our bills. You know what I mean?
But yeah, here's
and it's
the
like,
problem.
oh shit.
Like, so in that sense, it's definitely 100 times safer than the tangible fiat that you hold under your mattress, because even if the fire never happens, all they have to do is just hyperinflate the value of that dollar to where it's virtually not worth the mattress that it's sitting under.
But there's a limited amount of bitcoins or any sort of crypto, right? They have that sort of cap on it, right? And that keeps that issue under control.
Yeah, market cap is part of the formula that dictates the value of a crypto. But
is that true across the board? Is that always true for every cryptocurrency? There's like a permanent cap on it, or can some change up and down?
That's the illusion. That's the conceptual illusion. But there's
I don't like that.
Yeah. So there's what's called forks, like where essentially they take a token and either shatter it or split it, which could be perceived as opening the market cap or doubling it, depending on how they break that.
Well, that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, you can have $1 and then convert it into coins. I mean, that doesn't seem to affect inflation at all. How does forking differ than taking a bill and giving you 3-4 quarters?
Well, it's a liquidity thing more than a value thing, and liquidity is like the main issue right now. It's not necessarily the value of things. It's a liquidity issue that the world's experiencing.
I wasn't expecting this. This forking of coins thing. You called it forking, right? Like a fork, right? This is definitely like something new to me that seems to make things a little bit more complicated. I wasn't expecting this news. Strange. Okay. I'm listening to you, man. I'm taking notes right now. Okay. I'll look into this forking thing. Sounds profound. I don't know why you're the first person to tell me about it and no one else. I haven't looked into crypto a lot, but you're definitely the first person I've ever heard discuss such a thing. Seems strange. Everyone likes to pretend it's like it's like a wave of the future. It's like with no issues at all. It's just like some perfect. Give it power to the people. Yeah, I don't. Maybe that's true, but it sounds like you understand some of the loopholes in a sense.
I mean, I don't understand all of it. It is definitely technical, but I try, I guess.
Why do you think it has to be technical? Why can't there just be some sort of simple monetary system? I felt like this was it, but I guess not. I guess there's always ways to convolute and confuse and make things more of a hassle than they need to be, I guess. I don't know. That's surprising to hear that from you, though. But it's still a good thing to get invested in. You're saying. I mean, it's still if you're smart, you're probably going to make a buck, right? I mean, if you're dedicated and smart, it seems reliable enough that you just gotta choose the right coin, right? That's the gamble. You gotta choose the right crypto to invest in. Is that really all there is to it? Choose wisely.
I would say choose something that has good utility and good functionability.
Right. You're saying they all have their different strengths. Like I've heard that some take a longer or shorter time to like complete a transaction. So you can use some because of the speed of the transaction digitally for like paying for things, and then some aren't welcome as like a credit card swipe because it takes like a week to like move all the assets for some reason to where they need to go. To me, that sounds silly as fuck. Like, what in the world digitally takes more than like literally like almost instantaneous like transaction? Like, I don't understand the systems and firewalls or barriers or obstacles it has to overcome in order to just like move this from here to there. It's just like I I'm speaking to you almost instantaneously right here. It's strange for me to imagine crypto needing like a week to like get the message across, you know?
Well, that's only like certain cryptos, but like the ones that they want to use for payments and stuff like that, like just average everyday stuff is already working, and it's virtually limitless as far as like efficiency goes. It takes a fractions of a cent to use it as far as the cost goes, and then it happens instantaneously.
How protected is it, say, against extreme scenarios, say like if the internet went down?
Well, in the event of that, you would only need one satellite still up and transmitting its data to access it if you wanted it.
Where is the information stored and like the records kept?
Well, it's backed up redundantly. It's not just like one central source holding all the nodes and stakings and stuff. It's all like peer to peer. I mean, they've got a multitude of different things that people are trying to create on how to be as efficient as possible, with transparent as possible, with backing it all up, with verifying the backups. I mean, these are all things that are applicable with crypto utility functions and what designates one crypto to serve a purpose versus another. I mean, this is what defines crypto. Yeah. I don't know. I hope I answered your question. I feel like I didn't, though.
No, I think you did. It wasn't my question, but your answer made sense to me. Although there's still this doomsday scenario, right, where some sort of EMP wipes every hard drive on Earth. Something that a physical dollar bill or gold coin or something wouldn't be susceptible to. So it would take a very serious event, of course, for every computer to be burned in a fire and every hard drive to be magnetically wiped or something. So it's pretty secure, but it doesn't have its kink in its armor to infiltrate or find its weak spot. But who knows? But I don't know. I mean, we're dealing with the Illuminati here. We're dealing with the Illuminati here, and I don't put anything past what they're capable of. I mean,
Yeah,
they could be setting us up.
I thought maybe like if it went down that there'd be just a backlog and it would be like, a month delay just to get all the transactions that were going on or something while it went down back up. But if it was actually, frying the systems, that would be pretty
it'd be done.
Chaos.
It'd be a full reset to zero, square one. Or maybe there's some sort of computer that's printing like you know, the old school computers that would like read the analog signals from like paper scrolls with like hole punches in them. Maybe someone's backed up the crypto record to an analog record or something. You know what I mean? Like a
Maybe
DVD
it's all on the
burn.
dark web.
Yeah, right. I don't know. It wouldn't be on the web. It'd be something physical in order to avoid being wiped by an EMP or something. But who knows? Maybe that's out there. Some sort of like super thin sheet of paper rolled up into a scroll with like these like nanometer hole punctures poked into them, keeping records of things. Probably not, but that'd be one way of having a physical record. All this stuff, it's in the digital imagination. That's the weird part about it. And with all the convoluted, like this coin has this benefit and this coin can perform this transaction at a faster speed, or this coin, whatever, I can't help but think two kind of conflicting thoughts at the same time. Seems like it's giving a lot of ability and potential for the average person to invest and make a lot of profit off of it if they're smart and dedicated. At the same time, can't help but feel this is a Illuminati trick being pulled on all of us, preparing us for something very horrible coming in the future.
I mean,
Just a way to-
I get why you would feel that way. I understand, and I can't say it isn't, to be honest. But when you look at fiat, it's better than fiat, and fiat was that Illuminati trick.
Right. Just seems like the next chapter, I guess.
It's already been played. It's already played on us. We've been robbed. Fiat should have been done away a long time ago, and the fact that these dollars in our pockets, and you feel more comfortable with that than this mystery understood digital pixie dust. I understand, but you just got to remember what you're holding in your pockets already. The trick's already been played on you. The fact you're still willing to hold that and know that tomorrow or the month from now, those dollars that you're holding under your mattress is going to pay for something. That's the lie, dude. That's the lie that you've sold yourself and told yourself that there's tangibility there. There's physical substance. I can count each and every one of those, and it adds up to 100. And each one of the $100 bills adds up to you such and such. But at the end of the day, does it really? That's the whole part where you've been.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely. I mean, I was fooled. I've grown out of that, but yeah, man, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. There's nothing wrong with what you just said.
So I say
straight up.
Dirt, precious metal, crypto, that kind of stuff, bro. Like is what's going to be of value.
All you can do is try your best. Yeah. Right on, man. Yeah. Right on. What an unpredictable world. Kind of, it's predictable, but it's also unpredictable. It's a beautiful union of opposites that you see in everything. It's just absolutely profound. It's such an interesting chapter of humanity to be participating in right now, to be a character in this story. So many things to discuss, so many opportunities, so many ways to fuck yourself over with wrong decisions, easily made. But yeah, all you can do is try your best, research best. Yeah, it's not
I
like
the way you put that. It's predictable, highly predictable, but yet still unpredictable. I mean, that's the truth of it, man. Like we can see all of these repetitious things happening, systematic ways that one could, easily start to try and make predictions about and be fairly accurate, and then but at the same time not be precise enough to say that it is absolute. So it's the beauty of life, right? The mystery of life.
Yeah.
It's weird, man.
Right on.
It's like the old carnival game where you go to win the goldfish and you have the ping pong ball with the red Solo cup set up, and like I know that I'm gonna throw this ball and it's gonna go into a cup, but I can't tell you which cup exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
That's a good
predictable,
one.
but yet unpredictable. Yeah.
Yeah. Might bounce around a few times. Might hit a really. There's some sort of game-winning basketball shot that Quantum of Conscience has brought up a few times, where he's like, what are the chances on like the 2018 NBA World Championships that the winning shot bounced 6 times on the rim before going in, providing the tensest situation in all of basketball professional history. And it's like bump, 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 goal! Or whatever they call it in basketball. They call it goal? No, they don't call it a goal. What do they call it in basketball? A score? I don't know. You call it a goal in soccer. What do you call it when you score something in basketball?
It's a basket.
Point. Hoop.
That's the physical object. But I scored a goal in soccer. What do you call it in basketball? I scored a point.
Point.
You
Yeah,
scored a shot.
point.
Well, yeah, you scored a shot. Well, there's different points. You got 3-pointers, 2-pointers, and 1-pointers, but you scored a basket. You scored a shot.
Yeah, a point.
No, it's not a point. There's different. Each shot has a different point value, so you can't say a point because that's non.
Yeah, because
you're going to
then it'd always
associate
be
it
a
wrongly.
2-pointer or a 3-pointer.
Right. 2-pointer, 3-pointer, right. But you never say in basketball, like when someone scores a point, you never say, goal!
Yeah, that's just limiting for commentary, isn't it?
It is. It fucking is, dude. It really is.
Mic check.
Check. You're really quiet. You're incredibly quiet.
No, it's fine.
Quiet, but coming in fine.
I was setting up my computer.
No, ridiculously quiet, man. Don't expect anyone to be able to hear you for real. Like, ridiculously quiet.
Is that better?
I guess you shouldn't keep all your eggs in one basket, right? Because look what happened to Cyprus. You remember what happened to Cyprus when the government just came in and took like a certain percentage out of everybody's bank account? Was that predictable?
I'm an American. I'm an American, man. What in the world? What in the world do I know a single fact about Cyprus for? I mean, you're gonna have to explain more. What happened, man?
Greece were in a lot of debt.
Anyways, tell me about Cyprus. How did they get ripped off?
Well, the government just came in and just emptied everybody's bank accounts because they needed some money.
That's the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
Took the money.
This was years ago, wasn't it?
How did they get away with that? That's theft.
Yeah,
say we have the guns. Give us your money. I mean, how did we not? How are any of those government officials not like hanging by their neck by a rope right now? I mean, that's absurd.
Well, they're doing it to us in every other way. Every country it's like a frog getting boiled slowly. You know, you just don't keep all your eggs in one basket, eh?
Yeah, but
what do you think
a
bailout is? Fun.
Is it like Australia? No one has guns in Cyprus, like Australia or something. Like, what's up? How do they?
Australia lost the war to birds, so
that's a joke.
No, but Cyprus.
It's not a joke.
Right,
Emus in what year was it?
Doesn't matter.
Come on.
It's embarrassing, even if it was in the fucking. Yeah, it was like 60. It was like 70, 80 years ago.
Okay, I want to hear about this Cyprus thing, but I also am very intrigued by losing a war to emus. That sounds hilarious.
They also have birds that can fly. Aren't the birds right now setting their country on fire or something?
Exactly, dude. Germany knows. See, that's
Australia sucks when it comes to birds, bro.
Yeah, the birds are the ones who fucking set those forest fires, dude.
You know about the what do they call them? Magpies, right? Magpies, right? You know, with the magpies, they attack everyone. They like swoop down and like attack their heads while they're riding bikes. You don't know about that? Australia has
them, but they had guns when they fought this emu war. I mean, that's what makes it even more like it's not like they were just had swords or something or like knives. They had like legit guns. America sold them.
I know.
What are we talking about?
Penguins. Is anyone going to finish those points from earlier? Is anyone going to finish those points from earlier? There's two main points.
From what?
Can you
There
recap?
was Cyprus.
Just got back.
There was maybe a little bit more about Cyprus being robbed by their government on like you woke up the next day and your bank account was empty because the government stole from you in Cyprus. And then someone said that there was a war. There was a war in Australia where the birds won. I want to hear more about those two topics.
Birds won. First of all, get your money into crypto a little bit. Get diversified. That way, no one can touch it but you. Second of all, the emu war. Australia lost to the birds.
You funny motherfucker.
That was not a joke.
What year was this, Jeremy?
I got pictures and shit, dude.
Kosho knows it all.
What were they trying to do? Just clear out land, and that was like emu territory, or what?
No idea.
So I mean, if you think about it, like if you think about what the thing is with Cyprus, like they didn't go in and take out physical money from your bank account. Like it was all digital. It was all electronic. I'm sure.
Well, my question would be, what's the difference between that and like a bailout of the banks, right, in the States?
Right.
That was exactly the same.
What's the real difference?
That's why Italy was fucked up and Greece was fucked up too, is because Germany is like the central bank for the European Union. So all those countries.
I can get.
Yeah, well, you know what they call these countries.
I can guess. I can guess what the difference is.
The retail guys and the commercial institutes were the ones that got it. And
you know what the pigs are? Pigs.
Go ahead.
In Europe, Portugal, Italy, Greece, and the S is what? Spain? I'm guessing.
Maybe Spain, but I'm not sure. But yeah, you're right. The pig. Those are the weakest economies of the European Union. They were getting propped up, with bailout money from Germany. Same way, like the shitty. It's the same way the Federal Reserve does with shitty companies in the U.S. New York.
We got a bunch of.
Yeah, but this is all a hoax on the people, man. Like you got to understand, all those bailouts are literally heist upon the people.
Well, upon the resources, because the more loans they give, and then the more the loans to help out with the loans that they already owe money to.
Yeah, but they're in bed together.
You basically
you got a husband and wife, essentially, the government and the corporations in bed together. All right, they failed. The wife failed, and now the husband.
How much stock do the politicians own that decide to bail them out?
Well, here's one.
I'm guessing there's a huge conflict of interest right there.
Here's one for you mightn't have heard. It's my
Sorry
own
to interrupt.
discovery. Yeah, no, let me just say this briefly. Here's one you mightn't have heard. It's my own discovery. The guy at the heart of it, responsible for you could say the worldwide economic collapse, of course, is Bernie Madoff. You remember him? Well, I discovered that. Yeah, I discovered that none other than Richard Dreyfuss played the role. So Bernie Madoff completely fabricated character. Hang a second. You can take it as you wish. I still stand by it. But Richard Dreyfuss played the role, right? So Bernie Madoff never existed. Just a front man created for the role itself. But here's the thing. Richard Dreyfuss went on in 2014 to do an ABC mini-series where he actually played the role of Bernie Madoff. But the thing is, they didn't do him up purposefully as well as they could have done because it would have looked too similar. So I think You might see the joke in there, but yeah, I'm certain of that. So the joke is on us, right, as usual.
Dude, that is one of the silliest fucking things I've ever heard in my life.
What do you mean?
He plays him in the movie, okay, in the TV
No,
movie.
no. This is the point of confusion as well.
Yeah, but not only
Bernie
that,
Madoff never
not only that, he
existed.
didn't look anything like him when he played him. And what's
That's
his
the
name?
whole. Listen to me. Hang on, let me get this straight in case you're not understanding it. Right. So Bernie Madoff, the man, never existed. It was always Richard Dreyfuss, right? So, of course, he didn't look like Bernie Madoff at the time because it's a fucking disguise. But this is the point. In 2014, Richard Dreyfuss, the actor, played the role of Bernie Madoff in a 2-part miniseries by ABC, and to make him up for the role, which they could have done a lot better, they could have made him into the replica
They
of Bernie
did do
Madoff.
a lot better when they got Bob De Niro to play him a couple years later in an actual movie. He looked a lot like him, even though he's not
Right,
Jewish,
but
Italian.
you understand the point I'm making here, man? You understand the point I'm making here, or not?
No, I don't understand why
You know,
think
it's like you've heard of Duper's Delight, haven't you? They have to sort of tell us in a way.
Richard Dreyfuss looks nothing like Bernie Madoff, man.
You fucking idiot. It's a disguise. You fucking idiot.
Pete, do you have any proof? What are you saying? These are just saying people?
Yeah, I am. I'm saying that Bernie Madoff never existed. Richard Dreyfuss played him from the start. He's just a character. And then to rub it in our faces, or maybe to let us know as well, they had Richard Dreyfuss playing the role in an ABC 2014 mini-series where they didn't do him up in the makeup as well as they could have, because if they did, they would have transformed him into the original. Do you understand?
What was the guy Einhart and Finkel? I think were the same person too.
Well,
Ace Ventura, Inkle Einhorn.
Well, back to Stranger in Fiction, right?
Einhorn, that's right. Einhorn.
Kosho, there you go. They're one and the fucking same.
Dude, he fucking doesn't look anything like him, you silly goose.
Are you telling me they look nothing like one another?
Bob De Niro, they got Bob De Niro to look so much more like him.
Hang on.
They look
hang
nothing.
on. And listen, you're trying to peel away the disguise, for fuck's sake. This is the idea here, to entertain the possibility first of all, and peel away the disguise. Yeah. Look at how close they are in the first two images there, and that's exactly what I said. They didn't do him up as well as they could have in the 2-part miniseries, because if they did, you would have got the
Didn't Madoff go to jail though?
He's in prison right now.
Yeah,
and Richard Dreyfuss is where?
Like fucking.
Good question.
Where's Dreyfuss?
You're making one about Bob too.
Somebody's either got to be in prison or not be in prison.
Yeah,
they
but
can't be out and in prison at the same time.
What evidence do you have for Madoff not being real? Like,
Oh well, I'm just saying. Just because you were talking about it, I did a thread maybe 10 years ago now on something like ATS. Maybe I can seek it out to find it, but I collected quite a bit of evidence. But, I mean, that's just something to consider. And, of course, as flat earthers will probably entertain us easier than bald earthers, right? Where there's no conspiracies ever. But they tell us about
I wouldn't say
things.
that, no. I'm a flat earther, and this idea...
Well, okay.
I just can't
well, if you're a flat earther, are you aware of all of the media fakery events and the fake hoax news stories? You're aware of all of those? And
hey, I got them.
All. I wouldn't say all, but...
A lot of them.
I see that, like, you know, I have the flat earth goggles on somehow.
Good.
Where I can see through a lie, but
right.
I just don't see the blueprint with Madoff.
Hey, Pete, buddy. Well, how open are you to the idea that? I mean, this just it's not. I'm not calling you out. I'm just saying it's a possibility. But how open are you to the idea that you're just wrong about this? And
No, I'm fine with that. I just said I did a thread. Here's something for you to consider. I'm pretty certain it's right. I'm pretty certain I'm correct. It's like Will Smith and Barack Obama. You might take the piss out of me on hearing it initially, but anyone who delves into it to any degree with any degree of seriousness will soon come up against fucking lots of hurdles, and they'll go, "Hang on, maybe there's something to this." But anyway,
I feel like Will Smith and Barack Obama's like locations are just like known things. Like heads know where they both are right now.
Well, go and look into it then a little bit more. The two best of friends, one helping the other get elected in this televisual age, and there's no moving images of the two of them together. There's something else going on.
Showed you three of them.
Osama bin Laden. That Barack Obama was Osama bin Laden was handed to us on a plate. if you look into this shit at all, you were led that way, like into 9/11 conspiracy.
Pete,
We're said and
you got to
led.
look up. Hold on, Pete. You got to look up Baraka Flocka Flame. Right, he did a
Well, that
CNN
sounds
interview.
interesting.
He did a CNN or 60-minute interview or something. It was hilarious.
So someone just posted an image. I can tell you exactly
I
what
showed
you
you this
find.
picture 4 years ago, dude. 3 years ago.
You'll
man.
find 3 images. Of course you did, but where's Will Smith looking?
Probably so maybe the Queen of England. Who knows? I don't know who's behind him.
Right. Well, anyway, these are all suspicious and dodgy photographs. The 3 photographs you will find. You will find one other where they're actually together with all the presidents, and it's on Oprah Winfrey. And you'll find that together, but there's something odd about it. So you go figure that from there. I'm not telling you anything. We should all have come to realize this is all fucking greater theater here. Anything we came to know, we were meant to fucking know. That's what I say. Richard Dreyfuss being Bernie Madoff, perfect. But I'm not surprised by it. It's just another actor playing a role to bring down the old world, which is all a lie anyway. So anyway, that's a different matter. I just said for your consideration. If I found out it wasn't the case, I'm grand with that. I'd say fuck it, I got that wrong. But I'm pretty happy with Richard Dreyfuss played the role of Bernie Madoff, and it would fit into the greater theater as well, because that's all it is.
Who was in Suicide Squad? Was that Obama or was that Will Smith?
The Will Smith, who is Will Smith, right? The Fresh Prince, a more generic name you could never find. So these are all lifetime character actors. And if you ever saw Will Smith's movie 6 Degrees of Separation, if you haven't, I suggest you look at it. He's a fucking fine actor. He's a fine actor. And I'll tell you one thing in your tool of arsenal, to be able to work out, more so anyway, if there is some sort of connotation or connection here, turn the image upside down. Then any artificialities on a potential mask wearer will show out more clearly, because we're used to seeing things in an upright way and our sort of brain fills in the gaps, right? By turning it upside down, all the artificialities will jump out. And remember this, if Will Smith played the role of Barack Obama, then he would have to have worn over the years consistent sort of set of makeup prosthetics, which would leave imprints on his skin. If you could identify where Obama,
we've seen them.
If you could identify where Obama wore his facial prosthetics and then look at similar areas on Will Smith, which I have done, you should find an imprint.
That's a good point, man.
Pete, let me just ask how open you are to the idea of Kim Kardashian being the Queen of England.
The Queen does have a big ass.
Well, I've never heard that.
Well,
but
an interesting one that I've came across is the Michael Jackson one, right?
The guy with the
burnt face guy.
Yeah, the guy with the fucking burnt face. What was his name again?
Listen, don't get me talking about this stuff, because people laugh and scoff at me. Michael Jackson. But hang on, Michael Jackson clearly faked his death, right? But guess who he returned as? He returned as a character called the Five Alive Dodo. Michael Jackson did. So direct connection between Michael Jackson and the Dodo, and also Flat Earth as well, if we're paying attention. These are characters, that's all.
The one he adopted was called Dave.
Yeah, I know. That's like if he really did fake his death, that's like it's like the worst disguise, the worst fucking name. He's like, yeah, I loved Michael Jackson. He was cool. You guys love him too?
He didn't come back as Dave. I think that association was made.
Oh, that was his name, right? Dave.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
But in terms of Michael Jackson actually faking his death, absolutely he did. He's still active on the scene, believe it or not.
But what's your take on Dave?
Like science. He's a real guy. Yeah.
How crazy would that be?
Dave, as far as I remember, Dave is a real guy, and Michael Jackson just put on a sort of makes a mock suit, sort of replicating the real Dave. So there's 2 of them. So it's not as if there's just one day. Yeah, there is 2 Daves. Michael Jackson in a burn suit, and then Dave as well. That's what
I don't know, man. This Will Smith
Even
Barack Obama thing,
his voice and
this Will Smith
the way he
Barack
talks,
Obama
right?
thing's got to be a stretch. I mean, they must have been when Barack was in the White House. There must have been. Will Smith must have been shooting movies while this was happening. There's no way.
It was like Mrs. Doubtfire. He's like fucking
Yeah, but
going
hang on,
from dinner
man.
to the next
Hang
dinner,
on,
just
hang
like
on,
taking
hang
off
on.
his mask.
Whoever said there's no way there? Think about it. This is at the very top levels, Jeremy. What do you say? There's no
Pete,
way. Barack Obama
because
was
let
the
me
most
explain it to you.
absentee president
Let
in
me explain
history.
it to you.
Barack
I know.
Obama.
Let me
It's a
explain
new
it to you.
topic, guys.
Let me explain it to
New
you.
topic.
Will Smith is shooting a movie, right? Obama can't be gone for that long. This isn't Mrs. Doubtfire. Like, you can't just be gone for that long.
What are you talking? You think these things can't be orchestrated?
Do you know how long
Is
it
that
takes
the
to
biggest
shoot a
fear of
movie?
issues?
I hate to ask the question because I really do hate the question. But what's the end goal? Why would Will Smith be acting as Obama?
Don't worry about
What's
why.
the end
Don't worry
goal?
about why. We don't even
Well,
know if
I
it is
know,
yet.
I know,
Our
I
lives,
know, I know.
our lives are all
I
theater, man. That's
Pete,
my
you know how long it
ultimate.
takes to shoot a movie?
Listen, okay,
You know
I
how
get
long?
your point, but
Yeah,
why are
it's a
you
good
so?
point, right?
Hang on, why you take it easy, man? Why are
I
you
am.
so sort of, you know, Can you not first of all imagine on these upper levels that they couldn't fucking orchestrate it so that everything could be done, everything could be fitted in?
I
You have
can
to grant
imagine.
that that's possible, first of all.
Listen, I can imagine an ordinary person doing this, pretending to be two whole different people, but someone as with everyone in the whole world's watching Obama and Will Smith.
He did Men in Black 3 the year that
We
Obama was running
sometimes
for
miss,
president the second time.
we sometimes miss the things that are right before our eyes, but that's okay, Jeremy. Remember, this
Well,
is a
actually,
greater theater.
Jeremy, now that you put it that way, I can imagine it. Since an ordinary person would, I mean, what would
Yeah, an
stop?
ordinary
And,
person could do it, yes, but when you can't shoot a movie. You know how long it takes to shoot a movie? Does anyone have any idea how long it takes to shoot a major blockbuster
2 or 3
Hollywood
years.
movie?
Like 3 days.
3 years. 3 years.
It's about fucking. It
No,
takes about
it
6
takes like
weeks.
6 weeks, depending on.
It takes about 6 weeks, and that's all. And if your own private part, hang on, if your own private part was detailed in a secretive way, there's nothing that they can't do. What the hell? It's just the biggest of your objections, for God's sake.
Yeah, how many movies did he shoot
while
while? How many movies did he shoot while Obama was in presidency? You know,
I'll tell you something. I'll tell you. Do you know the movie that he? Do you know the movie he was in? Do you know the movie he was in when Obama got elected, and it was released in the city, Hancock? And you know the subtitle for that was actually "Tonight
Oh,
He
that was a
Comes."
good
That's what
movie.
they were going to call it.
That was actually Kosho's favorite movie because it had the word cock in it.
That's right, man.
Yeah, well,
that
that's a
came
fucking
out
joke.
before he was president, man.
It was 2008, man.
It became president.
Dodo, I would be interested, if you can present some compelling evidence. I mean, you're talking about it in a general sense. You mentioned a few specific things, let's say with the prosthetic imprint, for
Okay,
example.
I'll post a video. I did a video about 3 years ago. Not a video, just part of a hangout, and it's about fucking half an hour, 45 minutes long. I'll find out and post it in chat.
Kosho, how many movies is it, bro?
It's like 5, big. I mean, Men in Black 3 is a big one, but he was in a lot of smaller movies, and 7 Pounds was around the same time. Hancock is 2008, but was that on Concussion, I think?
He filmed 5 movies. You're telling me they shoot a blockbuster Hollywood movie in 6 weeks? That's it?
Well, I'm trying to see how long it took to film Men in Black.
Yes,
but I
they
would
do,
assume
man, because they film every day. Look into the production of movies, Jeremy. It takes
Yeah, the filming
for
doesn't.
filming.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say it does
take
take
all
6 weeks.
orchestrated that Will Smith just comes in for his appropriate parts. He'd get that done in a fucking few weeks.
Yeah, but there's sets. Sometimes the sets. I'm guessing some of these sets were in Hollywood. Obama's in D.C. He's in other. Obama's in other countries. Obama's meeting with the leaders of other countries while Will Smith is filming the movie that day.
That's what the tunnels are for, Jeremy. My God.
The tunnels from the Ukraine or China or something. Like he's meeting with world leaders all in their countries.
Listen, hang on, Jeremy. When I was on September Clues Forum back in 2010, there was a big sort of investigation, all things fakery. But anything presented with Barack Obama was questioned because lots of suspicious sort of video anomalies came up on some occasions, right? So the conclusion was that there was a CGI Obama out there. So they were putting out Obama's at some of these meetings, you might call them, and it seemed to be a wholly CGI affair, or Obama was suspected of being a CGI sort of replacement in some sort of another, right? But he was the most absentee president in history. If you can't wrap your mind around that basic possibility, remember you're dealing with the highest of powers, no money, what do you call it, shortages, and a greater motivation behind everything they do. That's the least, the logistics of it. That would be the least.
I'm telling you, there's no way.
concern.
Listen, there's no way Obama's meeting with the leader of South Korea or some shit, and Will Smith is shooting a movie during that time.
They're all right. They're probably all in it at the top levels of every government, man.
I'm just saying it's not physically possible to get from location to location and back. Like you're talking about.
And these are you're not even talking about any particular dates, so you don't know what you're talking about.
There must have been. I'm guessing there was a day where.
Yeah, but you're only guessing, man.
Yeah, but
I think that's a really unproductive choice of words. I don't really like when someone says you don't know what you're talking about. I think there's better things to say in response.
Did I say that?
But what's the issue? Yeah, you said you don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy. I just think
because
that's
so Jeremy hasn't come out with. Hang on, Jeremy hasn't come out with a list. Said, well, Will Smith was making this movie from April to June, but in the heart of it, he was at a week-long summit in Korea. So how could that happen? He didn't say that.
All right, Kosho, pick some dates. Get some dates together with times where that he was shooting a movie and Obama's in China meeting with the communist leader or whatever they do.
Fuck. First of all, he was running for president that year, so he was real busy. But hold on.
Also, how important is this to anyone here? Does it mean a lot?
No, this is fucking important. Yes, very important. This is at the top of our list, bro.
Dude, me and Pete, and Dallas David were up until like 4 a.m. one night calling Brazil Airlines to ask some dumb fucking questions.
Yeah, and fucking my brother got the bill back as well. It was about 50 quid. Fuck's sake, I feel like a right fucking idiot.
What's the most potent realization that can come from this information, that Obama is Will Smith or something?
Listen, it's about
okay. Let me tell you this. As you're asking me, let me tell you this: if the world found out that the Earth was flat, right? They wouldn't give a well. We would. Things would change, but they wouldn't give a shit for the most part because they didn't care beforehand.
Yes,
if the world found out that Barack Obama, Will Smith, and Osama bin Laden were one and the same, you would have fucking revolution. You would have revolution everywhere.
Are you kidding me? You have it backwards, in my opinion.
I'm deadly
You have it
serious.
backwards, in my opinion. I weigh those things on a scale of the complete opposite direction.
Listen, if people found out Obama and Will Smith were the same person, there'd be rioting in the streets. Okay, it's not a question. This is at the top of our list. We're getting down to it. Kosho, get on these dates and times and shit. Because there's no way he filmed Men in Black 3 and was on campaign.
Before you have your mind made up, Jeremy, I'll post my video as well, so you can have a look at some of the evidence I presented, right? Which is not so in depth.
DM it to me. DM it to me, please.
Men in Black 3 was one of the most expensive movies made, and it flopped big time.
Men in Black 3 was all right. The Men in Black series were good.
I mean, it didn't make its money back. Is what I'm saying.
I'm saying, how many weeks does it take to shoot one of those movies? It's got to take fucking months.
I cannot believe you spent this much time on this, guys.
Cool, I got Kosho looking up dates right now. This ain't over. We've been on this Barack Obama Will Smith thing for a long fucking time now. We got to get to the bottom of this.
Right. No one wants to touch it.
I feel you now.
Bottom?
No one wants to touch it.
Fucking bottom, man.
Yeah, we're going to get to the bottom of this, and I don't care if Pete Shea's at the top.
There you go, Jeremy. And I posted the timestamp as well. That's the beginning of my investigation into it. And since then, I haven't really touched it. I've found out a lot of things that I just sort of let go. I didn't even make videos on them or anything. But since then, I'm just absolutely satisfied Will Smith is Barack Obama.
Will you DM it, Pete? Will you DM it to me? Or I'll never see it.
I posted it in the general chat here.
I know. Just please DM it to me.
Are they even the same height?
Send me a message.
You can have insoles in your shoes that raise you 4 inches. Come on.
Well, dude, actually, it didn't take that long at all, man. They did they split it up in 2 sections, and so they did a little bit in like November, December, so a couple of weeks, 2010, and then they only had a couple days in April, May next year. So yeah, I don't even get it. It only took a couple of weeks, man. Fuck.
Wait, they filmed the Men in Black 3 in a couple weeks. Are you fucking serious? No way.
Hold on, let me see. Because
that's what I'm saying.
Does that mean Michelle Obama and Jada Pinkett Smith are the same people too?
Well, they're actors, whoever they are, and the whole man shell Obama was given to us on a plate as well. It's all fucking theater. Do we not know this by now? How far does the theater extend back, though? This is the question.
But and the other question is, what's the goal they're reaching towards? Because it seems like a lot of this is designed, and never underestimate how special you are to them. Because a lot of this, even if it is true, might solely be for the purpose to breed schizophrenia in the truth community. They're trying to drive you crazy by leaving all these little clues that you'll see that other people won't.
No, there's a different, and I'll give my answer. You asked the question. Everything comes back to Aristarchus, right? This is the divided tree of life. We live on the stump of it. This incorporates flat earth. But all these actors and characters are all leading us towards the same inexorable answers. JFK's death was about the killing of the king, which is associated with King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table.
That's schizophrenia I was talking about, them breeding in us.
You asked the question. Now, you asked the question. Right, and I'm giving you the answer that I apologize. Have, and I'm telling you, no one else can give you. Why do you apologize?
Because you're telling me I'm interrupting you while you're trying to answer one of my questions.
All right, okay. Well, that's okay. Look, I don't mean. I was just trying to get it out. Where does it all lead to? Everything incorporates everything else. And for me, my answer is Aristarchus, the divided tree of life. So I'll leave it there.
I mean, this is embarrassing for the Globers not being able to debunk this Will Smith Barack Obama thing.
Dude, it was debunked a long time ago, man.
Well, give me some dates then where they
showed him pictures of them fucking two guys together.
Sting Cleanser just posted one.
Excuse
me. We need dates when they're. Hold on, we need dates when they were in different countries and shit, bro. I mean, come on.
Jeremy, let me say this to you. Hang on.
It doesn't seem worth it at all. Jeremy. I just don't see the significance of figuring out the answer.
This is significant.
Kosho, hang on, please.
Dude,
let
it's
me
significant.
Say this to Jeremy, I was over in Gem Pandas for years, and they all fucking knew not to come away near this topic because it sounds so ridiculous. Because the minute anyone fucking came near it, they soon went silent because they came to a fucking brick wall. They came to a brick wall beyond the 3 scanned pictures that they could find. As if I hadn't been there already. I told them that's what they'd find. But remember, we're told that these two are the best, the 2 most famous black men in America, the 2 best friends. One helped the other get elected in this televisual age, and this is all we're left with.
Yo,
for
fools.
Evidence.
That's real cool, man. That's real cool. Check this out, dude. It says here, I was looking because they were shooting on May 2nd and May 3rd, right? In New York, so they have those specific dates. May 2nd was the day that fucking Obama came down the fucking aisle saying that he killed Osama bin Laden, or SEAL Team 6 did.
There you go, Pete. There we go. We can't be shooting men in black and walking down a thing saying he got Osama in the same day.
Isn't that fucking hilarious? You have to remind me
Jeremy,
of my. Hang on,
you're kind of.
Hang on, you have to remind me of how I think it's all fucking theater. So Barack Obama only went and ordered the killing of himself, right? Because Barack Obama played the role of Osama bin Laden. But the joke is that a Barack Obama never existed.
Wow. So now, hold on. Now we're saying Obama, Osama, and Will Smith is the same people?
Yeah, that's I forgot about that.
At this point, at this point, I'm sensing trolling and
shut up, man.
kind of moving the goalposts.
This is not a game, bro. This is not a game.
No, Jeremy.
Let me get this clear.
Come on, man.
Let me get this clear.
Let's either change the topic.
No trolling. I'll drop the subject.
We're right on the verge of cracking this case. Kosho's getting dates and shit right now.
Jeremy, man.
Well, this will be over in 20 minutes, or it's going to go on for the next 2 years. What do you pick?
All right. But before we either let it go or continue, I just request of you guys to make it clear to me who's on what side here and what are the different opinions, and who are the people who support those different opinions.
Let me just break it down. Jeremy is trolling Dodo because he's moving the goalpost.
Not trolling, not trolling us serious.
Okay,
no.
Okay, Jeremy asked
who has what opinion? Who has what opinion? Straight up. Jeremy believes this, and the other guy believes that.
It's just Dodo. Dodo has the opinion that Barack and
yes. Someone just speak up and say this is my opinion, and then the
I don't think anyone agrees.
I'm open to the
Someone say my name is Jeremy, and I believe this, and then the other person who he's arguing say I'm this person.
Eventually, somebody will do that. I'm Jeremy.
Okay, please.
Nice to meet you. I'm open to the idea of Will Smith being Barack Obama and Osama bin Laden.
Bro,
I highly doubt that. I highly
Okay.
doubt that is actually the case, though.
Okay, and who's the other guy, and what
I
does he
second
think?
that.
I got what
This
Jeremy
didn't
thinks.
just
Now,
start
who's the
today.
other guy?
This isn't like new, bro. This didn't just start
No.
today.
Right. Who's
Of
the other
course you
guy,
should
though?
highly doubt it. You should
Who's
call me
the
a
other
fucking
guy?
crazy batshit dodo.
Dodo.
Dodo
The guy
and Dodo.
speaking right now.
What do you think? As honestly and simply as possible. What do you think?
I just posted a link to a thread I did
No,
in
please
2012.
answer my question.
I am answering you.
No, just simply though, just simply and
I am
clearly
doing it
and
simply. So
quickly.
I'm just clarifying. I posted a link in the chat where I showed that Barack Obama is Osama bin Laden in 2012. I went on to later discover that Will Smith has played the role of both characters. That's simple, isn't it?
Okay, and I'm going to term this, and I'm going to borrow a terminology from Chalk Body Outline. I don't like the channel, but he did invent the term actor-based reality, where certain people play multiple roles. Actor-based reality. So you believe in the Will Smith, Osama bin Laden, Barack Obama actor-based reality, and Jeremy is skeptical of your beliefs.
Highly
Everyone else
fucking
says I should
skeptical.
think as well.
Listen,
that's as fast as I want it to be.
Yeah.
You believe actor-based reality. Jeremy is skeptical. There we go.
Well, can I
Yeah,
just
I'm very
say as well
highly
that
skeptical.
the
I mean, we got Coach.
Obama-Osama connection is long since made, so it's almost proven in itself. So I say that the next layer is just the discovery that Will Smith, who is everyone's favorite actor, right? Name a movie he was portrayed as a villain.
Yeah, we all do love Will Smith.
We got
He's a
Kosho working on
charismatic.
dates right now. We got Kosho working on some dates right now. So let's get something
let's
locked up.
go.
We'll get something locked up where Will Smith was in Hollywood or New York City, and Obama was in the Ukraine or some shit, or the Congo.
But Jeremy, you have an opponent, and what's most important for a discussion between you and him is ask him what evidence is going to be satisfactory to him to dismiss this belief he has about actor-based reality.
Set your goalposts, Jeremy.
Pete, you're right.
They're
You're right.
changing.
Pete, you're right, Pete. If we have Barack Obama in Iraq the same day Will Smith is shooting a movie on set, would we agree that this is just nonsense?
No.
Well,
There's a possibility. Hang on, please. That cannot be sufficient because there's a possibility that it's all orchestrated, laid out that way. So unless there was categorical proof on more than one occasion, right? Then it has to be. Not treated lightly. But I'll take it on board.
What would get you to?
Question. Let me ask you a question. If after you look at my video there, which I posted the timestamp at, and you decide that maybe there's something to this, will you all take it a little bit more seriously?
My perspective on this one, Pete, when it comes to this particular Obama and Will Smith, I would say I am 100% sure they are different people.
That's okay. That's okay.
Hey, can we timestamp this?
I
Can we
hear you
timestamp this and upload it? Gio's been wanting good segments, and I feel like the past 2 hours has been very upload worthy. We've gone through lots of deep, profound subjects, and I feel like the conversation's been very, very nice, actually. So if anyone wants to send a message to Gio, like, hey, the past 2 hours have been dope, you should upload this, then
Gio's listening right now.
Oh, Gio, man, you should clip the past 2 hours. It's been dope.
Nice.
Gio,
I just jumped in. I was not in for a while there.
Gio, what do you think then? What do you think of the Obama-Osama connection? Are you 100% sure that they're not the same person?
No, that's a different one. That's a different one. Yeah, that one's interesting. That one's interesting. Yeah. Especially and there's several brothers of these guys too. They're all in the family. So yeah.
So here's the point.
That one appears to check out at least the most
Here's
part.
the point. Anything obvious is too obvious. And they made the Osama-Obama connection so obvious. Obama only went and killed himself in that case, right? When he killed Osama. So that's too obvious. There's always a different layer to it. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, that was probably his busiest day of his career, right? He's playing a guy who's killing another guy who is also him, and he's also filming Men in Black 3.
But do you not get the joke? Listen to this. And Cliff, remember Schrodinger's cat? He was on SEAL Team 2, but it was SEAL Team 6 who went into Osama's compound And while he was sitting in his armchair watching pornography on the television, this is the story, right? Gunnar O'Neill shot him in the face. All the sexual
Gonorrhea.
It's fucking hilarious. That's the story. Shot him in the face. That's a fucking sexual term, right? A pornography term. It's all Obama went and fucked himself when he killed Osama. It's all a big fucking joke.
What's up, Plank? You hungry?
Hey, dude.
SEAL Team Sex.
SEAL
Can you
Team
not get some
Sex sounds
dates?
like the sickest film I've ever heard in my life, dude.
That's the story about how Osama met his doom.
Kosho, can you not get some dates where we got, Will Smith and somewhere crazy, and then Obama somewhere like dumb far away?
Men in Black 3 in Coney Island, dude, on the same day that Obama is fucking masturbating on TV that he just killed Osama bin Laden.
No, but that's only DC. Where do you do that from? DC, right? You can get to DC from New York in a jet, and quick.
Well, set a
My objection there would
certain
be, as
distance.
Osama didn't
a
get
goalpost.
killed, you don't know when Obama would have made the announcement, right? So that's another thing that can't be clarified.
I watched it live.
We watched planes crash live into the Twin Towers in 9/11 as well, right? I'm just saying this isn't conclusive evidence, right? If there's an intent to deceive, you got to be like fucking Sherlock Holmes, work out their winding ways.
Oh, so you got to get him. You got to get Obama in like Iran or Iraq or somewhere crazy, and then have Will Smith be in like Cali or New York or something or Florida.
Hey, Jeremy, remember I
He's
always
getting
said
jiggy
that you
with it.
are Kosho. You maybe you're twins or something. Maybe you're brothers or cousins or something because you sound so alike.
Well, Jeremy's from New York. I'm from the cool part. He's from the fucking gayest part. But...
Well, you do have an affair with his wife, and you.
Hey! He's in here, dude.
Oh, sorry. He was in there yesterday as well.
Okay, so December on Christmas, he's in Hawaii, and Christmas. I mean, that they were still filming on Christmas in 2010. So let's see what else. Looks like he was in the country.
Jeremy made it clear he wants him in Iran or Iraq.
What about all the other stuff regarding Obama with the fake birth certificate, right? With the African origin, with all of the fake history photographs. There's so many photographs where he is pasted in to a setting, and it's a clear Photoshop job going back to his history. Whole fabricated person. But all of these things we were meant to come by, right? So we're looking at the deeper levels of this, or the shallower levels, if you want. That's where I'm coming from. I think where everyone should be coming from.
So Iran or Iraq? Yeah.
But you don't have to.
Where was he on Christmas?
Christmas, he's in Hawaii, but December 3rd, also filming Men in Black. Obama was in Afghanistan, an unplanned trip to Afghanistan.
There we go. That's it, Pete.
So maybe he didn't go to Afghanistan, but he went filming as Will Smith in a local venue.
Well, he can't be in. He can't. Where was Will Smith when
he can't be
Obama was in Afghanistan? Yeah, you can't be in New York City and Afghanistan.
No, you can't.
That's the problem. Dodo thinks you can be at 5 places at the same time.
No. I'm saying that you can be told that he is in one place.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. And also, don't forget, there's also the possibility of CGI, complete CGI Obama. That's been proven. Also, body doubles. If he wasn't in a speaking role,
think about these deep fakes, right? How long has this technology been around?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
It's only been released to us for a couple of years now, but in actuality.
I didn't mean to take the conversation off the great chat that was going on earlier, although you were talking about Bitcoin or money. But I just mentioned about Richard Dreyfuss and Bernie Madoff. So that's along the same lines as well. And I believe these are open secrets as well. I think they are, you know what I mean?
Okay, the Madoff thing's got to be easy. This guy's somebody's in prison, right? Somebody's got to be there.
And Madoff is supposed to be dead now, I think.
This is what happens when you.
Oh, is he dead?
I don't think Bernie Madoff said that. I don't think.
I think Madoff.
He probably faked his own death. Double
He
think.
never existed in the
I thought
first
he was, like,
place.
living
He's
it
a
up.
fabricated character.
Are we at the point where Jeremy, you realize there's no getting
Wait, no,
to
he's
the bottom of this?
Yes, I realize that.
That's what you were waiting for.
I realize that Kosho isn't able to debunk Barack Obama being Will Smith,
Correct.
and he's never going to be able, and he's never going to, and he's never going to be able to debunk the flat Earth at this rate.
Fucking douchebag. I did it 500 times, dude. I've shown Pete pictures 3 years ago, you fuck. And then Bernie Madoff is actually dead. He died in April. I don't know.
Who show you, little shithead? You didn't show me any pictures that I didn't tell you would already find.
Yeah,
Three pictures.
that's disgusting fucking fact about it, Pete. Is
But I
that-
told
I-
you
I
that's
didn't
all
show
you would
pictures that
find.
you didn't already
And then you
see. You've already
produce
seen
them to
these
me and say,
pictures.
look what I found. Fucking idiot.
Why would you believe it if you'd
You
already
should
seen
expect
pictures?
1,000,001 images of the two friends.
How can two people be friends if it's the same person?
That's what I'm saying to you. You're telling me that they are not the same person. I'm saying, where are the 1,000,001 images of the two most famous black men who were friends, one helping the other get elected on both occasions?
Two most famous black men always have to be together, huh? What the hell are you
No,
talking?
they're friends, though. What's wrong with you, man? And
Why do you
there's
think
too
they're
much famous
friends?
black men in the world.
Why do you think
Get
they're
up out
friends?
of it.
This is what
Makes you
happens
think that
when you become a flat earther and you stay a flat earther for more than 10 years.
No, this is what happens when you let all of these antagonists who are just looking to knock and mock at every hand's turn, at every new thing.
I'm
that's
not
said.
mocking you, dude.
Act as fucking strangers in fiction in this topsy-turvy world.
I would believe it if it had some merit, Pete. But the thing that has the least merit, even in this, is the fucking Bernie Madoff thing. That the actor who played him in the movie was the actor who's playing him in real life. Like, what a slap in the face.
I wouldn't put it past the elite. Hold on, I wouldn't put it past the elite to do some slick shit like that, though. If that was the case.
I got news for you, dude. Why would you hire a famous celebrity to play a made-up person?
Oh, we're at the
You can
why.
just-
We're at the why.
You can just
You're
fucking
doing the
buy
same
that
mistake
from
I
other
did.
dudes.
I did half an hour ago. Don't ask why.
No, I'm saying, why would you get a famous person to play him?
Yeah.
A random person to play him, an unknown person.
Let's stick to the what's and the where's and the so on, rather than the whys. But are we moving on or what's happening?
Bernie Madoff had a.
I mean,
famous-
Dodo's been muted, so
Osho can't debunk
like, to be
anything.
fair,
It's clear he can't debunk anything, so we're gonna just have to move on.
Hilarious, Jeremy.
It's not a joke, bro.
If I
How
get
you?
pissed off at you and screaming at you right now, I'm just going to take that as a compliment because
It's
you
not a
wouldn't be-
compliment.
That's basically sarcasm, dude. I just said
No, it's not. It's not a compliment.
5 times.
in homage to the name of this server and something I'm really interested in when I talk to people in the flat Earth arena. Not
don't
trying
know
to shun out the Globers, but I'd love to hear some people's, especially the flat Earthers, their awakening to the flat Earth, their story. That's interesting for me. If someone has an interesting awakening story.
I don't know about one person being able to be in two places at the same time, but I remember Building 7 was standing and it was down, fallen, all at the same time. Remember that?
Well, I remember when they told us it fell, or not 7. I think it was the second building. They said it fell. They reported that it fell, and it hadn't fallen yet. They fucked up big time on that one.
Yep, I remember
That was
that.
Building 7. Yeah.
Yes, that would
Was
be
it 7 or
James
the second
Stanley of the BBC News. Yes, that would be James Stanley of the BBC News reporter reporting that the Solomon Building, building number 7, World Trade Center, had collapsed, but it was still standing there, nice and proud, still looking at us as she's reporting it. Yeah, she lost her. I think she got heckled for that over the years, and she since left the BBC. I looked into what happened to her. She left the BBC, yeah. So Building 7, yep. Came down in 6-point-something seconds. It's 47 stories high, 610 feet. It had pockets of fires in the building. And floor number 12 was the significant place of the most fire, apparently. But by the time the building collapsed, the fire was out.
Yeah, Jen, didn't they say there was another skyscraper somewhere in the world that fell because of fire? Because I also thought that no skyscraper had ever collapsed in the
Yeah,
ice.
you know what I mean? That bullshit was from, I think, Rio de Janeiro. And if you look at the image of it, that building was completely destroyed before it collapsed. Like, it looked like it was made from paper mache. Nothing like.
I'm also
nothing
guessing
like
the building. I'm also guessing the building codes in Rio de Janeiro aren't as strict as the building codes in, the U.S.
Yeah. I think.
Yeah, and it's not just about the collapse itself. It's how it collapsed, right?
And and remember that Building 7.
I can
Building
tell you
7
that in a minute. I can.
was
give you some
Giuliani's
insight.
fortress. But Giuliani called it like his fortress or something or whatever because they just reinforced it because that's where his bunker was. In case something happened, Giuliani would go there.
That's correct.
Yeah, but we gotta agree.
I think they
you
spent
gotta
like,
take into
several
account.
millions.
You gotta take into account the difference between one building and the other, like how one was built, what kind of structure, what are the foundations, and so on.
Oh,
like
let me
you
give
can't
you some
compare
insight.
a steel
Let me
structure
give you some
building
insight
to
into
a
that.
concrete one, right?
Okay, let me give
It's
you some
completely
insight
different.
into building number 7. Building number 7. And building number 7's steel beams and girders. They were the beams were treated for fire retardant stuff 2 hours before they would even begin to start to buckle. Girders were treated for 3 hours. Okay, so they were specially treated beams and girders, fireproof. So in order for those buildings to come down, it would require definitely explosives, what they call cutter charges.
Yeah, when
to
you
cut
say
into the
treated
steel.
for what temperature? That would be the key point, right? When you
Over
say you need explosives,
yes,
you're
2
talking
hours.
about the temperature.
Yeah, I'm saying that in order to bring them down, basically, according to the NIST report, in their report, it said that the fires did not burn in any location longer than 20 to 30 minutes. That's in their report. And the steel girders and beams were treated to withstand fire for at least 2 hours and 3 hours, respectively. Okay? Temperatures up beyond
Interesting,
2,000
it burned for
degrees.
7 hours. So I don't know where you get your information from.
Sorry?
It burned for 7 hours, not 2 hours.
Sorry?
It burned for 7 hours, not 2 hours. You're wrong.
That's correct. Yeah, but the fires did not burn in one particular location for more than 30 minutes. The fire moved from, I think they said, from east to west. The fire. Okay, so it didn't stay in
Where the
one
fire
location
started
for
was
7
the
hours
problem. It
continuously.
weakened the structure such that it could collapse. So the fire that started it in a certain area,
Nope,
that burned the entire time. So if there's any fires burning for 7 hours,
No,
they were
you are
burning.
absolutely.
Many of them
You are
started at the same time. You're just going
absolutely
to talk over me and say you're
mistaken.
wrong. You're wrong, and you need to live with that.
Yeah, I'm going to talk over you because I haven't finished what I was saying, and you just
Can I
blotted
ask
in.
Yannick a question?
Right? So sorry.
Can I ask
Hold on,
Yannick a
Bendy.
question?
Just let Jim finish.
Yes. Okay. Go on. Ask a question. Ask a question. Go ahead.
So Zanuck, don't you think that if just a fire could cause the total symmetrical collapse of a skyscraper, that would be a cause for concern amongst building engineers?
It is, and that's why they have fire systems in there. They know that those beams, especially in a large building like that, exposed to a sustained heat for that long, that gets hotter than just the fire, just the fuel that's burning or any of the debris that started random fires inside the building because there wasn't fuel in there. That would actually cause the structure to weaken. That's why they have fire systems to put it out. The fire systems were not working because the water supply was cut due to the other buildings' problems. So no. That's not a concern.
Talking about buildings, let me get in there now. I'm going to get in there now. Now, building number 7, what you've said is totally contradictory to the NIST report.
Nope,
okay, and
it's
even
not.
the NIST report itself. Don't interrupt me.
You interrupted
the NIST
me.
report. Don't interrupt me, Zanuck. Shut your mouth.
You shut your
NIST
mouth.
report
Don't interrupt
itself.
me.
NIST report. Shut up.
Panic.
NIST
Relax.
report does not even follow the scientific method anyway, and it said
What are you talking
in the
about? Scientific method? Why would they have scientific reports?
Zanuck needs a timeout.
The fires.
don't.
It keeps interrupting here. Now, the fires did not burn in any particular location for more than 30 minutes. That means when Zanuck says continuously burning, no, it didn't do that. It moved from east to west. In order for the fire to do that would mean that the fuel that was needed to keep it burning had burnt out. So the fire, being organic, searches for fuel. It's a wild thing, looking for things to burn. That's what fire does. So as it moves from east to west, what was burnt was finished. Okay, and bearing in mind the steels, as I said earlier, were fireproofed, stand over 2,000 degrees Celsius for 2 hours across the beams, and then the girders are the supporters, 3 hours. Okay, so even though the fire, it's claimed that the fires were raging for 7 hours. They might have been raging, but on the 12th floor.
Oh my God, Jen! Is there an end to the story soon or what?
I'm giving you the full
No,
understanding.
you're missing all the.
of what's going
First of all,
on.
you don't know how
need
fire
that. That's
retardant
necessary.
works. Number one, you don't understand how fires progress through a building. I would definitely suggest that you do a little research. If fires just don't burn and then it goes out and moves someplace else. It burns continuously and may progress as it runs out of fuel, but the fire was still all over that building, all over from the debris that fell on fire from the tower.
I'm going to be posting.
You're wrong.
I'm going to be
That's just the way it is.
posting
You can
the
disagree with me
actual
all you want.
information. I'm not wrong.
By the
I
way,
am not wrong.
where were the chart? Okay,
I
why
am
did we not hear?
most
Hold
certainly
on,
not
my
wrong.
turn,
No,
Jen.
definitely
You're
not.
talking over me.
You
You're
know,
talking over me.
You're
talking over me. You're talking over me, literally. Literally talking over
Guys, I'm
me.
gonna have to mute you both. Guys, I'm literally gonna have to mute you both. Come on, Jen.
I am dying.
Jen.
I am bursting.
He won't stop.
All right. It doesn't help when you butt in. Go ahead, Zanuck. And then.
So, Jen, and if you say it's true, then we would have heard the sound of explosives. They were very loud. From the distance that we were looking at those buildings, probably over 100 decibel. We heard nothing. No buildings ever fallen with charges that have not been heard. So that's wrong also.
Go ahead, Jen.
Jen's done, and he knows it.
No, he's not done. I had him muted. Give him a second.
Oh, I think Jen forfeited, man, because Zanuck made a good argument. Good job, Zanuck.
Thanks, bro.
There's actually video, I'm going to pull it up right now, of Ashley Banfield. She was on the street interviewing people, and then you can hear explosions, and you can see the people react to hearing the blast.
I probably have the best evidence.
There's eyewitness testimony.
Why don't you show that? Go ahead, show it.
Show it. Well, actually, you know what? Show it. I will, but hold on. So there's actually eyewitness testimony, right, from
What's going on?
Barry Jennings, who was in the building. He was supposed to work inside the Office of Emergency Management, right? Giuliani's little bunker, and they were supposed to report there. And when they did, they found it empty. And so they got a phone call that told them to evacuate the building. And as they were leaving in the stairwell, there were explosions that trapped them in the building. He was interviewed on the day of 9/11 and told his story. Then he was also interviewed for the film Loose Change.
Loose Change. Yeah. Okay. Can I continue with my
stuff that have no bearing
report?
on our conversation?
Yeah. Can I continue with my report on the building number 7? There's lots of stuff that you may not be aware of that I would like to
Jen,
share. If you're
you
ready.
listen, did you are you going to address Zanuck's point, because he made a point?
I didn't hear his point, you see, because he kept breaking up. So I have to
let
leave
him
to
let him
return.
let him restate it, and then you can respond. Don't interrupt, please.
Yes, please.
Please don't interrupt.
No, I won't interrupt.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to mute myself.
All right, thank you.
The buildings had many fires burning throughout. They burned overall for over 7 hours. And if by chance these fires weren't what brought the building down, the explosions that you alluded to earlier would have been heard. No building has ever been brought down with explosives that have not been heard. Explosives are always heard because they're explosive. They explode. Concussion forces make noise and you can hear it unless you're in a vacuum, which you're not. So sorry, wrong answer.
Thermite's more of a sizzle, though. It doesn't necessarily explode. Just kind of microscopically combusts to reach really high temperatures. But I don't know what Jin said, though. Did Jin say that there was like boom, boom, pows?
Brought down with explosives.
No, that was kind of Xanix's point.
Let Jin rebuttal. Hold on,
you need
guys.
to
Let
have
Jin
had.
rebuttal,
Can I respond? Can
Go
I
ahead.
respond now? Right, here we go. Now, it's going to take me at least 3 minutes to articulate this. First of all, a British company back in 1995 of British Steel, known as Cardington, did the first time ever in the history of skyscraper buildings, they did a fire test. 8-story building, and this building was a structure where they had some steels fireproof and some steels were not fireproof, okay? And they burnt this thing for over several hours, and the building never even collapsed. It walked in places, but it never collapsed suddenly, collapsed into its own. It never collapsed at all. Now, building number 7, as I said earlier, the fires that you're talking about, Zanik, that were raging through the building, that is a misinformation. It did not do that. The fires, even in the NIST report, said that the fires moved from east to west. Now, in order for the fire to do that, it would mean that the fuel that would be necessary to keep the whole floor engulfed in flames had burnt out. So the fire was looking for new sources of fuel to burn. That's why in the report it stated that the fires did not burn in any location for more than 20 to 30 minutes. And everybody agrees with that. Okay, so you're going against the American Institute of Architectures and the NIST report. That's what you're doing there, going against that, okay? That's the first thing. Then you have to explain the residue of thermite, nanothermite and thermite, which was found all over the debris that was left behind after the collapse. And another thing, fire doesn't bring down a building symmetrically, because fire is organic, it's wild, it's out of control. The only time you have controlled fire is on your gas cooker, or if you're an oxygen acetylene welder, where you have control and you can precisely control that fire. But a natural fire that's burning in a building, office fire, it's wild, it's organic, and a building will collapse asymmetrically. No steel building has ever collapsed. Wooden buildings, when they're engulfed in flames, they fall at the weakest point, the point of the less resistance, where the fire is, asymmetrically. What we saw on TV was a smooth, symmetrical collapse under 7 seconds. Under 7 seconds. Please rebut.
Okay. So the steel that you're talking about wasn't even available at the time of the World Trade Center number 7 going down. And even if it was, the people you're quoting, the NIST, said all it would have done is buy them a little more time. So everything you're bringing up, and you're quoting the NIST, is incorrect.
No, it's not
and
correct.
there's no thermite found. There is no there was no fire retardant steel that was prepared or treated an hour before the fires. That didn't happen because these steel girders are inside the building, and they only can be seen when you're constructing it. In fact, I'll quote from the NIST. They made 31 recommendations to improve the building and fire code standards based on the World Trade Center investigation. Why did they do that? Because it did structurally fail. So they want to improve the structural integrity and fire resistance of that structure, that kind of structure. In addition, like I said, those tests made of the steel that was from the World Trade Centers to measure their mechanical properties at normal and elevated temperatures, those tests led to development and validation of new fire-resistant steel for other buildings, which is not available at the time of the World Trade Center. So you're wrong again.
Bullshit. No, okay. Have
You quoted
finished?
here you are. You're quoting the NIST, and I'm quoting them, and your information
No,
is
you're
right,
not.
yet
You
you have
see,
nothing. You have
have you
nothing,
finished?
and I'm quoting
Have
them,
you
and I'm
finished?
wrong. All I'm doing is
Have
quoting
you
them.
finished?
You're just a
have you finished,
psycho.
Zenik? Have you finished, Zenik?
Let
Have
him
you
rebuttal.
finished, Zenik?
Let him go ahead, Jen. Let him rebuttal,
Right.
Zanuck.
Now, I am now going to post you the two videos in which one is talking Mr. Stephen Jones, professor of physics, PhD, nuclear physics. He's going to tell you that he got pieces of this, what they call debris from the building number 7, okay, and they tested it. Okay,
He's a
it's an
professor of
in-depth
nuclear
look.
physics.
Don't interrupt me,
What in the
please.
hell
Why
is he doing? How is he
Why are you
possibly quoting
Why are you
mechanical
interrupting?
engineering?
Why
How is a
are you
nuclear
interrupting?
physicist?
Why is he interrupting?
Shut up, Zanuck. Shut up, Zanuck.
Thank you very much. Right now, as I was saying, yeah, Mr. Stephen Jones, who is a PhD
In
of nuclear physics.
In what?
Okay?
In what?
Nuclear physics. Are you listening? Nuclear physics. And don't interrupt me, please. Don't interrupt me again. Nuclear physics. Okay. He received materials from the site of where Building 7 collapsed and the Twin Towers, and they examined it and they put it under what do they call it? You know the microscope. Ionizer microscope thing where it shows you the breakdown of all the chemicals and they show
Mass
you everything on a
spectrometry.
graph. Yes, thank you very much. All on a graph. Okay, you can see that. I'm about to post that right now. Here we go. You can watch that one, and then you've got and the other one that I'm going to post is by Richard Gage, AIA. Now he's a man who builds buildings, and he's now working for 9/11 Flat Earth Truth for Truth of the Flat Earth. Sorry,
Right.
9/11.
I have a comment just about a nuclear physicist making comments about mechanical engineering. Crazy to even consult with someone like that.
You
They
know
might be
what?
smart,
He's an
and
expert
I would
in
definitely
nuclear.
let me finish.
Jumping in. He's jumping in again. I hadn't finished.
No, I
He
was
jumped
making a
in
comment
again.
to you.
You're jumping
I was
in when
making
I
a
hadn't
comment to
finished.
you.
You don't make comments when I'm talking.
You were done, and you said.
Let's all
hold on,
calm
hold
down.
on, guys.
Calm
Yeah,
down.
so Jen, I would, if I could maybe ask, maybe it's not as much monologuing, like try to actually be able to share the mic a little bit more. So yeah, go ahead, Zanuck.
Thank you. So yeah, a nuclear physicist is probably not the best, most ideal person to be quoting or even looking for information regarding mechanical engineering because they're not trained in that area. We all have the same basic fundamental engineering or science backgrounds in physics when we start, and we branch off into very different directions from mechanical engineering, aero engineering, electrical engineering versus nuclear physics. Completely different fields for the most part. Number two, you have yeah. So that right there should answer your question about whether he's a good candidate for someone that would be a valid resource for analyzing this structural failure.
He's excuse me, right? A professor of nuclear physics is more than a good enough candidate. And
Why?
I posted. Don't interrupt me, you.
No, I'm saying
scumbag.
why.
Shut up. Don't ask.
You're making statements without backing them up.
Well, Zanuck, you do gotta let him. Zanuck, you gotta let him fully speak. If you guys are gonna kind of do a bit of a back and forth, it sounds like you are. I just jumped back in the chat. That's cool, but you gotta at least give each other 20, 30 seconds so we can hear both sides. But just try, but both of you, if you also just try not to go on too long, then we can actually hear each point. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Unfortunately, what I'm trying to articulate it and condense it as best I can. I have posted 2 videos which are a must see if you want to fully understand what went on and how these buildings came down. But anyway, Professor Stephen Jones, PhD of nuclear physics, is more than capable of looking through a spectrum analyzer and looking at material and giving us the graphs. Okay, and he's working not by himself with a team of other experts. Are you interrupting me?
No, I just made a quick, not okay. But
Don't make a quick thing when I'm talking. Mute yourself.
You'll get your turn, Zanuck. You'll get your chance. Go ahead, Jen.
Yes, you will get your chance. Thank you very much. Right. Okay.
Well, it's sort of like a game of tennis. You know what I mean? So like one person hits the ball, the other one hits it back. So if one person holds on to the ball, then you can't play the game. So that's why like being concise enough to have a tennis match, I think it's the most interesting. I would say for myself, and I would imagine for others as well, to actually be able to hear concise points. Back and forth. Yeah.
Okay, I've been studying this recently for the last 2 weeks. I am trying my hardest to condense it. Okay, I'm trying my hardest. I don't want to hog the mic, but the things that I've got to say have to come out. Okay, now thermite, it alludes to explosions. Okay, because thermite cuts into metal. It reaches temperatures of 4,500 degrees within 2 seconds of ignition. What do you say now, Zanik?
You had several different things there, but no, there was no evidence of thermite on site.
Is that all you got to say, gentlemen?
You're
And
saying
those
they were
of you
using
listening,
thermite in all the key locations, and would they ignite
So
it
how
with?
about this, Zanuck? Did they test? Did they test for the presence of thermite?
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Yeah,
And the
that's
temperatures.
weird. That's
Well,
that's
to
weird, Zanuck,
say the
because
least.
just in a normal fire with a normal skyscraper fire, they're supposed to test for accelerants, the presence of accelerants, and somehow
And
they
they
never
did not.
tested for the presence of anything. How about
That's
that?
correct.
Can I add
I was going
something?
to mention that. I was going to mention that fact. That's right.
Zanuck,
They did
Can I
not
add
test, and they were asked to. They were asked to test, and they refused to test.
How would you wire a building for the ignition of thermite enough to where it would bring down an entire structure like that? In the midst of a fire, by the way. So it's burning for 7 hours, and suddenly someone ignites these little pockets and little localized charges of thermite, which I do agree burn at near 5,000 degrees and can melt right through steel. But you have to get them wrapped around girders specifically where that's you create a structural compromise so that it will fall down. So how would you have that web of ignition
know, there
points,
were
thermite throughout the building?
the buildings
Really? I'm
were
still
built that
talking.
way.
I'm still talking.
They
Well,
were
you
built
asked
that
your
way.
question, Zanuck.
No,
You
I
asked
haven't
your
finished the question yet.
You asked it. You
Obviously,
want to know
clearly I
how
was
would
not
they
finished.
wire the building?
Clearly,
That's
I
what
was
your
not finished
question
asking the
is.
question.
You just said it. How
Clearly,
would
I
they
was
wire the
not
building?
finished
That's your
because
question.
I'm still talking. I can hear you talking over me. So stop.
So they actually
Can I?
did. Oh, go ahead, Tony.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say one. Wait a second. My phone's fucking up. Sorry.
Yeah, that was a great point, Tony.
Okay, well, guess what, guys?
Well,
I've
actually, I
taken.
didn't hear Tony's point, and
I've-
that's the whole point
Okay,
Gio was
okay.
trying to make. Yeah, the whole thing of playing a tennis game, right? The ball has to move, and it's not really moving. And
All right, my turn.
My
Janek's
phone's
not
working
playing
now.
the game. Go ahead, Tony.
All right, my turn.
Okay, I just wanted to say that during the Bill Clinton investigation, they spent, what was it, $78 million on the investigation, and on this, they only spent $15 million. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for a fantastic point. Yes, that was mentioned in the.
But come on, bro. Like the Bill Clinton shit was a
Yeah,
vagina.
they spent more money on a blowjob than they did on a terror attack.
That was some shit. That's like, you know
Stop
what?
with the red herrings, Branch.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Bendy.
That was a valid
Funny.
point.
Yeah,
that
funny,
was
please.
a valid point.
Excuse me.
Oh, come on. Can I get in there?
Yeah, I know.
please?
I'll try to
I
get a
was
word in
debating.
too, Sean.
Yeah,
Can I continue?
one. Yeah, I'd love for you to continue, but I was next up in line, Jin. But I'll be real quick. I've taken
Yes,
it upon myself.
Go ahead, my son. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try to be very quick with this. I've taken it upon myself to start a stopwatch every time anyone of significance seems to be making like a long, point they're trying to make. Zanuck was last. He made a point. His point was, how would they have rigged up thermite around certain areas of the building to do what they might have done? And he asked that maybe rhetorical or maybe honest question. I'm not sure. Would have to ask Zanuck. At 30 seconds, Zanuck talked for 30 seconds before he was interrupted. But it could be argued that he wasn't interrupted because he did ask, how would it have been performed? That is where we left off in the serious debate. He said, how would thermite have been rigged up? And that was 30 seconds into him talking.
Jen, are you going to answer that? Or
Yes, I'm going to answer that. I'm going to answer that. When it came to security of the Twin Towers and building number 7, it was George Bush's brother that was in charge of security. And I'm going to mention the fact that if you look at loose change, director's cut, if you like, in there you will hear a controlled demolition expert, the man who is responsible for putting the cutter charges on RSJs and I-beams, murders and the like, to bring a building down. And his terminology is this: we wrap the cutter charges around the beams in order to walk the building. That's his terminology. So they do this thing. Now, how did it get under there? I mean, right, that is a very good question. But who did it? Another good question.
I have a specific answer. I have a specific answer.
I have an answer.
Okay, Bendy, go
I
ahead.
can answer very
Yeah, go ahead.
quickly. They did upgrades to the elevators and to the fireproofing in 2 different projects within the last couple years before the event happened.
Well, that would be my next question. Would these that wrapping around have to take place during construction, or can it happen during an upgrade, like you mentioned, Bendy?
Well, like I said, it's my understanding that they did upgrading to the fireproofing, and that actually occurred on the specific floors where the plane attacks occurred. And then they also did upgrades to the elevator shafts, and those upgrades to the elevator shafts would have given them access to the whole core columns of the building.
Yeah,
And
so
that would be built,
answering
that
to
would
my
be
question,
the Twin Towers.
an
Building
upgrade
number
is
7 is what I'm talking
sufficient. Is sufficient for them to place these charges in the right place to create that effect.
Yes, most certainly. The access is definitely possible.
6 months.
Babe, I need 1 second. Bush's brother was in charge of security at the World Trade Center. Okay, so how hard would it have been? Not hard.
Can we have a rebuttal from Zanik? He's the one who asked the question. Like Zanik, your question has been answered. You have a rebuttal to the answer?
So the answer is Bush's brother's in charge of security. Therefore,
No. That's not the answer to the question.
Yeah, I said, how would they do it? And you said someone had control of the security, and someone was working on the elevators, and so they went, and while they're working on the elevators, they're able to place thermite charges all over the structure at the specific spots to weaken the structure to have it fail based on when they wanted it to fail. Based on
they had access for at least 6 months to do upgrades in places where they can
nobody knew. Nobody saw anything.
Just 1 second, quick dot. So can we just focus just for 1 second? Out of 300 million Americans, George Bush's brother is the one who's in charge of the security of this building. Is that in itself not massive alarm bells to everybody?
That's profound right there. That's very profound.
I think it's a misnomer to say he was in charge of the security of the building. I think he was on the board of the company that did security there. I think that's a
what's his role? What's his role in the hierarchy then?
I think he was in charge of the company that was in charge of doing the security for that building. Definitely.
Sounds like he's at the top of the pyramid then.
Yeah.
Does it not?
He was. Yeah,
I mean,
does
it not? Does anyone disagree with my statement that he seems to be at the top of the pyramid?
I don't disagree.
No.
I agree entirely. Entirely.
Right.
Yeah, being on the board is someone who takes decisions. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
But is this individual at the top of the pyramid? Because that's what we're really talking about, or close to the top of the pyramid.
Yeah, not alone. He's part of the
but
board.
Close. His proximity, though. Proximity,
the
right?
closest. Like, if we're
he's
talking
in the
about
upper echelon.
Yep.
Okay, well that's as good as saying he's in charge. I mean, when it comes to such a few group of individuals there, I mean, it's basically the same thing. All right, that's a point made. I think.
Okay, I have some more information to add, if I may be allowed to add it, and that's this: that when it comes to the thermite residue left behind in the dust, they said they found billions of spherical thermite balls, billions, and then the air itself was toxic. Caustic.
Can I respond to that, Jen? So they looked at
Let me
this
just
investigation.
Can I not finish what I'm saying?
Okay,
Let me finish and then you can rebut. You're going to
Thank
have
you.
to wait till I'm finished, Danik. Okay, because I'm waiting. I'm doing my waiting. Do your waiting and due diligence.
All right, I'll wait.
Hang on.
But just also,
So now this
know how much.
caustic. Hang on. I haven't
Okay, I
finished.
said I'd hang
Don't
on. I was
start
going to ask you a
talking.
question. But go ahead.
Please don't start talking. Shut up then. Thank you. Now, basically, this caustic air, if you breathe it in, it starts to attack your respiratory system in your lungs. Okay. Now, to date, more people from emergency services have died than died in this in the actual event. Okay. Now go ahead, Zanik.
So do you know how much thermite it would take to actually do damage to those structural components?
Let's not answer a question with a question.
Well, I'll give the answer. So the NIST, the group that you actually quoted several times in your initial statement, calculates that 100 pounds of thermite would need to be used to damage a steel column. That weighs approximately weighs. Sorry, 100 pounds of thermite would have to be needed to damage the steel column, and that weighs approximately 1,000 pounds of thermite to be needed placed around the column, ignited.
100 pounds of thermite weighs 1,000 pounds.
No, you damage the steel column. So the steel column is so large, you would need 10 of those. So 1,000 pounds per area around a structural component or a steel.
All right, we got you. Bush's brother.
Let me. You guys talking about me over talking you guys. Let me finish. I'm only into it for 10 to 15 seconds. I'll be done in another 2 minutes. Let me talk, all right? Otherwise, I'll keep on going. Placed around the column and ignited and remain in contact with the vertical steel surface as that thermite reaction took place. This column, presumably more than one column, would have to be prepared with thermite. If this approach were to use, explain the NIST. Now, they say it's unlikely that they ever could get that much thermite into the friggin' building, even over the time they had, you said, available to them before September 11th.
Yeah,
so
those unlikely.
Yet
Unlikely
those
is
same
not
columns collapse.
is not an argument. Really,
Those same strong columns that would take all that thermite just collapsed.
That was a minute.
They got around that problem.
That was a minute and 30 of Zanuck. That was a minute and 30 of Zanuck. Zanuck, take a break.
Over me.
Let's only respond. Well,
Zanuck,
I know.
don't
I
ever
account for that.
Zanuck, don't ever threaten us to keep talking. We don't negotiate with terrorists.
I want to respond
it's
to
easy.
that.
It's easy to talk when no one's talking over you. It's harder to be concise.
I have more information.
Well,
That's
let me jump in, you guys. Hold on. Let me jump in and say one thing, which is in response to Zanuck. All right, so Zanuck, I hear what you're saying, but so thermite is a pyrotechnic metal, and also it has metal oxide. So it's like a pyrotechnic, sort of like gunpowder, like it's an actual material, and it burns at very, very, very high temperature. So I don't think anyone's suggesting that they literally only planted thermite in it. I think that what is often thought is that these are explosive devices that contained thermite. So the heat from the thermite was able to to get so hot, and then you create that within an explosive system is what it looks like is happening. Because when the towers come down, it looks like a zipper as it's coming down, popping out. It looks like those explosions. And in order to completely, destroy it to the level to where it would fall at almost free fall, it would have to be explosive and at an extremely high temperature at the same time.
Right. Thank you.
Yes.
That was well.
And there were 45-degree cuts.
Yes.
You can see in the rubble there's 45-degree cuts.
There you go. There you go. Or even 30 degrees, even sometimes.
Yeah. Yep.
45.
Right.
Yeah.
If you
build
a type of explosive,
if I may be allowed to get the information out.
Well, just real quick, if you build a type of explosive that has an outward moving direction and then you infuse that with thermite, I think that's likely close to what it actually was. It's thermite with some explosive that was able to expand it outwards.
Wasn't it called nanothermite?
There'll be a loud noise, and there were
nanothermite because
any
it has
explosions would have been noted. Any explosions would have been heard.
You spoke for a minute. It's my turn.
Oh my God, you're still going. Stop it.
And it was heard.
Responding
because
to
you
Gio.
went on for a minute. I didn't have my turn. I did not have my turn. I gave way to Gio. All right. Then it's my turn.
Let's not be so
Zanuck,
aggressive.
it's Jin's turn. Everyone stop and let Jin go. Go ahead, Jin.
Thank you. I will wait my turn. Then wait your turn next time. Right. Basically, the thermite and thermate is nano. One has sulfur mixed in with it. It generates up to 4,500 degrees within 2 seconds of ignition. Okay, it is not an explosive. It eats into that metal, melting it. Okay, then you have explosives placed in strategic parts of the building in order to initiate this smooth and symmetrical fall. Remember, fire is organic. Fire does not bring down any building. It's never happened in the history of skyscrapers. It can never be bringing down a building symmetrically. It never happens because, as I said earlier, fire seeks for fuel. And in the report, it stated clearly that fire did not raise for more than 20 to 30 minutes in one location, which means the fire was obviously searching for fuel, because when the fuel burns out, the fire carries on looking, doesn't it? That's why it moved from east to west. Your turn.
1 minute. Yep, that was 1 minute from Jen. Good job, Jen. Good point.
Rebuttal, Zanuck.
I'm keeping times on everyone, by the way. I think I already said that, though.
Thank you very much. Come on, Zanuck.
1 minute of gold from Jin. Ready for 1 minute rebuttal from anyone else. I'm keeping track.
Zanuck is destroyed.
I think no one understands, because no one here is an structural engineer.
Address the point.
Oh my God.
The timer's begun, Zanuck.
No.
I mean, you have the floor. It's 10 seconds now.
Everybody is talking. Whenever I open my mouth, guys, gang pile. Gang
sorry.
Rape, right? It's always
timer
a gang
reset.
rape. It's always a
timer
gang
reset
rape with you guys. So
timer reset. Go ahead.
Thank you. So you get your point. And yes, thermite does burn very hot. It's very difficult to press it against the surface. And it does. It's focused on the beams. You need a hell of a lot of it. You have to be well designed, and it take a lot of time in engineering to do such a thing. And no, what's more likely is what we saw happen. We saw fires raging throughout, that the fire systems were compromised due to the other fires and damage done to the other Twin Towers. And that exposure to heat for that period of time weakened the structure. They have computer simulated models that have been done at MIT showing the likelihood of how the building would fall. And that's what happened. Not thermite. So there you go. You couldn't hold yourself to the very end.
Hey, I can't.
35 seconds, by the way.
One sec. I can't do my job here if you interrupt Zanuck. He was only at 33 seconds when you start talking over him.
Are
you a mod? 35 was a good guess, wasn't it?
No, I'm not. I'm not at all. I'm just trying to do citizens' responsibility. I'm sorry if anyone gets offended by it, but Jin talked for a minute. Zanuck was interrupted at 30 seconds. That's all I have to say.
So I have a question for Zanuck. So how come
hold it in, Bendy. Just let him finish, please.
Another 30 seconds for Zanuck, please. At least.
Okay. I think I made my point there. The destruction engineers all agree that it was due to these beams being exposed to extreme heat for a long period of time. Jin disagrees, that's fine. But all the structural engineers and physicists and engineers that have looked at this all think it fell. And computer simulations, by the way, at MIT and at Caltech all agree that it fell as it would based on the damage done internally to the heat. That's all I have to say. Now you can say it's too
go ahead, Bendy. Go ahead.
So normally when you demolish a building, there's something like 10 to 15% of it stacked up at the bottom of the building. And so with the size of the World Trade Center towers, we should have seen something like 14, 15 stories worth of debris at the base after it collapsed. And yet we didn't see that. The buildings basically turned, buildings, not only the concrete, but also the steel turned to dust. How do you explain that?
Yeah, that's very simple to explain. So when you have a building that has that many floors above this fracture, this structural compromise, once it's accelerating, that is like a runaway freight train, and everything in its path will be demolished instantly. So no, that's not it will not be able to support it. And if it could support it, you can tell me how you support millions of tons. Hold on. You can tell me how you can support millions of tons of mass traveling at, see, you guys can't help yourself. Traveling at that particular velocity, because every change in momentum is a force, and that force would be well above that middle floor or the top 10. Stop it. You just can't help yourself. It'd be well beyond
you made
that.
your point.
Hey, guys, I'm not really part of this conversation, but if I could just say, to describe what I'm trying to do, I'm not a mod. I'm not in charge at all here. You don't have to listen to anything I say. But I feel like I should let people know when they've gone over 2 whole minutes of talking. All right? And I have the time. And listen, I'm not. No, one sec, please. I just want to finish because I'm not talking that much. I just want to finish one simple statement. All I want to do is let people. All I want to do right here, even though I'm not hired, I'm not a mod, is let people know when they've gone over 2 minutes. And due to the fact that I am recording people and timing them, if someone interrupts, I will let you know if you're interrupting at 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 seconds. I don't know what's so cool with you guys, but if you want, you can ask me. I'm here to
Thank you very much.
So basically, though, so that's the thing, though, is he made the point. He made the point that the top.
Hey, dude, Danik, you were talking a minute ago about the Twin Towers as all that mass was coming down and accelerating and reaching breakneck speed. My question to you is, okay, let's say it started to collapse at the 80th story. There's 80 stories of resistance underneath that smaller section at the top. How did it gather so much momentum when it had all that resistance pushing against it from the bottom?
That's not how it works. Once you breach one of the floors and it starts falling, it has the mass of itself and everything behind it, and it becomes, I think the best analogy I used was, it's a runaway freight train. Doesn't matter how many floors are, every floor it hits, it adds to the pile, and it keeps on going. It's like a thermal runaway.
All right, if one floor
runaway, it's like a thermal runaway.
One floor collapses. Hold on,
oh my
Zanik.
God, it's like Oh yeah, I can't even finish.
Hold on a second.
Seriously,
hold on. It's fine. If one floor collapses on top of another floor, would that start a pancake effect, or do you need multiple floors on one floor?
Depends on the structural characteristics of the building itself.
How about this?
You can do. Hold on. For example, if that one floor can support twice its weight, and 20 feet is per floor, or 15 feet per floor, and accelerated to whatever, about 9 meters. Let's say it's just 10 feet, or 9. Let's say 9 meters. So we get in 1 second. Let's say a little more than that. Let's say it's close to 9 meters per second. If that particular
30 seconds.
speed, 30 feet. If we do 9 meters per second, and it would be less than that because it doesn't go that the first second. It goes about half that, but forget about that. Something around 20, 30 feet. Whatever that velocity is, multiply it, square it, multiply it times the mass, and that'll be the new force that is going to pose on the floor beneath it. Now, if that floor beneath it cannot handle that particular mass times that velocity squared, then you have enough energy there to blow right through it like it's standing still.
Right. Can I
put a link in the.
Every
Wait a second.
floor,
I put a link.
every floor would offer resistance. Every floor would offer resistance. Now, we've all seen the video. Those buildings came down at close, if not, but close to free fall speed.
As they should.
Every single one of those 90, 80, 90 floors would have offered some level of resistance to the floors coming down on top of it. That does not equate to free fall speed. I will argue that with you all day, Zanik.
I'd like to rebut too.
Yeah, me too. I put a link.
It's basically very close to free fall speeds. Yes.
Yeah, Zanik. We heard your mainstream answer. Can I rebut this? The way the building was designed, it had a super strong. The strongest part was the inner core, and it was not that big of an area. It was a very tight, well constructed area. It was where all the elevator shafts and stairwells were. The outer skin was weaker, and the pans of the floor were the weakest point, where the bolts connected to the inner core and outer core. As it pancaked, it wouldn't demolish the inner core. Now, it would pull the outside core inward, but it wouldn't do anything to that inner core. That core would be standing today the way that building was designed with the pan system. They put steel beams from the inner core to the outer, and then they put metal pans in there and then pour concrete on top of the metal pans. Those pans of the floors are just all the way around where the office space was. The inner core is the strong part, would never ever come down like that at free fall.
Well, an aluminum
Take your
plane
turns,
would not
guys.
cut through it
Take your
either.
turns.
it would not cut through it either. So how did it cut through the center core and then to the other side?
No, the bolts would just break away from the inner core. The bolts where they're connected to the inner core, where the pins are held up by the beams going across underneath the floor, would just break away and maybe pancake down. But that inner core isn't going anywhere.
Let's let Xanax rebuttal. Hold on. Let's let Xanax rebuttal this. No one else. Hold on, Jen. Hold on. Xanax got to have a chance to speak here.
No, sorry,
Xanax made a good point.
Just to everyone, real quick.
Just let him go.
No, just let me do my job, everybody. Let me do my job. I'm keeping track of. Okay, fair enough. Xanax.
Go ahead, Xanax.
Go, Xanax.
Okay.
I've got some numbers. That's why.
Yeah, If there was such a floor where it was these beams that ran from the ground straight up, yeah, you think that everything attached to it would collapse and they would be remaining. Or even if you made a cut in one of them, would it be enough to collapse it on itself? But that's not how they're constructed. You don't have a solid beam from the ground up. If that was the case, you might have a point, but that's not how they're constructed.
Oh, you see, now you're lying now.
So how are they
I have
constructed?
drawings. I've seen drawings of the building.
Yeah, and how thick are
I saw. Is it some real problem that you guys can't let me speak for?
Dude, I quit talking when I heard you talking.
No, I was
being a
giving
baby.
giving you.
I will mute you. I promise you, because this is getting ridiculous every time.
How does a plane go all the way through that?
I've seen simulations. There was no center beams that were going straight up the middle that could not be crushed. It was a web of building materials and structures that did collapse that way. That's why they do it that way. So it does collapse on itself.
And a point for that, a point to consider is the weight of the structure above the failure that would come down.
Do you think it would have fallen off to the side or something? It wouldn't just keep going straight down. And how did the aluminum plane go through the center steel anyways? I mean, it's an aluminum plane.
I can answer that. That's easy to answer.
No, you can't. Aluminum can't go through
aluminum
steel.
can, yes. If I made an aluminum bullet and I fired,
so it's not going to go through steel.
I fired an aluminum bullet at your head.
Listen, I'm a flat earther.
It's a plain aluminum bullet. A plane's only going 500 miles an hour.
If I make an aluminum bullet go through steel.
Yes, but the plane's only going like 350 miles an hour.
It's going close to 500 miles an hour.
Hey, Tony.
And it is got the mass.
One more time.
Okay. I don't know why I even bother with you guys, seriously.
No, Xanax. I'll back you up on this one point. All right, we're not usually on the same side, but Tony, you can find footage in hurricanes where a 2x4 piece of wood goes through metal. All right. Yeah. If you get
Mike discipline, please. Mike discipline.
That's what happened.
Jeremy, those speeds are faster than 350 miles an hour.
They were going faster than 350 miles an hour.
All I'm trying to tell Tony here, backing up Xanax, is that softer material can penetrate harder material when it reaches a certain velocity.
Okay, but this went through like a whole bunch of steel. I mean, it went through the outer skirt, then the inner skirt, and then back out the other side. That's how much steel girders that aluminum went through.
500 miles an hour.
No. Okay, Tony, that's a good point to bring up. Now we can tackle that now. I just wanted to establish.
Well, I mean, I'm still waiting to get my stuff out that I've said. Remember, I was doing.
Okay, Jen. Yeah, go ahead, Jen. Jen, now, take it away.
Regarding the number, I'm talking about building number 7. Okay, regarding the floors doing the pancake thing. Well, in the case of building number 7, in order to pancake a floor down in the way that Xanax is trying to say, you would need 632,000 pounds of force in order for that to happen. But this is it. You see, that's what it would be, but it wouldn't. It can't happen. The most you get from that building is 60,000. That's all you're going to get, and that's in the documentary that I posted. Okay.
Okay.
It's in there. Right.
No, the nuclear physicist.
It's not the NIST report.
Let's not mock.
It's not the NIST report. So hang on. It is not the NIST report. It is the documentary by Richard Gage, AIA, who is with a forensic cone looking at the building number 7 and how it came down. And these numbers come from there. that you would require 620,000 pounds of force to knock it down. But the most you're going to generate from this situation, if it was a pancake, was only 60,000. Okay?
That sounds like a good point.
Right. I yield the floor. Next person.
Rebuttal?
So can you rebut my first one, the aluminum going through the steel, and then do Jen's?
Do you mind if we finish Jin's point first, and then we'll go to you?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
They say
lost in the weeds. All right.
Here's the funny thing. They say that the plane can't go through the cement. Then they show a picture of a F4 Phantom going into a solid block of reinforced concrete. Then they show a picture of a jet that had a bird strike that takes the whole front of the nose off. How does a bird made out of flesh and blood and feathers make that kind of damage to a plane if it's
the plane's made out of composites?
One sec. Jin made a clear point. Is there a rebuttal to Jin's clear point he made?
He doesn't make clear points.
No, he absolutely did. Please don't talk like that here. This isn't the right place for that.
I appreciate you sticking up for me too with my time. Many thanks.
But Jin made a point. Are we gonna brush over Jin?
Can you make that point again a little more concisely?
I think he was perfectly fine. But Jin, do you mind repeating yourself?
Yeah, no problem. This is building number 7. In order for the pancake theory to initiate, to begin, let's say
6,000 pounds, right?
Yeah, hang on a minute. So you get a clear, concise understanding. Floor number 12 to hit floor number 7 would require 632,000 pounds of force. But unfortunately, the most you're ever going to generate would be only 60,000 pounds. So it's not enough to initiate any pancake at all.
Rebuttal? Anyone?
Show you're working.
I love it when it's like that. When it's silence, it's good.
Is that building number 7 you was on about when the BBC actually said it came down 20 minutes before it actually was destroyed?
Yeah, that's building number 7 we're talking about. Well, so
Is the
BBC.
Is this relevant to Jin's point?
Yeah,
Jin's saying that the collapse of the upper levels isn't heavy enough to collapse the below levels. He laid out the weights and that they don't compare.
So they don't match up. Before the actual collapse of the building, it's not relevant.
He forgot one of the most elementary He forgot one of those elementary facts and elements of physics. Newton's first and second and third laws.
Explain. Explain.
Once a mass that's why people can work out with lesser weights and be stronger than someone that works out with heavier weights, because you can do things like plyometrics, which is based on this principle I'm going to describe real quickly here. If the mass is now traveling at a certain velocity, when it is attempted to be stopped by something, a wall or a person or anything, there is got to be a change in momentum, because the speed of this mass at a velocity is momentum by definition. And that force is directly proportional and is by definition that momentum change. And so if you have something moving fast and you're trying to stop it, it'll have the force of many times its mass, many times its weight, because that's the force.
I think we all know. I think we all know that, but I don't think that is satisfactory. I think it's too vague. Zanuck, you go ahead.
Hold on. The velocity
Zanuck, go ahead.
The velocity squared now. Velocity squared is going 30 feet per second, and it hits something, and it has a mass of whatever kilograms he said it weighs or has mass of. We can then determine the force, and that force will be far in excess of the structure below it that is supported by the structure below that.
Okay, back it up.
All the way to the bottom.
Back it up. Back it up. Yeah, back it up now. Back it up now.
Yeah, can I interrupt? Can I add?
Go for it, Jen.
10
yeah,
seconds.
why not?
Okay, this is 10 seconds. Only 10 seconds.
Real quick,
why not?
Just hold on before you go, Jin. I just wanted to offer fundamental. Are you interested in taking what's called the temporary live stream host role? Basically, you'll be able to live stream host the room, and it's temporary. So I would just give it to you for for an hour or 2 hours, whatever it is. You will have the ability to mute people. Hopefully, you won't have to, but that's the only permission it will give you so you will be able to voice mute people. And then if you're interested in doing that. Because yeah, you're doing an awesome job, dude. This is like, I'm loving this content, being able to hear everybody, and you're like timing everybody. I just really appreciate that. So yeah, if you're interested in the temporary live stream host role,
I second that too. You're doing a really good job. Just don't forget about that plane going through the steel girders.
Geo, I gotta be honest, it's gonna go straight to my head. I'm about to get banning people. I'm gonna mute them. I'm just.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
just kidding,
You can't do any of that. All you can do is just server mute. Yeah, you can just server mute for the time for the duration of how long you have it for.
I mean, I'm honored. I gladly accept. I'm very honored, and I don't want to distract too much. We should get back to the topic, but you know, man, of course,
All right,
man.
I'll give it to you.
Of course.
I just gave it to you. So yeah, thanks, man. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. So where do we leave off, guys? Was it Jin or Zanuck?
I think it was Jin. Hold on. Sorry, Jin. Yeah, it was Jin. I did mute Jin because I wanted to say that real quick. Go ahead, Jin. You were next.
Okay, thank you very much. So basically, with what Zanuck is doing, and this is what NIST did. NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, they did not consider Newton's third law, whereby a force acting on another force, you have a resistance, don't you? Yeah, of equal proportions. So the gentleman that was talking about the piece that was from the top of the tower coming down and hitting the rest of the 80% that was left, it was impossible for that to initiate a pancake. Impossible. So Zanuck was completely wrong in that. He completely ignored Newton's third law.
Can I add something?
Acting upon another force with equal force.
It's Newton's first law, by the way.
Can I add?
It's third law. It's third law. It's not
First law.
Is it?
Zanuck, it's hard to hear you.
You're gonna educate me on physics, Jen? Really?
Zanuck, it's hard to hear you with a mouthful of bacon. Seriously, dude.
Peanut, sorry. It's
Okay,
Newton's
peanut.
first law. An object in motion will stay in motion until acted upon by another force.
It's
Hello?
the third law.
Hello? An object in motion will stay in motion until acted by another force.
No, that's not the one.
Every
That's not
force
the
has
one.
equal
That's
enough.
not the one.
You're getting ahead of
That's not
yourself.
the
Hold on.
one.
You're getting ahead of yourself. You're getting ahead of yourself on the third law. It's not the third law yet. The third law comes into play when you start understanding the second law, which talks about a mass, the acceleration, or the force will equal the mass times the acceleration. Now, once you have the mass and the acceleration, you have a force, then you can have the equal and opposite force, which is the third law. So get it straight, Jen.
Hey, Zanuck, you're a little hostile, but I do think that your rendition of the first law is wrong, and I'd love to talk about it.
Right. I've never been wrong in the first law in my life.
Respond.
Can I add something real quick before?
Yes, go ahead.
Because the first law here says that the Iowa police officers will face lawsuits for groping handcuffed suspects.
Brett, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that, Grit. But yeah, it's the third law.
What arena have we entered?
It's
Now, why are they pulling that guy out of the car?
third law.
Why are they pulling that guy out of the car, man? He's a paraplegic.
That's a different state.
All right, very funny, Zanuck. Where are we at, though? Who can set us straight?
It's the third law. It's definitely.
I will set you straight. The first law is object.
Well, hold on. I think Jin was actually playing. That was the plan. I think Jin was next.
All right. Well, I want to make it clear. He seems to be getting it wrong.
Oh, I'm not getting it wrong. It's actually the third law that NIST actually ignored, and that's a force hitting another force will it's I can't remember the terminology.
Forces don't hit. I'll say you. I have a citation. You remember that?
Opposite reaction. That's what Jin's referring to.
Yeah.
Let him answer, please.
And
Come
that's
on.
the third law. That's the third law. Okay.
Right, but you don't get into the third law.
An object stays in motion unless acted upon by another force.
I disagree with that law.
That's the first.
You can disagree all you want with that law, but this is the law. The law says.
Well, you can talk to me about it though. You can have a conversation about it with me though.
People, let me give my one little thought here. The first law says that things in motion will stay in motion until acted upon by a force.
I disagree.
The second law is F equals ma. I'll keep it real simple for you guys. And the third law is every action has an equal opposite reaction. So yes, if there's a force,
that's the one. That's the one.
Yes.
The third law.
Yes, a force.
That's the one.
Yes,
and I disagree with the
has
first
an equal
one.
and opposite reaction. But the action we are talking about this mass that has been accelerated and has a velocity has a momentum. To change the momentum will cause the force. That goes back down to the second law, which rolls from the first law. Because nothing would have happened unless there was a change, an attempted change of momentum. And that was the bottom floor not moving. So when it runs into a not moving floor, then you run into what is that force? That can be determined by the acceleration, the mass, that'll equal the force. And then you have the last law, which is every force has an equal and opposite reaction.
Okay,
can you explain that?
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
I think fundamental actually got a bit talked over by Zanuck as well. Fundamental, were you responding to that? I was going to say to you, that's probably the point to mute Zanuck.
Yeah.
You should have just given him the mute.
15 seconds.
I like dealing with things I like dealing with things with my words. It's definitely the way I want to moderate. Just hopefully people respect me as a fellow human being to give me time to speak. But I'll make it quick. I think that the way Zanuck speaks and quotes the first law is incorrect. Even though it might be verbatim, I think that there's room for improvement. And so an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted on by an outside force. But I want to provide the simple imaginatory, whatever, hypothetical, where something in motion acted upon by an outside force can continue to stay in motion. It can even keep it going even more so in the same motion. If you know what I mean? Like an object in motion.
I understand.
An object in motion will stay in motion unless acted by an outside force. Well, that's only if it resists it completely.
Exactly.
An object in motion.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you're right. And that's why a bullet will go on forever until it hits a wall. The wall.
Well, look at the picture. Look at the picture at 734. Look at the picture at 734.
There's room for improvement in the
physics class.
Well, I just showed.
The problem is
okay. That's really uncalled for and incorrect. But just listen to me simply. I think that there's room for improvement in the way you word the first law. An object in motion will stay in motion unless acted on by an outside force, because an object in motion acted upon by an outside force can continue to stay in motion.
You realize this is perpetual motion.
Explain
an object in motion staying in motion. They don't even know if that's true. That's perpetual motion.
Can you please explain the picture at 734 where the plane's going through the building, and it goes right through it, and then you see the nose at the on the other side. It's 734, Xanax.
That's cartoons. That doesn't happen in reality.
We'll look at 734. That's what happened. Go up, scroll, or whoever. Logris, can you put that link up you did, or that picture? That was perfect.
Tony, what are you on our side, Tony?
Yes, I'm definitely on your guys' side on this. 9/11 is totally inside.
Thank you very much.
Back to the laws of motion, but I think what Jin's trying to get at is by the third law, what Jin was trying to get at is that there should be resistance, right? As these undamaged or these damaged floors smack into the damaged floors or undamaged floors below them, the undamaged floors are going to be resisting, right? But we don't see that. We just see them systematically collapse at like basically what's free fall speed. And so you would expect that there would be resistance. I think that's his point with the third law.
Yeah.
I agree.
15 seconds. 15 seconds just to.
I'll time you. Go ahead, Jen.
And that is this. The Professor Stephen Jones said in a documentary that I posted that NIST totally ignored the Newton's third law, because the actual piece at the very top of the tower, the North Tower with the aerial, the antenna, it disintegrates. So there was no force actually impacting the rest of the building. It disintegrates in front of your eyes. Okay? And then the rest of the building comes down at free fall. Floor by floor.
That was 30 from Jin. Go ahead, rebuttal. Anyone?
I'd like to say something on the issue, if I may.
Go on, Effie, my man.
You guys got part of the problem right. The free fall speed, right? That's impossible without. I used to watch a show. I remember it very, very, very clearly. I used to watch a show, and there were demolition crew, and I watched show after show, and they showed exactly how they had to put all the explosives in and everything, and it's a painstaking process.
Yes.
Now, that's one aspect, right? Just the free fall.
Yes.
Now, the second one, and this is the most important and overlooked aspect, is the way it fell in on itself.
Yeah.
That is impossible to happen by chance. It has to be timed down to the millisecond. Each explosive has to go down to the millisecond in order for the building to fall on itself. So that is the main thing here. It's impossible.
That's what makes it beautiful. That is
On the most simplistic physics level, correct? Like a building affected on these floors where the alleged fires were. If it was affected in these floors, then it would topple over to the side rather than fall.
Exactly. That's the trick. Yes.
Yeah. 3 people at once. All right, 1 person, please.
Well, I'm just stating the layman's. I could be incorrect. This is just a layman perspective of expecting something to fall with this kind of structure, rather than it falling in its own footprint, would actually topple over to its side. And that was
my point. That is physically impossible to happen if not completely planned down to the millisecond timing.
Yeah.
Or
I would
else
like
it
to-
would have just fell all over the place. It would have been a total catastrophe.
I'd like to back that up, SE, with they're saying that one support column gave way in building 7. Well, okay, I'm fine with them saying that. But then the corners of the building wouldn't fall at the same rate. It would just, that damaged section would collapse. And then if it caused enough damage, the other sections would then fall or be damaged.
Yeah.
It wouldn't just uniformly fall.
That's 4 minutes of agreement. That's 4 minutes straight of people agreeing with each other. Go ahead.
At this point.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, if I may add this, according to Richard Gage, AIA, and Professor Stephen Jones, they said that if a wooden structure was on fire, that would collapse at the weakest point, the point of the least resistance, and it would topple over. It wouldn't fall into its own footprint. Fire can't do that. And regarding the building number 7, where one of the girders actually supposedly broke off, it did not break off, is what they said. It would be impossible by the way it was designed. Okay, Fire couldn't do it because it was on a 12-inch base, and they said that couldn't happen.
So we've had 4 minutes, as Fundy so eloquently pointed out, of the same view. Does anyone have any opposing views on this?
Only one. The only thing that you need to know about September 11th is what happened on September 10th.
And what's that?
Yeah.
The announcement Donald
$2.3
Rumsfeld made.
With the trillions of dollars? You talking about the one with the trillions of dollars missing?
Missing, yeah.
$2.3 trillion gone.
Guess which building they were in?
Have you listened to the full quote of
all
that,
the
of that
documents
missing money?
All the documents were in the exact part of the building the Pentagon got hit at.
I would like to add something to that too, Jeremy. The same construction company that did the upgrades on that exact part of the building also did the fireproofing on the World Trade Center in the exact spots where the planes hit.
Oh, coincidence. I think not.
All right, so there was 4 minutes of 4 different points agreed upon. Now, in the past 30 seconds, we brought up 2 different things when it comes to money and different what do you call it? Institutions or
I think you should cool down with the timer.
Yeah, I'll chill.
A little bit.
No, I'll chill, but it seems like a potent moment to bring it up because now in the past 5 minutes, there's been 6 points made with no rebuttal. Right? Do we want any resistance on those past 6 points?
We do,
and
it's open. It's open. No one's resisting the rebuttal.
If anyone has any opposing views, now
we can hear you, Eggshells.
I'm just saying.
Eggshells has an opposing view. Hold on, let him go.
Eggshells, just to give you a quick update, Eggshells Fundamental has the temporary live stream host role. Just to let you know. So yeah, go ahead.
Regarding the missing money, has anybody seen the full speech or just that 15-second clip of him saying we currently can't locate 2.3 trillion or whatever he said?
Well, what's to understand? He can't find the money.
Seventh point.
Well, because it looked to me once I saw the full clip like what he's actually doing is bagging out the Democrats, saying due to wastage and poor record keeping, we haven't been able to track money. Not magically yesterday 2.3 trillion went missing, but over the last
Hey, I'm curious.
I don't think that was the point. You're not.
What does it matter why it was missing? The exact spot where the records were kept was destroyed the next day.
Can I mention something?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Terry.
Can we keep it on track a bit more to do with the mechanics of what happened with the buildings, not so much.
I would love that.
I think that's the mechanics of the building falling seems to be more conversation.
Make your point, please.
That was my point.
That was actually my point. That was actually my point. Dividing the first four from the next two that were the fifth and sixth. The first four were about mechanical structure, details, and then the fifth and sixth were about who gained financially from it.
We asked if anyone had an opposing view. No one spoke up, so we went on. You're not going to just sit here and wait.
You're right, Jeremy. You're right. Listen, Jeremy, I'm not perfect. You're right. I'll shut up. Good point. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, if anyone
sorry.
wants to have a rebuttal or an opposing view to it now, we're still open to hear any opposing views to anything that got said. Go ahead.
Yeah,
exactly.
Eggshells.
Exactly.
Give a rebutting. He just
but
gave
that his shit was incoherent.
On, yeah,
you're right, Jeremy. You're right, Jeremy. We'll just carry on. I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
You're doing a good job, man. No need to apologize.
Yeah, you're doing good.
No one's rebutted my airplane through the building yet, and why it popped out the other side.
Tony,
well, actually, we got a rebuttal from Zanuck, and he said it's not real.
Zanuck said cartoons. Exactly. Yeah, Zanuck said cartoons. That's the best he's got.
Well, no, he did give a valid point that he increased the speed of a object that wasn't as strong. But I think the physics of it.
Actually, that was my point. I helped him out there.
Got you. But Zanuck confirmed it, so that was his rebuttal. But what you have to realize in physics, you do it both ways. You put this plane stationary and move the building at 500 miles an hour. How would it react? There's no difference, right? There shouldn't be any difference. I think the plane might.
Yeah.
All right, man. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, dude. No. I was just agreeing. I said, in a sense, if you want to take a sort of relative motion approach, then I guess as far as I can imagine, a sort of like pseudo, sort of like non-realistic, sort of relative diagram happening. Like, yeah, if you run an airplane into a building at 500 miles per hour versus running a building, if you run an airplane at 500 miles per hour into a building that's stationary versus a building moving at 500 miles per hour into an airplane that's stationary, I suppose there's no difference, is there? I mean, you tell me. Is there a difference?
I think there would be. Can you imagine, right? Can you imagine a car hitting a truck, right? Okay, right, stationary truck, and then a truck hitting a stationary car. What's going to suffer the most damage? Because it's
the same thing. It's the same thing.
It's more stationary, right?
If you have a brick wall,
yeah, it's about the structural building of the object you're referring
to.
The
groundedness, right? Whoever's more grounded.
Than the reference frame, and that's what we're talking about. The reference frame, whether it be
leverage, right? Like leverage.
Well, building number 7 was 610 foot tall, and it came down in 6 point something seconds. So that's 100 foot a second. Okay, 100 foot a second, basically.
That's not how acceleration works, by the way.
But when you look at the graph that they drew of that building number 7 collapse, it was accelerating down. They said,
as it should, because that's how things accelerate when they fall. They accelerate.
Unfortunately, that's the graph they drew. according to the scientific method and the maths.
It's
And
not
they
the
did
scientific method.
timing
It's
and
basic
everything.
physics.
It's in the documentary. It's all in the
It's not-
documentary. You're not arguing with me. You're arguing with the documentary and the experts there. That's who you're arguing with.
But
They've
there's
got the
no
graphs, they
scientific
show you.
method there.
It's a progressive,
Jen.
straight down diagonal line.
Yeah, but
Accelerated.
there is no scientific method there.
Well,
I'm
they
sorry.
use the maths.
What do you
Yeah,
mean there's
math,
no scientific method,
that's
though?
fine.
There's
We
scientific
analyze,
method there. They
we
use
know
the
how things
scientific
fall.
method.
We know how things collapse, and we measured exactly what we expected to see.
We know how things are exploded too, and how they go out to.
And
We know how
the explosions have
happen.
noise. We
And
didn't
you
hear any
cut me
noise.
off, sir.
You cut
I
me
mean,
off.
I don't know. Oh my goodness.
Go ahead, Ricky.
I mean, this is. I don't understand. You know, someone to claim physics talks about acceleration, but doesn't talk about resistance at the same time. And knowing how structures are built very, very strong, and talking about how strong they're built to hold all the weight above them, but yet they just free fall. It doesn't add up. Not
Yeah,
that.
it doesn't. I mean, Zanuck actually made the point. He kept talking about how long a fire would go on for and what kind of precautions are taken during constructing such a building, which doesn't make any sense. I mean, you want to build the strongest, most stable, most fireproof building because you're expecting the worst as a builder. And what he's making excuses for these builders, like they didn't take into account so and so. Really, you think so, Zanuck?
Okay.
They didn't take into account a fire going on for not 7 hours, but 24 hours. They didn't take that into account with a skyscraper that dominated the skyline of a major city in the United States. Fucking, that's just inexplainable. It's unexcusable. He's making excuses for something that.
Okay.
How long did
This
the fire
does seem
last in building 7 then?
just what you just said does seem to be the main point of contention between the opposite sides, right? Like what you just said laid it out very clearly.
No, you just said right, and I said no, it's not right. The point of contention is this: people think things can't get near free fall speeds and accelerations because there's resistance. And yes, the resistance is taken into account. But when something's accelerating and increasing mass as it goes proportionally, it will accelerate, and that's how it fell exactly.
Not due to fire. That's my point now. Not due to fire.
No, due to
It's
fire.
never- hang on a second, please.
Once the first floor fell, it continued to gain mass and velocity, which is acceleration by definition, and that's what caused the successive collapses of every floor beneath it, even the ones that weren't damaged. They felt like they were like not even made out of steel. They're like they're made out of wood.
That's terrible.
Because that's how.
So along with the resistance, along with the resistance from the other floors and the air resistance from drag, this all matches up with the math that we should see.
I want to correct Jin on something that he said.
Zanuck.
He said fire, and it's not the fire; it's the heat, because metal bends at low temperatures, which allows the building to lose its
straight. I'm gonna put you straight.
Jin, bro, I think someone was talking, man.
Well, I was muted when I was accused of not
Yeah,
knowing.
can we let Zanuck address the point I just made?
No, there's no drag in a building falling. There's no
air. There's no drag in the air.
There's not moving through air.
What? It's always in a vacuum. The tower.
It's very similar to something in a vacuum. You're right.
Yeah,
all we have is listen to me, and you might learn something. All right.
That was my thing. Just overlooked.
Listen to me, and I'll explain it to you. Now, if you figure out a drag coefficient, the frontal area is one of the most dominant features of an airplane. Frontal area. The outside of the plane is more about parasitic drag. That's different. The building falling would only have parasitic drag, no frontal area, because it's falling in on itself. That pathway is already dug out for itself. The way it's going.
So there's not air. So underneath one of the floor, you're telling me underneath the floor, there's a floor. It's about to start falling. There's no air under it.
Well, there's air inside the building, but that's
drag. That's drag.
There is some drag, but not like you have when you're running into a stationary wall of air. Because
Stationary wall of air. Okay, does all the math check out?
Everything's moving with the floors. Everything's moving with the floors.
All right, does all the math check
The air
out?
and everything's moving with it.
Does all the math check out?
Any chance of me addressing a few
drag
points?
and the
Yes,
resistance on
it
the
all
floors
checks
and
out, and
everything?
there's a computer simulation that are done very, very well by Caltech, and I think MIT even did it. It shows exactly what they would expect for what we know to have happened, and it follows it almost to the T. Isn't that coincidental, or is it magic?
Doesn't.
Or-
No, it
or
doesn't. Can
conspiracy.
I interject here? Thank you. You went on there. Now, as for the heat of a building, now I said earlier on, a company by the name of Cardington Steels in the UK, done a test, never been done at that time, 1995, where they constructed a steel structure building 8 stories high. Some of the steel was treated with fire prevention, such as used in the Twin Towers and building number 7, and some parts were not fireproofed. Okay, they set this thing, they massed a whole load of fuel there and kept it burning for several hours. The building did not collapse at all, and there was slight warping and bending of the steel. That's all that happened. Okay, building number 7 now.
Hold on,
okay?
Hold on. This building.
Yeah, they
never said that.
Yeah, Cardington in the UK, Bristol. Cardington.
They made a model
in
of
the
one of the
UK,
towers
1995.
prior to the temperatures.
He did not say that. Jin did not say that.
No, I said they constructed an 8-story building with steel where they treated it with heat prevention on some parts of the steel, and no heat protection on other parts of the steel to see
You know what I thought about trying to make a video game in there?
Don't interrupt now. Don't interrupt. If they could initiate a collapse, okay, and they burnt that 8-story building for several hours, a collapse did not initiate. You had slight warping and drooping of the beams only. That was it. Nothing happened. Cardington of the UK, 1995. Never been done test before in the history of skyscraper building, by the way. It was the first time such a test was ever done. Okay? That's the thing. And then the fire. Oh, sorry, and the last point. The fires that were supposedly raging in building number 7, right? According to this report as well, they said that not in any location did the fires rage on for more than 20 to 30 minutes in any location where the fire was happening. So the fire moved from east to west. So that means obviously whatever the fuel was in the building was being burnt up. That's why the fire was moving. Because if there was continuous sustained fuel there, then it would have kept on raging all over the place. But they said it did not burn at any one location for more than 20 minutes. And the fire moved from east to west. That's the image you got to put that image in your head, yeah? So there was no way they could have burnt that they could have initiated a collapse because the steel was prepared to withstand over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, okay, for the beams above the head, and then the girders were treated for 3 hours. But yet, no location did the fire burn for more than 20 to 30 minutes. So there was no way that the steel reached its maximum tolerance. There was no. It was well within. The fires were well within that building structure's tolerance to withstand the fire because the fire was moving through.
We got it,
Jen, stop talking, Jen. Jen, just stop it, Jen.
Stop, Zanuck, you have a rebuttal.
On certain floors only.
Hold on, Jen. Zanuck, you have a rebuttal.
He talked forever. No, he's wrong. Absolutely wrong. Kosho already posted the fact that when those floors are falling, and they're falling toward the bottom, the amount of force that was generated is unbelievable. And that's because you have all the mass going at a certain velocity.
Jen's saying they shouldn't even have been falling in the first place, though.
No, it should be falling. Once you weaken that one floor and the weight above it is too much for those structure, which doesn't take much to weaken those beams over that period of time with them being exposed to a high temperature. They weaken, they collapse, and then it's all bets off. The whole building goes down, and it's a free fall.
Are you going to rebuttal what he just said, or are you going to just add hom?
What?
I didn't add hom. I just basically told him exactly what happened.
Jin just said something, so are you going to rebut it or not?
I refuted it right there.
No, you didn't. No, you
Jin,
did
Jin
not.
doesn't know. Jin doesn't know how much mass was above the structure in the 95 test or in the World Trade Center.
Okay, let me rebut that. Let me rebut that. According to
317 billion.
Richard Gate, AIA, Richard Gate, he said in order for floor number 13, let's say, to collapse and then do a pancake onto floor number 12, you would need 632,000 pounds of force. But unfortunately, that force could never be generated. The maximum you could get would be 60,000, and that never happened, he said, because of the way the building was constructed. So there was no way you could generate 632,000 pounds of force. It's not coming. It's never.
Oh yeah, but we just told you it's 650 billion newtons.
I should tell you, Zanik, I should tell you.
No way.
Yeah, I think it's a little off there, Coach. If I was
No, I'll tell you what I did. I just, because I did rough numbers. I just took the entire mass of the building.
You're going against an architecture here.
Stop talking, Jen.
God, for love of God, I'm telling you, answer very quickly. I just took the entire mass of the building and divided by 110 floors, and then I multiplied that by 14.5 floors, which is about the amount of floors in between the 95th and
we're talking about building number 7, by the way.
And hold on, and I just took all that mass, and I just I made it fall the height of one floor. And that's the amount
talking out your ass, man. We're talking about building number 7.
I can go do the math. Guys, Kosho was not done. Zanik, that was not your cue to speak up when two other people are me. Zanik, when two other people are talking,
you're having a conversation.
Now you're not letting me talk, Zanik. I'm gonna have to mute you. It's not when two people are talking. That's not the time to start talking. First of all, second of all, Kosho was not done. I'm pretty sure.
He was talking to me, and I was interjecting. Okay, I understood. And he needs to recalculate.
Yeah, but Jin jumped in the middle.
Jin has been talking nonstop. If you haven't noticed,
I was talking.
Mute him.
Shut up, Zanik. Shut up.
Shut up, Zanik. Shut up, Jin. Jin, you started. Zanik hopped on board, but Kosho's talking. Go ahead, Kosho.
Just curious, Zanik, what did you think about what I said?
You're also very quiet, Kosho. I can barely hear you.
Zanik, what did you think about what I said, Zanik?
I think you made a mistake in your calculation. Redo it. You might get a value.
I told you how I made the calculation. So
I saw that. We have to. You were getting talked over by everyone.
Okay, well, I'll just say very briefly again. All I did for rough numbers, I took the entire mass of the building, divided it by 110 floors, multiplied it by 14.5 floors. Okay, so that I could get the mass of the building 96 and up.
Right.
And I took that mass and I dropped it the height of one floor. From the 96th to the 95th floor. That's all I did. And the impact distance was 10 centimeters, I think, or something like that.
Does your math agree with Jen or Zanik?
10 meters. Yes, that is a good way to do it, Coach. That's close enough. I have one sentence.
Hold on, I want to know what his math.
No, Jeremy. No, Zanik, shut up. Jeremy's talking. No, Jeremy has something to say real quick.
He's muted. Kosho, does your math agree with Jen or with Zanik?
I was asking Zanik. He said Zanik, as I said, that was an okay way to do it. So I mean, yeah, it's sound. I would imagine it's sound. It's
you didn't actually do the math yet?
No, I did. I did the math. Yeah.
Okay. Does it agree with Zanik?
Zanik was using my number. That's a number that.
Does it agree? Does your math agree with Zanik or Jen?
With Zanik, I mean, I know it was inside. It was an inside job, but arguing about the building is a losing argument because it's not impossible for it to happen the way they claim it happened.
It's impossible.
The math goes with Zanik, but the math goes with Zanik. You're saying?
Yeah. I'd like to hear what Zanik's finishing.
Yeah,
his
go
thought.
ahead, Zanik.
Trying to thought. Yeah.
Sound like he was being asked a question, was muted for answering it.
No, you already missed it. In math itself, it should be exact.
I unmuted him. I just wanted to see what. Oh, he left.
You got to know
Jeremy.
3 billion newtons is
Jeremy.
a force.
Jeremy.
What's up?
This is what they're saying. If the math almost agree, they're not doing the right math. Everybody's on their own path.
Have you done the math?
You hear me okay?
Tell me about your
I mean,
maths.
I can't even understand how you can come up with a with a satisfactory calculation or model of the World Trade Center collapse, man. That's pathetic. Sorry, not to.
Hold on for a second, Fleric. There was a lot of robot, so I just muted you for a second. Yeah, Zanuck, I think maybe like it would be good if you kind of heedway a little. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah. Address another point, please.
I need to know whether you guys can hear me or not, please.
Yeah,
I can hear you, Zanuck.
We can hear you.
I didn't, but I can hear you. All right. Can I make another point, please?
Hold on. Let me make the answer. I interrupted him last time.
You can hear me.
Bro, you hear him trying to answer the floor for you, man.
The answer
Give
is
way sometimes.
The answer is
Gio just told you.
No, the answer is, you want to know what Coach asked me. That sounded right. Yes. And yes, compared to what Jin said, the answer was whatever that value was that Kosho came up with is in excess of what these floors can support. So yes, Kosho is right.
Okay.
So is your math the same thing as his math?
See, I was talking about building number 7 in particular, because that's the building that I said I was going to talk about all day long, building number 7 in particular. Studied that for 2 weeks. And like I said, in order to initiate a pancake, can I not get this out or not? Is it
My
possible?
bad, Jen. My bad.
Right. It's in order to initiate a pancake, the force that would be required, right, for let's say floor number 12 to hit floor number 11 to do this pancake, you would need 632,000 pounds of force. Okay, remember, this is a 47-story building, 47 stories high, and we're talking about floor number 12 hitting floor number 11. Okay, and they said you would need 632,000 pounds of force, but that would be impossible because the most you would ever get, they said, this is the architect, 60,000 pounds only. So you're 10 times, you haven't got enough force with all that mass above. It's not enough to initiate the pancake all the way down. You haven't got enough force. You've only got 60,000. So there was no way you could happen. No way that could happen. Okay, and it's in the documentary.
No, not okay, because it's moving. So
one sec, Zanny. Jen, any last words?
Oh, I was just going to thank you very much. I was just going to say what I've stated there. The source, I posted it earlier. I can post it again if you want. It's in the W7 trade buildings. How did they collapse? In fact, I will post it again. Go ahead, Anik. Post it again for those.
All you have to do is take that number you had of the force it needed and take the weight of everything above the 12th floor and multiply it times the velocity squared, and you'll get a force. Okay. And that force will be in excess. I'm guessing, but that force will be in excess of the number you gave me, Jen.
Okay, so maybe Kosho can do the math again for building 7 instead of the Twin Towers. Maybe I don't know. Are you willing to do that, Kosho?
In order for him to do that, he has to know to what tolerances the floor was built and how much each floor.
No, you don't. You don't.
Yes, you do. Yes,
all
you do.
You need to know is the mass above you and how fast it's moving.
You can't.
There's no tolerance needed.
Hey, Jin. I think Zanuck does have a point here. It is a simple equation, but it hasn't been done yet. So apparently it has been done by the people you're quoting, right? You already quoted people when it comes to building 7, but Kosho did do the math for the other things. So as of now, we're waiting for someone to do the math. Until someone does the math, we're at a standstill at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also you have to equate. The BBC actually went live on air and said that Tower 7 had come down 20 minutes before it actually did.
What I would like to say is that
Now that's what I'm most interested in.
That's a good point.
Whoever said that, that's the most curious for me, if someone announced the building before it went down, that'd be very interesting. I've heard
it was live on air.
I've heard all the.
I posted the video.
Let me finish the sentence. I'm with you on this one. I heard that where someplace, but I haven't been able to validate whether that's actually true. I heard people say it's not true and they synced up stuff. Now, if you think it's true, I'd love to see the evidence too, because that's very interesting.
I actually watched it live on air.
And you think you watched it before?
No, I didn't. I don't think I watched it. I know I watched it.
And they said that when it actually had fallen or before it fell.
It was 20 minutes before it actually fell.
Yeah,
it was on the BBC, and some guy actually went to court because he stopped paying his TV license, and he produced that as evidence, and he didn't have to pay his TV license anymore because he said the BBC are actually producing propaganda. And
Zanuck, I posted the video at 32 minutes after the hour.
Yeah. Her name is Jane Stanley. The reporter in question, the BBC reporter in question is Jane Stanley of the BBC. No longer working there now, by the way. After that incident, he was heckled and hunted down by many disgruntled TV license payers. They heckled her and she left the BBC.
And you'll notice as she's talking in the video, Zanuck, there's a cloud of smoke that she's claiming to be WTC7. And you'll look to the right of that cloud of smoke. You can see the tower still standing.
Correct.
Yeah, it definitely was reported before it collapsed. The challenge I think that would raise for me is now you need reporters in on it. So you need like what's your goal? And how are you achieving it if you're telling ordinary reporters on the ground?
Can I answer that?
It's just it's the old school crisis actors.
Sure.
It's fundamental. You wouldn't be able to carry off. You wouldn't be able to carry off the plot without having the media's cooperation.
Well, yes, I think you could. If you can blow up the buildings and just have them report whatever they're seeing, to me, that would be much easier than outwardly going up to reporters and going, hey, we're pulling that building, but remember, don't report it early, otherwise the whole jig will be up. Like, it just, by orders of magnitude, by orders of magnitude, every new person you include in a conspiracy makes it much harder to keep that conspiracy.
This is getting very complicated at this point, with people perhaps like trying to get the jump on the report to be the first person to report something, even though it hasn't happened yet, but just because it's predictable. This is getting very complicated at this point, and it's going to take a stronger point to really set, something reliable for us to all talk about at this point. Because right now it's speculation. I don't know where we go from here, to be honest.
Yeah, but the clear point is this: propaganda. It was propaganda. The guy didn't have to pay his TV license because the BBC reported wrongly, and he didn't have to pay his license. So there is credibility there.
Forget about BBCs. Forget about everything. I gave you guys the Achilles heel of this whole operation.
Are you going to change the topic?
I had one thing to say on that news thing. A lot of these news companies, they buy into a subscription to places that give them packets, like PRN, Newswire is one of them. They pay a subscription.
Sure, you're given. I do think that's the case. You're given packets. You're given packets of information, but usually that is like for like slower moving news pieces. I would be astounded if they get given packets for this kind of a thing because they've got reporters running around and reporting directly back to them. I just think it's more likely, regardless of whether it was a conspiracy or not, I just think it was more likely that it was a mistake. I found a blog here that's saying they were already talking to somebody who is.
No,
I was almost done, Jim.
That's not a mistake.
Okay, don't worry about it. You guys go for it.
SC, what are you going to say?
Well, what I was going to say is what I said before. I mean, it's so... you guys are going off into the weeds, which we can easily do. One thing leads to the other. But if we go down to the main principle, back to the basic, is how the building fell. Two things could not have happened the way they did. One, the free fall of the building. And the one that devastates this whole thing, which nobody's talking about, is it fell on its own footprint. that is physically
We've said that. We've said that. We have covered that point. That's the whole point of our argument.
That is physically impossible to happen, Jin.
Yes.
That cannot happen if it's not planned.
I said that. Yeah, we said that. We said, look, what I've done is I've tried to do the forensic side of it, the characteristics of fire and the characteristics of a controlled demolition, and we came to the conclusion that fire is organic and it moves around the building looking for fuel. And according to that NIST report, that in no location did the fire burn for more than 20 or 30 minutes. So, and the fire moved from east to west in that building. So it's telling us that obviously fuel sources were running out. So the fire was moving through the building. So the structure was not under stress once the fire's gone out. And it was well within the tolerance of the girders and the beams, because they were designed to withstand for 2 hours temperatures above 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So there was no way that the fire could initiate a symmetrical collapse. It's never happened.
Absolutely. Another thing that Rakia, Jen, we got it, Jen. Another thing that Rakia brought up that we overlooked is this building, the way it was built, the core of it, that's where all the metal was, where the elevators were and where the staircases were. So for that to fall at free speed, a free fall on pancaking, like you guys are saying, that is impossible. Steel girders do not pancake like that. That
wasn't
is
the center
physically impossible.
Wasn't the center of it like this giant column made out of solid concrete, like all the way up?
Yeah, and steel, Jeremy.
Yeah. So how do you get concrete? How do you get a column of concrete to free fall into itself?
Yeah, man, and you have to account for the fact these things all fell equally on each corner. Like this thing fell straight down.
Exactly my
like,
point.
This is
brother.
not this is not like a by chance. Like, oh yeah, this side failed, that side failed. Okay, great. But we're talking about failure within like fractions of a second, which allowed this building to fall completely under 7 seconds. Come on now, and that's not even the only building that fell. The whole idea that this thing was natural is ridiculous.
Yes. How do you get a column of concrete to free fall in on itself? That doesn't even make sense.
Physically impossible.
I don't know anything about this because I was very young when all this happened. But I've listened to different people talking about this, and the points that you are all like circling around now seems to be what all of you guys are circling around now seems to be the biggest point.
This is physically impossible. Listen, hold on. Yeah, why don't you let Zanuck or Kosho or somebody rebut it? Because this is physically impossible for a column of concrete to free fall into itself. That doesn't even make sense
to me.
Well, it doesn't make sense to you guys because you haven't taken a physics course.
Okay, so
it's not required.
Actually, it kind of is because your intuitions are all wrong. You think it's going to fall over? No, there's.
Hold on, guys.
Listen, I'm talking. I've been with you guys for 15 minutes. Let me say my piece.
Mute him.
Give me 10
No,
seconds.
I'm not muting him. I'm going to mute everyone else. Let Zanuck go and then I'm responding.
You're so
Let Zanuck go.
When you understand the forces involved, you realize that this force of down outweighs any kind of variance side to side. Even if it was not a balanced force, there's so much more forces going down, it does make it fall in on itself. And it isn't incomprehensible. It is very understandable that it did that. That's
okay, so
your intuition is wrong.
Okay, so you're saying it is possible for a column of solid concrete to free fall into itself.
First of all,
by the way, real quick, nobody mentioned intuition. By the way, that you were completely making that.
That is what you're using though, because you don't have knowledge.
Nobody was
intuition.
Nobody said that.
George, you don't need to. It's implied. If you don't have a physics degree, you're going on your own intuition.
All right, so you're saying it. Fine, that's fine.
Can I rebut that,
common sense? Physics is not common sense.
Can I have 5 minutes tonight? I didn't really talk.
I rebut that, please, in 10 seconds.
No, stop. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, let me just have at it with Zanuck real quick because this seems ridiculous. So, Zanuck, you are saying that a column of solid concrete can free fall collapse into itself.
It's not solid concrete.
With rebar. There was rebar in it, right?
It's not solid concrete. It's not solid.
Oh, I thought it was a solid column of concrete.
No.
Offices in there, right?
Why wasn't it solid? Because there was rebar in it?
There's offices.
No, there's breaks in all over the place. It's not solid.
Just finish telling you guys the core was all
Can I
steel.
rebut this, please? Can I rebut this, please?
Now he's saying it's
10
steel
seconds.
and it's bolted together.
I think Zanuck really needs to answer Jeremy properly. I thought that was a pitiful
10
answer.
seconds, possible?
Absolutely pitiful, yes.
Can I add a 10-second piece to that?
Why not, Jen? Go ahead.
Well, was it a solid thing of concrete or not?
Right.
No, it wasn't solid piece of concrete.
So he's saying it wasn't. All right.
The point.
The floors were.
He's lying.
The floors were.
He's lying.
Yeah.
Listen.
The floors were. I mean, what are you talking about, Janet?
Can I add this in?
Yeah, of course, the floors were. That causes the problem. It's very heavy, has a lot of mass, and once they start accelerating, they blow through everything below it.
I thought there was a column of concrete going from the bottom floor to all the way up top.
It's made like a web almost.
In my opinion, this is between Jeremy and Zanuck. Jin does want to contribute, so as soon as Jeremy and Zanuck, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jin.
Sorry.
Thanks, Jeremy. Thank you.
I think
Zanuck.
people
Right.
should watch
The point
both
that
sides
Zanuck is
of the
making
story.
is- Yeah.
People should watch the video that I
Okay.
posted with the National Institute of Standard Technology, America's organisation that looked into it. Look at that first, and then
I posted it. I've already posted it. I posted it a few moments ago. Now, let me just get this point out. According to the architects and the 9/11 architects, this woman said, you don't need a degree. Anybody, any child, that the buildings came down under controlled demolition. Another architect said this is 7th grade physics, and NIST is totally ignoring the Newton's third law. That's all I've got to say. That's all I've got to say. Please carry on.
Can I ask Terry if he's ever read the Alaska study?
It was open just inside Alamogordo when I came through there.
Hot mic, Howard.
Sorry about that.
All good.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Terry if he's read the Alaska study that was done a couple of years ago on Building 7 by the University of Alaska.
Brilliant.
no, I haven't read that one.
It's an insight as to what it said, please, the content therein.
They said that the building could not have collapsed simply from fires, the way it's
And
described in the NIST report.
Yeah, but what sort of organisation is the one you're talking about?
The University of Alaska, professors at the University of Alaska. I'll post the study in the chat.
Thank you very much. I've already posted the documentary by Stephen Joseph, who looks at how the buildings came down, and he's a nuclear physicist, okay, PhD. Now his speciality, his concerned are the thermite and thermate spheres and how this was used to bring down the building. That's where he focuses on mainly, and they analyze it to the microbe and microseconds. I love it, man. So that's a good one. That's only 54 minutes. The second video I posted was by Richard Gage, AAA. He's the leader of the 9/11 Architects for Truth, 9/11 Truth. Brilliant. He's an architect himself. He shows you the buildings he's constructed, and then he goes on to break down building number 7 with a fine-tooth comb, forensic style. Sherlock Holmes would be pleased. He's done.
Can I ask
You know
a
what
question?
everybody here should do for the hell of it, and you'll find it very interesting. Just YouTube controlled demolition and see how these guys do it. See how many caps they have to put in. See how many holes they have to drill. It's amazing.
That takes it on to the point that I was going to raise, actually. I think it's a good point, SC Montreal. How did they get this thermite or explosives in there?
Very good question. The answer is this.
Yeah, I can answer that.
Go ahead, Jin.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, basically, you need to watch the loose change video where they show you they got into the building. There was a guy who worked in the Twin Towers in a bank in there, yeah, a financial company, and he said prior to the event, see dust coming from the air ducts every morning. they'd clean it up, and by the time they'd come back to work, the dust had returned. They heard heavy moving of heavy equipment above the floors. Okay, so this is how they did it. They did it whilst everybody was out. Remember, in charge of that building was Bush's brother, in charge of security for that building, Bush's brother. So it was easy for them to get the access to do that, by the way, over a series of months. Noise and equipment being moved in and moved around.
Over a series of months, they came in, and did everybody see this dust? Because I only remembered in that loose change video one person saying they saw dust on their desk. Whereas I would imagine, because the thing I was basing this on was
if one person saw dust, obviously
can I please finish, Jen?
Others. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Is every time I've seen controlled demolitions in the videos, if I pay attention to how the building's rigged, the building is stripped quite often, like the bottom floor particularly is stripped. The columns are quite often cut, and then there is thermite put next to those columns, but the whole place is nearly emptied. I'm just really interested into how you all think that this works.
Yeah, basically, what they have to do is they have to have access to the under infrastructure of that building, which they did have. They actually removed the security sniffer dogs were removed for several months. The sniffer dogs were removed right up until the event. That's
Demolitions
all in the
teams
documentary Loose Change.
The demolitions teams were going in there for a few months, were they?
Have you guys also heard how the idea that actually parts of this system may have actually been built into the building when it was originally built? And so all they had to do essentially is wire it up and add some equipment, but the foundational was already there. When
they messed it up. In '93, they tried to take it down with Bush. When Bush Senior set up an event to take it down earlier, 10 years earlier.
I've heard it.
Yes.
Yeah, the garage explosion.
They tried to do it that way. They tried to say like an implosion was going to take it down, and they messed it because government can't do anything. They literally can't do anything. There's nothing government can do. There's nothing they can do.
Good point, bro. This was the second attempt.
Good point. Could have just been a bomb in the basement, too.
Well, it was a van, no? Was it a van?
That's not what we saw, was it?
I got a question for you, Rob. Ro, what would you think do you believe that they wrote a 3,000-page document overnight and then presented it September the 12th called the Patriot Act? Does that make sense that they just wrote 3,000 pages overnight?
No,
or did they have it written? Did they have it pre-written? Okay, so they had a document prepared for a mass casualty terrorist attack on U.S. soil before it happened.
Did all 3,000 pages reference the terrorist attack, or is there a chance that people, particularly within the more military people, are constantly trying to table bills like the Patriot Act that give the government more power over people? And when this happened, they were like, great, where's that one you've got lying around? Let's call it the Patriot Act, let's go. I mean, I could find either probable.
Yeah, and then when you you fast forward, that you got the Bush family in bed with Saudi Arabia, and then when Obama takes charge, he bows to the king of Saudi Arabia. All the hijackers were supposedly Saudi. So if the story's true, would you bow to the guy who basically fostered the environment that caused the largest single-day casualty event since World War II? Would you do that? Would you bow?
I don't know. I don't think I'd be welcome to be a leader because I don't think I'd be very good at that.
No, just say you are the leader. You're king. You're king shit the motherfuckers for the day. Do you bow? Do you bow?
Fuck we crit. Shit crit. Do you want me to answer or not?
Yeah, go ahead.
Wow. I don't think I'd be very good at the sort of, what do you call it, diplomacy of all of that stuff. I think I would have pointed the finger straight at Saudi Arabia. But regardless of which side you believe, they clearly didn't want to blame Saudi Arabia, so they blamed Afghanistan. So if you're keeping them friendly because they're giving you cheap oil, sure, do whatever you got to do.
So what do you think about when they formed the 9/11 Commission? They tried to put Henry Kissinger in charge of it, and and it was pointed out that actually one of his clients was Bin Laden's family, and so then he had to duck out as being the head of the commission.
He might not know who
I don't know.
Henry Kissinger is also the guy from Vietnam, just so you know.
Yeah, Kissinger is a madman.
Yeah, he connects back to Nixon, by the way.
China one world policy.
Have we actually finished with the 9/11?
I just wanted to ask the question of how did they load this building with explosives, because they did it over months. Seems like such a flippant and
Bush's brother was in control of security in the building.
Okay.
And there's two other aspects. There was elevator repair work being done for like 6 months, and also insulation work being done.
Yeah, during that time, Bush's brother is in charge of security during that time. So
yeah, exactly. So
it's not hard to put this together.
And isn't it also the case that a lot of those floors were empty as well?
One of the floor,
right.
The floor in the North Tower was the 90th floor was occupied by a performance art group called Gelatin for like a year, and they were working on a project they called the Bee Thing.
How about this one? Like, of the 8 nuclear weapons that turned up missing since the development of nuclear weapons, how many were lost when Bush was in office? Of the 8, the 8 nuclear weapons that were lost. How many were during Bush?
Dude, that's a good trivia question right there. Anyone have the answer?
It's 5.
Oh, you already gave it away.
5 of the 8. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. There's this guy, I can't remember his name right now. As a talk show host, that is a liberal dude, Pompeo or something like that. Mark Malloy. Mark Malloy said these psychopathic idiots have 5 nuclear warheads right now. What do you think they're going to do with it?
So 9/11's over then.
It's a lie. Show me an atom.
Yeah, that's a lot of people think it's all a hoax too. Like these were just like, you know, staged events.
If anybody believes a 1,000-foot building fell free fall on its own footprint, man, you got issues. Sorry.
Well, what about the also the fact that the amount of rubble that should have been there should have equaled the number of floors?
Yeah.
It's just the toast. There's just nothing there.
Powder. That's right.
Yep, it's all just powder and just burnt, and looks like it's literally just been microwaved, and there's no rubble. Like
everything except for the passport.
I got corrected.
Yeah. Yeah, they found the passport. I know, but somehow all of the files and desks and chairs and all of that just all disappeared.
Oh, and an inflated tire.
I got a correction real quick. I said it backwards. Of the 8, 3 went missing during Bush, not 5. I said it reversed.
Gio, there was an ambulance there, and it was higher than the rubble behind it.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It's like, what? Like, that's why, like, yeah, Judy Wood's book, like, where did the towers go? It's a good question. Where did they go?
Yeah.
The actual the material that should be there is just completely not there. Like, it's not even within like a debatable level. Like, now I think the mainstream story, I don't even know what they say in the mainstream. Do they even have an excuse for this? What do they say, that not only did it fall, it fell, it falls, but it also just pulverizes? Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah. But it's like, what is that? Yeah.
But didn't it go into the basement below, which is about 2 or 3 stories deep?
You that big giant ball of fire that shot backwards when the plane hit, supposedly? That's all the fuel right there. There's no fuel left to melt steel.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, that big giant ball of fire, that's all the fuel. Boom, gone.
No,
That's
not
right.
all the fuel.
That's
No,
No, man, that's not really how kerosene works. But I mean, I still don't think that the fuel would have caused.
That's what was said. That when you see that orange plume, That was all the fuel being spent. And there were 3 words that really surprised me on that day. One was pulverized, the other one was disintegrated, and the other one was evaporated. Okay, and I was just couldn't believe what I was hearing.
You know the reason they give for the people jumping out of the building?
Operation Northwoods.
Horrifying images of the people jumping out of the building. It wasn't because they were crazy and suicidal. It was because there was jet fuel burning, and the heat and the jet fuel that was burning was so hot. They wanted to escape the heat.
Smoke inhalation. Smoke inhalation as well. Let's not forget that. Toxic
No,
smoke.
Heat, fear of burning to death.
Operation Northwoods.
Well,
why would the jet fuel be burning anyway?
That's not jet fuel. It's the after effects of the directed energy weapon that they used.
Operation Northwoods. They planned this
to use this weapon. That's my question. Where would they have been situated to aim such a weapon to do that?
I would say probably directly above it. I mean, I would imagine the device must have been above it, and then it seems like they used the hurricane energy field is what they needed as well, because the hurricane came in and paused right there, right in the morning of 9/11, and then it continued up on its way. So I think they used that, and they must have had the devices from above, and it's like a microwave type of a technology. It's like laser and microwave tech, and it basically just pulverizes material into a dust. It turns literally things into dust.
Yeah.
Except for the people. Yep.
I believe those equipments, that technology does exist. I've been trying to think for years, where would they be situated to execute and use it, to deploy it? Both towers.
I think somebody's been watching. I think somebody watched Independence Day and just got that.
or vice versa, yeah. The truth is in the movies, yeah. But I mean, to have that kind of a device, the thing is like you can actually see where it comes down. Like there's a range. There's an actual range of where it's shot, and you can see where when they're shooting it. Like, have you guys seen where the tower is coming down? And there's these huge girders that are falling, these huge metal girders, and they literally turn into
shooting
dust.
outwards.
They turn into dust. They literally just vanish because you can see the field of whatever's causing it is moving outwards as it's falling, and it goes from the left to the right, and it goes. And it all turns to dust. Yeah.
No, I haven't seen that. I saw the top part of the twin tower with the antenna. Now I saw that disappear into dust. Just.
Yep, I've seen that one too. Yeah, it just completely disintegrates.
Dissolved. It kind of disintegrated. Yeah, just into nothing. You know what I mean?
Just turned into like a black powder.
Yeah, it's a powder. Yeah, literally dissolved. Yeah, that was like, wow, what am I looking at here?
Yeah, and the smoke clouds after 9/11, like that, for the whole next like 2 to 3 weeks, that entire area was just this lingering thick dust that was very unlike any other type of. Even when buildings come down, it was like hundreds of times thicker.
It was caustic. They called it caustic. Okay, and due to that, the emergency services who were there at the time, the first responders, more of those have died than died in the actual buildings and the rest of it. More of them have died now in the 20 years that's gone by. Premature deaths, they call it. Because they died earlier than they should have done. Yeah, they're dying younger than they didn't reach old age. That's what they said. Even the dogs died as well from respiratory problems because they breathed that toxic air in. In fact, when they measured it, right, it wasn't safe for anyone to be there, but yet they wanted everyone to go back to work and get back to Wall Street. And somebody said it's like they value money more than human life. Because it was clearly toxic, like you said. I mean, do you remember seeing the Twin Towers from like the other side of the bay, and you could see the smoke coming out, like you said, terrible fucking thing. Oh, like a monster, like a volcanic eruption, paraplastic flows.
Yeah,
that's what
exactly. It does. It does look more like an eruption. Exactly. See, that's why I think that this energy device. I don't think the people that are using it, they didn't invent it. They stole it from the old world, but I think they definitely used it here, a particular tweaked version of it. Yeah, because it is more like a volcano. Like it's being inverted. Like as it's coming up, it's like coming up from the middle That's why some people refer to it like a zipper, or also like a fountain drink. You know, it's like a fountain as it's shooting up in the middle, because there's clearly, like, from what I can see, some kind of a field that's creating that. It's very unlike any other type of building.
It looked like the moon in some places. So much dust was so thick, you know. Yeah, covering the cars and everything, because, like the fireman said, I saw the shit come in and I was just running. He said. He made me laugh when he said that. The shit was coming and I was just running, man. You know, you didn't want to trip up on that day. I tell you that, he would have been engulfed. Yeah, terrible.
I'm watching the one that Bendy just posted. Wow, that is just that's like the most demonic looking thing ever, where all that smoke is just pooling.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a dark moment there.
And right at like
it is, isn't it? It's real, isn't it? It's real, man. That's real,
you see that
man.
Part where the big girders are still standing, and then they just kind of fade away. They just turn into dust and fade away.
That's what I've heard too. Like the ISS is really some sort of weapon that they discovered from ancient times, and they finally got up there, and then once they realized what it was, they're like, "Oh shit, we can like start wars with this thing and end wars, and like expand the size and scope of government beyond anything."
That smoke is something else, man.
That is something else. I know.
Shit.
Oh my God. Go to the one, you guys. Go to like just 2 minutes into the video, the Check the Evidence video, WTC Dustified. Oh my God. That one, it just, the whole building disappears. And then there's this whole huge metal section that's still up. And all of a sudden it starts to fall and it literally vanishes and turns into a black dust.
No, it doesn't. You
100%.
You could see it starting
choke
to
yourself,
lean
dude.
and
Like,
fall.
just choke yourself. Everyone's seeing what they're seeing.
Is Crit allowed to say that? I'm only questioning what you're observing, and I
Because
just watched
you're being silly. You can't gaslight someone into thinking this was a terrorist attack. That's not going to work.
I'm not doing that at all. I'm doing a specific observation.
What do you think
Yes, at
more
2 minutes,
insulting?
it looks like
someone
fingers
trying to gaslight
of
someone?
a frame. It starts to fall, and it's leaning over. And that's it. It's What are you describing, Gio?
Hey, I take that back, man. Don't choke yourself. That's pretty rude. But you can hold your breath until you die or something.
There we go. I
Just
bet
hold
that
your
I couldn't
breath,
get away with
and then
saying
before anytime you want to talk, just hold your breath.
Did y'all notice the steel bars? Hang on, did y'all notice the steel bars that were still standing that just turned to dust?
That's what we just said. That's what Gio just said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Actually, biodual. I mean, the breath. I just add the word "the" to it.
Yeah, Bendy, that's a really good. That's a great like little compilation.
Yeah, and actually, it doesn't show. There's another camera angle that's even closer, and with that one, you can see it even more prominently. That last like big piece of column just fades away.
No, it doesn't. It leans over and it collapses into the dust. I watched it 2 or 3 times, both of them, both parts.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Collapses into the dust. You got it, man. I mean, it's just. Can you imagine if you're in that office with your telephone in your ear as you're going down?
Well, like I said, if anybody's
that's happening.
Judy Woods used to go around and do presentations on it, and so she had the film, like I said, even with that camera angle, the one that was closer up, and she slows it down. She's got still photos from it, and so you can clearly see it doesn't collapse, it doesn't fall over, it freaking turns into dust.
It turns into dust, man. And then the thermite was necessary to chop the steel in the correct proportions so that the controlled demolition trucks could ship it out to China. Did you notice that? They were perfectly measured to fit those trucks, apparently. Perfectly proportioned. Okay? That's what was said.
They should have cut the beams the wrong length, is what you're saying. If it were truthful, they would have done it wrong.
They cut the beams into such a length that they would perfectly fit conveniently onto these trucks that were shipping them out. And remember, that was a crime
would have done if it wasn't a conspiracy.
Well, this is it. You see, this is all part of that. The evidence, isn't it? It's overwhelming when you've got
Can I answer that though?
ready to go.
If there wasn't a conspiracy, there would have been a huge investigation that would have been a crime scene, right? They would have gathered evidence, but that didn't. Those things didn't occur.
They didn't gather evidence. There wasn't a crime scene.
No,
they didn't. They shipped
off.
out they shipped everything out. Yeah, they got rid of all the steel, didn't they? They cleaned it up. It was a crime scene. They should never have touched it. So the investigation had happened.
They sent it to China, who used it to build an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, they sent it to China. That's for sure. They sent it to China, man. And then what did China give you back in return? They send you fluoride in exchange.
But before
America gets its fluoride from China.
Before it went to China, it was staged at the Fresh Kills landfill.
Right. There you go.
For how long?
Yeah, I didn't know that. How long? Yeah.
Not very long.
No, weeks, definitely weeks, maybe a month or so. And then I remember shipping it out, and there were a lot of people that were very angry that was going on. That's a crime scene. Why are they shipping it out to China? You know, it upset a lot of people.
So your claim seems like it's changed fundamentally from they shipped it out straight away to they did keep it for a while.
No,
it doesn't seem to have altered your confidence
Well,
in the
you
meantime.
can't just put it right onto ships. Ships have to come get it, right?
Yeah, silly ass. Think about it, will you?
I mean, okay. So what is the least suspicious amount of time to keep the steel girders? What is the time? What is the amount of time
I don't know.
that they would keep the girders that you would go? That's obviously not a conspiracy.
Would you test for the presence of explosives? Given that that's the procedure for just even a normal office fire in a building, right? The procedure is that they would test for accelerant, and yet somehow that was never done.
I don't know how that relates to what we're talking about now, but we can change the topic if you're not comfortable.
We're talking about a proper investigation, right? Like I said, just a normal fire.
What is the correct
just
amount
a normal
of time
fire
to
in a
keep the girders
skyscraper?
for? Sure. What's the correct amount of time to keep the girders for?
You know,
you're
just trying
what amount of time
to
would
go off
tell
on
you
some
this
little
isn't a
detail,
conspiracy?
Harry. You're just trying
That's
to
irrelevant. That
sophist
question
your way
really
on
is
some little
irrelevant.
detail.
It just seemed that it was relevant. The timing was relevant, and now it's not relevant.
Like, how long is a piece of string? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, that's what it seems like to me.
I mean,
yeah,
come
that's
on.
what I'm
It's
getting
a silly
at.
question.
So I'm curious.
It's a silly question.
Harry, have you ever
Okay.
seen the video of the students in the classroom while they were reading to Bush?
My pet goat.
Yes,
My pet goat. Yeah. My pet goat. Yeah.
And
I remember
well, are you familiar with what the kids were saying when the teacher was getting them to recite words?
Yeah, they were chanting something to do with the towers must come down or something.
Let me post that video and we'll take a look at that and see what you
Yeah,
think.
that was interesting. That was. Yeah. It was like a little chant, meaning the towers must come down, something like that. It was. Vaguely remember.
You've also noticed too that a lot of these atheist globalists will use goats as their profile picture.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and they were reading My Pet Goat. And
yeah, it's like a tip of the hat. It's called the blood sacrifice.
Yeah, yeah. And you notice he didn't panic, did he, Bush, or anything? He sat there, biting his bottom lip, right? Thinking, okay, it's begun. Then the second report comes in, the other plane's hit now.
So what would be the correct thing to do when you get
Well,
told the plane's
usually
hit?
you would remove, you know, the Secret Service would ship him out. He would be put in the car and taken to a bunker, wherever they take him, you know?
No, how about this?
Crashes.
Yeah, roll, right? Like, role play with me for a second. You're the president of a nation. The Secret Service comes up to you and says, Mr. President, the nation is under attack. Do you sit there and
said to him is my
yes,
question.
that's what the record says. That he says, Mr. President, the nation is under attack. That's what they report.
The very first plane hit the building, and he said the nation is under attack. While the rest of the world was still going, what a terrible aviation disaster.
Yep.
A Secret Service agent came up and said, "Sir, the nation is under attack."
Yeah.
Right. Could you present where you found that from?
Okay, so now that he says to him, he says to you, the nation's under attack. Do you A, finish reading the kid's book, or B?
So you're just going to ignore that?
Yeah, because what do you do?
If somebody came and said the nation's under attack, I would have gotten up and gotten straight out of there. I don't even think I would have any choice about that. I think they would have done that. I think that the Secret Service
after two planes,
that's what happened, because he was informed that the first plane hit the building, right? And he said he just thought, well, some pilot must have really messed up to have crashed into the building.
No, I don't know what
And then
he
when the
thought,
second plane crashed, that's when his aide walked up to him and said, "Sir, the nation is under attack." And yet he still sat in the classroom for like 15 minutes after that. It's not even a moment of contention. It's a historical fact.
Yeah, right. I just want to check the details on these things.
Roger Moore did a full thing on this. He showed like in real time. Bush just sitting there, like second by second, just sitting there.
Biting his bottom.
Michael Moore. I said Roger. Fahrenheit 9/11.
Yeah, it's like a radical leftist.
Yeah. Another interesting fact about this 9/11.
Can I get those details I was asking for, or are we kind of done with that conversation?
Hang on, let me just. In the meantime, that Fahrenheit 9/11, it highlighted a point, that the first responders were not able to get any compensation for the injuries they sustained, or the medical health treatment they got was costing so much money that the Mexican fire departments called them over, and Michael Moore shipped them over to Mexico so they could be treated. Okay, they said they wanted to honor them, right? Our brothers over in the US, so they were shipped over to the US, right? Sorry, over to Mexico, and they got medical treatment. Now, one woman broke down and cried because up until that point she was paying $300 for an inhaler for her lungs, but when she got to Mexico, it was only $5. She couldn't believe her government was ripping her off. That's the sort of situation that they were living under. They didn't even get compensation for trying to save people.
Another story.
I'm just trying to get details on each one of these, and it seems like right before we get to anything meaningful that we can have a real discussion about, we're on to a different topic about the cost of healthcare.
No, I just wanted to bring that up. That's all.
I've asked. I guess I'll just give up at this point.
You can reverse back, go back. No problem.
Go back to the question I asked? Yeah, I would kind of like to. I guess that's
go back to it. What was your question? What was your question? Was that to Chris?
What did he actually say to the president, and at what stage?
Well,
I have that.
I told you that the second
America's under attack instead of the nation. So I didn't get it wrong. I thought it said the nation's under attack. He actually said America is under attack.
No, he didn't, because you're reading a headline.
Yes,
if you read it in the actual story, word for word, sir, it appears there's been a small twin engines plane crash into one of the World Trade Center in towers in New York City. He doesn't say anything about America's under attack. It was seen as an accident at first, and then soon after that, they escorted the president out, and they had fighter jets escorting the president.
No, he wasn't escorted out. He wasn't escorted out.
Yes, he was.
That kind of sounds like exactly what I was saying would happen. I would stay sitting there if I thought it was an aviation disaster. Crit, you going to change your mind on this one, or are you going to stick to
I was wrong. I was wrong. I thought he said the nation's under attack. It's America was under attack. It's even worse.
Did you not
not the source that I'm providing.
Did you not just hear what BioDuel said?
He gave the direct quote from the guy. All you got to do to debunk BioDuel is just add the word "the" to anything.
Fun time.
Okay, so are you not going to have a conversation, Crit? Because it's just going to be meaningless.
I was wrong. My source is the Fahrenheit 9/11 documentary by Michael Moore. I posted the scene. Go ahead and watch that.
That's great.
Thank you very much.
He claims
I know. Hold on.
In that he claims that they were told about the accident while they were on the way to the school.
Yeah.
So this is an interview with Andrew Card, the person that spoke in Bush's ear.
Okay, I'm going to take first hand. Since it's up to me, I guess, to adjudicate this one, because I'm asking a question, I'm going to say as the best form of evidence is going to be first person. Michael Moore's going to be hearsay, and Crit's crazy. He's not really having a meaningful discussion. So what did the guy himself say that he himself said?
What, now I'm crazy? I gotta be crazy, really?
Well, you're flipping out, man. You're not engaging in the conversation.
What are you talking about? I told you, I corrected. I thought it was the nation was under attack. I then corrected it to say America's under attack.
I'm asking BioDuel, can you say, BioDuel, can you say what he said he said?
No, he's fairly accurate. No, that's fine. So he is right, is that on the way to the school is when the first plane hit, and they thought it was a twin engine. If you continue to read, he said that once the second plane hit, that's how Andrew Card knew that or seemed to know that it wasn't an accident. And he does say, Crit is right, but let me get the exact quote. A second plane hit the second tower, period. America is under attack. And then that's what we got the reaction for. So Crit's right. Yeah.
Now, Ro, you should delete your account and never go back on the internet again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Goodbye, walking on dog shit. Goodbye.
Biodual, I feel like you can say yeah quicker than anyone I've ever heard before. You can be like, yeah.
Yeah, the way this read was, it seemed like it was the first plane that he got informed of, but he was informed of the first plane beforehand. The way that it read initially, and then the last part of what I posted, and the principal then opened the door of the classroom and escorted the president in, and the door shut. I think I misread it as escorted the president out, but I think he was aware of the first plane, and then people at the school were aware, and then that's when he sat down. And then the second plane hit, and then that's when Card went up to him.
I studied this deeply because at the time I was a radical, neoconservative, neocon, and I went through every word Roger Moore said, looking for something to cherry pick to make sure this guy would get deported via catapult. And then at the end, I'm like, holy crap, he actually nailed it. There's no way Bush would have sat there after someone told him the country, America, is under attack. You wouldn't.
He would have been whisked away, legs not touching, feet not touching the ground. He would have been carried off, man.
Yeah, and even more so, like 20 years later, you've got some dude in Australia telling me I'm crazy because I did due process and slightly remembered the quote. Instead of America under attack, I remembered it as the nation's under attack. It's close enough. It's a gist.
No. It was. I'll take the blame for that. I'll take the brunt of it. The way that I presented it was misleading because of the interpretation.
Does anybody
that I had in the
remember?
first part.
Okay, whilst you're at it.
Well, I know you're talking, Jen. I love when you talk, but not when other people are talking. So yeah, I'll take the brunt of that, Crit. The way I presented it was misleading, not on purpose, just the way that it read. But yeah, you're right. Once the second plane hit, that's when Card interpreted that as not an accident but purposeful. As far as like what happened afterwards, I mean, we can always critique everything. I don't know if full-blown panic in front of children was the right move. I'm sure Secret Service were making plans and adjustments to their schedule, and then once I guess things were right, they escorted them out.
Oh, that whole thing was a little black magic ritual that they did. That was dark. Like the wording of what they were having the kids say, they were like having these kids like shout these like weird cryptic, like psychopathic like messages that the kids were like chanting. Yeah, that whole thing was a total media hoax. And it's what they try to do to like black magic. I mean, people believe it one way or another, like whether it's black magic or not as to why they're believing it. They do believe it, but the people that are putting it on, like that's how they're doing it.
Weren't they reading from a book?
Well, she was getting them to pronounce words, right?
Yeah.
So I put the video, it said 50 minutes after. If you just watch the first like minute, it takes place within the first minute. And they chant like plane hit steel.
Do you remember? Do you remember Bush? Do you remember?
I know it sounds unbelievable, Biodual. It sounds completely unbelievable, but watch it. It's right there.
Yeah, it's only a minute long. Now, do you remember that Bush said he saw the crash on TV? Didn't he say that? He said he saw the first plane hit on TV. Do you remember him saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. Yeah.
Well, how would he have seen it on TV if he was at the school? He would never have seen
it.
No,
that's what we were just discussing.
He was in the car.
That's what we were just discussing, and that he was aware of the first crash before he got to the school. Yeah.
So he saw it in the car, yeah?
Yeah, the dancing Israelis sent him to his cell phone.
Chicken must be duck.
Nah, impossible. He wouldn't have known that. He didn't see it anywhere. So he saw it on the TV. There was a monitor in the classroom somewhere. Were his words.
He argued the most pointless points about this, man. There's actual...
It's not pointless. It's important. He lied.
About what he was
reading.
Lied. his demeanor and
5 inches up, straight off the ground. I'd be like, that's impossible because it's physically
was.
do that. So you need to recheck your measurements of how you gauge.
Jin, we heard it the first time.
Just like if somebody said, this
Kosho
water is at 0 feet.
Well, this is the thing. You guys don't like
10 feet.
like right
I'd be
wingers.
like, look, you
so
need to
here's
check how
a
you
chance you
measure
could be like,
that
well,
water just does not do that. So if
yeah,
that's
but this
the
whole
numbers you're
idea is
getting,
like
they're
even
wrong.
when you're presented. No, never mind. Go ahead. I don't want to go on a tangent.
And just for clarification,
I've already said that.
Just for clarification, am I hearing an affirmative that water flows uphill?
There's arguments that are not worth.
Now you know that it does. Yes.
It works every minute we spend in memory of those who passed.
It flows uphill because the geoid is different than the ellipsoid. The ellipsoid is the somewhat circular shape of the Earth, yet the geodetic variations of the Earth
I've explained this many
inconsistent
times
enough
too,
to
that
where
my
it can actually
big wake
show
up
water,
to flat Earth
and we
was,
measure it.
I was quite toxic to
going
flat Earth.
uphill. And I
And
can
the
show
guy
you
said,
a simple
explain
graph
global war
how they
on
measure
terror
the two and how they're
if the
different.
globe is real.
So you know,
And I
for
couldn't
the
answer
past
that.
4 years,
There's
for me
no
at least,
way
whenever
a
having these
given
discussions
globe
and talking
you
about
would
physics
be killing each
and
other
bringing
in
this
20,
point up,
you know,
I've always
2001
been
or
told
2012
water does not flow uphill on the sphere.
over ideas.
And now
okay?
you're telling
this
us
caveman
that
style
it does.
tribalism, us
Correct.
versus them, would have been long
Question.
debunked.
Wow.
Because
by
the
a globe
geodetics,
model by
and I've
now.
just put a plot on how they actually
I don't
measure
understand.
the
I'm not following that
geodetic characteristics
at all,
of
no.
the Earth.
Wait, I have a question real fast. So, how does this work on a flat Earth?
It would have been bad if over, man. Jeremy would have been.
How does water not? How
The
does water
pale
flow
blue
uphill
dot
on a flat Earth?
should have sunk
Yeah.
in.
Okay, the point is
The
water's not flowing
called the
uphill because water doesn't
Overwatch
do that.
theory
So
or Overwatch.
So you're saying we don't measure the ellipsoid? We cannot measure the ellipsoid.
I want to get a video out and we can
Overview. There
discern
we go.
if it looks
The
like it's going
overview
uphill or
would
not,
have
'cause
sunk in
flat
by
earthers might
now.
not even believe that there is a
Pale blue dot.
where water supposedly.
Yo, but they can imagine
Hey,
it, dude,
it's just
and
an
they can
anecdote,
imagine a threat,
Yeah, but I mean-
a third world country.
If
so
I was
some
at a
guy
base of a mountain,
living on
right,
$1 a day,
I just can't
and you
fathom
drop
in
like
the
a
reality
like a
we live on,
$300,000
the water going
ordinance
up
on
the
a
mountain,
$100
right? It would
tent.
come down the mountain.
They can
And
imagine.
everything
if
I
they can
know
imagine
about
that guy's a
reality,
threat,
right? And I
they
can
can imagine a pale blue
that
dot.
Well, you have a
then
limited
believe
knowledge.
Even
That's
more
what
so
I'm
with
trying
all
to
the
understand
sci-fi.
the
So then
They have
what
all
you can
these
do
sci-fi
is
shows out there.
find a,
You know,
if you don't trust the
Farscape
ellipsoid or the
and Star
geoid,
Wars,
find
Star
a
Trek
different
and
basis
Babylon
for measuring
5
elevation in that
and
area
Blade Runner
and come to terms
and
with
all
the
this stuff. There
elevation
should be
relative to the
enough
direction the river
there,
flows.
enough content.
If you can
to
find a
finally
consistent
realize
elevation set that has it always
tribalism
flowing
is bullshit.
downhill, by all means do it.
It's funny that it
That'd
took
be news.
I don't need to prove that water flows downhill to myself. I don't need to do that, right?
All right.
If you need, hold on.
It did because if it
I
was,
can like, there's some things in reality that are just, bro, it's reality, right?
yeah, I can't
when
explain.
I put my cup
If you can
under the
explain the
faucet
global
when I
war
turn
on
the
terror
water
on
on,
the
I don't
globe,
put it over
present
it
when
because
ready.
I know the
That's
water's
all
going
I
to come
would
out
need.
down.
Yeah,
Right now, to say that the water is going to come out up because of gravitational equal potentials, that's
Well,
just
the
crazy
same
talk.
people
Data.
come to
There's
their
people that actually
Yeah,
have
they are
farms
the terrorists.
that have rivers that look like it's below the
Yeah.
house.
But I'm just
And they
saying,
have
like, I don't
geodetic
know,
people
see
come
how the
out
conclusion
and do the
to-
geodetic
Okay, here we
survey
go.
to say, you know what? Even though this river looks
check this
like
out,
it
ready?
is
So
below
America-
your house, it's above your
America,
house, and
right?
it's gonna
That's
flood
an
into your
optical
house.
illusion for the
But-
betterment
and
of
by
humanity.
your
I think
logic,
bomb third
you're out here
world
talking.
countries
I can hear
because
people
they're
talking over
afraid
me.
of
By your
terror.
logic, you're saying that
You've
can't
got
happen. It's
Russia.
below me.
Russia
Why would
tells
that
you-
ever happen?
tells you
Well, then
they're
they show
showing
you.
space for the
Hold
betterment of
on.
humanity
Then they
as
show
they've
you
got
the plumb line
plainclothes police
changes
officers
between the
beating up
river
gay
and your
dudes
house,
for
and go,
holding
oh
hands.
shit. You're right.
China.
There's an
China.
exponential
Look,
difference.
here, Coach, I'm
Gravity
almost
is
there.
such that
Okay?
what is your stronger pull
China tells
by
you
my house
they're
than
an
down by the
advanced
river. By the
culture,
river, and it's
expanding
going to flood
humanity
my house
into
when it
space age,
rains.
and
Yeah,
your
how would you
president is
Not
triggered
listening.
by
You're
Winnie the
talking.
Pooh.
How
I
would
mean,
you
do I need to go
demonstrate
on?
the
Do I
deviation?
need to go on?
Going to say,
Or
but also
down not
US
being
government
down.
says,
I
here's
established
your
that
mail.
down.
I just posted
There
it.
you go.
I just
I've
posted.
just posted all the measurements
that were taken by the main
Yeah, as
surveyor.
soon
I
as-
went and
yeah,
cut
as-
those out. Sorry, half a sentence.
numbers.
He goes through his methodology exactly. I posted a link to the video where he actually goes through his findings,
mail delivery
and even
on the
has
glove
a
and the
standard
platter.
deviation from the
I
norm.
That's
what we're going to resort to. We're going to say,
down
so
to the
since they
measurements
deliver your
stated.
mail on time, everything
And he's
else
done it in
should just
incredible
be
detail. That's
accepted.
why I posted those 1, 2, 3
That was a counter argument to
images
what
because that's really articulating the foundation.
No, because you're missing my point.
Now he actually even goes into the equipment that he uses.
Okay, Okay, yeah. So just real quick, right? So let me just pick 2 points. One is elevation, and one is 90-degree vertical.
Yes, they are. They
Okay?
lie about
as long as you stick with that.
A case in point.
Please tell me where
it's funny how all the members of the Navy SEAL Team 6 have died since
how do you get that
they
value?
captured Osama bin Laden. Everyone involved in capturing
Sure.
Osama bin Laden
Again,
are
you know,
dead.
he's setting up 2
They're all
stations.
dead.
He's establishing a
First of all,
horizontal.
Team
So
6,
he's establishing a horizontal between one pole and another pole.
The
And
map-
then
the
he's
map-
taking a measurement on the way back from each pole.
All right, so there's elevation. Elevation. Okay. Yep. Okay.
One all the way
Did I say elevation?
past 6.
What
They
else
go
are
on
you
a mission
measuring?
Like that. They go to SEAL
He's
Team
measuring
6.
the angle
So the people who
of
died in the
the
helicopter
actual pole to
crash,
see if those
I think-
2 horizontal
I
lines
can't
meet
remember how many,
180
maybe 1 or
degrees.
2. A very
Okay, so
small
what's the
amount were,
deviation?
affiliated with the
Is that
mission.
elevation?
It's been posted. No,
They
it's
all
an
were. They all
angle.
were.
It's not an elevation difference.
No, they
They
were.
all
It's an
were.
angle.
Don't be silly.
And if
Because
you
you've got
go
the mums
to
and
the
dads,
image that
you know,
Zanuck
who have been
posted at
interviewed.
4 minutes past the hour. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise. I apologise. So Zanuck posted
saying who the
that. In that
team
case,
was,
take
were
back
and
everything else
stick
because you
the
can't
same
see anything
thing
I
to
posted.
They
I
were walking
apologise.
around Target.
Yeah, but I'm
Listen,
conceptual. I
Into
can
the
follow
died
the
in a
discussion.
Chinook.
Yeah,
They died in a
that's
Chinook.
fine. So
Yeah,
basically,
they should have been
there
in a
was a mean
more
divergence of
classic, better
16.2 arcsec. I
and
posted.
a
I
Patrick.
apologise. Between
Yeah,
the
but I'm
plumb lines,
conceptual.
the
I can
prediction
follow
was it
it.
should be around
Yeah,
15.
that's
And it's
fine.
standard deviation
32 of them.
2.8.
32
People
of
who died
them
in that
died.
crash were not.
And then they killed.
Yeah,
Hang on.
okay,
And
so
then
what?
they killed Pat Tillman. All right, and then they lied about
Then I would go and look at the
Jessica
ramifications
Lynch.
of that observation.
Jessica
No,
Lynch,
you
who's
see what?
supposedly
Again, because I can't go
took
look
to
at
the
this
bad
image.
guys.
I can't respond
No,
to
I
it that
mean,
way.
had to rescue her.
Yeah,
No,
no,
well,
no,
my
all the
point
publicity
is,
stuff.
my
Jessica
point
Lynch
is that if
didn't
you've got
even fire a shot.
deviation in
She was so
angle,
scared. She said,
okay,
in her own
again,
words, in the
what's
court.
the cause?
Shut up, man. You ain't got to put your lie.
The surface is curved because
Yeah,
that's
that's
what
pretty sad,
it would
Kimo.
mean. What Foolish
Well,
was
there
saying to you is that we have 2 of these auto
Go
levels
show.
set up, the
This
total
is all-
stations set up.
This is all rather
each end of
intense.
this
Yeah,
river.
perhaps we could maybe
So
do a
we're on the
topic
river,
shift.
right? You know, so we're using
Yeah, I mean,
river as the
I got you.
baseline.
It is
And we're
intense
looking
because
at
it's been
these 2
so much
posts, and we know how
damage
high they
to
are.
so many
And when we
people
try to set a level
all over
line
the
between
earth.
both
It's
total
like the
stations,
amount of human
they're
suffering
down by 6,
brought
8
on by the
inches
U.S. federal
from where they
government
should be.
is
Below.
unsquarable.
But in order,
with them
in order,
claiming
And
they've
that
also
angle
gone
of
to
that
space
6 or 8 inches
for people.
is 16
And
arcseconds.
are the ones propagating this heliocentric model as well.
It is a physical drop because we're measuring with an
Okay,
auto
but
level.
here, I'll show you why it's not.
It's total
Because when you
station.
go,
That I can't
hang on.
bear my
So you
anger
have
when
down.
it comes to
Now,
this topic.
your down
Joey.
is down where you are.
I am leaving.
Now, if you walk
I got
away
something-
and
think
start
my
a new
car is
down,
911?
and then look back,
I got
yourself
something. I was
right
watching
there.
news during
Seriously.
dinner, and
the only time
apparently
the
NASA
down,
is sending
the
a
only
dart
time the down
into space
isn't
that's going to
down
deflect
is
that
when you
ass
walk away from it
Earth.
and then look at
Because
it.
apparently Earth
Right?
is due
So
for.
the only way to
Oh
get,
my
because when
God,
you're
that's
at
funny.
where you're at, down is down.
Yeah, look it up.
Now,
It's called the
the
dart.
down 50
the
miles
acronym
away,
is like
you can look at it and it's like, oh, it doesn't
Deterrent
look like it's
Green
down. So it must not
Trajectory
be
or
down.
something. They got some
Then
sort
you
of
go over
weird
there and
acronym
check and you're like,
for it.
oh, it is
Oh
down.
my.
But then that other down is not down.
That's
So
ridiculous.
clearly
William
you're just
Shatner's going
looking
up,
in
isn't he?
between
William
downs,
Shatner's
and
going
then when
up
you
to
look at
space
one and it's
this
not
week,
down,
apparently.
you're going, it's like you're saying,
Well,
hey, does my turn
Yep.
You said
work?
you were down like 50 times.
the problem is things can move down visually without actually moving
They're
down.
just gonna roll out their dudes.
Please,
Just
can I respond
keep
back to
rolling
him?
them out. As the
Can I respond to
fake
him?
opera is played out.
Yeah,
respond
here it
real
is. Right.
quick?
I just
So
found it.
no,
It's
when
called
something is
double
eye level,
asteroid
like let's say
redirection
I'm looking at
test,
you eye to eye.
or
You're a
DART.
6-foot guy. I'm a 6-foot
It's a
guy,
new
and our
planetary
eyes are
defense
exactly
system
level.
with
Right? You
secret
put a level.
technology,
We
by the
put
way.
a level
American
between us.
Whoa.
If you walk a
Yeah.
mile away,
that will
that
prevent
level
any
will not
impact
change
to
to your
Earth
eyes
by
if the surface is
hazardous
flat. If you walk a mile away and
asteroid.
you're down 8 inches,
Wow.
well then we know
You
something
see?
happened.
They've
There
got
we
to
go.
keep us-
It's
they've
dropped
got
away.
to keep us invested in
But no, hang on,
asteroids
no, that's a bit.
hitting
You're,
Earth.
you're
They've got
trying,
Captain James
and this
Kirk,
Brachia said it best. The
keeping us
reason that
invested in the space,
everywhere
'cause
you
he's gonna
look,
go to
you get the
space.
same exact
You know?
thing
Oh,
is because it's visual.
just
And the
unbelievable.
moment you, it's So if somebody was like, "Hey, look at how far," hang on,
every day
somebody's like, "Look at how steep this drops," right? Like, it's like a steep
just on the basis of
and it's dropping down, and then you walk
if we were to
and then you
suppose
walk
that
it back
the
the other
globe
way,
was true,
and then you keep walking
galaxy,
it,
universe,
and
blah blah.
you're not
If we were
going
to suppose
down
that
more.
were true,
It's not a steep hill.
wouldn't you
That's
expect the
just
space
looks like
agency
it visually,
to be
but
doing
it's not.
something like this?
So all of your curve is just you looking at something from far away. And every time you go towards it and get there and measure it, it corrects itself.
Well,
So the baseline of what you're saying is that surveying is inaccurate, it doesn't work, and we can't use it.
So it's all a waste of the taxpayers' money.
Did I ever say that?
Well, that's the consequence.
That's what you interpreted, right? I never said surveying. I never said any of that. And then you manifested surveying out of nowhere. I didn't say that. I said
we're talking. That's what we're talking about.
No.
We're talking about surveying. This is the actual topic that we're discussing. Is surveying.
If this was more than a couple
are you
years,
saying that you cannot rely on the results from these
other than an
instruments?
80-year-old
That they haven't been tested, and that we haven't done things like physically measure between, the top of two pylons on a suspension bridge and the bottom.
Okay, so great. Here,
that kind of thing goes on. Again, just going back to the surveying, just want to finish my point. So these instruments are incredibly accurate. We use them to build incredibly accurate things. So now we got a 90-year-old cigar smoker
going up there. What a joke.
He's going for a ride. He has the money. That's the whole idea about civilians in space. You got the money, we'll take you to space.
Are inaccurate. Now show these instruments to be inaccurate.
Okay, instrument. Okay. Yeah, right. So now this is the problem. Now you're saying these
instruments.
The memes have been. You're saying these instruments are
the
inaccurate.
memes have been righteous.
Well, you're saying we're measuring it physically.
William
No,
Shatner
when you look
like
through
it was
the
like
scope,
Boston
that's
Legal.
not a physical
It
measurement.
was like one
that's
meme I
visual,
saw was like
okay. So when you
Boston
take
Legal Star,
a water level,
space.
is physical. So when you set up a water level at spot A,
like who
and then
cites
you walk
William
it physically
Shatner
to spot B, and the water level is horizontal, that's physical. Now, if you were to look at it and go,
it would be a bit of a testament that
far one looks like it's a little lower, and you would go, good.
It'd be a testament.
Looking at it doesn't show that it's lower because looking is not a physical measurement.
To be honest, I'm a little concerned about it.
How'd you take a measurement without looking?
I'm making my point right here. You turn looking into the measurement. You say looking is a physical measurement.
I use my eyes to do all measurements.
I see half a building and I measured curvature. That's what you do.
To be fair, how are you comparing both ends of the water level?
It literally sounds like you're making this up right now.
I'm not. The water level is physical. Okay, and this is why I'm saying the difference between a theodolite. The water level has two physical spots.
Yeah,
one physical spot at point A and another physical spot at point B, and they are connected physically the entire time.
Well, they've got about 4 or 5 more years in my
the total station and the
prediction
level
of being able to push a lot of this and convince a lot of people. But
right now,
once the physical demonstrations come out of the lack of curvature of Earth, that is when they will not be able to get to their final stage.
That's why
I don't think
that's what has to happen.
This is why when you look through visually, it drops.
No, he wanted
otherwise. Could extinct
that's why you put a level on the airplane and always is level as you're flying.
If these entities are able to carry out what they really want to.
If it was flying in a circle, then the level would show that it's flying in a circle.
No,
they'll GMO us until we just can't survive any longer. So yeah,
it's an attack. Let me say, Vanek, without interrupting.
Hold on,
Geo, you think the next 5 years that there's going to be proof the flatter?
Take a
level.
level.
We're talking the whole time. I just want to make a point.
I think there already is, and in the next 4 to 5 is when the physical demonstration setups are going to fully start to be established. Yeah, I mean, somewhat before that too, in small groups and things,
on an airplane.
It's going to take time to get it fully set up.
He went for 1,000 miles.
But yeah, at that point, I mean, it already is known now, of course, but but everyone has their own like journey with it in terms of what's available right now. Whether they test things themselves or how they come to their own conclusions.
Visually looking at an object from far away. Can you?
Yeah, but it's still going to be a couple years until those are set up to where to the point to where anyone could go there and verify for themselves that there is actually no curvature to the
I'm just asking you.
Oh my God!
So I know your understanding.
We have to recalibrate all odometers and odometers in all our cars down here.
Of course I do. It's incorrect.
Yeah,
okay.
Distances would be wrong then if the Earth's flat.
No, because we have a level. We establish a level, an orientation perpendicular to plumb. That is now a horizontal, which is a tangent to this curved surface. Or it's parallel to a flat surface. Either way, if you're talking over me, I'm trying to explain to you your error. You want to listen. You'll never learn if you're talking over people.
Hold on. You guys gotta share the mic. You guys just can't rump.
Well, I've asked that question before.
Okay, I swear I'm going to just start freaking
if one of those prominent people
anytime you
let's say
start
it's QE,
interrupting,
let's say
okay?
it's
So
Bob
just
Donnell,
try to go one at a
Journalism,
time.
any of those people, let's say they go up,
So we're
come back
starting.
down
We're
and
not
say, oh
talking
yeah, I
about
saw it,
tangent
it's a
line. You're
globe.
bringing up
Would
so
that
much
change your
stuff.
mind?
I'm not
I have
talking
not
about.
gotten a
I'm
yes
talking
from a flat
about
earther yet.
looking at a
They'd
plumb
say that
line
it's
from
not a real
50
flat
feet
earther.
away.
Well, that's a good
and
sign
physically
because
measuring the
what you're
50
referring
feet.
to,
Okay,
quote unquote, flat earthers think for
can you
themselves and
agree
think
with me that
independently.
there's a
So that makes
difference
sense that
between
they're not all just
looking at
following one
something
idea.
through a distance
Yeah, the
and
cultural
physically
knowledge.
measuring a distance?
So
it would
doesn't
put a
matter.
big dent in it for me.
Well, there's always going to be optical errors, but
if
no, when you're
Darren or
measuring
Dave White
something
went up there
over
and
a
came down
distance
and
that
said,
is
it's a
a,
globe,
okay, I won't use
then
the
it
word
put a
tangent,
big
a straight
dent in it for
line.
me.
You would agree that when I have an orientation,
It
plumb,
wait,
that
did
is
you
level,
say?
I have
Did
a
you
say it would
carpenter's
or
level,
wouldn't?
and it's perpendicular to plumb.
Would you
that,
come down and say it was
if I had a
flat?
laser or something, or a string or anything mechanical
I would.
over a distance, that would be
if
that level line
if I were to get on
out
this
in the distance, to be a
shuttle or
horizontal.
something, and I could see
Now,
that
if it's a
the Earth were
tangent,
flat, and the
it'll
things that I would
diverge
expect
with
to
the measure.
be
If it's
seen
not
from
a
flat Earth
tangent,
had
it'll be
radio
parallel.
to
I'm almost done.
confirmed.
If it's
Yeah,
not a
100%.
tangent,
Flat.
then
Come
it will,
back.
hold
You guys,
on,
it's flat.
hold
Peace
on.
out.
If it's not a tangent,
You say you can see
I'm
curve at
almost
ground
finished.
level.
You would
Last
just
sentence.
peace out.
If it's not a tangent, then it will be
Oh, yeah,
parallel.
probably.
Some of these
And it
global
will
At least
hit
I'm giving an
a
at least I'm giving an
object
honest answer.
directly in
Yeah,
the
I probably
eyes
would
that
come
is
back and
exactly
confirm it.
behind the
much for your
bubble.
understanding.
You didn't answer his
Probably
question.
give you a few pictures,
I didn't.
maybe a video, and
hang
then
on,
say,
Zanuck. I
yeah, it's
didn't
flat.
ask about
I've
tangents.
been
I
lied to this
didn't
whole
ask
time.
about level.
Peace
I
out.
didn't ask about any of that. So you're. I'm going to try
It's not
one more
flat, though,
time,
it's
and
horizontal,
you're just
isn't it?
not listening, and you just want to answer what you want to answer.
Whatever description.
Wait. You'd
I'm looking for a
leave out
yes
of
or no.
embarrassment, or you'd
Is there a
leave because
difference
you're
between
better than everyone
physically
else who already
measuring the
figured it out, or
distance
what?
between point A and point B, and
Why would you
looking
leave?
at point B from
I don't
point
know.
A?
I don't know. I haven't
You
explored
don't
the
know.
possibility of that.
You know
I
why?
haven't.
You know you'd
Different
leave, but you don't know
sentences.
why.
They're not
Never
related.
mind. I don't know why I even
Oh,
answered questions.
I'm
You
saying-
measured
You're
the
a
distance.
piece of shit,
You said,
man. Every
is
time.
there a difference between the
Is
distance
there
measured
a
and looking at
difference?
something? Yes,
Is
there's
there
a
a
difference between
difference?
looking at something and a distance. Yes.
Okay.
I'm looking for a yes or no, Zanuck. I'm going to rephrase it.
Yes,
I'm gonna,
distance is not looking.
It's literally
okay, so
every time.
measuring a
So I'll give you the honest
distance
answer. Yeah,
is not
I would
the
come down.
same as
I would get
looking
back into Discord
over the course
confirm
of a
it. Here are
distance,
pictures.
right?
Here are
Of course
videos. My
not.
reasoning.
They make
I
their own
expected this.
Great.
This is
great.
what I got.
Great.
Confirmed
Now,
flat
if
Earth.
I'm looking,
Peace out. The
if
reason
I'm
why I'd leave,
looking
I
over
don't
the
know.
course of a
I
distance,
probably wouldn't want
and I put a crosshair up to my eye,
hang out
am
anymore
I
in
still
a public
looking,
area like
or
this.
have I
Probably
crossed
because of pride,
over into
probably
physical
because of
measurements?
ego,
Just
and then
am I
probably
looking
the
or
embarrassment
physical
of
measurements?
subscribing to a
Just
thing
keep
that
it
seemed to
simple.
make
It
sense
is a
for so
physical
long.
measurement. You're
Yeah,
looking
all of those
over a
combined.
distance, not a
Yeah,
distance,
probably
not
wouldn't
an
come back.
object.
So how do you
I
feel
put the
about Sean G
so the
then?
crosshair
Because
over my
apparently
eye
he's
makes
one of those fake flat earther
visual
people that
measurement. I remove the
switch
crosshair
sides.
from my eye. It's back to just a visual.
It seems like everybody's
This
their own
conversation's
person.
gone
I
off.
couldn't speak for
No,
Sean G.
that's stupid, Zach.
Yeah.
You fell for
Yeah.
his trap card.
No, I didn't fall for any trap card. He's making those.
90. I have a
as
question
much
for
sense
you,
as I
man.
can over
But
an
if you
empty
like
question.
I have a
under
question for
five
you, and I think I might,
in this
like, I think I
particular
know how
community,
you might answer, but I'm gonna ask it anyways. So you have a water level,
and
right?
those that happen to
What's
be
the
questionable.
water level.
People
How
who
do
got
you know,
bullied to the point that they just
that
broke,
they're
they just
shattered, that they're
into pieces.
the same elevation,
and then went on
just
some
by
sort of weird
by lining them
apology
up in your
after
like
that.
from the base position.
I mean, good on them. I think
Because we know by perspective, if
I'm
something's
not
at
asking you,
level.
Zach, I'm asking 90 degree.
Well,
how do you
the
know
thing
that
is, by
they're the
like
same elevation just by looking at by matching up.
But
these
some
two
of those
water
things you
levels
said, I thought
over
that
a
some of
large
the things you said were very honest in terms
Okay,
of
you
how that
wouldn't-
would
you
be,
could be a
and I
blind
hear
person,
you.
right?
The
idea-
ego could take
the
a hit,
premise
as
on
it
which
were.
works on is that
but
the water is connected.
could
Now,
you
when the
also
water is connected
are you
through
also
the
open-minded
tube,
to the
it's
fact
all
that if
touching.
you
So
actually
if
got to
whatever
that
you-
point,
it's like if you had a
there
string.
would be like
You
an
pulled
ego
one
death
side,
of
it's gonna
sorts to
pull
where
the other.
like
So
some
since
part
the
of you
water is
will
connected through the
transform,
tube,
and then
whatever
you'll be able
happens to one
to
side
like
will
raised to a higher vibration through that, or like a higher level through that process,
and
that could actually
natural tendency is to lay flat.
It's possible that
really,
I'd come back,
where the crux
with the same kind of confidence,
One
just
camp
on the
said
other
that
side,
water will lay flat,
and then I would just use
then the other
my personal
camp will
experience
introduce
to
forces
push
will
flat
make
Earth.
that water
That's
not
also
do that.
possible. Yeah, I
Okay,
might
hold
stay
up.
around.
So the other
but now
camp, yeah, they say that
yeah,
it's
I
level.
have been to space and it's
I'm
flat.
asking you,
So
how
now
do
I'm
you
going to stick
distinguish
around and push that.
when you
That's
have
possible.
the two ends of this water level, and you're just like lining them up in your.
Thank you for your honesty.
How do you distinguish?
I mean, I think ideally, I
between
mean, if there's a
whether they're
community that
level
there's
or whether
enough
they're
mutual
at the same
respect
elevation and flat
going on between everybody, then
that's the beauty.
Then
of water.
people
all you're
perhaps
doing
can
is making a line
let down the
between
guard
two ends.
because
you don't know if that line is
yeah, like
actually
if you're not usually if
horizontal
people are
or
not
if it's, like,
insulted
diagonal a
and
little
they're
bit
not
because it's
insulting
matching with
others or
this,
whatever, like
the second
it can actually
the
just
end
go
of the water
through like
level being a
just
little
be
bit lower
yourself, you know, and
due
like
to
and if
Earth's
you're if
supposed
there's mutual
curvature.
respect within
So
like
how do you know
the
just
communities
by
that you're in, it's
looking
like
at it?
you can actually just
and
be
it's
supported and
based
honored
on
to
the
be who
fact
you
of,
are
like,
at the
I
in
don't
the
need to
moment
do
you
anything,
are.
right? So
And if you
took a
change
piece
your
of
viewpoint
wire
on something,
and I plucked it
that's
tight between two bars.
awesome, and that's just
How
your
would I
own
know if
process.
it's perfectly
Doesn't have to
horizontal? I
be
would
like
have to be trying to
necessarily
move it
judged
and
by
micro
others
adjust it.
in that way.
With
Some people
water,
might do that,
I don't have to
but
touch it.
as long as there's
I
not like
just put
full
it
on
there
attacks
and it
going
does
on,
it
like
itself.
people can
And
be able
that
just
is
to go
the-
through
that is
whatever
the big
process they're going
difference
through and
between
be honest
water
along the journey.
and all the things water.
I
I don't
think
think
The simple answer is the water would flow. If it wasn't level,
the water has
the water would
the
flow.
water operates under.
He's not.
No,
but
neither you are.
he's using a water level. You're using a water level, aren't you? Percentage? Are you asking
Yes.
the question?
But you've been
Yeah,
spiraling.
great. Okay.
That's the thing.
Right,
though.
great.
The
Okay, so
spiral.
look. So right now
How would
you're
you
on an
prevent
inclined
spiral?
hill,
There is no spiral.
5 feet apart,
Gaslighting.
and you're
You've been
higher
spiraling.
elevation.
That's what I've said from the
Part
beginning,
of the
though.
water
I just need
level,
the evidence for
right,
flat Earth.
is to
I'm
your left,
open
and
enough
the
to
lower is to your
look
right.
at it and take
They're not going to be
put
equidistant
critical thinking
in
towards
the
it. I would just need the
They're
evidence.
One's
So if I
going to
got
be
the
higher,
evidence
one's
while
going
I'm
to
in
be lower.
space, I mean, that's
But if you then take
what better
your
evidence than my
water
own
level
eyeballs
and
at
on your
altitude?
right and
Yeah.
raise it up yourself manually to see what's going on and go,
Well, there's a
how
lot
does this
of
thing
perhaps
work?
factors
You will
as to
see
how
the
people come to their
two
understanding
water
of
levels balance
cosmology
out.
and the
And then if you
physical
raise the one
layout
up in your
of
left
the
hand and
universe
your right
as well.
hand now, and you raise it
So,
higher.
because I mean, it's interesting, Bio, because you always say things like there's no evidence for like a stationary planar type of an Earth
that's a very
type
short
of a
distance, so it's
structure.
very obvious.
You
We're
always say
talking about
that,
over
but
a
then what's
large
interesting is
same.
that so
It
many of
doesn't
us
matter.
for
It's
many,
gonna
many
be the
years
same. The
have found an
exact same thing's
abundance.
gonna happen.
So much so
I understand the same
that the
principle
preponderance
happens,
of
but it's
evidence
harder to
is
quantify
beyond
if
the
it's miles
level
long.
of
No, it's not.
A mile-long water level.
totality,
Isn't it
as it
easier
were,
to
in terms
tell
of
if
it
a
not being a
long
globe.
piece of
So the
board is
fact that you
curved or if a
somehow,
short
just
piece of
as
board is
whoever,
curved?
you know,
The
in your
longer
process
something
with
is,
it,
the easier
somehow
it is
you
to
see
see
none
any
for that, and
deviation
you
from
only
straight.
see the things
So
that
the
are
longer
supporting
you
the
make a
globe Earth,
level,
right?
the more level it's going to be. They spoke about this. Just like a lake is just a longer level.
I do say no evidence.
Oh, so
yes.
you mean you're
but as
not
far as
looking at it
hyper-specific
from the base of
clarification,
like the first
flat
level? You're
earthers
looking at
do
it completely
bring evidence.
like
I find
perpendicular
that evidence
of
to be of shit
water
quality,
level line. That too.
but flat earthers do present
So you're
evidence.
looking
And
at it
then
kind of like a
the parts
like
in
a
which I
horizon in the
would
distance.
I would definitely say no
I'm not
evidence
of the
is
camp that every
something
person
like
in
when
the
you're
world
talking
has
about
their own
stationary
unique
versus rotating.
up and down.
All
I'm
of the
not of that.
evidence
I believe there is a
of
universal
quality
up and down,
are on
and
one
we
side.
just all operate in that.
I understand.
Right? To
I
say that
feel
up changes
no
when I
movement.
move
Cool, man.
directions,
That
to me
is
is
evidence.
just
I think it's
can't.
shit
I don't
quality
subscribe to
evidence,
that.
Okay,
but
well,
it's still evidence.
let me just
Good
clarify.
job.
So I think
Here's other
I'm your
evidence that I find
Copernicus
to
is
be more
basically saying
compelling,
that
and
he's
it's
standing,
that's harder to
far removed from the water level,
invalidate.
and he's basically looking at it like as if it was a bridge or something like that, and he sees both ends, to the left and to the right of his field of view.
It's one of those
like a line
in my
like,
eyes
in
for
the
that
distance,
specific
like a horizon,
argument.
basically.
I use my eyeballs, and that light pole looks to be about 25 feet. And then someone says no. It's 40 feet. Here's a ruler. I'm going to measure it for you.
Same
Look,
thing? I
the
was
measurement
thinking
is 40 feet.
that you
Your
would
eyeballs
have,
are not that
you'd be
good
standing at the base.
Taking these very fine measurements or measurements in general. But here's equipment that is designed to do so reliably all the time, and this is the measurement of it. If you still push that it's 25 feet, then I think you're being dishonest.
Or motivated reasoning. I don't think there's people being dishonestly, I don't think there's many people being dishonestly flat earth, but engaging in motivated reasoning, I do.
Yeah, I mean, dishonest is too harsh because it's almost like a conscious effort of, I know what it is, but I'm pushing something else. And maybe I could rephrase better, but it's just one of those, if you're relying on shit equipment and you're ignoring high precise equipment, then I don't know if I'm interested in continuing the conversation.
We all do that though. There's interesting studies that show that. Even about IQ is a very interesting one. You'll get people to explain IQ and what the averages are, and then you get people to guess their IQ, and they'll always guess high. Not always, but regularly. Most people guess high. And then you go, do you want to do an IQ test? And they're like, no. Like, we don't want to. I think that sort of bar of could I be wrong is the most important one, but it's also really humbling. So we don't want to do it, I think.
Maybe the better question is, if you already figure and you already feel it's a globe, why are you here?
I'm interested in the conversations. Got a lot of spare time at the moment.
Bio do.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the question? Sorry.
Why are you here?
Oh, I've answered it many. Well, I won't answer it in the same sarcastic way, just out of respect for Geo and the channel. But I'm still here because well, yeah, you know my typical answer. It's kind of dickish, but no, I think I'm still here because I have a lack of self-control, and for some kind of reason, it feels good to debate on the winning side. So I do continue, but I think I've slowly reached a limit in which I don't think Flat Earth can ask any more interesting questions. So I think there's a limit of what I could potentially learn. So it's getting kind of boring from my point of view.
To be quite honest, I don't know what winning side you're on, but it's not. It can't be the side that is winning because you have no proof. You haven't proven your case.
Yeah, Flat Earth is the winning hand, dude, because you'd have to explain Flat Earth on the globe. You had to take all the facts of Flat Earth.
If I already felt like it's globe, I wouldn't even be here in these chats.
Yeah, same here. No, I've thought that as well. People have asked me that, like, oh, if I just woke up tomorrow and for whatever reason 100% thought the Earth was a spinning globe. I mean, I like, of course, have met so many great people in this community over the years. So I mean, of course, I would love to still remain friends. But in terms of like actively talking about the Earth being a stationary plane, like, yeah, I would be completely disinterested because I would know it's false and I would just move along. I would want to learn other things and advance what's real.
Yeah, exactly.
There's been so many opportunities to learn though, and I'm not saying it is Flat Earth that has done that, but as I've said before, and I'm sure other people in Geo can confirm, for me personally, I learn and retain information within adversity. So if I were, let's say, the moment that I enter the Flat Earth community in any capacity, I had joined or I went to school, university for physics, let's say. I think learning in a classroom, I wouldn't be able to retain the information I have. But because of the adversity within the community and debates that are constant and all these things, because of that, I've been able to retain so much more information. I've been forced to do so much research, and I've been forced to combine all of what I know together to try to find errors, this, that, and the other. And that's what I'm saying, in which it's been nice that adversity has forced me to do all those things. But now it's like there's nothing more challenging anymore.
If I may interject, because you're going on a bit there,
you're good,
you haven't really proven the Earth is a spherical ball of 24,901 miles in circumference, radius of which is 3,959 miles in the radius, spinning in the vacuum of space. You haven't done that. So I don't know where you're feeling proud of yourself. That is a dismal result.
Right, in your opinion, but I could say the same thing about Flat Earth.
It's a fact.
You haven't.
It's not an opinion. Sorry.
I know.
Opinion. That is a fact.
We haven't proven it to your satisfaction.
My standards
99.999% of the world, they are satisfied with the evidence.
There is no evidence. That's the problem.
Oh my gosh.
99% of the people. Yeah, 99% of the people can't even tell you how many continents there are.
The point is, if I already figured it out,
continents.
If I already figured it out, what we stand upon, I wouldn't be bothered with other people in other chats.
That's true.
No, not necessarily, because I felt like before I had it figured out, but I could never articulate it. I could never validate.
You never will
anything.
either. You never will.
I know. Fantastic time to interject. So because of the debates and because of the, I guess you could say, passion from both sides, it did force me to do the research because I was interested enough in it. Like I said, if it wasn't for being part of this community in some type of capacity, I may have never learned the things that I have. I may have forgotten all the things that maybe I did learn at one point, but I forgot it. I'm able to retain the information as well as do the research that I have done. And now it's just a point of nothing progresses forward. So it seems like it's at an end.
Are you the same?
You have researched pseudoscience. You have presented pseudoscience. Nothing you've presented in the time I've known you has proven the Earth to be a spinning ball. Nothing you have presented. So I don't know what research you've done.
Are you the same Baldo who did the Cavendish in the vacuum?
Hello. There you go. If it wasn't for this community, I would have never put my hands on scientific experiments such as that. You're right. Yeah.
Well, did you get the expected rate of attraction when you did that?
Hey guys, just real quick, just hold on. Open question to the room. Does anyone want to do like get a temporary live stream host for a little while? Anyone feel like hosting?
No, not me.
I'm good. I'm in a bad mood today.
I think Bio was actually going to leave the community or something.
Kosho, you want to?
So Branch wants to.
Live stream what? On the YouTube channel?
I would, buddy, but I gotta go.
All right. Well, yeah. If anyone wants to, let me know.
I can live stream some Ken Wheeler if you want.
Well, essentially, so on this server, there's a role called live stream host. I mean, since we've only really launched, like it's only been up for like 2 weeks, so we haven't really kind of fully done live stream hosting that much yet. But you know how, like, for example, when Brandon does his show, it's like he's kind of hosting it for like 3 hours. And so, you know, it always kind of stays on topic. He usually brings up topics, and people could host any way they want. You know, if they want to do like, you know, like moderate like a one versus one or 2 versus 2 type discussion, they could do that. Or they could just have like an open room and kind of just be the intermediary, like to make sure that like the points are being, you know, like people are being able to not be overtalked and, you know, and so on. And then they also could have their own topics. So like, let's just say if Dyslow right now wanted to do it, like, for example, he could do like a discussion on like Electric Universe or whatever it may be, and be able to, you know, hash out those ideas. And so there's like, and someone can host like in any way they want, basically. So if they're hosting like, whether it's more presentation style or more like an open discussion, or just more like kind of helping with whatever the topics to like in that way as well. So what I've been doing, so some of the mods have the live stream host role, but we haven't really started doing it that much. But earlier I gave it out to Fundamental for a while. It's just, this one's the temporary live stream host. So it's, you get the live stream host kind of role, but it's only really temporary. So maybe for an hour or 2 or 3 hours or whatever. And then I think what I'm going to start doing too is recording specific YouTube videos for these types of sessions, you know, so like an actual hosted like topic and, you know, for like, let's say a 3-hour period or something, and create a YouTube video that's just those actual 3 hours or those 2 hours. And maybe it could have a particular topic and it could have a particular host, or like 2 people could host, for example, or even 3. So all of those options are possible.
Good idea. Yeah,
I'll definitely put my hand up.
I think Fundamental did a good job, though. Fundamental did a good job.
Yeah. He kind of just started. The reason that I did that is because he was doing it naturally. Like he just kind of started doing it. It was awesome because it was like the idea of playing tennis, where you hit the ball, then the other person hits it back, and it's a back and forth. Yeah, he was like, that was awesome right there. And so I just thought, like, because I remembered that I created that role, the temporary live stream host role, so that it could be given out, you know, in different ways and stuff. So yeah, so I just like decided to do that, and yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, I don't mind doing the host thing anyway. It's a nice position to be in, because you can control the actual debate better.
Yeah, I mean, basically, like on this server, like live stream host, you basically can run it any way you want. I mean, within realm, obviously, you can't like, you know, create some kind of like extreme, you know, something.
Yeah, I'm talking about the virus. They're getting a bit too clever. I might have done that.
You got to keep the train on the tracks here.
I might have gone underground with it.
Jin's flown off. Jin, your train has been shooting off, and then it gets back on. Oh man,
like a roller coaster, but he's staying on track.
Yeah. No, but anyway, so yeah. With the hosting, yeah, that would be the idea, is that the person could pretty much host it, you know, any way they want, like whatever they prefer. They could mute people, even to the point of this. Like, let's say in a room you've got 30 people, whatever it might be, and let's say there's like one person that for whatever reason that live stream host like either doesn't quite vibe with, or it's not quite on the topic or whatever. He could just mute that person temporarily. Meaning it's not like, it's not some kind of like that he did something wrong or whatever. It's just sort of like he could potentially curate it how he would want to, which is kind of what like podcasts do, radio show hosts do. I mean, there's things like that. And not every host would have to do it that way, but I'm just saying if they wanted to, and then they could kind of bring people in, you know, and kind of orchestrate, you know, that kind of a discussion as well. I mean, there's so many.
I like that. You know, it's like being in the law courts. You know what I mean? You know, you just want to get your point, but you got to wait and then, get your points. And then the points can be addressed properly. I like that. Definitely like that.
And then at the same time, like, yeah, like you could do that. You could do structure like that, or you could just host it where it's just a complete open discussion as well, where or just like bringing up different topics. But the cool thing about hosting, especially if we make like specific shorter videos for it, so people can share those and whatnot, especially like if you know in that way, I think that would be cool because then it would kind of be well, it's just be interesting to have people be able to like support the flow of the topic, and I think that could like to me it feels like it would expand like this entire realm where there could be just like more that could be unpacked.
Yeah, we can get into the nooks and crannies properly. Basically, yeah, I liked it. It was going well with the 9/11 debate. I felt that we presented the case very well for building number 7 and the Twin Towers and how it was totally impossible to have a collapse, especially when the numbers that would require, the forces that would be required couldn't be generated to do the pancake theory, for example. That stumbled them, you know, but what did they do? Just lie, you know? I thought that was good. You get my meaning? Yeah. In order to initiate a pancake for like building number 7, one floor to hit the next floor, you know, a force of 632,000 pounds would be, no, sorry, 620,000 pounds, if I'm right. Yeah, 632,000 pounds, sorry. That's a lot of weight. But you could only generate, maximum would only be, you could only generate 60,000 pounds. That's it. You couldn't get to that level. There's not, it's just impossible within the Twin Towers. And that was from 12th floor. From the 12th floor. You know.
All right, so I'm going to be listening, but I'm going to kind of be in and out for a little bit. Does anyone want a live stream host before I step away? Does anyone want the role?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think everyone's just going to be chilling for now. They're going to be chilling for now. I think the 9/11 took it out of them.
We could just do an open chill.
Yeah, open chill time.
Yeah, I would. My signal is in and out, and I wouldn't be able to stay in.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think about that statement that I made that came out of that video that I watched? I've been doing this thing for 2 weeks here. That in order to initiate a pancake, right? And this is happening from the 12th floor of a 47-story building. Okay, so you've got all those floors above, okay, plus the 12th floor to initiate a pancake. 632,000 pounds, and they said the max you would get would be 60,000 pounds, and that wouldn't have happened anyway, because the building was just, the construction was just well too solid. The integrity of the building wouldn't allow that to happen. I just thought, yeah, man. I mean, it's obvious that they had to use. It's clearly obvious that you cannot have a building go through the strongest part of the resistance, strongest path of resistance at free fall. It flies against nature's laws of physics, and downright arrogance to even think it. Yeah. So, you know, so says Gin CBR1. Any takers for the second time or third time in asking? Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be able to answer that, I would need to know both sides, right? To sort of say it can't do it. I must know all of the things that are possible and know that that's not amongst that set.
Well, it's this is what it is. It's a 610-foot tall building, 47 floors, and the actual NIST report did say that not in any location did the fires last more than 20 to 30 minutes in any given location where the fire happened, because building number 7 wasn't engulfed in flames. It had pockets of fires on certain floors, and in those
somebody
areas,
challenge Gin CBR1?
No, yeah. He just interrupts and shouts, and I'm hungover from a first night of freedom last night, so I'm not really going to engage.
I wouldn't try challenging Gin CBR1, man.
Yeah, not on this, because I'm a professional expert specialist on this topic matter.
So it sounds like if Riding on Eggshells ever does live stream hosting, he's going to immediately mute Jin.
Not immediately, but I mean, there's a good chance he'll spend a fair bit of his time muted. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. That's right. But when I am allowed to speak, I'll blow all your speakers, so you'll have to get a new set of kit every time.
Jin, that was an awesome comeback, dude. Oh man, you took like a ground out and just turned it into a grand slam.
Yeah, man.
Gonna blow my mind. What's up, you guys? I want to say what's up while I got.
Oh, yeah, nice, bro. Nice, man. Yeah. I'm always flabbergasted when they just refuse to take on the scientific method and look. I mean, how can an organization called NIST, they're asked to inspect the thermite and look for accelerants, and they just refuse to do that. And in the report, they totally didn't say how building number 7 came down. Anyway, oh sorry, not in the report, in the 9/11 Commission report. They totally ignored. It's not even mentioned. Terrible. I just don't understand it myself. Talk about running from the truth. Yeah. Running from the truth, they are.
Well, I guess I'll just say this real quick, like since you brought it back to that. What do you ultimately think happened, Jin?
Yeah, what do you have against taking money from insurance companies?
Oh, well, I mean, but I think the insurance company's in on it anyway, you know what I mean? Even the insurance company's insured, you know what I mean? So they don't really care. What do I think happened? I think, a mad group within the government initiated this. Lunatics are in control of the world, and they attacked us, human race. They attacked us. That's what they did. It was a psychological attack on us.
That's pretty deep.
They're emboldened now. They are in control. That's what they're telling us. And look at what's happening now. Yeah? I'm not going to say anything, but you know what I mean.
I've always thought it was hard to reconcile false flags because it's like false flags make sense to where you would do it to get the people motivated for something, but why do you even really need to get the people motivated? If you have enough power to just tell your army or whoever what to do, I mean, you'll just be doing that.
It's never enough. A, it's never enough power, and B, you'll never get the army to go against their own people. Not in America, at least, maybe in other countries, but not unless there's have to be a very good fucking reason to get the military going against their own people.
They need to.
Yeah.
So they.
In fact, in Britain, I think
it's not even legal.
Last week.
Military and go ahead, Jen. My bad.
Sorry, yeah. Last week in Britain, the military veterans have come out against what's going on now. They just fed up with their government. So now they're saying that they're not able to get in their pension money. Things are going wrong, and they gave their life for their country, and they actually represented their country in wars and that. And look at what's going on. They're fed up. So they're out there protesting now. So if that can happen in Britain, I'm sure that could happen in the US. Because that's all we need. If we want peace, the army's got to come onto our side for a fact. They've got to drop their guns, drop all weapons. Peace is coming like that.
The thing is, we are the ones with the actual power. They don't have the power because we're in control of the military. The normal person is the guy put on that with his finger on the button, his hand, finger on the trigger. It's maybe just a few up top that are, may not be like that, but. And like I said, these people never have enough power. Think about the power you want to have in your own house. You want to control everything: the temperature, the noise level, the color of the walls, who comes and goes. You want to control everything in your house down to the very minute detail. This Earth is like their house to these people, so they want all the control. Like it'll never be enough control. We're on some 1984 shit. We're headed there.
We're well on the way, man. Accelerating.
It was interesting.
Flat Earth has accelerated. Flat Earth hit the wrong button, and now we're accelerating into this thing now.
I agree, Jen. I do think at this time in human history, to align with truth, whatever that is, and of course, everyone's going to have their own viewpoint, perhaps, and their own understandings. But let's just say for a moment, philosophically, like that there is a truth. There is truth. And to attune with that, does that actually give you like immune strength, spiritual strength, in today's world, perhaps even to fight off any, let's just say, toxins in the environment.
Oh yeah, I would say so. It's an uplift. Flat Earth is an injection of adrenaline. It's, I'm flying ever since I knew I've been flying and I haven't stopped. I'm a helium balloon that's never coming down. That's exactly how I feel. I am that invested.
I really don't feel that way. I feel like
that balloon's gonna pop soon.
I feel like that's a heavy weight. There's a heavy weight on my shoulders having to carry you guys every day.
Get yourself some helium. Lighten the load.
We can't get any helium. Bloody NASA's nicked it all.
Yeah, I know. They have, haven't they? Yeah, the biggest consumer. I wonder why. Yeah. So that's what it's like for me, you see. That's what it's like for me, And as I'm getting older, I'm going to be 60 this year. So the urgency is there for me, and I don't mind that because I can control how to deliver that truth. And I always appeal to the emotional side of things. I said, don't you really want to know where you are? Isn't that not important to you? And the fact that the money if this is true, what I'm telling you, and I know it is, the amount of money that not you maybe, but the next generation coming, you plus your children's children are going to be paying off. And they never even experienced it.
All we gotta do is make a straight line. This will all be over with. We make a couple straight lines next to each other so we can tell, they are straight, and boom, I had shit in the bag. Like, what are we waiting for? You better do something. Gin time's ticking. Like you said, you want to hand this over to your kids?
Yeah. I've done that already. I've handed them the news as soon as I knew 6 years ago now. But I'm always apologizing to them as well in that, sorry that you're living through this nonsense that's going on. And we should do something. And
because our parents didn't do anything. Now we're not doing nothing. What are we doing?
I did say that. So I'm trying. That's why, at least my dad didn't tell me. I had to find out. Okay. So now So you got a head start, and you should never ever vote for anything that is not going to benefit you and the people, not just you particularly, everyone. Okay, I've never voted, I said, because I never saw it benefiting me or anyone. All I saw was the vote meant more of a demise. And every year that's gone by, they never kept to their manifesto. It's never happened. Look at where we are today. I said to my children, look at what's happening now. Okay, it's wrong, yeah? Learn these lessons well, yeah? That's what I'm saying. Learn these lessons well. Because you're the people that can change it. We're making all the noise at the moment. Right. Then you're the people, you're going to change the world because you know the truth now.
Well, I feel like we need to do something. We're the adults here. We should be doing something. Like, what can we do?
Yeah. Well,
just telling people ain't going to do it enough. You can't tell as many people fast enough. Most people don't believe you.
So, it's a revolt. For me, it's a revolt. It's the only way. That means
with violence?
It means to not comply. To revolt doesn't mean pick up a stick and start bashing these people. It means to not comply. No. Like some people say, passively, don't follow the system. You got to pull away from the system.
You can't get away from the system. That's for men of evil to triumph. It only takes men of good to do nothing, or whatever the saying is.
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
that's right.
Well, I actually think I think being able to talk about it is huge, though, because I think the way that this has gone, it's been very organic. Like ever since, I think it was actually connected to December 21st, 2012, the Mayan calendar, and that actually was the end of an entire era, the end of an age, and the beginning of a new one. So that would have been at the end of 2012, and then really into 2013 and 14, especially more 14 and 15, is when like Flat Earth and all of that just started completely erupting out of, and has just been consistently growing. Of course, they censored it. They've done all kinds of stuff, but even with that, it's still been consistently expanding and growing.
Yeah, it's not going away at all. It's not. They've moved on to, those who are on the YouTube pushing out the good content have moved on to other platforms. So they're still pushing it, and they're still putting bits and pieces on YouTube, reminding, we're over here, come over here, this is where we are now. Okay. And they're out there doing it on the streets. They were in Hollywood. I was there live with a Flat Earth dude a couple of weeks back, trying to motivate people and get them to understand that the Earth is not a spinning ball, right? You know, it's a work in progress, and we're progressing. That's the beautiful thing about it.
I don't think that there's anyone in this room who's going to deny what you just said, Gio. It's a very palpable transition.
Yeah. Yeah. Well said.
Yeah, I saw that TikTok too, where we went from Pisces to some shit else, and it was essentially you found faith and spirituality outside your body. After 2012, it was the end of that age. We're entering a new age of information where you can find spirituality from within, blah, blah, blah. It's a popular TikTok right now.
Yes, we are in the information age after all. So this is why we can say we can know as much as any professor, and you don't need to have the PhD degree. You don't really need that. And he'll have to run and hide, especially when it comes to the heliocentric model and how it doesn't exist. Even a child of 10 can destroy a professor. A 10-year-old with the correct questions. Yes, they can.
The reason why we hold subject matter experts, especially when they have an education to back them, such as a PhD, it's not automatic that they're right 100% of the time, but there's more confidence level within it because they have a foundation. This is my point of view. I know you're going to disagree, but don't interrupt. What I see with flat earthers is that you're trying to build a house from the roof down. But when I see PhDs or people that are technically knowledgeable due to like schooling and education, I see that they have a foundation and they're building a house from the foundation up. That's how I discriminate between the two groups of people.
Yes, that would be your warped idea. What you seem to forget is the house is already built. We're saying, please look at the house that's already been built. We're not building it.
Yeah.
It's here now, ready built. Yours is the deception. They're lying to you. Where is this house that they said they got? Go and find it. Here's a ruler. Here's a laser beam. Here's a motion detector. Please go and find this. Zero. Fucking zero. They come back scratching their heads. Everything's level. It's not moving. And how can we be in a vacuum without the air pressure container? You see what I mean?
You completely missed my point, but that's fine.
No, I haven't. I've got your point very well pegged, mate. We're not building no house from the roof down, from the outside inside. It's already built. We're trying to say to everybody, look at it. Look at this place. You're missing your house. Come on. Don't go there.
Yeah, what happened was the globe built a house made out of cards, and
Yes,
it's all
that's the
toppling over on them.
Thank you.
Exactly. Yeah. And the way that they inverted perspective and used very remedial quote unquote proofs and then pushed it with all this authority of like a space agency and the United Nations and the entire creation of that and everything that led to them pushing it to this degree.
Yeah. I mean, look at Copernicus, right? He didn't want to release his heliocentric model because he knew he couldn't prove it. It wasn't ready. But as soon as he's dead, within 2 seconds, it's already released. Released already. There you go. Here we are. We're living on a globe. The man didn't want to release it. In fact, I bet you they hastened his demise. They poisoned him.
Yeah, I mean, as the legend goes with Copernicus, he was essentially killed, and then they edited his book and then released it after his death.
Is that the way to bring the story? I mean, isn't that not terrible? What a way.
Seems to be the case with a lot of those main figureheads.
Yeah. Horrible. See? Deception.
The discoverer of the electron. I mean, even Isaac Newton, right? He even though he wrote down, just to himself about like mass attracting mass, and like action at a distance and stuff like that, he definitely wrote down something like, don't treat this as if it's science. Like, please don't treat this as if it's actual science. Everyone, please don't be mistaken. It's just some of the ideas I'm thinking about. This isn't science.
That's where it was twisted. Exactly. I mean, exactly. Because Copernicus, it was on the revolutions of the celestial spheres. and that was released right around his death. And then that is what they claim triggered the Copernican revolution, quote unquote, and then started pushing, that whole narrative even more so. So, I mean, it's possible, I would say in general, like the general legend understanding that I'm aware of is that, is that he was basically just a complete co-opt. Like take somebody who was very well respected in their field and everything and go and just completely, have something to do with his death and then publish his work with complete alterations that they then use for their later agendas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and overzealotry.
That's right. Exactly.
Well, at the end of the day, if we got enough proof for a globe Earth or a flat Earth, we wouldn't even be here because everything would be done and dusted.
Agreed.
I would say I'm here because
therefore we haven't got enough proof for a globe Earth, and we haven't got enough proof for a flat Earth.
We've got overwhelming proof of flat Earth. Overwhelming.
Not enough for this individual, though.
I mean, personally, I'm here because I know
What
the
individual?
I know there's to be a stationary planar surface, so I'm here out of the wonder of that and wanting to connect with others. There's just an epic. This truth is so deep in my viewpoint. It has such like a symbolic and even like an archetypal component to it that
I agree.
It's just
You are lying.
And so being a part of it is just amazing.
Yo, come on.
Yeah, I agree
You
with
do
that.
not sound genuine.
Who just said you are lying?
You sound like you're
It's
kidding.
exhilarating.
Who was saying that to? You are lying.
I want to reveal my opinion. He sounds like he's kidding around to me, in my opinion.
I'm smiling, but I'm
You're very, very quiet to me. Can you speak up, please?
Don, your mic's pretty muffled.
Yeah, something's up with your mic, Don.
Yeah.
You
Flat
biting
Earth
pillow?
evidence is
My
abound.
bad.
There's way too much evidence. There is not one shred of evidence of the globe, and yet 200 proofs. 200 proofs. Let's just take Eric Dubé's. Oh, admittedly, there's been some. There are some. Some of the proofs are repeated. I'll give it that. But where's the one proof of the globe? Jin Dubé, one proof of the globe. I can't even do that. If you give me $1 million,
sorry,
I wouldn't be able to prove it. One proof of the
Can I
globe.
interrupt you for a minute, please, Jin? Because somebody actually said you were lying. I don't know who they were speaking to. I'd like to know who they were speaking to.
Don was speaking.
No, I don't think
was
that.
saying Geo sounds like he was joking.
All right. Okay.
But
My apologies.
Warren and Cliff, what you were saying, no, I was only just responding because you had said that you're here because you're trying to, like, let's say, be like on the fence, like that concept, like which one is it? But I was just saying that in my perspective, I'm here personally because I know it's a stationary plane, and being able to discuss it with others and have camaraderie, and also to be able to explore the more potentials of what could actually be. Just in terms of everything, whether it's like physics, free energy. I mean, there's a million interesting topics. The fact that everyone likes to debate the globe, I mean, I do find it interesting, and I think it's a very useful discussion. However, personally, I'm much more into the discussions where we can explore deeper things and bring our minds together rather than just going back and forth on that.
Yeah. I did not say I was on the fence. I said there's no evidence for a globe. So why are we still talking about it? Because if there was any evidence for the globe, then we should be discussing it. But there's no evidence.
Yeah, no, I didn't really think you were on the fence, but I just was trying to clarify what you were saying. But okay, now I hear what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Well, but do you think that's still a useful discussion for people who don't know yet?
Well, the reason I'm talking about it.
Of course, Geo. Of course.
It's just an open.
The words out of my mouth.
Jin just answered for me. Yes, thank you very much, Jin.
But Warren Cliff, I see what I find is that there's a difference between, in my opinion, when globe earthers are really pushing the globe, like it's a proselytizing and pushing it, and they get angry when you don't agree, and they get aggressive and forceful, versus someone who you're able to actually have a back and forth with and break down a discussion more. It seems, there's like a difference.
Yeah, if you're willing to discuss it, then that is great. If you are not willing to discuss anything and accept what the other person says, whether it might be true or false, until you actually analyze it, then that's bad on you. You know, a lot of people.
Yeah, but we've analysed it. 6 years now. 6 years. We've done a lot of analysing. I bring my experience of my life to bear with this as well. And you know, frankly, like I said, if someone was to give me $1 million today and say, "Go and prove the globe," I wouldn't be able to do it. So I'd have to give back the $1 million. Here you go, mate. I can't prove it. $1 million, man. You know?
Have you heard everything that's coming from? Have you heard everything that's coming from the other side? Because I know you're a flat earther, but have you heard everything coming from the other side?
I think we've.
We've heard
it.
We've heard it all.
We've heard it.
All, man. We've heard it all, and
Literally.
yeah. That's why I'm saying that if you gave me $1 million, I still wouldn't be able to prove this globe. I'd have to give back that $1 million. Yeah, I'd have to return.
I know you have. I know you have heard it. That's why I just said it. So therefore, it's actually recorded and it's in the arena now.
Yeah. Someone said to me, "What if you're wrong, Jin?" I said, "I'm not wrong. That's it. I am not wrong. Don't worry."
So, Jin, if
you were wrong,
Jin, if you had a cool $1 million, would you just would you go ahead and get out there on a little boat with your sextant and just start taking readings and just map out the whole thing?
Absolutely.
We'll call it Jin around the world, and you'll just get it all sorted, get it all mapped out.
Jin around the flat Earth, mate. Jin around the flat Earth. Let's get that right.
Exactly.
You know? The boat's number 911 was an inside job right along the side of the boat. Building number 7. Building number 7 going down. Yeah.
Nice, dude.
Yeah, man. You know that if I had that money, that kind of money, I'm definitely having a team. We're out there. Definitely. Yeah. I'll be on the TV. I'll be on the TV. I'll be outside the studio. Son, I want to debate on this. Yeah, I want to debate on this. Yeah. Come on.
Another one. Even just real quick, even more so with lasers. Like if you to use really high powered lasers, and then you could actually measure every 50 feet along the laser to verify that it's a straight line.
Yeah, of course you could.
Yeah, that's another.
What do
other lasers?
What levels?
Fog machines.
Yeah. Water levels is so much easier.
Yeah, you can use the water level as well. Bring them both. Use them both. I would use them both, mate. Definitely.
Yeah, be redundant. Yeah, cover all your tracks.
Yes, just like when they built those twin towers and the building number 7, they were solid. The only way they could come down is with thermite and explosives. That's the only way. And the disintegrator machine. Yes.
Well, we could build these. If at some point like we have access to like enough acreage, you could have like a huge triangle on that acreage, and then you could have multiple different verification techniques of creating straight lines and measuring the angles, and perhaps set up like a spherical excess type of demonstration where you have multiple different forms of measuring it, and to see if you can fit a planar triangle on the Earth.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, we could do that with heading values. We could do that now.
And what's the easiest way you could do it with? A water level.
That's right.
That is one of the core ones that that would be utilized as well. Yeah, lasers, water levels, plumb lines with drones. There were a lot of these ideas we've had.
They've also used GPS. They used radar and various other things. That I'm going to that documentary from Brazil. They employed 6 kind of methods there, and everything proved the Earth was motionless and just stationary plane.
No, that's false.
Level plane.
Are you talking about their? Are you talking about their surface level readings, like using lidar through the forest?
Yeah.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That was just detecting giant landmarks and unforeseen things that you can't see at ground level. such as essentially big ass farms and previous civilizations.
Yeah,
and
the
shit.
only thing is it only works on a flat plane. That's the problem you're not realizing because you're so invested in the globe. Can't work that on a globe. That's the thing.
No. That's not what they were doing at all. It had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth for what they were doing.
Still, they didn't find the globe anywhere.
I don't think that would indicate one way or the other, would it?
No, it's a similar argument to when people present elevation charts and say, look, there's no curve. It's that chart and that information has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's hyper specific to what they're doing.
Okay, well, whilst you're there, can you now provide us with some evidence, since you know so much? Please provide the evidence you have that you know it's a globe. Thank you. So for those listening on the YouTube as well, they want to know how you know it's a globe because they don't know.
The two celestial poles, I think, is a really good one.
Celestial poles.
Yeah, I like that one because I could one-to-one demonstrate it. I have not figured out and not been presented a way that two rotating poles like that would be seen from two observers looking in the same quote-unquote up direction. I can't demonstrate that.
That doesn't prove the globe. That really does fall right
in your opinion.
It falls into the laps of the flat earthers. That one. So
no, it doesn't. You can assert it. You can assert it, but it's not true.
You're shooting yourself in the foot because angular resolution and perspective would mean that we can't see those stars from where we are. Just like you can't see the North Star from Australia.
That's not the point. That's not what I'm bringing up. What I'm bringing up is two celestial poles that rotate in different directions.
We don't see this. We don't see the South Pole. There is no South Pole because if there were such a South Pole, on a second, please, we would be able to see the sun for 24 hours for 3 to 4 months above the horizon in the south.
Are you changing subjects then?
We don't have a South Pole in the way you describe it on a spherical
Are you
ball.
changing the subject then? Are you changing the subject?
I'm keeping the subject right on point, right on core.
Okay, so why did you bring up the sun in 24-hour sun? Yeah,
Northern
two celestial
South Pole,
poles.
you
Yeah.
said. Northern South Pole, yeah.
All right, hold on, you guys. That needs to be broken up at least for a second. So, Bio, okay, could you tell us how he asked you what's your proof of a globe, and you said, imagine that someone was listening to this and they've never heard this topic before. So we're asking you how the Earth is a globe. The first thing you said is celestial poles, which you're referring to the movement of the stars, correct? So yeah, explain how this makes the Earth a globe in your viewpoint.
Right. So because we have a linear relationship with distance on the ground and the angular value to a particular star, you can pick any of them. I don't give a shit. But we have that linear relationship. That right there is indicative of walking on a curved Earth, such as a circle or a sphere within 3 dimensions. But the way that I demonstrate it is if you were to put stars or light sources on the ground and put light sources on the ceiling, and you have a camera in your hand, face it up to the ceiling, and that'll denote looking north, right? You're looking north, and your whole body with the camera is spinning in one direction. As you're spinning, you have a particular rotation of those stars you're looking up to. Now what you do is you flip the camera around 180 degrees. Now you're denoting what is looking south. You have not stopped rotating. You're still rotating yourself in the same direction. But your camera sees an opposite rotation of the stars on the ground. That is one-to-one analogous what we see in reality. I have been unable to reproduce that with the camera looking in all orientations. I've yet to be able to produce that. I invite a flat earther to do that.
And that's all based on the assumption that the stars are what?
That the stars are above you and they are point sources of light. That's the only assumptions I need to make.
Wait, those are assumptions?
I thought those were just facts, BioDuel.
No,
Yeah, the stars. The stars. Yeah, the stars are up there. We can see them. That's all we need.
Yeah, they could be, as you guys say, the farts of unicorns. They could be balls of gas. They can be whatever you'd like them to be. They are there consistently, all the time, generally same position throughout the year. They're predictable.
They're there for your pleasure.
All of those things don't matter. There are 2 celestial poles. There is 2 opposite rotations, and we are on a surface in which it is a linear function of X amount of miles equals X amount of degrees, and that works everywhere. Based on those empirical facts.
Assumption.
Yes. No. Empirical facts.
No,
it's
assumption.
indicative. It is indicative
Show
of
us your facts then.
ground.
Show us your facts then.
Yeah, have you verified this the South Pole at its zenith?
No, at its zenith, no. No, I haven't.
Oh, that sucks.
You know, really,
Why would you have
because I haven't verified China, but I know it exists.
Right, Warden. What specifically do you disagree with?
That
Because
one-
I wouldn't.
You said these are facts.
Yeah, I know. Which one do you
China
disagree with?
exists as a fact. I've
Show
never
us your
been
facts
there.
then.
China exists. It's a fact.
I never said anything about China.
People live there. I've
Now
never been.
let-
I
now
haven't
let go,
personally
Jeff.
Anything about
verified it.
China?
I have not personally verified China. I've never been there. I've never even been outside the United States. I haven't personally verified any
I
country
say anything
outside the
about
United
China?
States.
We're
And
dealing.
therefore,
Did I say anything about China?
under what you said,
No, Riggs did.
but
Riggs
No,
according
no,
to
I
what
never
you're
said anything
saying,
about China.
is because I
I
have
know.
not personally verified any country outside the United States. Therefore, I can't believe in them.
No,
I never said anything
we're
about
going too
China,
long.
did I?
Yeah, you didn't. You did not. We're going
Correct.
off topic kind of because of what Riggs said of being zenith to the South Pole. It's analogous to I don't have to be in China to know it exists. Blah blah blah. That's all it
Well-
was. We don't have to go on that tangent.
My pushback is that you started off with assumption, and then you started to go into empirical facts, which you didn't verify personally.
Hold
so
on,
it's not.
wait a minute. No, I never said it. The person that was saying it said these are facts. So I said, prove your facts then.
I just mentioned like every single country outside the United States is a fact exists.
That's got nothing to do.
I
No,
have not
we weren't talking
personally
about
verified
countries.
those countries. I have not
We
personally
weren't talking
verified
about
those countries.
countries.
Perfect, but I've never verified them for myself.
Right,
But
so
I
it's not an empirical fact. It's a fact.
No,
It's not an empirical fact, right?
Well,
live in
prove
those
your
countries.
facts then. Prove your
People live
facts.
in those countries.
Prove your facts.
Well, hold on.
Nothing to do with countries.
Well, this started with the stars, and then somehow we got to China. So let's reel it back.
I never mentioned anything about
Well,
China.
the point is,
I
you
know.
don't
I
have
think
to personally
Lael did.
verify. I don't have to.
Well, hold on a second, Lael. I think Lael came in heavy with something about China. But back for a second to the stars. So what's the conflict you have, Bio, that the stars couldn't be doing this above a planar surface?
The relationship of the way that I view a flat Earth, and again, if you have a model, present it. But the way I view a flat Earth is that it's a level plane in which me at one end of the equator and you on the complete opposite side of the equator. If we're both at sea level, we share the same horizontal at 6 feet. That is my idea of a flat Earth. Now, due to that, if I approach north, however many miles, and you approach south that same amount of miles, when we look up, we are sharing the same exact up direction. Using this knowledge, I am unable to produce 2 rotating planes of stars above that.
Okay, so your whole thing is based on a premise of being able to stand underneath the poles?
No. The poles, the zenith to the poles have nothing to do with it. It is the particular rotations that you observe. Let's just say someone in Australia is looking up. They are looking up in the direction of the southern celestial pole.
That's
in America.
That's not
You
up.
in America.
Are you thinking that's 90 degrees up? That's not 90 degrees up. It's off in the distance. Just like
Yeah, I know. It matches.
Yeah.
It matches your latitude. You're right. It matches your latitude. So now
it's
I'm
at,
just saying
it's at a declination. It's at a very low declination. I mean, it's not up above you in that sense. But yeah, there is the
based on your latitude.
But nonetheless, even if someone in Australia looks straight up, like laid on their back and was looking straight up, they would see a different way in which the stars are rotating than a person laying in their back in the United States. That's empirical. That's fact.
What happens is that if you're in the northern region, if you're in the northern region, you're going to see Polaris and see that rotation. As you go south, Polaris will begin to essentially set on your horizon. So as you go from the Tropic of Cancer down to the equator and so on, the Polaris will essentially, just like the sun sets, Polaris will set and you'll no longer see it. At some point, depending on the atmospheric conditions and your area, at some point you're going to start to see the southern crux in the southern part of the sky. And in the middle of that, the stars are just moving directly overhead.
But if you're laying on your back on a flat Earth, you're seeing the same star all the way across the entire flat Earth because it's level. And I think that was Biodual's point.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the way that it would have to work, the way that I present it and the way that I can demonstrate it and the way that the globe model works is that someone in America looking up, they're not looking in the same direction as someone in the southern hemisphere looking up. Those two ups are not the same ups. On a flat Earth, those two ups are the same ups, and that is the reason why I can't produce two opposite rotating poles because of that issue there.
No, there's no issue. It's all happening on a flat Earth, what you're describing. That's the problem. The problem is, where is the physical globe Earth under my foot? That's what the people in the server want to know in the chat room. They want to know physically, how do we experience this globe on the ground? Not looking at the stars.
Someone laying on their back is on the ground.
Go ahead, Howard.
Yeah, but that's not experiencing a ball. That's experiencing a flat ground. He's trying to say, where do you experience the ball?
But that's what I'm saying. Like if I'm laying on the ground in Australia.
Go ahead, Howard.
Yeah, is someone here from Australia?
Yep.
Okay, when you look due south, can you see the southern celestial pole?
Of course, yeah, that's how it works.
Okay.
What latitude are you at?
And I'm in the northern hemisphere, and I can see the north celestial pole. So what's the problem?
Earth isn't a ball yet, though. You both seen stars. When does Earth become a globe? In reality, not in your belief of why, right? You see a star, he sees a star. Great. Now convince me Earth is a ball. Or show me.
I've given you two types of ways. One.
No, you've given
a linear. I know. It's fun to talk over. I'm going to answer your question. One was the linear function in which, in reality, when you travel 69 miles north or south, you're changing your measurement to a star by 1 degree. If you travel another 69 miles, you're going to change it by another 1 degree. This linear function only applies to a certain.
No, we're not.
Yeah, you're not. That's not Earth as a ball. That's not Earth as a ball. That's 69 miles, then a degree. That's not Earth as a ball.
Yes,
you have to interpret that. No, you have to interpret that as Earth as a ball. That is not Earth as a ball. That is 69 degrees, and then the stars get lower. That is not Earth as a ball. That is the stars getting lower with distance. Now, if you want to believe that happens because, right? If you want to believe that happens because Earth is a ball, that's fine. That's your belief. But that is not what we see. We see the star getting lower, not the Earth as a ball.
No, there is that relationship. Sure, there is that relationship.
To you,
This is why I ask about Zenith, and that like this idea of an empirical fact.
I try
is
every
something
day.
you have to verify.
There's that. See, and he's just like he just went. That is a ball. Not to me. Not to me. To you, that's a ball. And if you believe that,
it does not a ball make.
No, it doesn't. It's just distance and the drop of a star. That is not a ball.
Yeah.
Not to me.
It's not a ball. Exactly. And like I've said, and I'm asking and I'm still waiting, if you can see at the North Pole, the sun for 24 hours for 4 months, it stands to reason that you would see the same beautiful, magnificent phenomena at the South Pole. And we don't have one single video of this phenomena in the South Pole. We don't have it.
There are plenty of them.
We don't have it.
There's plenty of them.
We'll repeat
There's
that to the
plenty of
cows
them.
come on, mate. They
Wolfie
don't have it.
6020's got one. Wolfie 6020's got that on his channel.
That one was debunked fake.
24 hours for 4 months at a time. No.
So do we not have them, or are they just debunked, quote unquote?
Oh, is that the same ones that have
they
the
still
same
exist.
Clouds going around all the time?
No, there is the sun.
Just deny it.
Above the horizon for 24 hours in the South Pole. No Australian has any videos of this. No one in South Africa and no one in South America, Chile. Not even the people in the South Pole themselves.
That's a good point. You You don't have to be that far north to get the effects, right? It's weird.
So
Why is it,
if you
it's almost like the
calculate it
south and the
close-
north aren't the same, yet they should be the same on a ball.
Right, they are. The South Pole, there is that effect, but in Sydney, sure, there's not. And if you were to show that in Sydney we should see that effect, then I would be compelled. But I'm pretty sure at the latitude we are, that's not the case.
I just want to know. I just want to know one thing really quick. If a star is continuously 3,000 miles or further above the surface of the Earth on a flat plane that's level, and I move 69 miles, it's still 3,000 miles above or higher above the surface of the Earth, why would it look lower if it's the same distance?
Yeah, why do planes look lower? Why do planes look lower? That's just, you're just asking dumb questions because you're not thinking. Hold on, you're not thinking. You're just defending your. Hang on. Wait. You're just defending your idea because a plane gets lower in the sky. Now, a plane is not crashing into the ground, right? We know that. It just adds. We know that it's getting further away and it looks lower. So you're just going, why does this thing happen? And again. And even
the plane is only like 5 or 6 miles up.
Yeah,
though.
well, again, you don't have Earth as a ball. You have seeing something, right? And then questions, okay? Your questions don't make Earth a ball, right? Just because you answer those questions to yourself that Earth must be a ball. That doesn't mean it is.
Don't make Earth flat. So what's your point?
Again, but I'm not here asserting anything. I'm not here asserting that it's flat. I'm just saying what you have is not a ball. And instead of addressing that, it's like you're Lauren Armstrong and you deflect all of the responsibility. Well, but you don't have. Yeah. Why are you deflecting? So what? I'm not here.
Is that really what's happening right now, right to hand? Like
you're saying the Earth is a ball. Okay.
Check. What's going on, everyone?
What's up, Matrix? Yeah, let's dial it back like a bit here just to keep it in the flow. But yeah.
Just ask Leo a question real quick. Leo, you've been in this for a couple years, bro. You don't understand that the way the so-called model renders is not the same way your eye is gonna interpret the Earth. Do you get that yet, or you still think that just because you see it in a model with a God point of view, a Muppet vision, like Nathan Oakley calls it, you think that that's how you're gonna interpret the Earth, bro?
What does that have to do with laying on a flat plane and moving 69 miles and that star still, or that point of light still being above me by at least 3,000 miles have to do with Muppet vision? That's fact.
Bro, there's no 3,000 miles, right? You never measured the distance to the star. You looked at it, okay? Now, when you move from where you looked at it, it drops a little bit in the sky. Great. I'll give you that. I've seen that happen myself. That doesn't... Hold on, but that's what happens, right? You're disagreeing with what happens. That's what happens. The star is there, we see it, it drops down. That doesn't give you Earth shape. That's just an observation, dude.
You're putting words in my mouth.
It's the same reason. Essentially, it's a similar concept to the way that the lampposts down the street look like they're setting as well.
Yeah, you're putting distances in our mouth. We didn't say 3,000 miles of the stars.
Well, somebody mentioned 3,000 miles anyway. That was mentioned several times.
Yeah, but we have who's measured this? Who's actually you've only looked at this. Not one person on Earth has measured the distance to the star when they've done any of this. They've looked at it, 69 miles, and then seen it drop or rise depending on which way they went. That's it.
Well, I think that was Leo saying that. I think that Leo, you can go next if you want, but yeah, that was you saying that, right? You were putting up a 3,000 mile estimation and then wondering why the angle didn't work in your mind or something?
No, I'm not talking about an angle. I'm talking about the physical location. Height above the Earth does not actually change. It stays the same. And if I'm laying on my back and I move 69 miles, if I'm laying on my back, that point that's 3,000 miles above the surface of the Earth is still 3,000 miles above the surface of the Earth.
3,000 miles is
400 miles away. It's still
questioning, though, Leo. How is it that you come to this conclusion that it's 3,000 miles? That's what we're questioning.
I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying it is. I'm giving an example. If there were a light in the sky that was 3,000 miles above the surface of the Earth, no matter how far I move away from that object, laying on my back, it's still 3,000 miles above the surface of the Earth. It doesn't change because I move away from it.
You can't say that. You can't give it.
But
I
that
can't.
doesn't make sense because if it's in a hypothetical station place in top of the Earth, and you are in the center of the Earth, and then you move to the north, of course you're gonna increase that distance because you're no longer in the center, which will be the shortest route from you to the star. So distance does change. What are you talking about?
I didn't say the distance. I said the distance of the star above the Earth does not change. It stays the same. My distance from the original position I was at changes, but the star's distance above the surface of the Earth does not change.
Yes, that will be indicative of a flat Earth anyway, but yeah, fine. I understand what you mean. Okay. Doesn't prove the Earth is a globe, though, does it? Doesn't initiate this curvature. Doesn't initiate this.
Yeah.
How's my mic?
Works,
Is my mic any better?
Much better.
Yeah, it's a little bit better.
Okay,
Could do a bit more work, though.
On the point of what Leo was saying about the distance not changing. Leo, what if it looks like it's not changing, but it really is? Like they were closer, and as you move, they really like about the paintings and the statues. No matter where you move, they eyes follow you. You know what I'm saying? So what if something like this going on up there?
The moon does
Sorry,
that.
let me put this a little more to Earth. If I'm staying next to a building that's
Very,
10 feet tall, and I move 500 miles away, the building doesn't suddenly shrink and get lower than 10 feet tall. It's still 10 feet tall no matter how far away I move from it.
But it looks smaller.
But
it looks smaller.
Eventually, so you're wrong.
No.
You can block it with a penny. If you put a penny up to your eye, or even further, you can block a building at. Oh, that means it's not as big as it was, bro. It means clearly it's getting
the building
small.
is
no.
Dude, this is what I tried to explain to you earlier. That Muppet vision and how you render a model isn't the way the human being or the camera interprets the Earth, bro. They're two different things entirely.
No, I'm sorry. A 10-foot building is a 10-foot building no matter how close or far away from it.
Perspective.
Right, but maybe
But it doesn't look 10 feet.
Itself does not change.
What we're trying to
But
say is
it changes
the
in
way you
appearance.
interpret it isn't the same.
Wow, this is thick.
The building does not change.
Yes,
it doesn't
but it
change,
looks
but
different.
visually it does.
It
How
looks
far are you away from
different.
it?
Optical illusion. Bloody hell.
Wow, this is crazy. He's
Well,
thinking
I think
that
we're sort of
agreeing with
always
you.
look 10
Why
feet.
don't we mention? Why don't we talk
Lyle.
about angular size? Then we should say angular. Then all right, like angular.
Well, yeah, he's agreeing with Lyle by saying yes, physically it's the same size, but optically it's reduced.
Come on,
in size.
this shouldn't need to be stated. This should not need to be stated, man.
Well, let's
This is
just
not-
let's
this
just
should not
state
be
it
a-
anyway, so we can get past this. All right, let's just
I
state it
just
anyway.
did, so move on.
Let's get past this to the point where they haven't proven their globe.
3,000 miles above the Earth. No matter how far I move away, it's still 3,000 miles above the surface of the Earth. The angle to that object does change.
Oh, still carrying on with this, does it?
But the actual height above the altitude of that thing above the Earth does not change.
Okay. How does that facilitate
And
a globe spherical
I
object
never said it did. I was
that
just
is
saying.
spinning?
So what was the
What's
point? What was the point of that?
How far would I have to travel for it to be a zero on a flat Earth?
$1.380.
Oh my God, bro.
How far would you have to travel on?
Let's talk
globe
reality. Let's talk
zero?
reality and not your hypothetical flat Earth. So in reality,
how far?
no, bro, you're talking imagination. We'll have no idea because there is in your mind. There's no flat Earth we can walk on and check this. So in reality, we see the sun do this thing. Now it does a degree and blah. When does Earth become a ball outside of your beliefs and why?
I didn't even say that.
Okay, so there is
That's
no
what
ball
we're
right now.
talking
So
about.
I'm fine with leaving the conversation with there's no ball, right? Because that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you don't have a ball. So if you're not ready, if you can't change 69 miles into a ball, then my argument is sound and I'm fine with everything.
Okay, that
And
3,000
it's
mile
bio.
high object, that point of light that's 3,000 miles above the surface of the Earth, how far do I have to go away from that point before it reaches to 0 degrees on the flat Earth?
Okay, check
Bro,
this out.
again, I've never said it's 3,000 miles, and again, you're
Hold on for a second.
instituting a model that you make.
Hold on, right hand. You guys, hold on one second. Let me say something.
Go 3,000
Hold on,
miles.
Matrix. Hold on, you guys. I just wanted to say real quick because I just posted this. So Leo, like what you're describing, I made this. I know it's absurd. I just did it on Paint in like 5 seconds, just to show that if you're standing over a planar surface and you have an object, the way that it shows as those lines are getting, the angles are getting smaller and smaller as that object. Even though it's just moving, let's just say in this scenario, it's moving at an equal altitude. Take whatever amount you want, 1,000 miles, 5,000, 10, whatever you want, and just that it stays at that altitude. Let's just say in this case, as it would go over your head, even though it is staying parallel to the plane, due to perspective, your visual field, your first person viewpoint of it, is that it will literally lower in the sky, which is why you get the 69 miles per degree as well. It's the same concept. Just like the sun sets, it will continually, it will set.
Yeah, only.
So how far away do I have to go before it looks like it's completely out of my vision? How far on the flat plane do I have to go?
On reality, bro, try it in reality. If in reality you're hang on. Bro, but this is the idea. You're all you're talking about, Lael, is a hypothetical that nobody can ever do anything, and you can just go, see, it doesn't work in this hypothetical, therefore my idea of Earth is facts. No, in reality, the sun drops. Now you go 69 miles, it's a degree, times that by 90, that's how many miles you need for it to drop all the way. Bam, done. That does not make Earth a ball. That's your number. That's your number. So stop asking for the number. You keep asking.
I'm asking how far it has to go before it reaches zero.
The same, the zero
Why
in
are you
reality.
asking this question?
Before it looks like it's below the ground.
Why are you asking this question?
In reality, here I'm going to answer. In reality,
Why are you asking this question? What?
Lael. In
Why are you
reality,
asking
the
this
sun
question?
drops
What do you want from
69
it?
miles. Every 1 degree, the sun drops 69 miles. That means 90 times 69 would be it dropping from 12 to 0. That's your number, okay? You asked for a number, that's it. That's the actual reality number of how many miles away you need to be from the sun for it to go from 90 degrees to 0, okay? Now, that doesn't make Earth a ball. Now, if you're going to ask this question again to try and make Earth a ball, I'm just going to laugh at you.
Perfect, I'm not making the Earth
Why are you asking this question? What do you want from this?
Because the object stays in the sky at the same height no matter where I go to on the flat Earth. And I can see that object.
But it
what's the problem? What's the problem with that?
Okay.
Yeah, where's the point? Where's the point you're making? Like it seems like you're just observing. You're just saying stuff and then asking some hypothetical question. You have a point.
He's just trying to derail
Yeah,
it.
I'd like to ask anyone. I mean, does anyone know if a sextant is used anywhere other than sea level? If you went up to a higher altitude and you managed to maintain that altitude with a sextant, would you still get that same degrees, or would it change?
They are used in planes. They used to be in the original Jumbo. There used to be a port at the top where, if the pilot's navigation went out for whatever reason, they could navigate with a sextant. So there was a little sextant viewing port out the top of the I believe it was the Jumbo.
Sextants works on sea level.
Pilots use them sometimes to navigate if they want to be boss about
it. What? Pilots use sextants, did they? Really?
Yes, my dad used a sextant to navigate in an air race, and regularly, and there used to be a porthole on the top of it. I think it was a Jumbo, but it could have been a different commercial airliner.
And he used them
Bro, don't you have to use like
horizon? Did he?
Say again?
I feel like that's
did he use them over a horizon? Horizontal?
Did he use them over the horizon?
Yeah.
I don't understand the question. Could you clarify?
Well, sextants only work on horizontals, don't they?
Well, except everybody that uses sextant seems to think we live on a globe, so that's interesting.
Everybody thinks we live on a globe. Really?
But that doesn't change what the sextant
Who's all
does,
these people
right?
that think we live on a globe?
Most of the people who use sextants do. I mean,
Really?
they are almost exclusively mariners and
But
pilots.
yeah, I guess the practical question though is like, right, if say on a globe your horizon is actually below like horizontal, which do you align your sextant to, or do you just have to like make a correction?
I believe you use a dip angle correction. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe you use a dip angle correction.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, Yeah, because I
You
did
can mark
some.
if you want. You Google it. I'm playing VR at the moment, so I'm not able to share the link.
I'm not going to
Yeah,
Google anything. Why
Okay,
should I Google anything?
Just use your incredulity,
Yeah.
then I guess probably the best way to go about it.
All right. So, yeah, I was gonna bring that up too, because I was gonna say that if you're doing it on airplanes, assuming we're how high up, like 40,000 feet, maybe 50,000 feet, you're gonna
That's
get a few.
pushing it a bit, but yeah.
Wait, how high is it normally then? How high is
Yeah, 35,
30,000
40.
feet.
Oh, I got 35. Let's do 35. Then you're gonna be like off by, at least from my calculations, you're getting like 3 degrees off. So there's a bit of, I mean, it's a little weird. I imagine, I don't know, you'd have to account for that, but yeah.
3 degrees off due to dip angle or due to something else?
Well,
Like, where's that
basically,
extra 3 degrees coming from?
Bubble octant.
so basically, I guess you'd be okay. So normally the horizon would be roughly around eye level, but because you're higher up, you'd be dipping down a little bit to look at the horizon.
Okay, so that's where the 3 degrees comes from?
Yeah.
Okay.
Still no curvature substantiated or detected at this point. Now I asked that question about 45 minutes ago, and this is where we are. No answer, no proof, nothing at the moment. For those who are listening in the YouTube live stream, thank you for being there. And this is where we are, 45 minutes later. How do they know it's a globe? What evidence do they have? They haven't brought it.
Well, I wanted to talk about that the whole sun thing, or not the sun thing, or maybe the sun, I guess, but really the stars though, the whole 69 miles per degree thing, because you guys are talking about that, saying, well, yeah, perspective makes things go low, but what you guys don't understand though is that for it to work on a flat Earth, you would have to exponentially increase your distance for it to for it to tilt at a steady rate. Okay, so if you wanted to,
Yeah,
so
it's not tilting. No.
What's tilting?
Well, okay, I say tilt, but I mean the stars like just moving in the sky. All right, if you wanted them to move a degree in the sky, right, you would have to, like all the time, you would have to exponentially increase. You would have to exponentially.
That's not a problem. That's not a problem. That is doable, and that's what we
No,
experience.
that's the thing though. Okay, so on a ball Earth, it's always 69 miles per degree, right? But on a flat Earth, you would expect 69.
That's what I say.
Sir, the ball has never been proven, sir. I haven't experienced no ball. So
Okay.
don't say always on a ball, please. We haven't that. It hasn't been proven.
Yeah, so
I'm
far
just saying,
all you have, we both have 69 miles in the degrees, right? Nobody has made a shape yet.
No, that's what you.
Yes, that is true.
No, that's what we have.
No.
That's what we experience, but that's not what we would expect on a flat Earth, though.
What you expect is not reality, dude. You expect a flat Earth to not look like the reality. Guess what? It does. Okay.
You said I was a flat earther.
This is crazy, bro. We're stop assuming like all these assumptions.
You assume I'm a flat earther, don't you?
Show us the
no,
ball.
we're not.
Do you assume I'm a flat earther? Yes or no?
No.
No, I'm not a flat earther.
All right. Listen. So we live on a flat Earth. Now, please explain your flat Earth.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do. Yes, we
No,
do.
we don't.
Oh my God.
Okay,
We've
so
got mountains and everything like that, so therefore it's not flat.
Yes, we do. It is. It's a level plane.
Please explain.
There is no
Please explain your flat Earth, please.
Yeah.
We've got horizontal planes, but we've got
explain it to you
topography.
like
What
this
is going
then,
on
yeah?
right now?
Let me explain it to you like this. Whenever we look out to the ocean, we see a leveled horizon. Now,
great.
Water.
Now.
Are you going to let me explain it or not? Shut up then. Now, when we look at the horizon, it's always level. The characteristics of water is this. When you put it in a cup, it wants to find its level and it levels off. When you put it in your damn bath, when you have a bath, the water levels off. When you put it in a swimming pool, it levels off. When you put it in a lake, it levels off. In a pond, it levels off. But when you put it on a fucking ball, it rolls off because the ball don't interrupt. The ball is don't interrupt. The ball is not level. That's
Okay,
why.
Jen. That's great. But
off.
Jen, there's so many other things you need to explain, though.
Yeah, but we've got topography as well.
It's as simple as that.
And the other point he didn't mention was what altitude was he actually looking at the horizon at?
For anybody who's interested, I posted a special sextant that is specifically for use in aircraft in the chat. If you're interested, you can buy
which chat?
Aircraft replica.
Jin, you have so many other things to try and explain though, besides just water.
Eggshells. Oh wait, never mind. There it is. I
We're
just had to
using
scroll up.
water because that's 70% and it's abundant on this flat Earth. It's 71%. So we use that because
Surface
it's
water, not
uninterrupted.
70% in
It's
volume.
uninterrupted.
Believe it or not, that
levelness.
non-physical horizon that you guys claim also is able to block light from the sun. So how does that even work?
That it blocks light from the sun.
Yes, it does. It gets dark, doesn't it?
The horizon blocks light from the sun.
Explain yourself, please. Explain.
Nighttime,
When the
daytime.
sun
The horizon blocks light from the
goes
sun.
down, it gets dark.
Sorry?
When the sun goes down, it gets dark.
Well, it's not dark over there at the moment.
The sun
You
never
still-
goes down. The sun is
It
always
doesn't. So
in
how
the
does it?
sky.
If the sun
Like
never
one
goes
of your flat
down,
earthers said, it's always
Jin.
above our head. So it's an
Okay,
optical
Jin. So
illusion
if the
because
sun
it's
never
going
goes.
away from your perspective. So it's not going down. Thank you.
Well, where is
So
it then
how-
if it's
It's
dark?
an optical
Where does it
illusion.
go?
Yeah. How do you know it's an optical illusion that it isn't actually setting?
I know it's not setting because we know that the sun remains in the sky. That's where the sun always is. It never comes down because
We see
when
this-
you're at the North Pole, hang on, listen clearly. When you're at the North Pole, you are able to see the sun for 24 hours for 4 months, and it doesn't
Yeah,
go
we can see,
anywhere.
we can
It's
see the
there.
same thing at the
And
South
then
Pole
as
as
it,
well.
shut up and
Jin.
The
listen,
South Pole.
listen clearly, William. And as it moves away from my perspective, it then begins to set.
Jin,
And it's moving
Jin, you're
away.
forgetting
It's
something.
going to the
Jin,
Tropic of Capricorn. So
Jin, you're
therefore, its
forgetting something.
distance is
That
increasing.
same phenomenon
Let him
had to
finish,
happen.
please.
Yeah, that's the natural phenomenon that we observe. It's going to the Tropic of Capricorn. So now it's gone beyond the distance that my eyeball can see it now.
Jin,
Therefore,
you're forgetting
that's
that
proof enough
same
for you.
phenomenon happens at the South Pole as well.
There is no
In before,
South
nope.
Pole as such,
Right.
as you call it on
So
your
once
spherical
when we
ball.
go to the
There is
South
none.
Pole,
We
that's when
don't see the
that's
24
when
hour.
your
We
will
don't
begin.
see the 24 hour. There is no video.
I
There aren't
posted
Well,
a
videos.
video before with
There's
the
not even one.
24-hour sun in the
There's
South
plenty of
Pole.
videos.
Yes,
plenty
and
of
also
videos.
it
I'll
had the
post
same
another one.
clouds
Bring them up
going
then,
all
folks.
the time.
Roll up,
Okay.
roll up. Bring them up, bring them
You
up,
want me to
please.
post
Bring
it
them up.
again?
Yeah, and it had the same clouds going all the time. So therefore, it was debunked.
And it's just one video, bro. A video doesn't make something
Yeah,
real, bro. There's
there's
videos of
actually
Loch Ness.
several
There's
videos.
videos of Bigfoot. Like, if all you
No,
have,
there's several videos.
bro, this is just. I mean, like, where's the reality,
And
right?
there's
Like every
not
time
only
we
there's
go
not
to
only
And I've
reality,
seen videos of men
there's
with
also
bloody
ones of the
underpants
moon.
outside their trousers flying in midair. So therefore,
I'm
we've got
sorry.
flying men.
Thank you
bro.
very much.
Can we go? I'd really like to get back to this, like the 69 miles, the 1 degree, and where that gets transmuted, like alchemy, into a ball, right?
Because-
Like it's
Yeah.
look, it can't work on a flat Earth. Therefore, my belief it's a ball. Now it's true.
Yes, that's kind of how I go with it. Where I think you're right. It doesn't really prove globe. It just fundamentally debunks flat Earth.
No, it proves a curved
I
surface.
don't think it does. I don't think it
No, it
proves
doesn't.
anything
It
except
proves flat
69
Earth.
miles in 1 degree.
It's
That's all I think
strongly
it proves.
curved, sure.
Am I the
It proves
only
a
one
curved
that thinks the
surface.
only thing 69 miles and 1 degree proves is that 69 miles
Because
and 1
it doesn't
degree? I'm
work
the
on
only one?
because that doesn't
Sure.
that
If
doesn't
you
Because
work.
just
you say
assume an
so?
absence of
Because
knowledge
you
of
say so?
geometry, then sure, you can take
So
that
because
stance.
you say so. So because you say
Okay, so
so,
draw a flat
69 miles,
surface.
1 degree is a ball.
This is how you would do it. Draw a flat surface, right? And then scale it. And then every few whatever inches or so, draw an angle to a point on that piece of paper.
Why am I drawing stuff on paper when I have reality right in front of me?
Because
Okay, so let's
because
hang
then
on.
you see
Exactly.
Hang on.
that the
Without
angles will not
drawing
be
crap, hang on, bro. Without
angles
drawing
for
crap,
every
I know.
interval will not be.
Without drawing crap on a piece of paper. Well, I'm going to stick to reality. Now, in reality, we see the sun. We go 69 miles, 1 degree. Now, with that alone, and nothing on your pieces of paper, nothing out of the back of your mind or from your heart or your gut,
See,
work with the reality. Hang on.
the
Work
reason-
with the reality.
Hold on,
and
let him
give me
finish,
a ball.
please. Come on, let him finish.
69 miles, 1 degree. Make a ball out of that. Don't tell me it
Because,
can't be a flat
because of
ring.
the equal because every equal distance the angles will be the same.
That's
A
okay.
flat Earth. Thank you.
69 miles, 1 degree, angles are the same. Where's the ball?
That's where we live.
Where's the ball?
So let me get this straight.
It says you live on a curved surface. There's no other way that works.
Yeah, there's one
You're
geometric shape.
you're just saying that. All you're doing, you're just saying it doesn't work. That you're not you're not showing anything in reality. You're just going. Bro, that's not reality.
They're not working in reality. So I'm just asserting to you in reality that disproves flat.
What you believe is not reality, dude. You just keep telling me your personal beliefs like a religion, okay? And I keep seeing the same sunset. I see the same sunset you do, and I'm going, where's the ball? And you keep saying, it's here, it's here, it's there. And I'm going, where is it?
Okay. Let me ask you a question, right? You point at the sun, you're pointing at the sun at noon, right? Then you point at the sun right before it sets. And then you wait about an hour. Where are you pointing?
Bro, if I point at the sun, if the sun's not there, I can't point at it, dude.
Which way is the sun?
What are you saying? The sun's not there. I should point at the ground and say it's under me. Can you work with reality?
Which way is the sun going when the sun goes down? Does it start going to the right?
Bro, we see the same thing. Do you understand? I've been to Hawaii. We see the same sunset. Okay. So how are you going to take the same sunset that I see and turn it into a ball?
So tell me where you believe. Tell me where you believe the sun is then. Which way is it going?
Hang on.
I know where the sun is going.
This is important. This is important. Believe is religion. Believe is for religion. Now, if you want to believe, if you want to, bro, listen. I don't believe in religions. Okay. I observe.
So
hang on. Please, let me finish, dude. Let me finish. Hang on. I observe reality, and in reality, we see the sunset.
Good.
Okay, I see the sunset. Now, if you're going to ask me what I believe, you're leaving reality and you're going into religious dogma.
Okay, so tell me, in your eyes, where do you think the sun is going?
So back to religious dogma. So you want religious dogma, you don't want reality.
It's a very simple question.
That's religious dogma.
Answer that one, bro.
The fact that you're not answering is very telling.
Yeah.
Which way is the sun going?
I did answer.
What you want to do? That's religious dogma.
I'm asking you about an observation, not about religion, about belief.
No, you're not. No, wait. Let me say this. You're not asking me about the observation. And I can prove this because you said, where do you think? Now, what I think is not the observation.
It's a very simple question.
Wait. 100%, you are leaving what we actually see, the observation, and moving into thinking or imagination land. Okay, so can you try this whole thing again and don't leave reality? But you can't because there's no ball if you don't leave reality. This is why you have to leave reality.
Can you just try and answer the question besides trying to make this an
I don't religious dogma. That's philosophical crap.
Okay, B-ball, it's right to hand. You're not going to get an answer.
Yeah, I know.
No, it's because it's religious. He wants to know what I think. He asked me what I think and what I believe. That's religious dogma. That's not observation
this whole
and reality.
Conversation is us asking each other what each of us believe.
No,
because
and
newsflash, we don't all believe
I'm
the
not
same
asking what
thing.
he believes.
The point is we both see the same sunset. Now, you cannot accept that your belief is different than someone else's. You can't accept that. You have to accept that your belief is the fact.
I understand our model, okay? And in our model,
your model is not reality.
The sun continues to go down, and all of a sudden, for some weird reason, it ends up behind me a few hours later.
Guess what? That doesn't make Earth a ball.
It's going in a circle. It's going in a circle.
That leaves you with
questions. So wait, let me ask Jin.
Hang on, your questions don't make Earth a ball.
So Jin, let me ask you a question then. So when the sun goes down,
no, don't change it. Don't change it. No, come on.
It's the same question. He's just asking someone who's probably more likely to actually answer it.
You want to get into you want somebody to tell you what they think, so you can argue what you think. You don't care about reality. You want to get into what you believe versus what somebody else believes.
I'm going to tell him the reality. I'm going to tell him the reality.
Go ahead, tell me, Jin. Which way does the sun go after it sets? Go ahead.
Look, when the sun sets at the west, the sun is setting west, moving in a circular motion, yeah? So I cannot see the sun because it's gone beyond my visibility. Don't interrupt. beyond my visibility. So I can actually predict it by doing the maths and working out the speed at which the sun travels. I can then point my compass to where I know it's going to be.
Okay, awesome. So let's say I'm at the equator
Thank you.
and the sun is going straight down. So I'm supposed to believe that once the sun goes below the horizon,
Hold on. You said the sun going straight down.
Yeah.
Does it make a right turn?
Did you say the sun's going straight down?
Yeah, near the equator, it looks like it goes pretty much straight down.
An optical illusion because it's above in the sky.
So does the sun make a right turn
it
after
doesn't
it
go
goes
down.
below the
Is
horizon?
the sun going straight down then?
Go down.
Certainly
No,
looks like it
let
goes
him
straight
answer.
down.
Let him answer. Is the sun going straight down?
Yes, the sun going. Yes, the sun goes straight
So
down.
the sun is going straight down. So that's what your belief is. The sun's going
On the
straight
equator.
down.
On the equator, yes.
Right, straight down to where?
Yes, below the horizon.
So the sun's going straight down. That's what you believe. The sun's going straight down.
On the flat Earth, does it mean that after the sun goes below the horizon or away from me,
No,
it
no,
all
no,
of a
no,
sudden
no, no.
does it start to
No,
turn
the
to the
sun
right?
goes straight down. Correct?
Does it start to turn to the right?
to reality.
You said the sun was going straight down, correct?
Yes, sun's going straight down. Yes, that's what we observe. Do you not observe that?
It's an optical illusion. It's not going down. It's going away from
It travels in a
It's not
straight
going down.
arc from sunrise to sunset across the sky, so that is not a circle.
Isn't it?
So
not if it
then
goes, not if it goes straight.
No, but the sun's going straight down. That's what you
No,
said.
it's straight across the sky in an arc from sunrise to sunset on the equator.
Right, but the sun's going straight down. That's what you say.
It's always in the sky.
Eventually form a circle.
Yep. It's a
Yeah, it looks like
spiral.
it forms a
But you
circle,
said the
right?
sun's going straight down,
It's a
correct?
circular motion.
Yes.
A spiral.
Right.
If you add a third
Sweet.
point to it, right, you go sunrise, midday, sunset, and you're anywhere close to the border. It does look like you're describing perfectly half of a circle. And then it just seems strange to then conclude from there. Obviously, it just does a hard right-hand hook and travels along the surface.
It doesn't do a right hand hook. No, it doesn't do that. I don't know where you
Okay,
get that
so
from. It's not doing
okay,
no
so where does it
right-hand
go,
hook.
Jim?
Where does it go?
Where does it
Like
go,
I
Jim?
just said to you, if the sun goes, remember, the sun is always in the sky. It never comes down from its altitude. It's fixed. That's on
Okay,
its
so how does it?
So when
Okay,
you're
Jim,
look,
how
wherever
does it
you
end up
are on the
in
flat
the
Earth,
morning?
wherever you are on the flat Earth, that sun will complete its path. So you have
Jim,
to.
how does it end up behind me?
Clarify.
in the morning?
We need to
You have to
clarify
anything
something.
to do.
I'm not sure if
You're going to
they
have a no.
understand. I'm not sure if they understand
So you
the.
have to follow the sun's path. And that would
say
be
something?
according to the time
Yeah.
zones. Okay.
Wait, Jen, if I'm on the equator at the equinox, though, if I'm on the equator
Can I
at the
just
equinox,
clarify
sorry, go
one
ahead.
thing? I just
Yeah,
want to
go ahead.
clarify one thing. I don't think that they understand that the sun spirals out from the center of the flat Earth map, and it's not always in its fixed position. It's spiraling from the inside out, and over the seasons.
Thank you, that
Okay.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that said, my question then is, if I'm, say, on the equator at the equinox, what I'll observe is the sun will, appear to rise. It's always in the sky, but it'll appear to rise, say, due east. And then, it'll be 12 hours later, it will appear to set due west, right?
But not only that,
So it looks like the sun is going in a
down.
Yeah, but so it's my question then.
Besides
Is
spiraling,
it looks like
also
it's going in a straight line from directly east of
It's
me,
not,
where I
it's
am.
not moving in a straight line.
How come it looks like it is then, though? Why would?
Does look a lot like it, doesn't it?
Jin, they've already got the narrative already worked out because they said the
Well,
sun
no,
goes
I mean-
down.
in a straight line.
I mean, it's directly
and it's
east of
also
me.
changing.
Remember,
That's
Jen,
your first
in no
mistake.
straight line moves
You're
on
imagining
Earth.
things
Be
again.
right.
I just posted
The sun is
Jin's
also
flat
changing.
Earth map.
Things
I
again.
didn't
You're
mean,
Help you.
imagining. You are
hey, real quick,
imagining
I
and
didn't
you're
mean
not
to come in
listening.
so hot.
You're not listening
Just
at
let
all.
everybody know.
I'm listening. I just helped you out by posting your flat Earth map for you for the sun.
Hello, Jin,
Yes,
can you hear me?
Thank you very much. No, I
I'm just
appreciate that.
describing
I'm
what we
talking about the
observe,
other
right?
guys,
What
not
we
you.
observe on the
Appreciate what you do.
equator at the equinox is the sun
I
looks
know
like
that.
it's
What do you
very
think?
far away
Stop
due
thinking in
east.
straight lines, will you?
I'm not thinking a
Can
straight
you
line.
hear
I'm just
me,
describing
matey?
the observations.
You're saying
The
in a straight line. You said it. It's moving in a straight line. It's not.
Well-
It's moving in a curved line.
Well, right, I
Curve the
know.
path.
I'm not. I'm saying just what it looks like.
The
I'm just
board
talking
is
about the
set.
observations.
Hello,
Whether,
Jin. The
whether
board
these
is
are
set.
illusions or not is what I'm asking. Is not what I'm asking. What I'm saying is the observation is it starts really far due east of me, goes over my head, straight above me, and then travels to where it's eventually due west of me. How does that adhere to any kind of curved path?
Circular path. You're part of that path. That's all. Carry on.
Well, yeah, but a circle.
Path, my friend. You just don't know that. That's all. It's on a curved path. That's where it's headed. It's on a curved path. It's curved. It's not a straight line. Never will
Yeah.
be.
But what I'm getting at is.
Never will be.
Hear me out. What I'm getting at is the place where the sun appears to rise and the place where it appears to set are exactly 180 degrees, full opposite turn away from each other. There are no 3 points on a circle. Sun at sunrise, me, and sun at sunset. There are no 3 points on a circle that are 180 degrees from each other.
What you're going to have to do, no, you're going to have to, you see, you're saying it, now you're going to have to go and bring.
And bring what? You cut out. Or did I cut out? Mic check?
No,
you're still there.
Jin did.
I just don't know why we can't get people to imagine the sun travelling it through its arc below the equator in the southern hemisphere for what we observe. For what we observe.
Right. Yeah, the simple thing I'm getting at is the sun rise, like the 3 points where the sun rises, where I am, and where the sun sets, are 180 degrees apart. No 3 points on a circle are 180 degrees apart. You always have some kind of angle.
Bebo, this
what
sun
do you-
simulation
what do
things
you
that you
envision?
have on, is this CGI? Is this like a rendered model?
What do you envision?
What do you
then?
mean? Are you talking about?
Can you envision 180 degrees, or can you envision 360 degrees?
Posting these sun simulations, supposedly comparing how it should look on a flat Earth, supposedly, but I think these are rendered. And
The
what
last
I'm
one
trying to
is.
explain- yeah, but the thing is that this will be a Muppet point of view. Your eyes and the camera, whatever device you're using to capture nature, would not interpret it this way. This is the difference. This is what I'm trying to tell you, the difference between perspective, which is how people see, and a rendered model.
Yeah, but he also shows actual reality too above that, though. Like the last one is an actual, 3D program.
Yeah. The one where it's clearly some sort of zoomed in camera. Don't you think zooming in the sun would change the way the eye interprets the information when you're zooming in from a camera?
Yeah, it does magical things. That zoom feature.
I mean, it will make the
That's
image
black
bigger.
magic.
I mean, if making something bigger somehow also changes its behavior, that's a surprise.
Yeah.
It just changes the angular size.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It could do some funky magic that we don't know about.
Sure, yeah, we can
Making
say
something
there's
bigger won't change its behavior, like water in a ball.
Oh, it's something half
No,
obscured.
not
like
physically. I'm talking about by
doesn't
zooming.
seem to unset when I
Yeah,
look
like
at it through a camera.
You're in the middle of nowhere in Africa. You can see the moon and the sun. The size is just huge, absolutely massive, going down over the sun, over the horizon. It does change its angular size.
Well, that's
doesn't.
unless
That's
you
being
actually
done.
measured it, you don't really know that. You're just eyeballing it.
It just looks a lot smaller.
Well,
It
that
just looks a lot
also
larger because of the
gives
effect.
credence to the question that Bebo was asking.
Hold on a second. What's behavior? What changes its behavior? What does that fucking mean? Hold on. Somebody said the size of a pebble of sand, if you get a big dirt or a stone or a little stone, it's going to change its behavior. How so?
No, that's not what we were talking about.
No. Somebody said it clearly. I'm asking that person, what the fuck does that mean?
Well, no one said that about a stone or a pebble, so no one's going to answer you.
Yeah, they did. They
what you're
said
asking
something
me,
being big compared to
sun is
something
not a
being really small, the object is going to be different. So I just named an object. Did it matter which object? I thought it didn't matter.
Once again, no one understands what you're talking about.
A little object. Well, the person that said it should. I don't know what the fuck you're laughing.
Obviously, no one said it because no one's directly replying to you because we can't figure out
No,
what you're.
because they directly didn't make any damn sense, and that didn't make any fucking sense. Saying that a little thing reacts different than a big thing just because it's bigger or smaller. And they said water, and they were talking about a fucking globe. So stop laughing. It was somebody being stupid.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got a question for Right the Hand if he's still here. If you want to accept videos of 24 hours.
I don't think he's still here.
Oh, I thought he was.
You would know if he was still here.
Yo, can I ask a question about this? Let me ask about the thing that's posted in chat before it scrolls away. Y'all were talking about that sunset little GIF or whatever that Earth is Life posted with the sun. Can y'all tell me why when it half sets you get the dot on top of the water? Is that from the other top half of the sun, or is that coming through the water, like the sunlight coming through? What's that all about?
Who knows?
You don't know which one it is?
You talking about on the computer simulation?
Yeah.
I don't know. Some artifact of the
simulation, bro. Oh my.
Yeah, that's clearly not reality. The GIF right above it is clearly reality, and there's no dot going through the water on the clear reality one. So I think I would trust the reality over the simulation.
Are you talking about the GIF that has like the left side is the zoomed in version and the right side is like the CGI model?
Nope. Earth is Life's GIFs of the sunset.
Yeah, he got a real one with a big fat sun, and then a whole sun that's 10:56 my time, 56. But that's computer chronic.
Almost certainly, yeah. The second one, yeah. At 56, yeah. It looks like it's from maybe Stellarium or something. Looks like there's also not strong. There's no strong refraction in the eye.
So why do you think it's putting that dot? Even if the computer
it's not gonna.
Why is the computer?
I think it's Crux. Your mic is pretty muffled.
Yeah, Don, sounds like you're getting.
What?
Who is it that's presenting this? I was just going to ask when sunset was and when sunrise was.
I was talking earlier about on the equinox, if that's what.
Yeah, someone was saying about in their area, the sun does a 180.
Yeah, so like.
Going overhead. What's the sunset and sunrise?
The thing is
time.
Yeah, like what you would observe on the equinox and equator is
how long
sunrise
is
at
in the
09.
air for you, for your perception? That's what I'm trying to get at.
I think 12 hours.
How many
flat.
hours?
even like on a ball or on a flat earth, it doesn't matter. If you were standing on the equator facing towards the North Pole and you put your arms out left and right, you'd be your arms would be going east and west, right? But if you have someone 500 miles away doing the same thing and you follow the line of their arms left and right, east and west, and you drew those lines out as far as you could, you would see that those lines are pointing in totally different directions. So east and west is not a fixed thing on either model.
Well, right. And what I'm saying is what you'd observe the sun doing is following sort of your lines, because it's ostensibly far away, right? And rise at your 090, and then 12 hours later it sets at your 270. And yet somehow also during the same day where it's at my 90 and 270, it's also at someone else's 290 and 270. Like the path it looks like it's following somehow doesn't match the shape of a circle.
Yeah, on a flat Earth.
Just funny the
It
way
is
you
a
said
circle. It is a circle because we can prove it.
Right, it doesn't
flat
look
Earth,
like a circle
yeah.
is all I'm saying.
On a flat Earth, you'd have.
So I'm saying it may not appear to be a circle, but it is, you see. That's the thing.
It doesn't
That's
appear
the
to be a
Then how do you
circle.
know? Because if all we have are the
at the North
observations,
Pole. When it's at the North Pole, it's visible for 24 hours or up to 4 months. It's there. Camera time lapse. It's there. So it's clearly going in a circle.
Jin, you say you have
Yeah, how do
camera.
we
You
know
say you have camera time lapse of it in the north, but we have it on the south too.
this is the third time you're going to get an answer of no.
Yeah, I mean,
You're saying how do we know that
north?
the sun ends up in the same spot tomorrow?
No, I'm saying
No.
for all its claims to be moving in a circle, and it may look like it's moving in a circle at the North Pole, it really doesn't look like it from the equator on equinox.
Or below the equator.
Right.
Yeah, if you're in
It might
Australia,
not have to.
No.
It might have.
if you're in
I think you're cutting
Australia,
out, Damak.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
we're Australian down here, so it's easier for us to explain it.
yep, sir.
Yeah, well,
Yes,
it travels south of east and south of west when it sets and rises, and the arc in the sky is more northward, so the circle would be back to front, wouldn't it, in the winter time down here?
Yeah, and we'd agree. It's sort of going around the South Pole.
But there's two suns? One going around a circle in the North Pole and one going around a circle around the South Pole? On a globe?
No.
No. Same sun.
Well, where's the sun now? I've got it at the moment. You can have it back in another 6 hours, I think.
Yeah, I don't have it now. It's
Hey, give
it's
it back.
too far.
Yeah, well, I'll finish using it. I hope I won't wear it out.
Why would it even disappear if the atmosphere is a magnifying lens? It should be.
Well, actually, it runs out of battery power when it sets, and it gets recharged somehow, plugged back in, and then. Well, it is solar powered, so.
So it's a perpetual motion. It powers itself.
So, for this idea of the sun not setting, I posted a thing which I think we'd all accept, which is star trails, which are doing a similar motion of rising in the east and setting in the west. Yet, we don't need, like, does anybody suggest they also get further from us and do this sort of spiraling circuit?
Huh?
Well, it seems like the whole discussion for the last little while has been, does the sun actually set, or does it just get further away? And as Jin put it, it's an optical illusion that it appears to set, and we presume it continues underneath us. If you look at that south celestial pole, there are some stars that set behind a telescope and then appear on the other side of it. And then there are other, if you follow that arc, there are some that go under the ground, and then it would appear that they pop back up. So you can then sometimes see that same circular motion all in front of you.
The problem I got with the sun setting, if it was a flat Earth, they say the sun's only a certain height, and if the certain height is in your distance, wouldn't the person that's in that distance have the sun right on top of them?
Yeah. Yeah, it would throw so many things out of whack. Yeah, and it would be so easy to measure, so extraordinarily easy to measure, to go, if we think the sun is 3,000 miles away, we get 3,000 miles apart, that should make an equilateral triangle, right? So I could
do you know the planes have to divert around it?
have to just avoid running into the sun.
Yeah,
If we make the triangle, then planes would hit it.
Like, I get that there clearly is a difference between, say, a geometric sort of layout of the world and what we actually experience. But it's not really magic. I mean, folks who write game engines have pretty much figured out how perspective works because they build it into their games. And we don't constantly say that games just look totally wrong. Some do. But, I mean, you can compare, like, renders in Blender to a real situation, and what the camera sees and what you render look pretty dead on accurate. It's not like it's some mystery what perspective is doing. Pretty well understood. And even that taken into account, I don't think there is a perspective-wise explanation for the angles we see the sun at, matching that up with where they're claims to physically be.
Yeah, like the problem I've had. Sorry, I was going to just say the problem I've had with perspective. It takes its roots from paintings and drawing and trying to use it in reality, you know, for the outside world, not for the painting and drawing aspect of it, which is in a 2D representation.
Things in proportion to distance. That's all it is.
Yeah, like something twice as far away and twice as high looks the same angle.
Like if
there are very
the
simple,
other ones, sorry.
Yeah.
It's always in the sky anyway. It's on
Yeah,
the
there's a
sun.
very simple set of formulas that
Yeah.
apply perspective essentially, and even when you do that, the angles the sun makes don't make sense on FE, in my opinion.
Well, with airplanes, even if that was the case, they'd be flying into the ground all the time when they fly, but they don't.
Yeah, and
That's
I mean,
correct.
a huge issue
The
to me is
reason
also
for that is
if we need to invoke weird perspective and oh it's a optical illusion that it appears to set. It's like, well, if we're going to invoke optical illusions sometimes, how can you use optical measurements of anything else then?
Or even better, like post a formula that gives us, how much perspective makes the sun look like it's falling, and
but that's math.
make
That's
this match.
magic.
That's
magic.
It's not just math. I mean, yeah, an equation would be nice, but what would be even nicer is relating this to a, physically in some way. How is the light?
Working on our mathematical formulas as soon as you start working on your explanations for the words you like to use.
Okay.
What?
I'm happy to explain the words I use. Do you want to get working on that mathematical formula?
Yeah, words have meanings, but they also have usages.
Oh, really? Like fields, waves, gravity, yeah, all that happy jargon.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Or
Particle wave duality.
toroidal, dielectric.
Yeah, these have. I mean, a lot of these show up in physics textbooks and such, and usually have a glossary.
the real world.
Yeah, that's nice.
It is really nice.
Yeah, Earth has a definition. It's a planet, a globe.
Gravity has a definition.
Oh, does it?
No, it's not a planet. It's not a globe.
Gravity's got a
realm.
definition with an explanation behind it, huh? Not just a simple description, eh?
Planet Earth.
I think it's got a fairly robust definition and description.
Yeah. So is there a center point to this gravity?
No proof, no evidence, not one shred
Certainly,
of proof or
certainly better
evidence.
than like, most of the stuff I see from Flat Earth, which is usually sort of complaining about how stuff doesn't seem to make sense in the other.
Does your gravity have a center point?
Does center of mass. As in me as an individual, do I have a center of mass?
Does your gravity have a center point?
I'm not able to make sense of that sentence.
Does the gravity you subscribe to that you invoke have a center point to it?
I don't know what that means. Just continuing saying
that's cute.
words again and
That's
again
cute.
is not helping me understand it.
What's gravity? Explain that.
That gravity I would describe as the interaction between masses.
Oh, really? I thought that was a force.
That's gravity.
Sure, yeah.
Force and gravity are the same thing. That's good. Glad we got that
No,
figured out.
If I meant to say that, do you know what I would have said? I would have said force and gravity are the same thing. If I meant force and gravity are the same thing, I would have said it.
I thought a force was.
Why would you try and change what somebody's saying though? Like that to me is the only reason I would do that is, if I didn't want to listen to their actual.
What's a force?
I changed it so I could. Okay, yeah, or just keep
Yeah,
throwing questions.
those are cute
at me.
feelings. What's a force?
Yeah, is this going to be the last question, or is this just one in a string?
No, it's going to be 20
I don't know. You
questions.
said you had an
Charles.
you said you had an explanation for gravity, but I've yet
Could
to
you just
hear
send
one.
me the questions and I'll look through them at my convenience?
I thought you had an explanation.
Said he has a definition for it.
I think it's a
Yeah, and I
definition.
asked him if he has an explanation within that definition, and he asserted that he did, but yet we've yet to hear it. So let's
it's
keep
just 'cause
playing
we
the
keep
21
asking
question
him
game since
few
you want to be
questions.
bashful.
He told it to you already. There's the interaction between masses.
But that's a force.
Sure,
Is
it's
it?
an explanation.
Force.
Correct.
That's the definition of a force.
No, it's not a definition of a force.
Yeah,
it's not a
definition of a force is
force
two
has a
objects interacting with one another, and you're conflating that for gravity. So which one is it?
No.
Have to be two objects interacting with one another? That doesn't sound right to me. Magnetism's. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not a physicist.
Well, maybe you should look up your dictionary again on the definitions and the words you use.
Maybe you should ask lots of
If you
questions.
don't like the answers, ask the question properly.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's a force?
I mean, it sounds like the easier thing to do if you're asking him and he's supposed to be getting these from a dictionary or a physics book.
He's
Why
supposed to
don't
be
you just consult
explaining.
the physics
He
book?
said he has explanations, but I haven't heard any.
Well,
Force is an ability to move something.
Oh, okay. I thought that was
Ability to
gravity.
do work or something.
No, I can push on something, and that's not gravity. That's me. And that's supposedly a force.
Well, by his definition, that would be gravity.
No, that's by your definition. If you've got a broken definition of gravity, that's your business.
That's what you said.
No.
I think what he's getting at is that your definition of gravity as the interaction between objects was rather vague.
Sure, yeah, it is vague. My understanding of it is limited. I'm not a physicist.
So is that a description or an explanation? Do you know the difference?
What
I'm
he's
talking with
saying-
eggshells. He doesn't need your help. I'm talking with eggshells. He's a big boy. What's the difference there, eggshells? I thought
Sure,
you said you
well,
had an explanation, but it seems you only gave us a description.
No, I didn't say I have an explanation. You must have issues hearing.
Oh, you don't have an. Okay, all right, fair enough.
Wonder if
There
there's
is
a
a
1v1 room that you can go to.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Yeah, so with his logic, I can say that if he pushes something, that's
So I'll start
magnetism,
working on
because
those
the
mathematical
mass attract-
equations. As soon as you guys start
matter.
figuring out the explanations behind the words you guys throw out there. So
Well, we're answering your question, and you're just not accepting the answer.
repeatedly.
no, it sounds like you're giving descriptions, and then on top of that, you've got other words that are used with the same descriptions you're using for another word.
Could then I
Kinda
get some
cute.
descriptions or explanations? I'm not 100% on the difference of sort of what happens to the sun after it appears to set. Just that one for starters. We can move on to some others once you've.
Always asking about a story. Always about a story. It's always about ignore what's right in front of your face and make up some shit about
What's
stuff.
right in front of your face is that the sun goes behind the horizon.
What's right in front of your face is that water is level. The horizon is flat. Okay, that's what you see. Period.
No,
argues
it's
that it's not,
actually,
though. That doesn't.
Yeah.
Doesn't split the difference, really, does it?
Good.
Yeah.
We all think water's level.
Good.
We just.
What is the horizon, Jerry?
Right in front of your face, flat. Period.
What is it? What is it?
Right there.
What is it? You're saying that's right there. Yeah. What's
That
right
would be the answer to the question, where is it? Question is, what is it?
There.
So it's a.
Okay.
So it's there.
Okay, so my house is there, so my house is the horizon. Right in front of me.
No.
Oh, why not?
Live inside of your house. You see it. Wood and steel and all that.
I can go outside my house too.
Right.
Yeah. So what is the horizon?
You could look it up.
I can look it up.
Sure, you could look it up if you want. Go ahead.
Sure.
The
Okay.
answer,
So it
the
seems
answer's
to be.
so simple for that question.
Yeah, it seems to be the apparent junction of the sky and the ground.
On the
Okay,
ground,
then
yeah.
there's the horizon. All right. Now what?
Yep. And the sun appears to go behind it.
Yep. Appears to.
Yep. Appears to. Just like the horizon appears to be in front of me, and it appears to be flat. So everything appears.
The stars
Yep.
appear to circle in the sky in the south, creating a south celestial pole by which we can navigate to find south when we can no longer
So which
see
of
the
these
north.
appears are just illusions, and which of these appears are real? And how do you decide which is which?
I've got an answer to that one, Emerald.
The horizon is an optical illusion. That's a fact,
Is it?
isn't it? The horizon
So
doesn't hit the
So what
ocean.
you're saying is when you observe the black swan, you're observing an optical illusion. I get it. Okay.
No,
Yeah,
we're not saying
I
that's
agree.
not-
I
that's
agree.
not what we're
That
saying.
one to the bank.
No,
That's exactly what you
that
said.
is not
Final
what we're
answer.
saying. It's false.
Where is all this going?
That is not what we're saying, sir. It is
Well, you're
false.
certainly seeing the horizon, and isn't the horizon an optical illusion?
Yeah.
It's flat,
We-
right?
we move
To a
up
certain
to
extent, it's
illusion.
part of it. Definitely part of the observation. Yes, because we all know that the sky doesn't hit the ocean. End of story.
So
It
We all
does
know
though.
So
It does
the
though.
horizon is only part of the
No.
black swan measurement. I thought
only the part that where the sky meets where the sky appears to be hitting the water. We say appears to because we know for sure that the sky is not hitting the water.
So
We
what was
know
the P then
this.
Q? Was
A
one of
child
the
of
was the
three
P
knows
or
this.
the Q? Was one of the P or the Q, either of them directly relies on the horizon, which you're asserting is an optical illusion?
And now we're back into
I
story
don't
time.
use that.
See, it's always
No,
about ignore what
I
you
don't
see,
use that.
explain what
I'm
you
not
can't.
ignoring what we say, but I'm
It's
seeing
Jin's
it's very
story. It's not our
changing-
story. It's just Jin's
changing-
story.
We're on a train of thought about the horizon, and now you want to go about, well, then why does this happen? Explain that.
We're
Explain
on the
this.
horizon. Yeah, we're on the horizon. We're talking about the horizon and the fact that it's an optical illusion, which I'm not quite sure, but I'm happy to accept for the time being. And then going, right, what is the black swan about if it's not a measurement of what we're asserting now as an optical illusion?
I'm not interested in the black swan.
Jin
Right.
is, and Jin
I'm
brought it up.
asking about it. So
No, I didn't bring it up. I didn't bring it up.
No,
It was one
I
of you
brought
guys that
it
brought it
up.
up.
What do you see when you go outside?
I see land. I see topography. I see trees.
Okay, so how do you deduce from that the Earth is globular?
I don't.
Okay, thank you.
What's a Wally?
I don't deduce the shape of the Earth while looking at topography.
With a tree, no.
You're saying the Earth is a glob,
silly
and that's not what you see when you go outside.
Well, you don't see a tree.
Yeah, I don't see the whole Earth when I go outside, and I see topography. So it's not flat. That's 100% sure, because there's topography.
Okay, so when you look out over the ocean, saying that that's not flat when you look out over the ocean.
Over the ocean?
Self-acknowledged.
Flatter than the land.
Yeah, what we're seeing is the horizon, which is a self-acknowledged optical illusion.
Yeah,
Okay, so now the horizon is not. So the horizon cannot be used as evidence now, right? Okay, so
No,
what
that's
do we
what
want to
you
move on
said.
to now?
That's the standard you want to hold,
That's
that we
what
can
you
hold that
said.
standard.
What do we want to move on to now? Sunsets, can't
we can use
explain that
measured
because the horizon is
distances on
just
the
an optical illusion.
We can use the measured distances on the surface.
Gyro compasses.
So,
Latitude, longitude.
so imaginary lines. So imaginary lines.
Measured
things that are not the Earth move.
Nothing imaginary or a line about a gyro compass. It's a mechanical device that finds north through the rotation of the Earth.
So you see it.
Just measure distances on the surface.
It physically does move. A blind person could use a gyro compass. You probably have to make it braille for them. But
so you see something that is not the Earth move, and somehow conclude that the Earth is moving.
Yeah.
You use a tool that detects rotation, put it on the Earth, and it says there's rotation.
But
It's
the
like
Earth isn't moving. The gyro is.
No, the Earth is moving. Yeah, if
You-
what we're
you-
trying
No,
to
it
determine whether the Earth's moving,
it
is
isn't.
go back to reassert your conclusion.
You fix the gyro to the Earth so that they're either both moving or neither is.
But you don't see the Earth moving. You see the gyro moving.
Yeah, the gyro is definitely moving. Yeah.
Yeah, and when I'm in an airplane, I see the Earth moving and not the airplane. So therefore, the Earth is moving and the airplane is stationary.
What do we see airplanes do? Move, right? We don't see the Earth move.
Sometimes they move, sometimes they don't move.
So now planes don't always move. All right.
Yeah.
Nope.
So
There was this one time I got in a plane that, believe it or not, wasn't moving. Then it started moving.
So the horizon is big and planes don't move. I know, guys. You guys are beginning to flip
Jerry,
here.
Jerry, that's exactly what I said. I said planes never move.
Okay, so what is your point here?
You have to stop strawmanning people.
So what is the point here?
That motion is relative.
Motion is relative. Yeah, well, see, that doesn't work in real life.
It does, because that's self-evident.
No, because when I get stopped by a cop, I can't say, no, officer, I was sitting still. from my frame of reference, I was sitting perfectly still. You can't write me that ticket.
Oh, you can say that, but you're referenced into his frame of reference and not yours.
No. There is no absolute frame of reference in your model.
Yeah, there isn't.
Yeah, just because there's no absolute frame of reference in physics doesn't mean that the cop can't choose one that he likes. Like, I don't know, the ground, and say,
Well, then
hey,
the cop-
you're speeding. We have a notion of ground speed.
Not familiar with basic physics, right?
Well, no, the point is that there's no physical advantage to either of those frames of reference. But the cop can absolutely pick the ground as the reference from which to gauge your ground speed.
Well, I could pick my frame of reference and say that I wasn't moving.
You could,
Right.
and then it's your word versus the cops. Who do you think's going to win?
I would, because the cop doesn't know basic physics.
And you can argue
not
this. I mean, particularly they often will try this with ones that are based on radars that are mounted on cars going the opposite direction. And if you try
Still,
to below it,
same
right it, they'll
thing. I was
when
sitting
you
perfectly still
calibrate
for my
this,
frame of
because,
reference.
Yeah.
Perfectly still.
But Jerry,
your
are
ground,
you
your ground speed would still be too fast, which is what they care about.
Yeah.
So Jerry, in referencing to your own frame of reference, were you moving?
No, I was sitting perfectly still, right? Isn't that the
Yeah.
story?
Do you accept that?
No, see, this is what my rebuttal to you saying that there are frames of reference, but there aren't in real life because it doesn't work when you go to court. It's all made up bullshit.
Jesus.
Back that bullshit.
Fucking amazing. So when I'm in an airplane and I'm walking to the toilet, I'm walking at 500 miles per hour. I'm the fastest human on the earth.
Is the airplane moving?
Yes.
Okay, good. We know the airplane's moving.
Yep. And I'm moving with the airplane, but I'm actually not, because I'm not in the same frame of reference as the airplane, according to you.
Okay, so what is your point here? You said that the airplane is
There
moving.
are
How fast is he moving if he's making a break for the lavatory?
It doesn't matter.
Is
it moving or not?
Well, in physics, oftentimes we ask deeper questions than, is he moving? We might want to ask, how fast is he moving?
You're making my point for me. You're saying that, oh no, you wouldn't be able to tell from the plane, so I could just say that to the top.
Well, no, you can tell.
Hey man, that wasn't moving.
How fast
take
would
it to the
mailman
pub.
be moving as he's about to unload in the lavatory?
Yeah.
And he's making a break for it. He's pushing the heads of seats away. He's running down that aisle. Is he running at
his relative
5 miles an
velocity-
hour, or is he running at 505?
And is his relative velocity increased on the way back from the toilet because he's walking forward on the plane, or because he's sort of springing in step after unburdening himself?
Like, if you were just asked this casually, Jerry, how fast would you say would you say, like, in a practical sense, yeah, he's moving at 500 miles an hour?
Yeah.
So I'm walking at 500 miles per hour.
You're inside the plane, being carried by it. The plane is moving.
Oh, but how fast am I walking?
Probably 3, 4 miles an hour. Maybe
No.
5 if you really gotta go.
No, but I'm moving 500 miles per
Right.
hour.
Right, you're being carried by the plane.
So you're saying he's got more than one
We
speed?
know he's moving.
So are you saying that there's more than one frame of reference for my speed?
I'm saying in reality, you're moving with the plane carrying you.
Yeah. Yeah, in reality, how fast is he moving?
Yeah. 500 miles an hour.
So I'm walking
Okay,
500
so why
miles
did
per
you
hour.
say earlier that he was going 3, 4, maybe 5? If that's the
Yeah.
wrong
That's his
speed.
walking pace.
Well, no, he is walking, and he's going at 500 miles an hour. So why would you say he's walking at 3 or 4 or 5? If that's just the wrong answer, why would you say that?
Because you're being carried by the plane, which is moving. And you're
Okay.
inside.
So
So
almost
that
like the-
plane is giving him 500 miles an hour. Why are you ignoring that?
Yeah.
I'm not. It's moving 500 miles an hour in reality.
Okay, so why would you say that he's not walking at 500 miles an hour? Why would you say something more modest, like 3?
No, this is your guys' argument. is that he's
Oh,
not
you
moving.
said it.
We're running
No
with what
argument.
you're saying, Jerry. We're just running with,
This is
your
your
answers
guys'
here.
argument. Is that nothing is moving. There's no objective motion.
We didn't say that nothing was moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The point is that how fast you say something is moving depends on what you consider as being at
We
rest.
got way off track here. You see a gyro moving. You say it's moving because the Earth. You don't see the Earth moving. You say, no, just imagine it.
Yeah, just in the same way that you don't see the plane moving or the car moving when you're sitting in it.
It's always imagine something else that's not the Earth. It's never observe Earth moving. It's observe something else that is not Earth moving, and then say Earth is moving.
Well, yeah,
That's
because
very
you'll notice that in cases like planes and cars, you don't see them moving when you're inside them. You have to instead use other context clues to figure out that you are indeed the one moving. Like in a plane, you open the window and you see, oh hey, all the ground is zipping by really fast. Is it the ground moving, or perhaps maybe the plane and me inside it are the ones moving? In a car,
Your argument would be that nothing is moving. All
no,
relative.
that's not what my argument would be. My argument
so
would be
there is objective motion then.
it's not objective. It is relative to other objects, but it is still motion. It's not all or nothing. It's not absolute motion or no motion.
Well, how come this doesn't work with a cop?
Because the cop has a preferred frame of reference, the ground, from which he measures your speed.
According to what?
According to the law.
Because the speed limits are referenced into the in relation to the
But
ground.
I thought that these are physics.
No, the law is not
talking
physics.
about reality, right?
Yeah, the law is not the same as physics. The law is codified as ground speed for the limit. That is inherently choosing the ground as a frame of reference. It doesn't mean you can't pick a frame of reference. It just means that no frame of reference is physically distinguishable from other inertial ones. It's a very precise thing when we talk about the sort of indistinguishability between frames of reference. It doesn't mean that frames of reference can't be picked. You absolutely can have the cop say ground speed's what matters and then codify that into law.
So then I can pick and say, officer, I was not moving.
Yeah, you can. It's just that the law doesn't care about your reference frame.
Or physics, right?
It doesn't care. Well, no. Not picking your reference frame does not violate anything about physics.
So physics goes out the window when you go to court, right?
No, physics doesn't go out the window.
Yeah, it does. You're telling me.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, then why can't I use that? Officer, I was not moving. Here, read this book. It says there's no such thing as an absolute frame of reference. They fix the point in absolute.
The cop isn't saying there's an absolute frame of reference. The cop is saying, with respect to the ground. Yeah, he's picking the ground. There's nothing wrong with picking a reference frame. That's not saying that it's absolute.
Yeah. Pick that one. I picked mine.
Yeah, and the law sides with the ground because that's how the law is written. It's ground speed.
So the law doesn't side with physics, right?
The law. Again, there's nothing wrong with picking a reference frame. The law is not doing anything wrong by picking one.
And I wasn't moving.
Yeah, relative to yourself, you weren't. Relative to the ground, you were. And what matters when it comes to the law is how fast you're moving relative to the ground. It's really that simple. I kind of don't want to keep going in circles about this because it's not difficult.
Because you're just making shit up.
You're making shit up. You said that I was walking 3 miles an hour and then 500 miles an hour and then 503 miles an hour.
Hey, I got something kind of interesting to like a puzzle that you guys are interested. Look at the live stream, boys.
Welcome, mate. New perspective.
What's
Welcome,
up?
new perspective. Nice.
What's up, Jen? How are you, bro?
How you doing?
Good, man. So yeah, I have this little idea that this F-35B that can fly 1,200 miles per hour, and it can also withstand 40,000 pounds of thrust while hovering. So it's a hover plane, right? So I'm wondering if this could be used as a way to break the whole reference frame thing. If people could actually, agree on this, right? So if it can go 1,200 miles per hour. Now, the scenario I have here with it, if it travels from 1,000 miles per hour to the 750 mile per hour latitude, it's going to conserve the original 1,000 miles per hour tangential speed according to the globe model, right? So even though it may slow down by the time it gets there, it's still going to conserve that speed indefinitely according to the globe model, right? And it could be then hovering, technically, I guess if it has the 40,000 pounds of thrust, rear thrust, in fact, it could be hovering in one place and be going 250 miles faster, 250 miles per hour faster than the ground speed. But the idea is for it to get out of sync, if you will, with the Earth in some way, with its speed and its hovering, so that it could then film outside the window and show the ground moving left to right underneath it. You think that's possible?
Yeah.
Because if you're talking about
Sounds
conserved
interesting.
speeds, can you use the conservation of momentum and a plane that can travel this fast with its hovering capabilities to get into a position where the ground would then be moving west to east underneath it, and we could prove this once and for all?
That sounds interesting. I guess a complication, right? Suppose you get to this point where the ground speed is off by 250 miles an hour to the side. What this essentially will be is a 250 mile an hour crosswind, which I feel would, over time, pretty quickly blow you back on course, or like it would push you so that you're eventually, not experiencing a crosswind unless you do something to actively fight it.
That kind of works against the whole idea that the ballers like to claim that the conservation of momentum is always conserved. And if
Oh,
the
you
ground-
definitely conserve it in the absence of a force, but wind can introduce a
Right.
force.
So then that disappears eventually, right? Then there is no conservation of momentum after a while, and the plane would then be free moving independently of the Earth.
It's not that you lose the conservation of momentum, you just lose the momentum because you're being buffeted by the wind.
Yeah.
Right, but you can't say that the wind always keeps the plane somehow seeming to view the ground as stationary no matter what, because it's not. We're talking about the ground speed compared to the plane speed, and if this can outfly the speed of the Earth in any which direction, then regardless of the scenario I put here, there should be a way that this plane could then actually get out of reference frame and show the Earth moves.
Right, yeah, you would just have to be able to tolerate that very high crosswind that you would slowly start building up. If you can...
Well, it has 40,000 pounds of thrust, so it can resist 40,000 pounds of thrust.
Right, is that just... Well, thrust traditionally is, say, a force forward. So if it could also resist it from the side, then that's cool. But it sounds
not
from at least the
necessarily.
description...
It could be hovering backwards in line with the lateral speed. And be hovering, but then resisting at the same time so that it could then show the Earth moves independently.
Well, right, but is it just resisting its own thrust forward, or can it be resistant to forces in any direction, is what I guess I'm asking.
Well, yeah, and then the wind speeds are not necessarily, the lateral speed of the Earth. They're not in sync, and we know winds.
Right, they're the lateral speed plus the wind, and the wind usually doesn't get more than, say, 30 or 40 miles per hour. So your crosswind would be, I guess, between 210 and 290 miles an hour.
See, that's what I'm just saying. If this could be like a group effort to try to actually prove that the Earth spins independently of the plane spinning or traveling, would be the project. Because I think that the tendency, at least from what I've seen, from what I've heard so far from other people that are defending the globe model, is they'd like to make it so that no, you could never do that, even with the capabilities of this plane. When it seems like the capabilities of this plane could prove this.
It's separate from what you're asking. I think my interpretation of what you're asking is how do we remove a particular absolute motion? If we were able to do that, then you can make the claim that the plane would be moving independently of the Earth, whether it's rotating or not. But we can't remove absolute motion. It would always be relative. It would always be interacting with its environment. So I think what you're proposing is not possible, even with what the plane can do. Yeah.
Right. Like the confounding factor here would be the increasing crosswind. If you somehow had no atmosphere and an aircraft that just didn't rely on the air at all, and you just had like a ballistic that you flung forward, I'd say this would probably be a good experiment. But
well, if this goes 1,200 miles per hour, it could act like a ballistic.
Biodual.
Well, right. That would require you to sort of consciously ignore the crosswind or
right. It would be trying to
resist
fight
it.
It would be using all of its effort to get into a position where it hovers and sees this west to east 15-degree rotation.
I think that you could go in whatever way you're guessing that the absolute motion is. You just go in the opposite direction, the right amount to counteract it, and isn't that how you would remove
Yes.
I would
equilibrium.
I would employ the utmost effect in something like this rather than trying to figure out how to stop or maintain a quote unquote absolute motion.
I'm saying, but you say you can't do it. Wouldn't what I said be how you do it?
It's like sort of. So like if we had a way to arbitrarily pick a place in space that experiences no motion at all, and then we line ourselves zenith to this plane, we would probably see that plane appear to be motionless, staying below zenith of us, but it's the Earth is still rotating. If you're on the Earth, you're just seeing this plane fly in that particular direction.
Yeah, but you could go to a point. You could have a craft up that could whatever. Let's say Himawari satellite, and then you would be like, all right, well, our guess is that the ground underneath is moving at this rate, and we're following it for right now, right? We're like in lockstep with it, supposedly, like whatever your first orbit was. If you could do that.
Sure. So like if that Himawari, let's say, has an airspeed of whatever it is, 15,000 kilometers an hour, but if its ground speed, if its zenith point was 500 miles an hour, and you had a vehicle, a plane or whatever that could follow that zenith point on the ground 500 miles an hour, if you were on the Himawari looking at that vehicle, it would kind of appear that the vehicle's not moving, but it's the ground underneath it moving. Sure. In that frame, sure, yeah.
Well, you're doing a little extra right now. I wanted to start with just like, okay, if you can get synchronous to the ground from your orbit, then you say, okay, well, we would know, you would know, you know what I mean? Like you might not, I don't know. You might not be able to actually figure out a velocity on the thing, but then you could guess what the counter velocity would be needed to be like, oh, this is our guess of the ground speed. Then when you did that, right, and then somehow just balanced it, then you would see the Earth rotating under you at the right amount.
Sort of. And like I said, yeah, from a satellite at zenith, let's say the zenith point is your house in your neighborhood, and my orbit is consistent where that zenith point remains constant. If there's a plane above it that's just hovering, then perhaps it's still at that zenith point. But in that frame, that satellite is still orbiting, still moving. That Earth is still rotating, despite the plane hovering. It just depends on what your reference is. It can look like it's doing a thing, sure.
Yeah, but they never attempt. It seems like they always aren't concerned with that much. It's just they want to go into orbit where they need it to be. They never want to demonstrate these sort of rigid phenomena.
Yeah, they could
I don't think it's required.
I think the easier thing, like Biodual said, would be to test the Oudtvosch effect, which is like if you're rotating with the Earth, then if you say go 1,200 miles an hour east, then your total sort of velocity in that direction is velocity of the Earth's rotation plus 1,200. It's really big, and what you'd expect is that you would, if you're going that direction, the centripetal acceleration is sort of counteracted some amount. If you instead go west so that you're sort of canceling out the rotation, then you would expect that you don't have any centrifugal acceleration. And so what you'd expect is that things would weigh differently.
Of course.
Going east or going west.
This fucking...
essentially fuel efficiency.
There's gonna be the fucking background medium of the, you know what I mean? Like that phenomenon supposedly is already like commonly recorded, isn't it?
and they
At,
are.
at those, yeah, it is for
Yeah.
every plane that refuels to a certain extent takes the Atmos effect into its calculations of what it needs.
Oh, is it that much of a percentage, like 1 to 3% at least, or something?
It's for economic reasons, it's significant. It would be one thing to say fill the plane up 100% as much as it can. It'd be another to say for economics and saving money, let's get precise within a margin, and then that's all we need. So you don't waste fuel and lose money.
Yeah, of course, bro. I just, I don't want to challenge. I'm just like, how many freaking percents of effect is that? But cool. All right, that's interesting.
Let me see if I can find information about actual refueling of a plane. Let's say from LA to New York. Let me see if I can find fuel requirements for that, and that'll essentially tell us what that
I
range
don't
or
think it's that
what's
significant a percent.
But I mean, like, right. And then if it's small, you're just like, what if they're just doing it and it's not really needed? But anyway, that's that's still interesting. I as far as I know, that there's plenty of scientists that just agree with this type of phenomenon. No one seems to deny it. Like Big Bob Nodal agrees with it. I thought, but we can go back and look at some Goldbusters videos on what it said. But I always thought he said something about like ether or something like this.
Well, for Bob, he does invoke he does invoke ether.
I mean, it'd be badass, man. Like if it was some baby like magnetism waves like going in some spiral, and it wasn't the Earth moving. Like that would be fucking insane, bro.
Isn't it funny how we have shallow how science? Like all the scientists are like the guy like shallow how they like see what they want.
Anyway, my point in bringing up this idea with the capabilities of this plane, could anyone come up with a scenario given the tangential speeds, the lateral speeds, the hover thrust capabilities, where they would agree objectively on both sides that this plane would be capable of getting to a spot, even for just a moment, to see that the Earth spins underneath.
I'm telling you, I've been begging motherfuckers for this. Like, dude, Xanax fights and shit like it's the biggest impossibility ever. Like when
That's why I picked this plane. This plane can outfly the speed of the Earth in every direction. So
Lots
there
of
should be
planes
some scenario.
can. Lots of planes.
Well,
can.
either way, okay. So then, could you think of some scenario that you would agree, where you could actually take a camera, put it out the window, and see that this Earth actually moves? Because that's the biggest crux of this whole issue. Saying that the only way to do this is with some kind of ballistic missile or some kind of other thing other than a plane doesn't make sense, because there is a Coriolis effect that planes either do or don't account for, and it's not in the training manual. So flat earthers have a right to say this doesn't make any sense.
I think you should be on the equator. You should go 1,000 miles per hour west, and then you should know. You got to get the math guys to calculate whatever amount of thrust burn is necessary, mass ejection, to say, okay, that's the exact amount of braking to where it exactly would balance, and then you would go, okay, boop, we do that burn, and then you'd have the Earth spinning 1,000 miles under you.
So
And
what
then-
if you were on the
Real
equator?
fucking quick, dog. Then you would see the fucking wind catch you and push you back up again to fucking spin.
Oh, that's so
Right, yeah. I think like observationally it would just look like you're flying at 1,200 miles an hour. I don't know
Yeah.
what else you'd
The
see.
only thing I could imagine would be on the equator flying due west at 1,000 miles an hour and chasing the sunset.
Hold on, okay, you're right, but
That'd be cool.
You're right that it would look like you're flying 1,000 miles an hour, but you would know that you did balancing burns. So therefore, fucking, it wouldn't be you flying. You would know it would be the ground.
When you're flying, your reference frame is the Earth. It is not some god guy sitting out in space somewhere.
Actually, I like what you said, Left Lane. Yeah, because if you're flying in a straight line at 1,200 miles an hour or 1,000 ish on the equator, and you see the sun in the exact same place and not moving, that would confirm that the sun isn't moving in a circle; it's moving in a straight line, just as the plane is.
chasing the sun for sure. Sun chasing is a big trump.
That might be something right there.
Brings a reference to the rescue.
But the plane has to go really fast, right?
That's not a bad idea. I wonder if you can do that at different latitudes at different speeds. Just chase the sun for, let's say, 5 hours in each iteration, but different speeds depending on your latitude.
That would be cool. In the north, though, you wouldn't be debunking the circle shape because you would be turning. What would be interesting is in the southern hemisphere, you'd actually have to turn, You'd have to actually turn right to keep following the sun in the same place. And that would be the opposite direction that the circle is ostensibly turning on the flat Earth. So that would be interesting. It would show that essentially if the Earth is flat, the sun has to be moving in circles that are the opposite direction at the same time.
Yeah, you'd always have to go left on the flat Earth, right?
Yeah, like if the sun's going counterclockwise in a circle, then it's always sort of, turning to the left. But if, on the globe, what we'd expect to see is if you're sun chasing in the southern hemisphere, to keep the sun in the same spot in the sky, you'd have to be turning right.
Right, before you got to the equator and then straighten out.
Yeah,
but
and then in the north, it's pretty similar. As in, it's left just as in the flat Earth.
Okay, so if this plane can fly 1,200 miles per hour, and it's at like a 400-degree tangential speed latitude, and it outflies the spin of the Earth and turns around, then how could you argue that it's not seeing the Earth move independently of it?
I mean, what would you see out the window? You would just see the ground zipping by at 1,200 miles an hour. The same if you were flying at right, but if you were flying at 600, you'd see the ground fly by at 600. Like there's not anything that happens super special.
Well, it would be that you never see the ground moving from the plane. You only record your movement relative to the Earth. So the idea here is to break it. Now, it could seem like the ground's zipping by just because you're moving, but you should be able to know the difference between the ground moving and you moving.
I don't think you can tell the difference. I think the whole point of relative motion is that they're indistinguishable.
I don't think so.
When you take off from the Earth, you are imparted the momentum of the place you took off from. So you don't lose your momentum once you take off the ground.
Or like the fact that they're indistinguishable, I think, is why simulators are so good for pilots, because they can just be shown a screen that looks like it's moving when they're not, and it'll be realistic enough for training. Like you can't tell the difference between if you're not, unless it's rough and there's turbulence, you can't tell the difference between the outside moving and you moving, at least not through a physical experiment.
I think you could. I would think the reason that that you think you can't tell is the ground doesn't move. It's only the plane moving ever. That's my opinion.
What test would you do?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. This could prove it right here. This plane could fly to us because it can hover, especially. It could use its speed to use the conservational momentum against the whole thing to break the model, to make sure that it's the ground moving somehow.
But like, what physically changes? Like let's use a simpler example. Maybe let's say that there's an infinite railway, and there's just a train on the railway. How could you tell the difference between the train moving 10 miles an hour on the railway forever and never changing speed versus the train being still and the whole Earth and the railway moving backward 10 miles an hour? I don't think there's a physical experiment you could do to tell the difference.
This plane's in an air though. This plane's in the air and it's moving over different lateral speeds. So because it can go so fast.
So you're not just hovering then. You're also going to move, say, north.
Sure, in any direction that would prove that the ground spins. Just work out the problem somehow to make sure
that I don't have a problem with.
We could
objectively
agree then, right? Yeah. It's just
I was thinking that you just hover and you're sitting just above some point on the equator and you don't do anything. In that case, I would say
you're trying to speed to an area that allows you to show that the ground is actually moving and not stationary relative to the plane.
Got it.
It seems like that's possible. Could we agree on both sides that this would at least be possible? with this plane?
I mean, I think given my same reservations about having to counteract the crosswind, I think it'd be very challenging. I don't think it's like theoretically impossible. It just might not be practical.
Well, even regular planes move independently of the ground moving according to the Coriolis effect. I mean, you could say it corrects internally, even though that's not in the manual. It's never plane, pilots are never taught to account for this. But regardless of those claims, I think that.
No, that's not how it works. No.
Okay, you're saying it scrubs it off over a period of time, right? 5
Coriolis-
hours, 450-mile lateral drift.
Right. The Coriolis is an extremely minor effect. You don't have to worry about it.
I'm not trying to say you should worry about it. I'm saying if it's there, we should be able to see the ground moving independently of the plane and record it.
But the atmosphere is the problem.
Yeah, but
Right,
you can't say
like-
that the atmosphere works so perfectly to keep the plane in this illusion that the ground is totally stationary.
Right. Well, it doesn't. But like, say you're traveling north, right, and you hit like a gust of wind. How do you know if that's your plane disconnecting from the ground and being 10 miles an hour off because of the Earth being a globe, or versus it just being a 10-mile-an-hour wind? How would you know the difference?
Well, you can see the ground moving, and you can also record your speed, right? So you'd be able to use some without, I think, just visually, you would know if the ground is moving independently of the plane.
Okay, so you take a so you take.
But you could also use meters to know the difference.
How would you
Right,
know that?
LiDAR even. You would think that you could, right? You would think you'd be able to record the ground speed separately from the plane speed.
Yes, correct.
In some
you
way.
can. Yeah, that's correct. You can. That's called ground speed. Do it all the time.
There you go. Yeah. So then we should be able to film out the window and see the ground moving east to west or west to east underneath the plane that's hovering or moving north to south. Even with a regular plane, we should be able to see that.
Right.
No.
But
Yes.
the issue is how small of an effect you're trying to look for versus just
Any.
standard. Well, right,
If the
but like
ground moves at all, you
if
should
that's
be
if
able
that
to record
right
it.
if that's your signal, then the noise to that signal is anything else that can affect the plane, like wind. Like you correctly pointed out, right? The air is not perfectly bound to the same speed as the ground. So there's bound to be some degree of turbulence. And how do you make sure that you are correctly maintaining the right amount of momentum if you're more or less continuously being buffeted by changing directions of air?
He's got a much more basic problem. He doesn't understand that when you take off from the ground, you're imparted with the momentum of the ground that you take off.
Well, no, he's saying we take this plane
I
that
included
can.
that. I included
Yeah,
that. I know
he
about
took care of that.
conservation momentum.
He's saying you counteract it by flying the opposite direction, the right amount of speed, and then you're effectively traveling at zero relative to outside Earth.
Relative to what?
Hey, NASA, would you walk us through your idea of how the ground pushes the air and keeps all the air spinning around with the
That's a different
Earth?
story. We're not talking about that today. We're talking about airplanes.
Oh, we're not going to do that one.
Can I try to reiterate? I'd like to reiterate what's being proposed by New Perspective is that you have, let's say you have two vectors. You have you're in the north somewhere. Let's just say somewhere in America. I don't give a shit, and you're flying directly to the equator south. Your plane is going to have thrust and an airspeed going south. You're also going to be imparted with a easterly vector of whatever that tangential speed of the Earth is at that point. What he's proposing is that if you can somehow put an absolute cruise control on the plane, when you get to the equator, you may be maintaining that south vector and that velocity, but now the Earth is going a different easterly speed than what your plane was imparted with. That's what he's proposing specifically.
Right. If it's possible, like the plane would be trying to fight the lockstep to get this proof that we could all objectively agree upon.
It don't have to fight the lockstep. It just has to just be tape it straight cruise control, like he said.
Well, except that if you're slowly getting out of sync with the ground speed, you would sort of equivalently also be getting out of sync with the airspeed. And that would result in a crosswind. And that's just going to, crosswinds are, they will blow you until eventually there's no crosswind. They're going to kick you off course.
Right.
Well,
There's a
it has
reason.
40,000. This one has 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance, so it could fight against that as
Right.
well. Yeah.
Not
But
necessarily.
how's it going
that
to do
To
that?
some degree, enough to show that the ground moves is all I'm trying to get to.
no that 40,000 pounds of thrust is just the amount of force that thrust is exerting. That has nothing to do with the plane can withstand 40,000 pounds of wind or whatever else you want to propose. That's just at full burner, if you will. The thrust is exerting 40,000 pounds of force. That's all that's saying. And then in all technicalities, it's a specific model that will do the hovering. I think it's the Navy model. I don't think the Air Force model does that.
The Marine model.
Or Marine, whatever. But fuck them both. In a brotherly way, by the way. Don't get crazy.
You would need an observer in some sort of God perspective, God reference frame to see this plane standing still, because from the pilot's perspective, you're still moving 1,200 miles per hour over the Earth.
I think that you would have other effects. I think that your airspeed would change. I think your altitude would change. I think a number of things would change. And to maintain particular altitudes, to maintain particular velocities, you are kind of fighting against Coriolis just to maintain all of these values. You're fighting against a number of things. Don't get me wrong. And it's not like you go, okay, check 1, I've accounted for wind. Check 2, Coriolis. Check 3, whatever the fuck else. You're just making adjustments to maintain particular values. So I think if this experiment were to be done, you would find that all of these values would decrease, and it would be hard to directly correlate Coriolis to why our altitude is perhaps lowering, why our airspeed is perhaps lowering. It would be very difficult to correlate those two.
It'd be like given this plane's capabilities, it seems like we could work out objectively, not even trying to be unbiased about it. What would be a scenario using the conservation of momentum and the different latitude speeds that this plane could get to, and even for a split second, it could be hovering and seeing the ground actually move rather than stationary, like most people here believe.
Hovering
Right. If you want it to conserve momentum, though, you'd have to prevent it from being affected by forces that try to change its momentum. You'd essentially have to perfectly cancel out any turbulence and any wind that you experience, in real time. Because if you get blown off even just a couple of feet, that ruins you for some amount of distance. So you'd have to be able to perfectly rate match and avoid being moved by the wind at all. And I feel like you don't have that kind of capability just from a high-tech plane.
Hovering relative to what?
Well, it just seems like, the argument that the plane could never get to a spot where it's seeing this Earth spin that it's supposedly correcting for or not correcting for, or in lockstep or not in lockstep. It seems like there has to be some scenario where it doesn't require going to space to see the Earth spin. We could prove it with this speed and this hovering capability. Some scenario should be an objective way to show that the Earth moves or doesn't move.
I don't think that there is. NASA Shield, that
makes it seem like the Earth doesn't move, in my opinion.
In your opinion, but it's not a good opinion. NASA Shield, this is a similar argument to if a helicopter were to hover in the air for 24 hours, it should rotate around the Earth or some shit. It's a similar argument to that.
It doesn't do it. I mean, the reference frame relative to what is the question? In order to fly, an airplane's got to move forward through the air. And if you I suppose you can get some God reference frame somewhere, but you'd have to have somebody out in space.
He posted an image of a plane that does hover relative to the Earth, like a helicopter would.
An F-35? Yeah.
Yeah, F-35. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
The idea is you do that. You hover relative to, so you're stationary relative to some point on the surface, so that what we would say on the globe is the only momentum it has is the momentum with the spin of the Earth. You then fly north or south such that you're supposed to conserve momentum as you go north. The ground speed, or like the tangential speed, changes. Can we detect that change relative to the plane's unchanged momentum, and therefore confirm that there is this change?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Seems like it should be
the
fun.
globe. Yeah, unfortunately, the globe not being established as being a globe would definitely put a spanner in that dream you've got there. All
No,
right,
Jim,
so it's good to
the
speculate.
problem is,
of course. All
the problem is
speculation.
when you hover an airplane, you have to hover it relative to something, and generally you hover it relative to the Earth. So if you were able to change latitudes, you would still no. It's just you guys are asking to hover something relative to a three-dimensional, but it's not the Earth.
Right. I guess this is sort of what I was getting at, which is like you have to make sure that you are actually conserving your momentum, like that you are staying and keeping the same exact like hovering momentum. And you can't reference the ground because according to this experiment, the ground's supposed to change.
Right.
You can't just reference the air because there's wind. So like it's extraordinarily challenging to actually conserve your momentum here in a way that makes the experiment worthwhile.
Your instruments would be able to do that, though. Your instruments would help you there.
No, your instruments would tell you relative to the ground or the air, but in this experiment, both are supposed to be moving. So you shouldn't reference those.
It would almost have to be.
The helicopter's the best one, isn't it? The helicopter's
Yeah,
the best one.
helicopters, same difference. But if you could imagine our artillery shell being fired a significant distance, and what would that artillery shell see the ground doing? You know, as it got into the northern latitude.
Right. That's why there's that video. Once I get home, I can pull it up. But there's that video of a sniper shooting. I think he said it was 1,500 meters, and he shoots directly west, and he has it sighted. Then he just turns around and shoots directly east, and he's off. He still has precision, but his accuracy is off because now now there are different vectors working on that bullet as it travels. I really like that video for what this conversation is.
Yeah, he shoots low, shooting west, and shoots high, shooting east.
Essentially, yeah, to remain accurate despite the same distance and despite the same weather conditions. Yeah, exactly. That is the number one thing he has to do to be accurate and precise. He can only be precise in one or in both directions. He can only be accurate in one.
Anyway, I just came in to present that scenario for people to talk about or think about more. I got
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah. Good combo.
Just for the record, the 35 is still a piece of shit.
Well, they should have learned from the 111, but they didn't.
They should have learned from the 22. Fuck a 22 even more, because we had 2 squadrons of those in Virginia, and they were never capable enough to run any missions. So like we had a shuttle launch, I think in like 2009, and we covered that for like 3 months because the 22s are pieces of shit, never ready. Fuck them. They're nice for an air show though.
Don't know much about the 22. I know the 35, but they just try to do too much. I mean, they should have learned from the 111 that you can't do everything with the same airplane.
Yeah, there was talks for the 15 to become stealth, and I think they called it or they proposed it as the Stealth Eagle. I think it was supposed to be an F-15 SE or some shit. That's what they should have done. The F-15 air to air is undefeated, and then it's always ready.
Well, the 22 wasn't the best airplane either. The 23 kicked its ass, but
Well, I don't know what 23 is.
the YF-22 competed with the YF-23, and they chose the 22. Then they said they canceled it because it was not needed post-Soviet, but I think they canceled it because, like you say, it was a piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. The 22, the paint that they have on there for the radar absorption is fucking crazy. So like whenever they would run training shit with our jets, I think when I got out, the 15 had the best radar. They claimed in the world, but whatever, in America for sure. But even with that, the 22 had to put a lead ball attached on the bottom, just so the F-15s could lock onto it for training purposes. So, I mean, the paint's good, but it's still a shit-ass jet.
Didn't they wreck 2 or 3 of them in the hurricane too?
I have no idea. No, I have no idea.
I know that the guys that took the B-2 off in Guam and they just kept rotating back. I mean, that's like a $500 million airplane right there. I wonder if they have to pay for it.
You're not talking about the one that corkscrewed into the ground, are you?
Well, there's only one B-2 that crashed, and that was the one in Guam. They kept rotating. It kept on rotating because I don't know, something about there was water in the system or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The only big plane I've ever seen crash, it's not even real life, but just that common video. I thought it came out of Germany, but it was a big ass plane, and it just corkscrewed. Like it looked like a slow motion fighter maneuver, and then there's no control after that. Fucking crazy.
One of my little things was watching airplane crash movies. Accidents. You learn from the mistakes of dead men.
Yeah, I think that's partly why they showed us a few, just because it was one of those like this tiny mistake by maintainers led to this horrendous incident, blah blah blah. So then when you go forward, it's like, man, I really gotta dot my I's and cross my T's because disaster.
Gotta go watch it.
Like when that commercial pilot got sucked out the windscreen.
I never heard of that. What happened there?
So yeah, I think it was a pilot, could have been a co-pilot. But yeah, somebody on the ground just I think they put the bolts in the wrong drawer, and like one version, the sort of 737BA rather than the BC or something like that, took slightly different bolt lengths. So he screwed in the windscreen panel with a shorter bolt than he should have, so that at altitude it's suddenly like explosively depressurized and sucked the co-pilot right out of the seat and halfway out the window, and they ended up having to like hold him. He's like called in the cabin crew who are holding him by his legs, and they said like originally he was screaming and wrestling and trying to get back in, but the force of the plane obviously was far too strong for that. But it was like flapping him and banging his head against the fuselage of the plane. So eventually he just goes like floppy, but they still keep holding onto him, land, and he makes a full recovery. But there's a photo of it somewhere where they're still holding him by his legs, and he's there like out the side, like it was intense. Look, super weird.
That's bananas, bro. Yo, who's streaming?
Just because I said I would, the video of the shooting west, shooting east is posted.
So that shooting video is direct evidence of rotation. So I was wondering if anybody would have to say about it.
Seeing the Earth move, that I'm seeing a bullet move.
Jerry, due to your response there, I posted another video of essentially how to demonstrate Coriolis. Do you have any thoughts of, based on your other answer, similar to this, the marker moves in a straight line, right? That's what you see and observe, but the mark that it makes curves.
Yeah, this is just a school project with construction paper.
Totally understand. Absolutely understand. I don't disagree with you. What I'm saying is, you observe the pen moving in a straight line, and then the effect of the mark that it's making is curving.
No, I get it. It's just what you see in real life is something else moving. That isn't the Earth. And then the explanation is, well, that's because the Earth is moving. That's not what we see.
Right, just like the bullet. The bullet's moving in a straight line, but it's taking a deviated path depending on the direction.
Yeah, that's what you see.
Correct. We see the effect of a straight bullet being deviated, and so far the best explanation is that the ground is moving. So we see a straight bullet taking different paths depending on the direction it's moving.
But you don't see the ground move. You see the bullet move.
So why is the bullet consistently hitting low when he's shooting west and consistently shooting high when he's shooting east?
Maybe he's such a good sniper he's produced a propaganda video.
Never mind. If it's just everyone lies, then that's where we're at, I guess.
I mean, but seriously, he's just I've seen this video. It's not like it's scientifically showing where he's aiming or anything like that. It's a fucking. I mean, come on, man.
It's like when the cop pulls you over. He's like, "No, I saw you move, not the Earth." And I said, "No. I was moving."
You're that has been talked about so many times. with perfectly reasonable explanations, but you keep repeating it as if this is the first time you've brought it up.
Because it's always about ignoring what you objectively see in reality. You see the bullet move, you don't see the Earth move. And then you want an explanation, and it's like, I'm not going to make up a story. I know what I just saw. I saw the bullet move. I didn't see the Earth move. That's as far as it goes.
We don't disagree that the bullet moved. We don't disagree the bullet's essentially taking a straight line path. We don't disagree to those. But there's an effect that's happening when you're looking west and you're looking east, and there's a deviation of where that bullet lands at the same distances. That is in reality objectively happening. Right. And all that's being said is that there is a proper and reasonable and repeatable explanation for it. And all you're offering is, nuh-uh, I don't have another one or another explanation.
Because I'm not going to make up a story. I can't prove my story.
Right. And can you disprove ours?
Yeah, the Earth didn't move. The bullet did.
I know you assert that. Can you validate that?
So, are you saying I didn't just see a bullet move?
No, I've already agreed to what we see. I already agreed to that. There's an effect that's taking place, and I'm asking you if you're going to assert that our explanation is wrong. I'm just asking you to validate it rather than just assert it.
I'm not asserting it. That's just what I saw. There's no opposition here.
Okay.
Yeah, you get the only thing that he can give you and maintain his narrative.
You see what you see. Everything else is a story.
Yeah, but this effect is predictable. That's the thing, is that we could have never seen that video, and we could have said, or you could have posed the question, okay, what if I'm shooting at 1,000 yards and I shoot let's say 5 bullets west, and then from that same location I turn around 180 degrees and I shoot 5 bullets east. What would happen if the Earth were rotating, if Coriolis were something, and Etvos effect or something? If all of these things were real, what would we expect? And we would tell you exactly what we would expect. Then the experiment can be ran, and then we can look at the results.
All you did was
experiment. Show me college students doing this. Show me, them talking about the wind variables, all the other variables. I mean, this is just there. This is an abundance of this phenomenon being demonstrated. I hear that it's accepted, the Etvos effect. I know it's accepted, but as far as like this sniper bullet thing and this, that's not commonly accepted. I hear even snipers arguing over that.
It's just at great distances. It's not that they argue about it. It's that these great distances do account for a lot of things, and then depending on the flight time of the bullet and the distance of shooting, that's when you would or would not account directly for Coriolis.
All you're observing is a pattern. You're not predicting anything. You've seen it 1,000 times, and then you're attaching a story to why it happens, and then you're going to call that a prediction?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's exactly what we do with reality. We observe something that occurs in reality. Yeah. We hypothesize about it. We make predictions. Then we run tests, and then it's validated every time. So what else are we supposed to think, Jerry?
It's not a prediction. It's a pattern based on what you saw. You see it. That's all you have. You're still seeing the same thing over and over again. You see the bullet move. You don't see the Earth move, and you're going to say, well, it happened 1,000 times. I made up a story why it's happening. So now it's predicted because I say so. Bullshit.
You know that's not what we do, right?
You just told me that's what you do.
No, there's quantifiable data behind it. That's what I'm saying. It's not that it's a cause and effect of it'll go down, it'll go up, it'll deviate left, right. There's numbers associated to these things.
So what?
Well, there you go. Exactly. Then so what, Jerry?
So what? So what?
So what? You see the bullet move 1,000 times. You say, hey, it's doing it because of this. Oh, look, it's still doing that. Therefore, my prediction was right.
Let's try to go another direction. What experiment do you think is good that you would present? And it doesn't have to be Earth-shaped. Just anything in general.
Experiment with what?
Yeah, anything. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be in line with this topic, this channel, or this community, whatever. Just any experiment that you like that you would present as an experiment.
It depends. I mean, if I could directly manipulate it or like see something, if I can't get a cause, like a apparent cause.
Yeah, I'm just saying any. I'm trying to find out what your standard is. Just any that you are cool with, that there isn't this so much contention with. I'm just trying to find out what your standard is.
Like I said, I would have to be able to directly manipulate whatever it is the cause is, and yeah, you can go further than that. You can say, well, how do you really know that that's the cause? Yeah, you can go farther and farther, but
We haven't even got there yet. I'm trying to ask you for an
because I know where you're
experiment
going.
to understand. No, it's not about where I'm going. It's not about some conclusion that you think I'm going to go to. I'm asking you for your standard of what an experiment is. That's all.
You got to give me an example.
No. I'm asking you for the example because you know what I'm going to say as far as experiments. I've presented one that I've done, so you know what my standard is. I'm trying to ask you, what is your standard? What experiment do you find to be sound and reasonable?
I haven't looked into any.
Right. So you don't have a standard. So why should I take your opinion of that's not really an experiment when you don't even have a standard?
You don't have to take my opinion. That's my whole point. Is like I can't prove my story. I can't prove my opinions. What I can prove is what I see.
That's fine. That's exactly where I want to go with it. That's it. Thank you.
That's it.
Yeah.
How can you
Fortunately
decide something doesn't meet a standard if you don't have one?
Is it
What are you talking
that
about?
the globe is moving, rotational, in a vacuum? Standards. You don't follow this scientific method anyway. So you haven't got standards yourself, sir. You're lacking in the standards that is required to prove without a doubt that the Earth is indeed a spherical ball spinning in space.
All
You
right,
haven't
Jin.
done that, sir.
Same question.
The standard is seeing the Earth move. Okay.
There you go.
Great job.
The Earth
Jin,
hasn't been proven to move.
I know, Jin. What's
Albert
your?
Einstein said it. No
I know.
optical experiment can be conducted to detect Earth's rotation, quote unquote.
Yeah, I know.
Sir Isaac
Relative.
Newton.
I know. Relatively. Jin. What experiment?
Unfortunately,
What
you
experiment?
are no Sir Isaac Newton, sir.
I know.
You're
Can
you're
you
not
please stop
Einstein
spiraling, man?
either. So
We just
sit
want to
down.
have a conversation, man. Jin, what
Yeah, you're talking
experiment?
shit though with your
What
conversation. You know
experiment?
what I mean?
What experiment?
Your conversation.
Oh,
Hang
fuck
on.
me, man. Hang
Your
on while I interrupt
conversation
you constantly.
is one-upmanship. It's one-upmanship on the flat earthers every time. It's not a conversation. It's little knots, but it's not a knot. So I'm clearing up. You have no proof. You've proven
Oh
nothing
boy.
because you have no standards. Okay? Right.
I'm
Thank you.
going to ask you the same question, Jin. Do you have an experiment that you could present that is your standard that you seem that you find reasonable and sound?
Laser beams, water tests.
No, just
Yeah?
one, just one experiment, Jin.
Observations.
We can expand
Guinness
on it.
Book
Just
of
one.
Records. All right? Lack
Just
of
one, Jin.
rotation of the Earth. Thank
I
you.
haven't seen any conclusive laser
The
tests.
railgun, air
No, of course not.
pilots, weapons,
Hey,
weapons of mass
I was super
destruction,
fascinated
Jerry.
by
submarines.
that one that was
Take your pick.
that one that was showed. Was it not Bob's? Whose was it? Shot the
FE
laser.
Core.
Over distance? FE Core shot the laser over distance. And they were like, they presented a photo of a laser hitting a target, and then later admitted that that was a photo not from the full distance, and they never.
Yeah. Because
That is a fabrication, sir.
they couldn't
that is
collimate
a
it.
fabrication. Objection, Your Honor.
It's
Well,
it was
they
straight
admitted
from the
it,
horse's
so-
mouth.
Fabrication.
Yeah, they said it.
Objection.
I'm only taking their word for it, Jim.
Yeah, it was the head of FE Core and the head of that project that did vocalize. He did vocalize. They couldn't collimate it, so they couldn't run the experiment.
The evidence of the globe with the scientific method and the correct standards
I
therein.
could feel a Coriolis force coming off of this spiraling right now.
I posted it already. I've already posted you a $20,000 challenge to prove
Careful.
the Coriolis effect.
I thought any flat earthers had 20,000 and would pay it up.
Posted
I would go
for
that.
you $20,000. $20,000. Easy money.
Yeah,
guys. You
there's
got
a
the
reason.
proof,
There's a reason why
supposedly.
his comment section is turned off because people are trying to claim it. So he turned the comment section off. Thanks,
That's
Jim.
okay. You can contact him. His name is there. Look into the
That's why he
comments.
turned the
It's all there.
comments
You
off,
can
Jim,
contact
because people were
Adam
trying to
Sherman.
contact him.
Stop lying. Stop lying and start doing the challenge. Pick up the gauntlet. It slaps you in the face. You're
There's
missing
plenty.
two tooth
There's
already
plenty of
from the
evidence. He's
slap.
not going to
Pick
pay
up
up.
the fucking gauntlet and shut up.
Why do you
See,
turn
they've
his?
got no
Why
standard,
do you turn
folks.
it? Why do you turn
They've
his
got no
comments off, Jim?
standards, folks.
Why do you turn his comments
Standards
off,
are
Jim?
missing. Just like
Why are
this
his
government,
comments?
no fucking standards
Yeah.
whatsoever.
Imagine posting a
standards.
$20,000 challenge and then turning your comments off.
That's not true.
I'm going to
That's not
prevent
true at
people
all.
from contacting me and providing
Yeah,
links to
yeah. You can
experiments.
contact him. The fact that you've got his name, and if you look in the comments, it's there. You can contact this man.
On the
$20,000
description,
challenge.
not the comments. The comments are turned off.
Yeah, the descriptions. Go into the descriptions and pick up. That's if you want to contact this man, contact him. You're a wally, man. You're a wally.
I know, and I bet you won't. You still won't answer about the experiment, man.
Mindless, Wally, because
Just
you
give
won't
one.
pick up the challenge. You got no
We could have.
spine. You got no
We could have a
backbone. You
conversation.
got no globe. You got no spin. You got no bloody vacuum.
But Jen,
You
thanks,
got
Bob
niche.
Nodell. Thank you, Bob
You
Nodell.
got no moon landings, no Mars landings, no
Oh, I don't need any of
satellites,
those.
no ISS.
I don't need
Fuck me,
any of
what
those
have you got?
still. I still don't need any of those.
Oh, the ISS is pretty helpful.
Hey, I got niche. I got nothing.
Something
I
moving
like
at
the
around the speed of like 24,000 kilometers an hour.
yeah, I like the ISS.
Bugger all, folks.
I like the ISS because you can do trig to show the altitude of the ISS. And fun fact,
ISS does
if
not
you
prove your
if you
globe
don't
by any
if you
standard
don't
of the source.
I know, Jen, it's fun to interrupt. Fun fact though, if you don't account for Earth curvature, the ISS is actually
You
farther
can't
away.
account for curvature. You haven't got it.
Yeah, I know,
you
but
haven't
fun
got it.
fact about the ISS, the altitude of the ISS is
Curvature.
farther
You
if we
ain't got it.
calculate it on a flat Earth.
Oh, that's
It's
a cool.
actually
Not
shorter
got it
on a
at all,
globe.
sir. You're
It's
talking
it's
about
just
my colleague and his standards, yet you provided nothing now for months.
Well,
You're not
it's hard.
asking
It's
about
hard to
what he
provide anything
Go
when you
away,
constantly
go
interrupt,
away
Jen.
and get the proof.
Why?
Stop
Why?
whining and get
You're the one
proof.
interrupting. You're the one
Aristophanes
interrupting,
was
Jen.
wrong.
You
Go
like to
get
talk.
the proof.
I'm here to talk. Let's talk over each other for a
Get
while.
the
I'm sure
proof.
that's
You've
good
been
for
talking,
VC.
but not
Let
providing.
it fit. Let it fit.
Provide,
Is
please.
there a moderator?
Okay, because I want to get into.
Okay, I'll mute myself.
Hey man.
Apologise, but you know
Bet
what I
you
mean.
won't.
I apologise to the right dishonourable gentleman, but carry on.
It's bio is what you're kind of saying is because as we see the ISS pass from our 180 field of view up in the sky, it kind of like doesn't change size, or like if it was on a flat Earth, it would change size more, and so it would have to be farther away to not change size.
No. So what
Okay.
I'm saying is that you could do the trig where let's say me and you are at a known location between each, or the distance between each other is known. For example, let's just say 100 miles. I can give you two shits. If we can both see the ISS at the same time, well above the horizon, we both in the same moment take a measurement, our angular measurement. So essentially, we're getting our two angles of a triangle, and then we know our distance to each other. So that's one side. We could do the trigonometry, and because flat Earth is easy for trigonometry, we don't have to make any adjustments. So we just do the trig behind that. We would find the altitude. But with a curved Earth, what would happen is that distance between each other would essentially be give us different angular values. So if we compensate for the Earth curve, that altitude to the object will be fucked because of we essentially make a chord line to each other, and we have a sagitta of the Earth. So that sagitta of the Earth takes away from that initial calculation, so making the ISS closer than when you calculate flat.
Okay, here's what's fucking me up as far as like assuming the distance would be farther or closer is like the Eratosthenes experiment and the sun and all this, and to reconcile the sun on the flat Earth, supposedly we got to say it's closer. So why would reconciling the ISS make it further?
So it's not that the argument is that one is further, one is closer. It proves something. All I was saying is, the common argument of we can't go further than like 60 miles or some whatever bullshit. When we do these calculations, it's something like 288 miles for the ISS on a flat Earth, and then like 257 or something for a curved Earth. And that's all I'm specifying, is that whether you want to assume a flat or a spherical Earth, the ISS is over 250 miles away. There's no debate about that. So then it just ruins other arguments flat Earthers have.
No, you are absolutely mistaken, sir, because the zone at which the ISS is supposedly operating at 240 miles is heavily radiated to the tune of 2,500 rems left over
I told you,
from
Don.
the
I told you.
Operation Starfish Prime from 1962, aka Fishboard of the Lord and Operation Fishbowl. Okay, so you've got the ISS currently, if it's up there, and it's not, it can't be, the radiation would kill any astronaut and any living organism if they're foolish enough to venture out there.
There you go, Don.
Rems,
He doesn't address
70 rems
the
leaves you with
calculations, and he
vision
doesn't address the
impairment.
altitude. He
Don't
changes the subject to something else.
rems leaves you with vision impairment, and then vomiting and diarrhea. 170 rems, you've got vision loss, vomit, diarrhea within 60 days. And they reckon they're in 2,500 rems. Yeah?
No, they're not within
think
200.
so,
They're not in 200 plus
Yeah,
rems.
you don't-
They're
you're
in
lying.
They're in a. Oh, I'm sorry, Jen. Who works with radiation? Who wears a dosimeter around their neck every day? Who does that?
Excuse me?
Is that you or me?
Excuse me?
Is that you or me?
You
Is that you
are
or
the
me?
expert again.
You want a
You're not
picture
the
of my
expert. Remember, you're
dosimeter?
talking to
I'll
the
post it next to my tattoo
professional
so you know I'm not bullshitting.
expert specialist. I am right.
Here we
So listen
go.
up.
I'll cover up my company
You don't know
and
about
my
the numbers. The
name.
numbers are this, yeah? Sir Bernard Lovell is the
Here
name
we
you need to look
go.
up. Sir Bernard Lovell. He said that the Operation Starfish Prime has gone and created a third radiation belt 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts. Each belt, that's the Van Allen radiation belts, contain 2,500 rems. So currently where the ISS is 25,000 rems. Back in 1962, it was 250,000 rems. So there was no way we can begin to go there. So sit down and weep. Bring your proof. Come
Yeah,
on.
here you go. So I'm posting a picture right now next to my tattoo of the dosimeter that measures and detects radiation for that I wear around every day. So if we're going to talk about radiation, if you want to talk about hold on, Jen. If you want to talk about radiation,
I asked you.
oh, I am.
2
I know.
hours
But if
ago,
you're going to interrupt me, I'm just going to keep going because I'm just as childish. I'm just as childish right now, Jen. I'm not going to stop either. I'm just as childish as you.
2 hours ago, 2 hours ago, I asked.
Hold on, man.
What evidence do you have that proves that the Earth is a globe? You have presented nothing, and other people took over because you ran. Now that you're back, let's have the proof without a doubt. Don't give dosimeters around my neck. Dosimeters around my neck.
Proof now.
There it is. There it is, folks. There it is, folks. Dosimeter around my neck, folks. I've got the globe now. There you go. Shut up.
No, what I'm showing you here is that I know I by virtue know more about radiation than you do, and what you're presenting is fucking bullshit. That's what I'm presenting here. So when you assert this information, it is taken with a grain of salt that you have no idea what you're talking about.
He never ever mentions this point ever. The man
Oh no,
that
I've
knows
addressed it
about
many
radiation.
times. I've addressed it
Let me
many
tell you about
times.
radiation, folks.
No,
When they
you
went
could
to
you
the
could tell
moon
them
in
you could tell them, but you're full of shit. You're still full of shit, Jim.
1969, the Apollo missions, yeah, from Apollo 11 to Apollo 17. During that period, okay, right up to 1972, 1972, yeah, there was 27,019 solar flare events. So there was no way they could have avoided the solar flares. Now, these solar flares are unpredictable.
Those solar events weren't crossing our path,
But they
Jim.
were recorded. They were recorded, okay? Now,
Yeah,
it
they
was to
didn't
the
cross our
tune,
path.
some of it was at 900 rems. 960 rems of debilitating killer level radiation on the moon, where there is no radiation belts to protect you from this solar flare event.
Oh yeah, you could protect yourself in a number of ways, actually.
No, there's no way you can protect yourself from the solar flare events. The spacesuits they had, made by Grumman, offered zero protection. And when they were asked, did the suits protect the astronauts from the radiation? And before the man finished the radio, no, the answer came out.
Those solar events didn't cross the path in which these events were.
Oh, you're
these
lying
people
now.
that were.
Now you are lying because
No, I'm not.
it's an 11-year
I mean, I
cycle.
could just get
It's
to the
an
end of what I'm
11-year
saying.
cycle,
I
my
could get to
son.
the end of what I'm saying, or you can monologue forever. I'm just as childish as you, where I will keep talking. So it's up to you, Jen. Let us know what you want.
Go ahead, Bio.
Yeah, these solar events are not crossing the paths. Just like there are solar events all the fucking time. We can see them happening with corona mass ejections. We see them. They're just not crossing our paths. So yes, these events are taking place on the sun, but almost all of them are not crossing our paths.
It's rubbish. Okay, 27,019 solar flare events were unavoidable by NASA. It coincided and collided with them. There was no way they could avoid it. 15 solar flares a day if they went to the moon. That's what the equivalent was. 15 such events per day. And remember, the Apollo 11 missions, it's a 3-day journey just one way. And they have to go through 250,000 REMs, 2,500 REMs, 2,500 REMs. Then you've got the what's it called now? Cosmic ray particles, radiation, and then the radiation on the moon. And then they're on the moon for a few hours, and then they got to come back. So in total, you're talking about 7 days. And they never died? Shut up here, mate. You're lying.
All right, so here's a quick question, kind of a litmus test for your radiation knowledge, Jen. Are there materials that can block out particular radiation waves?
There are materials that can block out particular radiation, okay? Now, the problem with the Apollo mission and said materials, such as lead, such as water, with lead, it had to be 10 centimeters thick all across the capsule. That would have rendered the Saturn V rocket unable to take off. And then if you add water,
Not
which is
true.
even fucking heavier, they had no chance. The suits were basically glorified linen ski suits. That's what they were. They didn't have no radiation protection. And then the actual lunar commander module, right, was made of less than 2 millimeters thick of aluminium. This is why they had to run it under less than air pressure, less than 14 psi, because they couldn't. It was too thin. And they had to be very careful because you could literally punch your way through this thing. That's how thin it was.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
So it's not entirely true that the thickness of the lead would do more or less of anything. For example, I do work on radiation equipment in which it is transmitting about, when it hits a bag, it's about 1,000 rem, and the only protection that you have essentially would be the lead walls that it's on. It's about 1.5 inches thick, and then we have lead curtains. And every month I have to actually detect if there's a radiation leak or not, and I'm always getting under 5, which is fine.
Folks, that's
anecdotal
twaddle.
That's still just you fucking idiot. It's still just lead curtains, in which these curtains do sway, and it's not like a lead, a one-piece lead thing. It is a curtain like you have at your fucking house, where you have slats of lead curtain. I'll take a picture tomorrow when I go back to work. But there's space in between, and these lead curtains are super fucking thin, and they're blocking essentially 99% of the radiation that's being transmitted, 8 feet away from it. So you don't need 10 feet thick lead.
Now, right now.
Oh, I just got home. I'll do it tomorrow, Don. No jokes.
Now, as I said again, they needed to have 10 centimeters thick, according to Bill Wood, who works for NASA. That was the problem. They could not do that. Bill Wood, I'm quoting, from NASA at the time. He worked for them. He said that there was no way they could do that. The Saturn V rocket wouldn't be able to lift off because it would oppose too much of a heavy weight. And water, how are you going to fashion enough water to protect from radiation? They're the two main materials that I know of that would protect you from the radiation that they would have encountered in space. Okay? So that's coming from Bill Wood. And where did I get this source from? What Happened on the Moon, Part 1. What Happened on the Moon, Part 2 and 3. And Part 2 and 3 talks about rockets and radiation. So Part 2 and 3 is very good. Part 1, photographic anomalies. How were the photographs so perfect with all that fucking radiation there? How could they have taken a picture and not have any impingement on the negatives? How did they protect the negatives from the radiation, said radiation? Yeah, these are the things, man. Answer these questions. I demand.
When it comes to photographs, I'm not a photograph expert,
not
so I
an
wouldn't even.
expert now.
I wouldn't.
I'm not an
No, I
expert.
just
Now
said
listen to the
no.
man.
I'm not. Hold on, Jen. Hold
I'm
on.
not a.
God damn, man. Every fucking time, it's almost like we're just gonna let you out of the cage for 5 seconds, put you right back in. Relax. I'm not a photograph expert, especially when it comes to film. I barely know enough about digital photography to get by with certain things. But yeah, when it comes to film and radiation, I have no fucking idea, Jen. I'm not a professional expert specialist like you are.
On everything.
Thank you for recognizing my
on everything.
my standards. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing that and knowing your place. I thank you, sir. Right, in recognition. Right. So I'm the man that's bringing you names, sources, which you can check for yourself. Professionals.
Oh yeah, can
in
you provide one?
The horse's mouth.
I know. Can you provide one so we know it's a horse's mouth?
What you want me to provide you with more information that I've already tsunamied this server with? You want more?
You said it's coming. It's coming from the.
Nothing, asking me to provide. Listen to that. The man is supposed to provide.
What you said. What you said.
2 hours ago. I asked him 2 hours ago to give me proof, and he's got the gall to ask me for the moon landing scrap. And the only reason we're talking about it is because I raised it. So I've raised the standard of the integrity and the truth. That is, the globe doesn't exist. And now
I'm sorry. I'm
he's asking me,
scrolling through chat. I'm
excuse me,
scrolling through
when
chat,
you
and there's no
give me that-
horse's mouth here.
When you give me your evidence, when you
Interesting.
give me that evidence of the globe without a doubt, so I can go home and rest, then I'm going to start to give you some material.
So what you're saying is. So what you're saying is. I'm putting words into your mouth, of course. But what you're saying is you're gonna make claims that a bunch of subject matter experts said a few things and a claim that a few things were impossible, and then because I can't provide from your standard, I can't provide evidence for a totally different subject. You're not going to back up your claims that you just made about this topic.
Okay, I'm gagging at the moment like a baby, so I'm gagging, but I am going to provide you. I said I will provide you when you provided me with the answers and evidence to the question I asked you 2 hours ago, and I asked you only 10 minutes ago now. Can you present your evidence for your globe so we can measure it and feel the spin and know we're in space? Can you actually do that? Thank you.
Right. So again, I answered you 2 hours ago, but what you're saying right now is we're on a topic. We're on topic A. If you don't validate a topic from 2 hours ago, topic B, I won't back up the claims that I just made 5 minutes ago.
Yes, because I'm a man of principle.
Sounds reasonable.
I am a man of principle. It's the principle of the matter. How dare you ask me to provide you something when you provided none of us here?
I
None
got
of
you.
us are satisfied
All right,
with your
I'll see you later.
with your bunt pie hole. Get on.
I got you, man. I got you.
Right, you know that.
All right, so here we go with the subject change because Jen doesn't want to continue this one. Here's measurements over half a mile.
You are failing in your duty.
I'll do
your
the two celestial
responsibility to
poles.
provide for your case. You are failing miserably. You
I know.
are drowning in your
That's why I'm
ship.
providing
Can you imagine?
sources and
He's in his
information.
ship.
Yeah.
He's the captain of his ship, and he's sinking. And he's saluting everyone. I can't prove it. I'm going under.
I know. I just provided measurements of reality over half a mile.
That's what you're doing, son. You're out of your league. You're out of your depth. You're outclassed. You're overwhelmed. Just admit it and get out of here. Bloody hell! I ain't messing around with you, man.
No, I know. I'm backing up my my claims. I provided measurements of half a mile.
Backing up. I know you're backing up. Don't know about
No. Look at the chat.
I
provided measurements of 0.48 miles,
Let me look
showing
at
a
the chat
drop.
now, folks. What are we looking at in the chat?
The Jesse Kovlowski measurements of half a mile.
What are we looking at here?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just backing up my source. Exactly what you wanted. Measurements of a curve.
There is no curvature in this image. Look at that. He's posted me something.
Oh, you're only looking at the image. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you're a flat earther. Open the link. If you open the link, you'll see that is his observation that he's making. If you scroll down through his link, there's a methodology in which he's showing you exactly how he's setting everything up from coast to coast over this body of water. As you keep scrolling, you'll see that he makes a number of measurements. With all
remember, folks,
on the very bottom, you can find that he has measurements, and what he's essentially doing
if I don't see
hold
curvature,
on,
I'm
Jen,
going to go ballistic.
hold on, Jen. At the bottom, you can find measurements, and essentially what he's doing is that he's doing reciprocal zenith angles, showing that these two things, coast to coast at the same height, actually have angles greater than 90 when looking from each one to the other one. Thank you.
Folks, this guy has shown me nothing. Okay, like I said, if I don't see curvature, I'm going to go ballistic. So now I'm going to go ballistic on your ass. I said,
Yeah, go ahead, Jen. You're a fucking idiot. Go ahead.
The
Go ahead.
curvature of this earth, please. Video,
There you go.
photograph, you've got nothing at the
Oh
moment.
no, Rocket Scientist posted one.
Non-CGI.
Rocket Scientist posted one. Himawari 8. There you go.
There you go. That's
Look at this man. Look at this
That's
man.
curvature.
Satellites don't exist in space.
Show me something,
space.
and then I will call bullshit.
About 30 minutes. Hang on a second. About 30 minutes ago, I posted a satellite that crashed in Brazil, and that was tethered, attached to a helium balloon. I posted it about 35 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago. Okay?
That's
Proving that
okay.
Satellites, as they call it, do not exist in space. Like
Oh
he's telling
boy, it's so awesome. It's so
There is
awesome
no
that humans
curvature
like you exist. It's so awesome.
Where is the curvature, please?
Yeah, I showed you.
Thank you.
I showed
No,
you.
you're not showing me anything here.
Yeah, these
I
are
don't
real
see any
measurements.
curvature.
Yeah.
I see a perfectly horizontal line. I see an image
Oh,
down
it's
the
not perfectly horizontal. It's actually deviating. If you look at,
horizontal here,
if
mate.
you
I'm
look
telling
at,
you that
if
now.
no, I know it
Not
looks like in the
1
picture, but
degree
there are
of curvature
measurements.
do I see.
There are measurements at the
Come on,
bottom.
please.
I'll take a
Try
photo.
harder.
I'll
Try
take a screen.
harder.
No, that's the thing. I don't even have to try.
Try harder, mate.
I'm going to show you the measurements that were
harder.
taken,
I am not-
showing that it
not
wasn't
even
perfectly
beginning video games.
horizontal.
You are failing miserably, sir.
Well, here, Jen, what's
have
the
lost
measurement? What's the measurement of a perfectly horizontal auto level?
24,901 miles.
No, hold on. What's
3,959 mile radius.
Jen? What's
A
the
height of 1 foot. You should only see one.
Thank you.
Wow.
I mean, I know it's going back and forth, and I do apologize, but you know, I will pose the question, but I will still state the answer. What is the angular measurement of something that's horizontal from plumb? And that'll be 90 degrees. Based on the measurements from Jesse Kovlovsky, what I've provided as a source, the measurements are showing angles greater than 90. So your assertion that that is perfectly horizontal is measurably wrong. I can't wait for your response.
Please?
Are we shouting and changing the topic and saying you've not
Yeah,
presented
please.
any evidence?
It's presented no evidence whatsoever. Listen to this, yeah. Even with my few
That's
words,
a lie.
you get the
You're
you get the
lying,
image.
Jen. You're lying about it.
Have a water. You have a water. You have a bucket. You have a
No one
bucket.
say anything.
You
I called it though, didn't I? I said change the topic, shout and say you presented no evidence, and he's shouting about buckets after saying you presented no evidence.
Yeah.
You have your
You are
bath.
breaking
You
up
run
real
the
bad
bath
right now,
in the
Jen.
evening, you want to have a bath. The water's.
You're breaking up really, really bad,
You go to
Jen.
the swimming pool. The water's level. You go to the ocean now. The water is level.
And he can hear you.
Now
I
you
know.
grab a ball.
You're breaking up really, really bad, Jen.
Winning. That's why.
Stick because the earth
Yeah.
fraudulent. The ball is not level. So you're saying something that cannot just streets. Out in
You're breaking up really, really fucking bad, Jen. Like no meme. If there's a flat earther that can convert it or can confirm it, you're breaking up really, really bad.
beginning to be note the deflation in the voice now. Deflating, going under again.
What do you, Jen? I'm telling you that you're breaking up in voice.
Thank you very much. Well, okay. Let me cut this out.
I think all we pretty much got was pools and oceans are level something something. I think that's all we really got.
Okay, well, that's enough, isn't it? You know, when you put water on a ball, it just rolls off because the ball is not level. A spherical ball is not level, and water always finds its level, always lies level and flat, always conforms to the container being contained, never to the exterior of anything. You throw it on your TV, it just rolls off. You throw it at the blackboard, it rolls off. You throw it on your car, it rolls off. You throw it on a ball, it rolls off. Why? Because it's not level. It cannot stay there. Okay? So you're having a hard time showing us we live on a ball at the moment. Still waiting, my man.
I just showed you, because what we would expect is that at about a half a mile, if you set up something that creates a horizontal plane, and let's say at a 6 feet height, and then you're shooting something at a 6 feet height, what you would expect to see is that there would be a deviation from that horizontal plane to the top of that object. That's what you would expect to see. Would you agree, at least to that basis?
I expect to see curvature, which you have not presented to me yet. Okay? And you're shooting a load of lies, mate, and a load of excuses here.
I had it.
Please, for the umpteenth time of the asking, get us some clues here. Flat earthers are waiting. There's people in the server, in the chat room, wondering, well, this guy's bloody loud. Why is he so noisy? Because
because the volume of the volume of your voice means you're making a better argument, and I don't know why you think that. So again, I asked a simple question, Jin.
That the guy.
I think even your internet service provider is tired of the volume.
And I have presented facts,
You haven't.
names,
You
numbers,
haven't.
right?
You haven't.
Facts, names, sources. You can check this guy, this what we expect. I'm telling you, this is what is. This is what you're going to find. This is what you're going to discover. No expecting. Go and discover.
No, there is
expectation.
expectation. There is expectations, Jin.
You're at class.
For the
overwhelmed. You're at
I know. If you want to win because you could speak and yell the loudest,
Not I wanna
I'll
win.
concede
It's
to
not
that.
what I-
But as far as factual and verifiable information, we can keep continuing. But within science, there is a predictability measure to it. There is an expectation measure to it. If given a particular parameter, we would expect it, observe or measure or experience, X. There is that expectation. So I'm asking you very specifically in the realm of science, if we're on a globe Earth and there is a horizontal plane established at 6 feet from the ground, and you're shooting to a 6 foot thing, the top of it is 6 feet. What we would expect to see is the top of that lower than that horizontal plane. Would you agree to that expectation?
Provide us the visual, video, live evidence for that. Thank you very much. Go bring what you said to life, so we actually see it in reality.
Well,
Okay?
it's a question.
Go
It was a
bring
question.
That.
It was a
Hurry up.
question. Jen.
That's the question.
Jen, it was a
asking you,
question.
because all you've done is shoot load of lies. Nothing's tangible at the moment. You fail miserably yet again. Like I said.
All right, so I'm gonna assert
bring
you're
a
not
live-
dumb enough
bring
to
a
think
video.
otherwise.
Bring
I
the
did provide
video
measurements.
of you doing this thing. Bring it.
So-
Bring the video of you actually doing this thing.
So
we
here
can
are the
actually
measurements.
See it in our reality.
Even
Okay?
with
I
the
wanna see it in
picture,
our- No.
let me do this. Let me do this. So I'm gonna zoom in on what you claim to be perfectly horizontal, and I'm gonna provide you the picture. As you can see from this picture, that horizontal where the crosshair is above that other marker. Oh, fuck, Jen, it's above it, not perfectly horizontal. I wonder how much above or below from the horizontal it is. Oh shit, look at that. There are measurements that are measuring this. Oh shit, Jen, everything that you wanted all summed up pretty much in these two pictures.
Not good enough. No, that is below standard. You're going to have to raise your game. You're going to have to go out there with your live camera, fix up your tripods, and show us this curvature. so we can actually see it in reality. Because 6 years of scrutiny with the bloody magnifying glass, we don't see no curvature anywhere.
Why are you using a magnifying glass to detect curvature? Why are you using a magnifying glass,
That's
Jen?
the smallest. We're going from the smallest possibility to laser beams, water levels, radar, GPS. Do you want me to carry on?
Oh no, I would love to just go one by one, especially with the
camera,
hold on, Jen.
binoculars,
Especially
telescopes.
with the hold on, Jen. Especially with the laser test that you speak of, when they couldn't collimate it and they presented they were dishonest about what they were presenting. I would love to go on to
There's been
that.
more than one laser test done, and you guys like to twist everything. Folks, if you're listening, there's been at least, to my knowledge, more than 10, right? And that's within the circles that I know of, okay? So this guy hasn't presented one thing. He hasn't even gone out and in the wilderness and say, okay, this is how we know the earth is a curve. Here we are. That's if he's that confident. And I posted a $20,000 challenge because he was talking about the Coriolis earlier on. Will he take it up?
Jen, who the fuck are you talking to, honestly, man?
The comments
This destroys VC, man. This honestly destroys VC by doing
The
this.
man leaves his information
If you
in
can't have a legitimate conversation with people who are in the voice chat, then what the fuck are you doing, man? If you just want to talk to people, perhaps on YouTube, then go to another channel because there are other live streams. You can do this. If you want to be in this VC, let's have a conversation with people in VC. That seems reasonable, doesn't it?
You are failing miserably. You haven't presented diddly squat. Yet I have given names, sources, videos names where they can attach and check. You, on the other hand, send me an image. The first thing I see is a level horizon. I don't even see curvature. That's why I'm going ballistic. This man is crazy. He doesn't understand the English language. Go out into nature, set up your equipment, your slide rules and rulers, and show us this curvature. Get out there, Mr. Pilot, expert in this and that, radiation expert.
Whether or not there's whether there's curvature or no curvature, the point is that when we see long distance observations, those are small equations that you're working out to figure out whether there's curvature or not. You can still see ranges or hills or buildings or structures in the distance that shouldn't be seen at all, regardless of what you think the maths say.
Well, over a given distance, there should be a given amount of curvature. So if we've got a Guinness Book of Records,
that's kind of working on the minuscule, sort of on the really minimalist sort of coming from a minimalist kind of an angle from a view, looking at these precise measurements. But when you can see clearly an island that the whole island shouldn't be visible at all, you don't need to look at these tiny measurements and discrepancies that could have so many variables.
No, yeah, let's take a look at one.
I agree with this man. This man is talking the truth. It's true because you can see this thing. So basically, he's saying to you that why squabble over minuscule degrees when you can actually see the thing, and you only want to dial in the distance, and you know that you shouldn't be seeing it, but you are. You're seeing it
Carlos, present one. Present one as an example of the islands that you see, because I know Gio likes to present one. And he still presents one to this day, but I have the actual measurements that disproved him. So I would love for you to present one.
Okay, just the one that's very popular because I'm on my phone. The one that's very popular, Lake Michigan, and you can see Chicago. I mean, just that alone, it's a mirage.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, that's a good one. That's roughly 60 miles, right, from the observer to the Chicago skyline, Lake Michigan. Okay, now there should be just under a mile of curvature that's not there. Okay, just under a mile, just shy of a mile. It's not there, yeah. And Rob Skibber proved it wasn't a mirage because he fixed his camera to the front of his speedboat, right, and then drove that boat all the way. And all that happened was the was the skyline just got bigger and bigger and bigger, obviously, because you're approaching it. So there was no mirage.
Right.
Proving
That is a good example of a mirage because you can clearly see the skyline is stretched vertically. That is very clear because the tallest buildings, relationship between the shorter buildings are clearly exaggerated. Under normal conditions, you'll see you won't see that stretching effect. Let me find some examples. I'll post it in chat.
Right. Unfortunately for this guy, Biohazard, he usually comes out with that, refraction. But we took it at night as well, so you couldn't have any refraction there. So you have to.
Are you suggesting there's no refraction at night, Jin?
We got a nighttime image of this Chicago skyline as well as a daytime one.
Right. Are you suggesting that there's no refraction at night?
At nighttime, the refraction is completely reduced from the daytime. If there is any in that image, there is no refraction anyway. And the refraction he speaks of is minuscule. It's not enough to lift up this horizon like, a mile up so we can see it over the curve. It's ridiculous. He's saying that a refraction can lift up the image. So it's literally over the curve, okay? Right? And we're looking 60 miles out, but the refraction is bringing it up so we can see it. It's just absurd.
Carlos, this picture, is that what you refer to?
It flies against nature, yet alone logic and common sense. I mean, it's ridiculous.
But the one we're talking
We
about.
took it at night.
I think so, yeah. It's like it genuinely is a beautiful picture, right? As far as like at sunset.
Right. So anyway, back at the ranch. Notice how he's trying to sweet his way out of not providing any evidence here.
No. I'm trying to ensure that what we're referring to. I'm trying to refer Carlos to what he has claimed because he can't provide anything, so I tried to do it for him. I'm just confirming what we're pushing forward with. That's all.
Yes.
I think everyone knows the evidence there.
Gin CBR1 chili pepper too hot. That's what it is. Gin CBR1 too hot. The truth is like chili pepper. Tabasco times 200.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up, Jen. Goddamn, Carlos, go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of like we don't believe our eyes, right? So we have to make up some reason, some excuse, some validation for why we can see it. And you always have to have something, right? You have to have a mirage or refraction or whatever, or looming. There's always something that you can excuse about, but you just can't believe your eyes, right?
Yeah.
I would say hold on, Jen. Hold on. Not 100% of the time. I'm not saying don't ever believe your eyes. What I'm saying is there are many factors that go into what you see, from optical illusions to long distance observations, especially over water. All these things, of course, it's going to get fucked up from what's one-to-one reality, of course. But there are investigations that have to be taken place. If the claim is that we see this picture and it's weird, and then that's all you stop at, that's a little dishonest. But we can look into it further.
Yeah, we're just not allowed to say that. You're just not allowed to see the Chicago skyline and say that it is. You're not allowed, Don't be silly. We see what we see. We see what we see.
I think if your perception changed overnight, just for example, just say miraculously your perception changed, you would be the killer flat Earth dude, man. You would be able to hammer down anyone. You would definitely beat anyone in any debate. No baller would be able to come up against your wit and your theories, because you've got a way with words, and that's what you're very intelligent. And
Vomit, Shanda.
If you put your energy against your own theory, I think you'd be the strongest flat earther on this ball.
Oh shit! Shut up, Jenny's complimenting me. Let me enjoy it for a second. No, I mean I appreciate that, Carlos. I don't see myself that way. I only rely on the evidence and the extrapolation that we can make, so long as it's logical, perhaps mathematical. And all of these deserve an investigation. It's one of those that, yes, the skyline that we see there, and perhaps using the Earth curve calculator, like it feels fucking weird, sure. But again, that's not where we would end. We do need to do more investigations as far as the claimed numbers. Is it claimed that distance is 50 miles? because that's the average from coast to coast. The actual location is the actually
56 miles.
Oh, sure. So 56, and then the
That's why I
actual
said
observer
60
location above the water. All of these things do need to be verified, and it could be claimed as certain variables.
They've been
but
verified. They've been verified. Rob Skipper did it. He put the camera on his speedboat, and he did it. Okay? What are you talking about? You got to verify this, Daniel.
yeah, I'm trying to verify one thing at a time. What I presented in chat, I was trying to get confirmation on that.
Evidence yet? Are you busy getting the evidence for me?
Well, to be fair, it was claimed about the Chicago skyline, and I don't see any flat earther posting anything. And I understand, Carlos, you're not available to do that, but I'm the one trying to investigate right now, and a flat earther's not providing anything that we can go over.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want?
No. I want something that we can further investigate. That's what I want. Anything. It doesn't have to be Chicago. It'd be whatever the fuck you want. We can investigate whatever you'd like.
Still waiting for your stuff, man.
No, I know. It's in the chat. I posted it. You don't like it, but that's not my problem.
It's not what it doesn't provide anything. He's just sent me a load of, sent me a straight line horizon.
Well,
No
it's not.
curvature there.
I mean, it's not
curvature
perfectly
there
straight.
whatsoever.
There is a deviation from the horizontal.
The audacity of the man.
I gave you a zoomed in picture where you could see the crosshair of this auto level, and then the other object below that crosshair. So anyway.
Are you trying to attack me psychologically with that image?
Oh, no. I'm trying to attack you intellectually with evidence.
You've insulted my intelligence then, I'm afraid.
Oh, I've actually complimented because I thought there is something there to attack. Boom! That was actually a good one. Sorry, Jen.
Oh, right.
I know. It was just a joke.
I know. It's okay. All good is in love and war.
Can I ask what age group are you?
Between 30 and 40.
Between 30 and
30 and 40, he says. How old are you? How old are you, man? Come on.
So he said what age group, so I gave him an age group.
Okay.
Yeah, so like around were you born in the 80s?
Yeah, late 80s. Yeah.
He's a young whippersnapper.
Look, don't lose your pension going too close to the flat Earth line, okay? We don't, when you find out for real, you don't really have to tell him. It'll be all right.
I mean, I could be lying, but I'm not.
Who knows?
Like to lie.
Yeah, who knows? I'm going to be 60. I've got nothing to hide. What's going on there? That's it. 60 this year. Going on.
Like you sound pretty good for a 60 or going on.
Exactly. You know why? Because, like I said, I made my mind up when I was 19 that I'm not going to get sick. I'm not, and I haven't been sick over 40 years. No need to go to the doctors. I'm living my way. I know what's going on. At least I know what's going on there, and I do my exercises regularly.
You must yell all the time though, because your voice does sound a little scratchy though. Like
who's that? Me?
Yeah.
Oh well,
yeah,
that's the power. That's the power of the voice.
That's the power.
Yes.
And
when I'm not talking, I'm recharging instantly. Feel sorry for anyone who wants to take me on. I really do pity them.
So you don't smoke? You've never smoked or anything?
I smoked cannabis for 19 years.
Okay.
On and off, not continuously. I haven't had a spliff in 21 years. I don't smoke cigarettes. Started when I was 18, stopped when I was 18. Spliff started at 19. By the age of 38, I stopped. So 38 to now, coming up to the 60, no spliff whatsoever, no tobacco. I don't smoke.
You do have a little bit of a raspy voice or grungy or whatever.
Yeah, that's how that is. That's because of all the shouting I've had to do. I've got to raise my voice amongst these people because they're not listening. Go and get the proof, will you? Stop wasting time.
I just had a lockdown haircut. That's pretty good. My wife's first haircut. It's not too bad.
Oh, well done, yeah. I know that feeling when I got my wife to do my haircut. And then she stopped doing it after 2-3 months because I was complaining a lot. So I had to. So ever since then, I've been doing my haircuts myself. I cut my own hair since 1999. I've been cutting my own hair. Don't go to the barbers anymore. No need. Simple haircut, clean, wicked, ready to rumble.
Yeah, so real quick, just a cursory search of the Rob Skiba video. This guy actually took screenshots throughout the video that he had. It's about half an hour long. He took screenshots of the Chicago skyline and then used the same building as a reference within each shot. And he's essentially showing that Rob Skiba confirmed the curvature of the Earth, because you can see in the diagram here that he lined up the actual building and then just put it side by side at different distances. Pretty fucking good, Rob. So we can switch from thanks Bob to thanks Rob.
So
Really?
the water.
He never did that.
Bob, break down what's happening. The water's moving, the buildings aren't. Everything. You break down what I'm seeing here.
So essentially, what Rob Skiba did was he went from the Michigan side of the lake and approached Chicago skyline. And every so often he would cut back into it and say, okay, I'm an X amount of distance from Chicago, and then here's what I'm seeing of the skyline here, And he did it at a number of places within his video. I'll link Rob's video original.
I remember that.
Yeah. So what this guy did essentially is that at each kind of mark, he would take a screenshot and then find the same building in each shot. And then what he's showing here is that, yeah, this big ass fucking building is covered up, and you see more and more of it as you get closer. And it's, obviously obstructed by the water there.
Yeah, my thinking about that is that it's kind of like that perspective point from a first person's point of view. Everything from 360 degrees just shrinks down to a point. So everything shrinks from every angle, and then when you move away, when you get closer, it expands in every direction. So that perspective works like that. So of course, if you've got the center of your lens on a horizontal, of course the dimensions of whatever you're looking at are going to expand, and they're going to become higher the closer you get, and expand in every direction. Your seas aren't going to line up, of course.
No, so I agree with what you're saying, where it's basically as you move away from an object, that object appears to get smaller in all directions, and then vice versa. As you get closer to it, it gets bigger in all directions. Totally agree, 100%. There's no disagreement there. The disagreement and perhaps the disconnect is that when an object appears to get smaller, that has nothing to do with obstruction as far as whatever's in front of it, or even the ground in front of it. That has nothing to do with that. And especially because we can just zoom in on the object and angularly change its size. So especially when the picture that I provided here, there are times when Skiba does zoom in and it is increasing the angular size of the tower, but that has nothing to do with the actual obstruction caused by the water. If it were true that you could create or remove obstruction just by changing the angular size of an object, that'd be easy to demonstrate, because then you would just see, okay, this water is apparently covering up this 50-foot building, but when I zoom in, now I can see the people walking on the ground because I zoomed in. We don't have that.
The classic example of the boat on the horizon that's just going over the supposed curve of the Earth, right? And it's disappearing and bottom up. And you zoom in about halfway, and then you can start to bring some of that boat into focus. And the water itself is hiding the boat, right? But you zoom in as far as you can go, the whole boat is there again. So you can have obstruction.
I understand what you're saying, and I've seen those videos before in which, with our eyeballs, or perhaps the most zoomed out a camera could be, we can't discern where the boat is, and that's fine. I agree. But when you zoom in, I'm making the claim that you're not removing obstruction. The moment that you could see that boat, we could take a screenshot of that, zoom in, and we could try to find that line where it is at the boat, and then as we zoom in on that, I would make the claim that as you're zooming in, that line of what is covering up the boat doesn't change, despite everything increasing in angular size. You're doing nothing to change the obstruction.
Okay. Bio, I'm going to post for you the what happened on the moon, part 2 and 3, which deals with the radiation and the rockets anomalies, how they couldn't lift up and take you to the moon. Okay. That's coming up right now. I'm clicking on that now, so you would have got that. And I'm going to post for you this other one. Rob Skiba proves the Chicago skyline, as seen from the outer side, from the outside, sorry, it's not a mirage. That's a 30-minute video.
Yeah, I already posted that one.
Yeah. It's not a mirage, yeah? Is that the one you posted?
Yeah, it's
Rob
a
Skinner proves.
it's a 30-minute, 46-second video. Yeah.
Okay, so you've got that one then, yeah? Okay,
Yeah.
that's the one
So what I had posted was a screenshot from another video, quote unquote debunking it, but I also posted Rob Skiba's original video as well.
Yeah. Yes, that's what I'm doing. Right, I'm trying to get that.
My name's Dan Snow, and I want to tell you about History Hit TV. It's like
History Hit TV. I don't want to hear about History Hit TV, mate. Thank you very much.
Oh fuck, an hour and a half, Jen. I'm gonna be honest with you. Don't think I'm gonna watch all.
No, that's okay. Well, the thing is,
Okay.
right? If you're interested in what I was talking about, the first part deals with the anomalies of the radiation and everything else. It's brilliant. That's about 40 minutes roughly, and then the other 45 minutes, an hour, talks about the rocket technology. So you don't have to watch it all.
I understand. Yeah. I'll probably skim through.
This is the level. Yeah, this is the level that I'm at. These are my standards. So we go through it like a forensic scientist, you know, methodically there, proving the case. So when you take it to a court of law, you're in handcuffs and they're taking you away, basically. Yeah, because you haven't been able to prove anything at this point.
In your opinion, but we would obviously disagree.
In my facts that people have been listening now for nearly 3 hours. And I've gone to the shop, I've done this, that, and the other, still hasn't provided anything. I've come back, still waiting. Yesterday I asked.
It's all in there. It's all in there.
Last month I asked all these months, you know, something that he can go out and he's out in the outside world, in the outdoors, right? And he says, okay, here we are now, right? I'm biohazard. I'm about to show you the curvature of the earth. Wind, galing, whatever, you know, it sets up his stuff. He hasn't done that yet. We don't see the curvature.
Am I required to?
Well, I think it would. I think you need to present the curvature. We presented
I
it
did.
to you.
I did.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
What would you expect to see? I'm curious because what I presented, I know. What I presented was.
You're a pilot.
No, I'm not. What I presented was. What I presented was measurements deviating from the horizontal plane. I'm asking you, if I provided something, what would you expect as far as curvature? What would you expect?
I would like to see the curvature. That's all.
I know, but in what form though?
In real form. That means whether you're flying, driving, walking, whatever, bring it.
I'm asking what would you expect? What would you expect? Because there was particular observation that we would make if the Earth were flat or if it were curved. There would be separate kinds of observations. So I'm just asking, what do you expect from a globe Earth?
Well, I expect not to see beyond 1.22 miles. So I'd expect to see the geometric horizon at said distance if the Earth is supposedly 24,000. No, 1 miles.
Do you account for refraction with that 1.22 calculation?
I am well and truly satisfied with that. That is accurate.
I'm asking, does that account for refraction or the atmosphere at all?
Like we said to you, the refraction that you speak of is almost non-existent. Negligible is the words we hear. So it's not going to lift up those oil rigs 10 miles high and the horizon beyond that.
Jen, I can give you an example when they're not lifted observationally. You've seen that example.
You know, that's due to weather, but the picture.
Oh no! But you just said it can't do that.
It cannot do that. Refraction cannot lift an image. It will never do that. I know you've got the what do you call it?
These two pictures, a clear picture and a fucked up picture, and then it's showing this 10-mile lift, quote unquote. That's crazy. I have observations for that, Jen.
No, you're not going to show me that at all. We are seeing, look, your problem, your Achilles heel is this. At 12 inches, you should see no more than 1.22 miles, just over 1 mile.
That's why I'm asking. Does that account for the atmosphere at all?
We're seeing 6 miles, 10 miles. That's 2 objects, 2 oil rigs, which are fixed. We know the GPS locating for those. So they're not going anywhere. And then we're seeing the horizon well beyond that. And if you look closely, there are some islands 29 miles away we're seeing. Okay? So this man is trying to tell me that that's refraction. No, it's not. It's not
No,
refraction.
Jen, I'm not asking you if that's refraction. I'm asking you when you make your prediction, because it's funny that you would have no problem with a prediction in this way, but you would never answer my other prediction questions. But for this one, does that 1.22 calculation account for an atmosphere at all? Does it?
Yeah. It's not actually a prediction. That is the maths. That is it. It's not a
Right,
prediction.
that's the prediction.
That's
yeah.
what it is. That's the standard. That is the.
No, I know, but does that account for the atmosphere at all?
I don't make that up. This information comes from the astronomers.
No, I'm not disagreeing with the geometric calculations, Jen. But when we apply it to the observations, does that calculation account for an atmosphere? Does it? It's a simple question. What was that?
It does to the point where we can see the object clearly. Okay, the atmosphere is not interrupting the eyeballs and what you can see. Okay, so there is no refraction to be able to.
So refraction only occurs to cameras, not eyeballs. Okay.
You cannot calculate the refraction. You just can't. It's just impossible.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying, and I agree with you, Jen.
The atmosphere changes all the time, but it doesn't take
you're
away
right.
from the fact that if you're like a military man like I am, give me a rocket launcher, I see and I can hit it. There's no refraction going on there. Okay.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with refraction. That was the dumbest thing. But again, you just said that the atmosphere changes all the time, and what you're making a prediction with excludes the atmosphere. So if you're going to make long distance observations, and you know that the atmosphere fucks up observations in some way, we don't even have to specify. The atmosphere does fuck it up. How are you going to have a prediction that doesn't? No, Jen. Jen, how does it not include atmosphere?
It's minuscule, you silly ass. We're looking.
It's not minuscule compared to these two pictures. That's pretty fucking extreme, in my opinion.
We're looking through the atmosphere. Yeah.
Right. So why are you applying a calculation that doesn't include an atmosphere to an observation that does?
We using the numbers is to show you how hideous the heliocentric model is. It doesn't follow the reality. It doesn't follow the scientific method. It's blasphemy.
Right. Let's not change topics, man. So it's very simple. Watch this, Jen. You have a calculation that you're using as a prediction, and it doesn't include an atmosphere. When you apply it to reality, there is an atmosphere. And you said the atmosphere can fuck up observations. Do you see the break in your logic?
No, you are fabricating a logic.
Ooh, stuttering now, Jen. What's gonna happen?
Well, no, I'm not stuttering at all, mate. Listen clearly. We do not predict in the flat earth. We don't do that. We make observations. We see the earth as a flat plane. We are given dimensions from NASA and alike. Yeah? And what we do is we check that. We're not predicting. We are checking to confirm what we are given is correct. And it's not.
All right. I'll change my direction then.
Atmosphere. Now you're going to change.
No. We're still going to talk about the same thing. I'll just change the direction from prediction to confirming.
Yes.
I'll change it to confirming. So what you do...
Don't interrupt my chain of thought. You're interrupting my chain of thought.
Oh, I'm interrupting. Doesn't feel good when people interrupt, right, Jen?
Button it down. Thank you. Button it down. Here we go. So we move through the atmosphere. We see that, right? So whilst I'm taking my photographs and the video, the atmosphere is in flux, so it's always going to change. But it doesn't change the point that the two oil rigs we're looking at are fixed locations. They do not move. And we're seeing those. Yeah? We shouldn't be seeing those. And then we're seeing the horizon beyond that, and in the distance, an island at 29 miles away. We're seeing these things. An island doesn't move. Okay? Yes, the atmosphere is changing. And if you want to call refraction, it's so negligible, there is no need to calculate it. But you can if you want. break a leg. Minus
So negligible. I show these two pictures, so negligible. So Jin, yeah, I'll change the direction from you're not predicting things, but you're confirming. So again, it's simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Oh, we'll go the other direction. 2 - 1 is 1. So that's fine. So what you're saying is that you have these long distance observations with the atmosphere. Then what you're doing is you're checking the mathematics behind the geometric shape of the Earth, excluding the atmosphere, and then you're saying this is how this is somehow falsifying the Earth. But why are you applying a long distance observation using the atmosphere to a calculation that doesn't include the atmosphere, and then saying, oh, we've debunked something? Why are you doing that?
Fuck me. Yeah. Okay. Let's for the benefit of those in the chat room who are listening, I'm going to answer his question, and that is, the fact is, we have 2 oil rigs that are fixed in the ocean that don't move. Now, according to the size of the Earth, we should not see those oil rigs. Forget about the horizon just for now. We shouldn't see the oil rigs, because the furthest we should see from 12 inches, 1 foot only off the ocean, is 1.22 miles, just a fraction over a mile. But we're seeing 2 oil rigs. The closest one is 6 miles. The furthest one is 10 miles. So, that's a debunk in itself.
You're presenting it so fucking dishonestly, Jen, and I'm actually getting upset about it, because the horizon would be 1.22 miles, but the things behind the horizon can still be seen if they're a particular height. So if you're gonna present bullshit, at least try to be correct about the bullshit you're presenting.
Yeah, a particular height. Yes, agreed, but we're seeing well beyond that, 6 miles.
Yeah, I hope so. The oil rigs are really fucking tall.
Miles. And we're not, and you shouldn't be seeing that. Shouldn't be seeing the horizon. That is for sure.
No, yeah, but that's separate from my question, though. Why are you?
29 miles away.
Yeah, why are you applying an observation with atmosphere to a calculation without an atmosphere? Why are you doing that, Jen?
We're not doing that. We're looking at what we see, and you're calling refraction. We're telling you that the refraction you speak of is so minuscule, it's not enough to bring up the images 10 miles, because the Earth is 10 miles bigger. That's what we're saying. Then NASA tells us.
You're not at all addressing my question, Jen.
If we factor in the maps, if we do the maps properly, Earth would be right on the moon's door. Right on the moon's door is where the Earth would be.
Jen, you're not addressing my question at all, in the least.
Would hit the moon. I'm addressing your question, and I'm the one that presented you with this image of the black swan that you're talking about, because I posted it earlier. Okay.
No, that's I've had these 2 pictures for a long time, Jen. My specific question, and I'll say it again or ask it again, is why are you using?
Obfuscate the point.
No, I'm not obfuscating the point. I'm trying to go back to the question I've answered, and I'll restate it. Why are you applying a long-distance observation with atmosphere to strictly just a calculation that doesn't include atmosphere?
Because, as I've said, you're talking about your refraction. Why are we not including refraction? Is that what you mean? Yes.
No, what I'm saying is
that right?
Long distance observations include refraction that you would agree, and I would agree to, that the atmosphere can cause things to look different. So it is a factor. So you're taking this observation with an atmosphere and you're debunking in a calculation that doesn't include an atmosphere. That is applying the wrong information to the wrong tool.
It's not really, no. It's just you twisting it round. The atmosphere changes, yes. Not to the point where it's lifting up objects 10 miles. Okay? So like I said, I'll state it again. When we use the curvature calculator to measure these distances and that, we're not breaking any laws, we're within our tolerances. And when it comes to the refraction, it's minuscule. It's not worth mentioning. That's why. It just isn't worth mentioning, because it's not refracting the object 10 miles up. And we're seeing well beyond your geometric horizon. So I'm sorry, mate. You lose again. We are proving to you that the Earth isn't a globe. Remember, it's supposed to be moving as well, yeah? It's supposed to be rotating this thing at 1,036 miles per hour at the equator, by the way, which we don't notice, yeah, in the vacuum of space. So, you know, your refraction is the weakest argument you got. It's nothing. It's noise in the wind, my friend. Noise in the wind. Lost in the oceans of the flat Earth. Okay? Try harder, mate.
Yeah, baseless assertions are fun, but I have these two pictures here showing obviously atmospheric conditions doing a number of things, and the things that you say are not possible or not happening. These two pictures show, you know, contrary to your assertions. It's crazy.
Giving you information. Oh, it's an hour and a half. I can't get into that. You know, like I said, these pictures aren't credible. Yeah, these pictures are not credible as far as I'm concerned. Okay, I said it before.
These pictures are from the same person, Jin.
Oh, I know they're from the same video, but it's been timed. I'm saying that this, what I'm looking at, is a wave. We're looking at a wave here.
I made those calculations for you, man.
The ocean is rolling. The ocean is rolling here. The fact is, the image that I presented, there is no problem at all. You can see the whole ocean leveled out. You can see the two horizons, sorry, the two oil rigs, and then the horizon has been highlighted in a luminous green line with pink arrows, so you cannot miss it. The picture was taken at sunrise, even though we know the sun is not really rising because it's in the sky. So the sun is approaching our location, basically. Sunrise would be a little bit deceiving. Proper grammar is the sun is moving towards our location. Okay, it looks like it's rising in the sky. It's always in the sky. Okay, clearly the image is clear. There is no arguing about it.
Right,
this thing, it's not credible. It's not good enough. It's a poor quality shot. Terrible.
Yeah, the black swan is, yeah, I agree. As far as the waves assertion, you do remember me addressing this, right? Because if it were a wave blocking the left one, it would have to exist between the first and the second oil rig, and we know those distances. So that wave has to exist between those. I do some math. I can go over it later, but I do some math, and they would have to be between 15 and 21-foot waves. I've posted videos. I posted videos of 15-foot waves and 20-foot waves. Can you tell me in one of these videos where it looks like with that water that's in front of the left oil rig are doing are 15, 20-foot waves? Can you show me which one?
It's a wave, and that's that. It's a wave.
There you go. That's flat Earth in a nutshell. It's a wave, and that's that, and that's it. Thank you.
The images that I have presented are clearly well beyond your geometric horizon, and that's where you lose.
Right. Don't address anything. Don't back up your claims. Okay? Perfect. I will go ahead and disconnect from the conversation. As Rakia says, I'm done with this guy.
It would be nice.
Yeah, you don't have a bullet foul.
If you could go out into the outdoors and show us this curvature. Go and show us it, so we can actually see it on the video. We're looking. Okay, yep, that's it. And then not just one location, at several locations, so we can actually see this curvature. Yeah, not just one place, all over the earth. Since you know that you have the technique, get out there and do that. But you haven't done it yet. You've only talked. You've only said that's nothing. It's not proof. Bring the actual tangible evidence so that then we can all go out there and scrutinize it. That's when you prove your globe. And then let's not forget, you still have to prove that the Earth is rotating.
I wonder how long.
1,036 miles per hour. Then you have to prove that
probably
the
for
Earth
fucking
is
ever.
in a vacuum.
He enjoys the sound of his own voice.
Nice. I'm just giving you the criteria. That's all.
It's the same old monologue. You're going to dismiss all the evidence and everything that's been said, and you're going to go into a diatribe of listing all different things that you don't believe to be true, despite the evidence that we provide every day for however long. And then you're just going to hand wave everything. And then you're also going to make baseless claims that you can't back up. And there's going to be specific cases in which you quote people out of context and present that as some type of hostile witness, despite every source that you have backing up a globe Earth. You just pick out of context quotes, and that's a lot of fun, but it's dishonest.
You're not adhering to any standards. That's your problem. You know, you're not. We've got.
Is your standard like the FE core experiment where they couldn't collimate their laser?
We're bringing you the evidence from the outdoors. We're bringing the evidence from the outdoors to you to scrutinize. Okay. Now, what we'd like you to do is actually, these are lone locations. You can check them on the GPS. You can check them on the map. Can you go out there and bring us something that we can actually see? Yes, that's curvature. He's got the right techniques. Okay, yeah, right, yeah. You haven't done that.
What?
Wants to see the curve on a basketball.
Exactly. Let's
Yeah,
have some curvature.
I could post that with no
That'd be
curve.
the one.
What
Yes.
it is more of a philosophical question. What can I present to someone who doesn't accept evidence? What could I present?
I'm not going to help you there. If your intent is full of integrity, you would have done this ages ago in earnest, and then you would have taken up the $20,000 challenge to prove that the earth is moving. You would have done that earnestly. You would have earned yourself free money. But you're making excuses. You're umming and ahhing. You're not really getting on with it, and now you're begging for a way out. There is no way out.
Well, the thing is,
looking for a way out.
the thing is that evidence is subjective, so it doesn't matter what you show Jin or what Jin shows you. It doesn't really go anywhere unless you examine what the word evidence means.
No, yeah, that's why I asked him earlier. That's why I asked him earlier. What would he expect if curvature of the Earth did exist, as far as evidence form? What would he expect? Because I did show a deviation from a horizontal over water.
One of those things to tilt and not be level and straight level, like the face front level, like looking straight in the face of somebody's fucking eyeballs right when you walk up to them, like seeing the whites of their eyes.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So if we can see up the nose or something, maybe.
and this city exaggerating too. I think Democ literally wants that.
I literally do. See, I want to know why all those oil rigs, and no matter what you put at any distance, anywhere in any image on this planet, you supposedly say it's spherical, there's no tilt, and it's all levelly straight, like it would be anywhere, and if you're standing right next to it. How the fuck does that even make sense to you?
But Democ, in the bottom picture.
No. How does that make sense to you? Is what I asked you.
Why are the oil rigs behind the water?
To you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Does it make sense that the thing would be exactly level, just like if you were standing next to it, but you're zooming in on it miles away?
Yeah.
How on a globe? How does that make sense? If you don't have an explanation, that's your problem.
Okay, let's go again. Can you give us any other evidence apart from stars in the sky, Polaris? You know, the celestial poles when you haven't even got a south pole to talk about. But let's have something. The reason why I say there's no south pole is because if there was a ball, then there would be a 24-hour sun at the south pole that would be visible. There's not one video. I mean, that would go a long way.
There's plenty of videos.
The Earth is a ball. That would be a good one.
There is videos.
It's amazing how blatantly of a lie you have to present just for your position. Like sometimes it's like, oh, you exaggerated a little bit, or sometimes it's like, meh, it's maybe an easy mistake. But you have been shown so many videos, Jin.
It doesn't exist. No, there are not so many videos.
Yeah,
there are no videos
which distance
showing the
do we see at
24-hour sun
which
above
object?
the horizon,
Which distance do we see
uninterrupted,
tilt?
non-CGI.
You should have the math and the equation.
If you assert that they're all CGI, then there's nothing we can provide to you.
No, you should have the math and the equation for which any object to go up at a certain height and see it tilt at a certain distance away.
Let's have 4 or 5 different conversations.
No, listen, clearly, Bao, what you do is get an object away from a sphere that you deem the size that you deem it, and then you get a BB or something that's the size it is, and you have a scaled out ratio right there. Then you figure from that ratio your Earth U ratio or Earth plane or hot air balloon ratio to scale size. And then you do the equation and you lift that BB away and you do the idea like, and you have a marked point on that little ball. And you see where the object, the BB, the little hot air balloon, the actual object is going to have tilt in it that you can see as a little person on that globe.
And again, Demok, just using the model, just using the numbers that we present, how
No,
would
no,
you
no, no, no,
expect
no,
to
no, no.
detect or measure a
No, I don't
1
think you
degree tilt
comprehend.
away from you, 69 miles away?
I don't think you comprehend what you say you've done. You haven't done anything.
No, I
You've done
haven't
nothing
done
in
anything.
reality.
I'm asking you, Demok, how would you expect to measure a 1 degree tilt away from you from 69 miles away?
By something being on a sphere and going a fucking round it in front of my face.
That's the premise of what we're talking about, Demok. How would you measure that?
How would you not see it? Why would you not see it everywhere? Why would you not see it endlessly amounts everywhere until your dick fucking turned blue and fell off?
Right,
Wow.
there you go. If this is the best representation that Flat Earth has, it's the
mean,
best that it has, and we'll just
I'm
sit here
saying if
and
you're
be
on a
entertained
sphere,
by it,
buddy,
Demok.
listen, if you supposedly live on a sphere, why would you not see things accordingly, front, back, left, and right, everywhere till you died? What do you mean? Well,
I do see like that because we live in 3 dimensions. I'll just change my location, and I could see front, back, side to side, top and bottom
You
of
see the
everything.
front
I'll
tip.
just change my location, Demok.
No, clearly, listen, you don't see shit like what you just said. You see the front tip of things come in, and you see the ass and tail. You never see you never see it tilt. You never see it tilt. You're not on a ball, buddy. You're not on a sphere.
Demok, I can't determine what the difference
can't
between 2
see-
degrees. I can't
Listen,
determine
I
a
know
1
you
degree
keep
tilt
saying
or a 1
super
degree
tilt.
change in anything
Yeah, I know
close
you
up,
can't
let alone
determine
69 miles away.
You don't know what a square is compared to a sphere. I know.
I know what a square is compared to a sphere. I don't know
Spheroidal.
what a 1 degree tilt is
You
of
have
something.
spheroidal. We know. We got that. But what I'm telling you, buddy, is until you can show me the tilt in an object anywhere somehow, then you have a problem. There's no sphere.
No, you have
Doesn't exist.
No, that's why I'm
Isn't
asking you. How do you propose that we would take this measurement? For example, if
Well,
if
you're
you
on a
said
sphere, you
if you
show
said
me.
if you said
You're on a sphere, right? Show
to
us.
determine the length of this object, I would use like
You're
a
on a
ruler.
sphere, show us.
That would be how we would take that measurement.
If you
Okay,
were on
we
a
need to
sphere,
know the
you'd
length.
already
Let's
have it
use a
done.
ruler. And then I'm
It would
asking
be in your
you from
backyard if you were on a
69 miles
sphere.
away, how are we going to measure a 1 degree tilt of something?
You do it on a sphere, Bio.
No, I understand you do it on a sphere. I'm asking you how we would do
We
that.
live on a sphere is the question.
Well, we do, Demok. We just live on a sphere too big.
You do it on a sphere, and if you can't do it, then we don't live on a.
Yeah, how, Demok?
live on a
Let's say
We
that
don't live on
let's say
a-
I'm going to do this measurement this
can't
upcoming
do it.
weekend. I'm going to do
Listen,
this.
Bio, dude,
I'm going
you
to do this
can't.
to the T of
It's not
what you
possible.
propose. How do
You
I
can't
do this,
show
Demok?
tilt in an object. You can't show something tilt.
Why not? Like nothing? Nothing in the world that tilts, we can't measure it?
I'm waiting for you to show me the video evidence of any city, any kind of thing from any other next thing, any Guinness Book of World Records, Ripley's Believe It or Not, any fucking thing you got anywhere in any science and any crazy ass fucking thing that shouldn't exist but exists crazily of a tilt anywhere on this earth.
Yeah, I make no claim to being able to detect or measure a tilt.
So if
I make no claim to that.
tilt,
I make
listen.
claims to obstruction. I
So
make
listen,
claims
listen,
to visible peaks
I'm
of
gonna make a
mountains
claim
and
for you.
relationships
If there's
due to
no
perspective.
tilt,
I make those
if
claims.
you can't present any tilt, stop claiming a ball.
No, because there are plenty of other ways. Why the reason why I don't make claims to tilt, being able to measure, detect, or whatever, is because I
that's
don't know
the
how
only
to
way.
do that. I don't know
No,
how
that's
to
the
make
only
a
way,
1
because
degree
the tilted
measure
object
of
is connected to
69 mile distance.
The tilted objects are connected to the surface, buddy.
No, I know, and I'm asking you because it seems like you're an expert. How could I detect or measure a 1 degree tilt away from me of an object 69 miles away? How can
If
I do
you
that,
were
Demo?
on a sphere,
Oh yeah, fantastic. We do it on a sphere. How do we do it?
let's go stand on a sphere and I'll show you.
Right, Demo, it's just like saying I need to know the length of something. How am I going to do it? And then you say, nah,
we
you
stood
just
on a
measure the length,
mountain
man.
tip,
Okay,
and
how
we
do
were
we measure the
standing on
length?
there, you wouldn't
No,
ask
you
me
just
all these
measure the
dumb
length.
questions,
How,
would you?
Demok?
Very carefully, stupid. We stand
Very
on
carefully.
a
That's
sphere.
okay. I'm going to measure the length of something. How do I do it?
We
Very
stand on a
carefully.
ball,
Great
buddy,
answer.
and then we get anything on a ball, and then we become the ants on the ball, and then we get our toys and we play with them on a sphere, and we sit them different distances away from us, you fucking ignoramus, and then we walk away from them 0.5 miles, a mile, 2 miles, not even that, whatever you want, and we see, since we're on a sphere, those things tilt away, you stupid ass. I don't understand why this is so hard for you.
Yeah, you're projecting. Again, it's analogous to asking me the length of something. I say ask you how, and you say do it carefully. That doesn't answer the question, Demok.
Tilt away. Stick some flags on the Epcot Center and walk away from them, right? And then put a flag on the other side and tell me you haven't tilted.
Yeah, how do I measure that tilt, Demok?
Yeah, ha. Very carefully. Same way you measure.
There you go,
anything,
Demok. Every time you ask me a question now, just so everyone knows and you know, every time you ask me a question, my response will always be very
with a
carefully.
ruler.
Oh, we're gonna measure tilt with a ruler.
Tape measure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bio, let me ask him a question. Demok, do you understand that when you're in front of something, you cannot see the tilt, right?
Do you understand that's wrong, right? If you're on a sphere, you have tilt. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but if you stand on a sphere, buddy, no.
Yeah, but you're seeing in a 2D plane.
No
you
way.
cannot perceive
Get
tilt
on a sphere and show me that. Get on a
The
sphere.
only way, listen, the only way you
have
can
to show me
perceive
that.
the
Bullshit.
only way you can perceive. I'm a flat earther, bro. I'm telling you, the only way you can perceive that is if you were at 2 points at the same time and you were able to see.
If you're on a fucking ball and you don't got tilt, you're not on a ball. I don't care. Your breath's hot. Your air's wasted.
I understand your frustration, Bio.
Yeah, I understand my fucking.
I'm not frustrated. It's Demok. I don't take him seriously.
You're supposed to be on a ball, right? And if you're on a ball, there's tilt. If you're not on a ball,
I do get frustrated with Demok. It's so fucking stupid sometimes. It's amazing.
Yeah,
no, I love when he talks because he deters people that are on the fence away from flat earth.
I'm sorry, but he does not represent the flat earthers at all.
Yeah, no, you're right. He doesn't, but he tries, and I love
it. Also, is it squared out and straight too? Ignorant fucker with no tilt.
Yeah, very carefully, Demok.
So this squared out straight ball with no tilt. Show me where this ball exists anywhere in fucking nature, you stupid fuckers.
Oh, I could do that. Very carefully.
We're waiting.
No, I know. I gave you the answer. Very carefully.
Yeah, we're waiting very carefully, very patiently, very carefully.
Yeah, perfect. Then you have all you need.
For your square ball with no tilt on it. I want to see the fucking ball you and Silent Zero have drawn out that has no fucking tilt, where you can put objects from one point to the next, anywhere around it, and pick a point like a polka dot and do a dot to dot around there where there's no fucking tilt on these objects, whether you put them a stick or a pole away on the object.
And when you are in front of the object, how you're going to perceive that tilt? Tell me about it.
Listen, cool story. Show me the fucking ball that doesn't have a tilt. I don't know what you're laughing about.
You fucking idiot, man.
If you can't show me it, who's got the problem?
Very careful.
I'm the fucking idiot, but you guys can't present what you're talking about. Okay.
It cannot be. Okay. It cannot be done. Okay. It cannot be done.
Your tooth fairy is my fault. Your tooth fairy that can't be shown is my problem.
It cannot be done, you moron.
Done. So your non-existent tooth fairy fucking tilt for a sphere that doesn't exist, that you don't have, on a squared out, flat, tilted, no tilt ball. This doesn't. You retarded.
I'm gonna try to help you right here, Demok.
I'm gonna try to figure out you guys' fucking language.
All right.
Let's say you have. Pay
attention, brother. Pay attention.
Globadolia.
Pay attention.
Globadolia.
I'm a flat earther, idiot.
No, listen.
One at a time. Come on, one at a time.
You have no tiltadolia, idiot. Fuck your no tilt story.
Listen, Demok.
Walk on a ball.
Pay attention.
With a flag on 2 points, and it's not tilting from point to point. Then fuck off. I don't care what you say.
Listen, Demok. Let's say you have a basketball, right? And then you put a piece of let's say a piece of a square.
2 points on a sphere.
Yeah, that's your problem, Demok. See, that's your problem. You don't listen to nobody. You are so fucking retarded, bro. I'm done with you.
You're the retarded.
Go ahead, Bio. Keep handling him.
You fucking idiot.
Can you please be quiet, Demok, and let
Show
other
me
people
where you put 2 flags on a motherfucking sphere and they're not tilting from each other, you fucking dimwits. Any of you. I'm waiting. Any of you. Hello. 2 flags.
Hello.
Here. Pretty simple, right? Show this fucking retard that there's no tilt.
I'm driving. Can any mod just mod him, please?
Yeah, can any mod just show me the 2 flags on a sphere and how
Just
retarded
shut
I
the
am
hell
for
up,
saying there's a
Dimok.
fucking tilt? I'm retarded because there's a tilt on a sphere. I
You do
forgot.
so much damage to the
I'm
conversation,
so
man,
retarded because
you
there's a
don't.
fucking tilt on a sphere. I'm the retarded one.
Silent. Not that I want these VCs to be destroyed, but you are 100% correct. Demok does destroy them, and it makes Flat Earth look bad for sure.
I know, man. I know.
I know.
You got no
We're on the same
intelligence,
page.
man,
That's
for
all. That's all
speaking
I'm
up
saying.
when nobody needs you to speak up, for acting like you got something fucking important to say that was dog shit in the first place. Just shut the fuck
Well,
up and mind your own business.
I'm
How
trying.
about that?
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you why you cannot see the tail, though. But it's amazing how you won't stop talking, bro.
Oh, he left? Fucking weird. I was gonna say, in all fairness, you can do something like this when you do the reciprocal zenith angles. Maybe
Only on a really close distance, Bio. I would say you can do it. Yes, if you have like a basketball and you have like a laser, right? One of those lasers that measure distance, and you have a basketball, and then you put that, let's say, a piece of a block or a square block, and you put a tilt, and then you measure the bottom of that. Is gonna give you a distance, and then you measure to the top of that is gonna give you a different distance, which is you can measure the tilt, right? But that's in a short distance. How the hell do we do that on long distances, and how far something has to be able to detect actually tilt? I mean,
I understand what you're saying. Yeah. The actual tilt of, let's say, a whole ass mountain is 69 degrees or 69 miles away. The whole ass mountain would be 1 degree tilted. That specific measurement, no, you wouldn't be able to. But that's what I'm saying. In all technicalities, there is a tilt when you do reciprocal zenith angles. But you're right; it's a very small distance. It's very manageable. But yeah, these great distances that he proposes is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah.
Bio.
Trying to fuck Don.
That's my mic. Is it better? Is it okay?
That's way better, actually. Yeah.
Good.
Okay, check this out. Y'all seen them cameras where it's like it zooms in like super far, like they're up like above the clouds and shit, and then they zoom in to the apartment, like into your window and watch you, you know what I mean, like walking around in your apartment. They zoom in so fucking far, dude. Right? Have y'all seen these things? Do y'all think that it's a hoax, or that it's like it's really got that high of a resolution that
it is real?
Yeah, I'd be down for it. Yeah. So I would use a telescope for something like this. But yeah, there's cameras that you could zoom in like that.
Dude, the one video I seen on YouTube, I mean, it was insane.
Wasn't it like San Francisco looking at the top of a mountain or some shit?
Man, I mean, I don't know exactly. To be honest, I don't know exactly where it was, but
I think I know what you're talking about. Let me try to find it.
I remember this. They always say something like 80 megapixel millions of something about an 8. But anyway,
80 plus 80 zoom or something like that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess that wouldn't be powerful enough, even as good as it is. Like if you were out on space, like if you were the Himawari, like looking at the whole Earth. But like maybe there's some middle ground. Maybe there's something that's more powerful or soon to be more powerful, or we could get a little closer than the Himawari. Because if you could zoom into like a quarter of the rim of the Earth, you could do this thing where you could, zoom into the picture and show and look at this bullshit he's talking about. It would be pretty crazy.
There's always a limitation. There's always going to be a limit to how much we can see, right?
I don't know, man.
I don't think the people back in the day, like 1,000 years ago, if you go back then and they tell you that something was going over the curvature, then you show them this, I think they will stop believing that it was a sphere.
I would just do, for those people, I would do stellar navigation. I feel like I almost feel like if we go back 1,000 years and I show them a magnifying glass, I'll be a wizard. That's how I feel sometimes.
Oh yeah, you get burned in the fucking.
Yeah, I just show him some basic shit. Or just glasses. Fuck. If I just show him glasses and kind of explain I see better, it might be that wizard witch status.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, that's we have. I'm sorry, I'm stuttering. It's like I'm trying to think of a million things at once. It's like they say there's limitations of how big of a focal length you need for a telescope to resolve this distance, blah blah blah. But I mean, can't they get better and change that ratio? And then couldn't there be technology where like this bullshit we see on TV where they're just like, you know, the CSI fucking, you know, enhance, and it keeps enhancing the picture. Like, aren't they gonna come out with that for real?
I mean, like I said, there's always gonna be haze, air you're looking through, so there's always gonna be a limit. At one point, there's gonna be a limit unless you can create something which is gonna shoot like I don't know, a cold beam or a hot beam, and it's gonna be, I don't know, getting rid of the I don't know, air, and at the same time you're zooming, you know, like to create a tunnel where you can zoom a lot without any refraction, maybe, but until then, I don't know.
Damn.
Well, you think about it, if you zoomed in close enough that you could discern a building in detail, you wouldn't have a 69-mile wide view, right?
Maybe not yet. That's what I'm saying. Like, how far could the Himawari zoom, even if the technology got better and better and better? Is there going to be a limit to where no matter fucking how good the technology gets, it just ain't going to happen? Like, fuck the air haze. I'm just talking about like distance wise. You know, like, I think it'd be amazing. But this is shit that we should be able to see straight across the land. That stuff where the infrared guy was coming out with it and he was seeing far. That stuff would be done over and over and over, you guys, I think. If it was like really producing the results, man, like they could really probably show flat earth with that stuff. So maybe there's a little bit of a curve, you know?
Well, no, the problem is that the equipment is expensive, though. Like, I travel all over the place. If somebody give me one of those cameras, I can, you know, be shooting stuff. But I mean, I have family and shit, and probably like most of the flat earthers. I don't know if there's flat earthers which they are rich, right, and hey, they have money. I don't get it why they're not doing more stuff like this.
And then you do notice that the ones that do stuff like this seem to validate a globe. I'm not going to say are because then it's an argument, but seem to.
They kind of do. But these are all the original, you know, turn of the centuries, philosopher eras type of proofs where, you know, they're talking about sky horizon. They're talking about the phenomenons, you know, and then kind of again assuming they all line up on the macro, and they're really not just talking about the most important thing, man. This distance to that distance, and all of them going around the earth in this direction, around the earth in that direction. I mean, that's what we should work about. Who's got? Let's fly around and map it, bro. Sorry, Silent. Go ahead, bud.
Nah, that's all right. By the way, Bio, I'm gonna get my scale and my weights next week. Right now I'm leaving to Michigan as we speak.
Nice, man. Did you did you see the scale that I gave you? That
yeah, I put it on the basket.
Okay,
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah. So you know what? I got hung up on this question, Bio, that I asked you. It's like it's a logical question that you gotta. If I'm buying this product, this precise weights to calibrate the scale, and the company is somewhere else, like let's say in Michigan, how do they know it's going to be precise in San Antonio? Do they wait
yeah,
it
you had
for?
asked that. Yeah, you had asked that because the when they're giving you a weight that's 500 grams, that's the mass, not necessarily the weight. That's just the mass of the mass value of that material of that size. So when you calibrate it with your local forces, when you're using your scale, it's using that 500 grams of material against the forces that are acting upon it to essentially zero it out at your local location.
So because that's one of the things that I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna figure out where these weights are made, and then whenever they get here to my house without calibration or anything, I'm just gonna sit them on the scale and see what they say.
Yeah, you could do a number of things. Yeah, do that. If you get weights from different latitudes, essentially different states, then I guess you could calibrate one, and then you could put the other one on there. I would predict that you would get the same weight for both, even though they're quote unquote 500 grams for different latitudes. That would just be the mass value. That'd be separate.
Mm. And there's one more thing I want to do. I want to do a small vacuum chamber where I can put that stuff, and every time I'm gonna weight it, put it in the vacuum, because I don't want no pressure to be the pressure in the atmosphere to be how you say a variable
to
that
fuck around.
It can that can mess up the precision of it.
No, yeah, do it all, man. I just I wouldn't want to impart what I don't think will affect it much, because it would add expenses, and I understand the whatabouts and then the expenses when you're doing it out of your own pocket. I don't think that will have enough of an effect, so that's why I wouldn't suggest it. But if you want to do that, yeah, of course, yeah. If you want to do all the things, then yeah, we would recommend that. I just don't want to hurt your expenses.
It's not a big deal. The only problem I have with you guys now is that remember when Coach say if you don't see a change on weight, it's because you're doing it wrong, and that messed me up a little bit on my how because it is fucked up. What do you mean?
It's always a possibility. It's always a possibility that that you can fuck up your own experiment. That's always a possibility. I think the way he presented it was kind of forceful, in a way like, oh, you got what I didn't expect. Yeah, you fucked it up. It's kind of a weird way to say it. I would just say, if you didn't get the results that we would predict, it's possible that something was fucked up along the way, and then we would just investigate, step by step. What did you do? What happened?
I agree with that, and maybe you guys didn't take into account things that should have been taken into account.
Totally
like
possible.
The temperature and the pressure and the air and the atmosphere and all that stuff.
Yeah, totally possible. Yeah. You running it in your measurements could be fucked up by your hands. Our calculations and predictions could be fucked up because we fucked up our own calculation. Yeah. It's all human error that could happen. And that's just, we'll investigate that as it comes out.
I still think the one that has a better control of the variables is going to be a better experiment than the other one. That's
overall,
for sure.
Overall, I would agree.
No,
to
come
the quality.
on, you got to agree with that.
No,
Yes.
I agree to the quality of the experiment. But as you add accountability for variables, you are, for lack of a better word, accidentally introducing more possibility for human error. I mean, it's a higher quality experiment all around, just by default, just because you're accounting for more things. But because you have to account for more things, there's more opportunity for human error. So just know what you're doing beforehand, and I mean, fuck around with it while you're here in San Antonio for sure.
Yeah. And the other one, the one that I have the most problem with is like the magnetic fields. How the fuck do I take into account that? There's no way I can do that.
Yeah, I mean, not completely. can always do like a Faraday cage. You can always do like copper mesh around it, or I mean, you're never going to remove it completely. But that's, you know, that is reality. You will never remove 100% of a thing from anything. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
No.
I mean, even without that accounting, it would still add information to a topic. So even if it is not 100% complete or 100% accounted for, it's still information that we kind of don't have already, you know, in this conversation. As a Globe Earth, we have it, but for this conversation, we don't have that information. So even if it's incomplete, it's still more information than we had before.
We'll see.
No, I'm glad you're getting your I'm glad you're getting your hands dirty. Yeah.
A little bit. I want to see that shit happening. Because, like I say, I don't know. To me, that would bring a huge problem for, you know, for everything that is weighted. Because, yeah, you may say, well, I mean, it's only a few grams or whatever. I mean, that's on a small thing. What about when you're buying 20, 50 tons of something? What about, you know, I mean,
It's
the
just
margin
local
of error
forces.
increases a lot.
It's just local forces. So like if you had 100 grams of gold and you weigh it here, and then you go to like some dealer or whatever in Michigan, they'll have a scale that's calibrated for their local forces. So it's all consistent.
I don't know about that, Bio. There's always something with you guys to falsify a fucking.
That's
that
another.
Is impossible to falsify it, man.
That could be another experiment too. If you go to like a pawn shop and you have real gold, ask them if you can use your own scale and have it calibrated for Texas. But ask them if you can use your own scale and then see what they say. I think if they're worth a damn, they'll say no, fuck that. I have a scale.
Oh no! I mean, of course, they're probably if they have the same idea as you or any Glover, of course they're gonna say no, right? Or maybe they're gonna think I'm trying to fuck them up or something and say no. Well, we only use our skills.
Right, and that just stems from the local forces thing. It's probably more so today. People just lying. Like if you just push your finger on the scale and then zero it, you'll fuck it up obviously and have a different zero. But that's where it stems from, really.
Yeah. The thing is that they don't sell like pre-made vacuum. You gotta buy the plastic glass and I don't know what it's called. You know, that thick plastic glass and then put it all together by yourself.
Yeah, you can get some that are pre-made, but the pre-made ones are fucking expensive.
Mm-hmm.
When do you I mean, you don't have to say, but when do you start to leave? Like when do you expect to start doing this? Like the actual experiment?
Next week, tonight I didn't get him in time. They are on the way, but right now I had to leave. I'm going to Indiana, so I don't have it with me.
No, all good, man.
Yeah. So next week I'm gonna do it, and I'm not gonna have the vacuum at that point. I'm just gonna do it, you know, like raw.
Oh yeah, no, fuck it. Yeah, do it that way. And you can even take like a little logbook and you can do it where perhaps one page you just put like you said, raw. And then on the next page, when the vacuum comes in and you run it again with a vacuum, you could put, you know, accounted for vacuum. And then you could do it a number of times, see how accounting for something changes your measurements that you get.
Remember, Bio, I'm gonna need a prediction from you.
Right? Yeah, just latitudes, man. Let me know.
Before I'm gonna tell you how much what is the weight, and then you have to predict. That's why I'm asking you. I'll give you my route, right? Or which freeways I use, and then you can give me. All right, you can stop here and here and here, and do the prediction. I don't know. You ask Kosho for help or whatever, any Glovers that want, and then do your prediction. I'll film everything that you guys want, and I'll give you my evidence.
Yeah, maybe
and
just
let's
do
see
like
if your
a
prediction is gonna be precise, right? Because that's the important thing to me. You guys say you can predict what's gonna happen to this shit, right? You guys got the math and all this stuff, so
yep,
I do want to see that.
No, yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. I would say, I guess for verification, just do like a quick little video where you have the measurement and then like the gas station or wherever you stop. And then that could be the verification for your location. So we know that the latitude value is correct because it's, this stop is at this latitude. Here's a video where he took that measurement, whatever.
Yeah.
But we can get into more detail later. But yeah, I think this is going to be really good.
No.
Talk about the weight thing being different in different spots.
Yeah, different latitudes. And he's Silent's a truck driver, so I guess he travels north quite often. So he's going to start in Texas and then as he stops, take measurements on his way north.
Can I be honest? I'm gonna be honest and say that every time I try to walk through this in my head, I fail. Like I just can't get it. I don't understand how you can have the standard. Obviously, you can have something that doesn't change its weight, right? I mean, it's just the same item. But then, if you're going somewhere where the weight's going to be different, wouldn't that make the scale act differently also?
That's what I started with this question. Precisely because of that. Let's say I'm buying these weights that are created for calibration. That are created, let's say, in Michigan, right? And I'm asking for them to deliver them on Texas. And my question was, do they have a scale calibrated for Texas? Do they have a scale for each how you say, Bio? The
for each latitude.
Latitude, yeah, for each latitude. Do they have a scale for each? And then your answer was no, because they have the mass, which at that point I'm like, well, I don't. Then you have to explain me what is the difference, right?
It's just weight. The weight is the essentially the calculation of mass times gravity. So if no matter what your local gravity is, there's other forces like centrifugal force, whatever. Yeah. The mass value there is going to stay consistent.
I know, Bio, but that mass they gotta weight it, right? To be precise.
Right. They use their local forces and they find that
that's what I'm saying.
Given their local forces, we have 500 grams of mass here. So that you're gonna have 500 grams of mass.
Oh.
Yeah, but in their place, in Michigan, right? If they send it to me and I put it on my scale, it should have a different reading, right? Because they calibrate it, they weight it with the Michigan force.
Yeah, he's saying it does, but Bio, are you saying that this phenomenon, we're just predicting it happening because of the spinning forces and whatnot, and not because of the down force?
That'll come into play too. That'll come into play with it, because you are changing that. You're changing the upward forces as well when you're changing latitudes.
Well, how can? Oh my God.
Okay. You're changing the accumulation of forces. That's what you're changing.
But I mean, it sounds like you're saying, okay, we're going to observe when we change latitudes that we have different readings on a scale.
Correct. You're going to get different weights. Your weight value. If you're calibrated for Texas and you're using 500 grams and that's what you get on your scale in Texas, when you change your latitudes, you're changing the accumulation of the forces that are acting on it. But if you don't recalibrate it, let's say you end up in Michigan, if you don't recalibrate that scale is calibrated for Texas, those forces there. Now you're in a different environment that is different valued forces. So when you use that scale calibrated for another location using the same weight, that same mass, you're gonna have a different valued weight.
Okay, I heard the conclusion. I heard some of the things, but you got to go slower with me. One, we're saying accumulation of forces or something. Can you just say what forces we're specifically talking about?
In the most basic way to be gravity down, centrifugal up. So what you're mostly changing is that up force. So if you're closer to the equator, I can't remember off the top of my head. If you're closer to the equator, there's more up force. So you're gonna weigh less because there's more pulling you, quote unquote.
The centrifuge.
Right. You're being forced. There's a more force pulling you up. Yeah, exactly. So as you change latitude, because you're decreasing that tangential speed, that force out is less. So you're gonna have more total force down. So that scale is gonna weigh more because of that.
Okay. But now I have to remind us that we're looping back to my original interjection, which was you're changing latitudes, different up force. So we're not changing the gravity part of it, just the other part.
Right. You are changing weights due to like I said, the accumulation, the net forces.
Right. But just the total. But we're saying that only the up force variable is the one that we're thinking is going to be different. But now I think no matter what the variable is, here's what's fucking my head up. So that you said the scale is calibrated in Texas, but then you bring it somewhere else. So if you're bringing that scale somewhere else, isn't it also going to be affected by the whole new mix of things, whatever environment you've changed to, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. That's why you get the different weight, because it's expecting. Or what do you mean?
He's talking about things like Earth density. It's the square root of fuck all problem again.
No, not that. Here's what I'm saying. If I got a 10, it weighs a 10, and the scales says it's a 10, and then I go somewhere else where like things are gonna weigh a 9 instead of a 10 because of the different accumulation of the total force. Like, isn't it also gonna make the scale, like, when it thinks that it has a 9, it also got changed too, right? Like you moved and your rock changed to a 9 from a 10. So if you had a true vision of it, right, you would know that it's the 9. But since the scale also moved, isn't that scale gonna change? You know what I mean? A 10 to a 9 also.
Are you saying essentially change how, or change like the quantified value of how it's measuring something?
Yeah, he's saying that because actually the plate. No, the springs, the plate on top of the springs, it will also change though.
Yeah.
So therefore, like the whole measurement should be the same. You see what he's saying, right, Bio?
No.
I mean, sort of. It's almost like asking that are all the components on the inside of the scale also affected in this same way?
No, but the springs are connected to the sensor, right? And the plate on top of those springs, that's why you gotta sometimes zero your scale, because I mean, if it's a really precise scale, as it wear off, that plate is gonna put less pressure on those springs, right, over time. So you gotta be able to zero it out every time. So
that's why you calibrate stuff, Silent Zero. So that's the whole point of doing, that tear or that calibration, is you're starting off with a fixed 0. So that's fine. You can account for that for any sort of balance scale or any sort of electronic scale, pressure scale.
Okay,
most really sensitive scales are balance scales. They're not pressure scales.
Well, what we're referring to, Druss, is what Silent's going to be doing is calibrating a scale here in Texas, and then keep it scaled to Texas, lack of a better term, Texas forces, and then he's going to travel north with it while he's working, and then take measurements, similar to what Wolfie did. That's what he'll
Well,
be
it's
doing.
the same thing that Tony did when he went from sort of pretty much the equator back up to somewhere fairly north, and he videoed it. So he videoed him weighing, known weights, I think in Egypt, and then known weights back in the UK, and just the differences between those 2 points. He had a pretty good set of scales to do that.
I've seen people like that doing like maybe altitude, but again, there could be like slightly different strengths of gravities in different areas. Here's let me give you.
We measured that. We've been going into that quite recently, Don. So that there are instruments used to measure that. That's what I was wondering if you're talking about, because when it comes to say, the value of a gram of gold, you're getting into that square root of, no effect. Let's call it the SRNE here.
That's fine. Okay.
So it's a tiny variation.
Well, the problem is I cannot reconcile it for some reason. Here's the dilemma I keep having.
Right.
I think about like, fuck the up and down. Let's say we're punching sideways, right? And I have the same exact strength of punch every time. So I'm punching and the meter is reading, X power or whatever.
3 pounds.
Right. Let's call it weight, pound. We obviously know it's pounds, all these other measurements for this force, but let's just say our weight.
Let's use newtons. That's a standard SI.
Cool. Okay, cool. So it's X newtons. Now, say we go somewhere else where theoretically, my punch is not going to change any power, because of the forces in nature. But the forces in nature are going to change for the scale, right? Like, because you go to a different zone, the scale is more or less sensitive, right? So now when I punch with that same punch, because I have the magic environment, my punch is the same power, that scale is going to read differently, right? It'll say I'm 4 or 2 or whatever instead of 3. So now I'm saying, okay, now that's not reality. In reality, not only is I'm thinking the scale is going to change sensitivity because you're moving to a different zone, and this is probably the variable I'm having trouble recognizing. But if that's true, if the scale, we know that the punch or the weight of the rock is going to change power. Wouldn't they both just match? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, God, no, Don, because you're talking about a whole different set of forces. You're talking about your musculature. It's a chemical energy force that you're using a punch with. It's something that's so inconsistent, it's untrue, versus something you're weighing down to, several decimal points below zero.
In the example, he precisely said that his punch will not change. I don't know why you're not bringing up that it will change.
Hold on. Okay. So when you say,
I don't understand, Silent Zero, is it's such a pointless question. It's, well, what if we're in a magic environment where this effect happens?
No, dude, I'm giving you an analogy.
Let me answer you. Okay, so number one, when you say your punch won't change, that can be understood 2 different ways. So it could be just like, the force that's generating from your muscles, won't change. But your punch actually will change because, as your fist is going through the air, it's encountering a different amount of atmosphere and friction. And so, the more friction, the less force your punch will be, right?
I do appreciate your open, but in all due respect, guys, if y'all fucking bring up punch one more fucking time.
Hold on. Okay. More importantly, though, this does not apply. Because
the point
weighing
is
something. Hold up. Let me just say this one thing, Don. Your analogy does not apply. Because weighing something depending on location, the thing that will change would be the vertical air column, the temperature and pressure causing a change in the vertical air column, the weight of the air. And so sideways, you won't really register that because the weight of the air isn't, registering sideways. It's registering up and down.
It doesn't matter sideways, up, down. The analogy can be simplified to this. If the scale changes, but the item doesn't for some reason, like, when you go to a different zone, we predict and we've supposedly measured that the weight changes.
Yes.
Right. But let's say hypothetically that it didn't, but the scale did. Right. The scale did experience a phenomenon. You know what I mean? Isn't it to say that we would get a different reading then?
Of course.
Right.
And
So
we do.
now what if both change? And so in reality, are you guys telling me that scales aren't affected by this phenomenon that the mass is affected by?
Of course they are.
Right. So I don't get how we're
See,
saying
what they do, Don, is when they take the scale to a new location, they tear it again. You know, they calibrate it to 0. And so it completely, you know, disregards the change in atmosphere or change in location because they just, you know, they just calibrate it to 0 again.
Yeah, but that to me that can only demonstrate these non-gravity forces that the scale is not naturally designed to display. It's only it's the change in latitude, you know, or the spin of the Earth and Etvos effect, or whatever the fuck they're calling it. That has to be the only variable, right?
No. Like I challenged you to find someone that takes the same scale, doesn't recalibrate it, has it in a chamber where the temperature and pressure is, you know, held constant, and takes the same object and just moves it to a different latitude to see if it changes the weight of it. And I guarantee you it won't.
I don't think it will.
It definitely won't.
Wait. Latitude, see different latitude. Yeah, maybe. But see different longitude.
No, it won't, because again, like, yeah, you could say different latitudes have different elevations and different whatever, so you will have an effect. But that's why if it's in a chamber where the temperature and pressure is, you know, that air column of weight, or sorry, the vertical column of air that has weight is, you know, made useless, basically made moot by having it in this chamber that negates it, then it won't have any effect.
That's interesting.
And you won't find a video that does this. You know, they haven't did it.
Well, they could to try to do your chamber I mean, I would think like at sea level, like if they were maybe on the ocean or something, and traveling along a line of latitude to different lines of longitude, you know what I mean, you would show, okay, that's your baseline right there. And it's not,
I mean, regardless of the latitude, regardless of the longitude, regardless of even the altitude, if this is done, you shouldn't expect to see any difference, because the thing that affects the scale is the unless, you know, gravitation is actually true, that, you know, the weight of objects just in and of themselves, the gravitational pull is less as you go up, because then you would expect to see a difference with elevation, with altitude. But, you know, that's something that would prove the globe. It would require, like, you know, they claim it's an unfalsifiable claim, really. They claim that, you know, you'd have to go super freaking high, like 800 I don't know what it was, but just a massive amount that would be completely impossible.
yeah, because I know that it's like, man, I want to say I've heard it's 3%. If you weigh yourself in New York City and then go to the equator, you're going to weigh 3% different.
Yeah, that's what they say.
And so I know you have to go really, really high just to lose 1% of the gravity. So yeah, maybe they're, you know,
it's bullshit.
Well, I mean, what the fuck? That's what I want. That's what the fuck I want.
That's me. That's why I want to take. To me, that's why I want to take into account the altitude and the pressure of the air, or where I'm gonna be. Take those into account, and the only one variable that I will not be able to take into account is any magnetic field effect that is gonna affect the demonstration.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if, you know, there is such an effect. And even if, you know, let's say that there is an effect from the magnetic field, we're still at the same problem that we're at with, like, Cavendish, wherein we cannot extricate magnetic effect from gravitational effect, from supposed gravitational effect, right? It's impossible to prove one way or the other, because magnetism is intrinsic in the matter, in the material of the thing, just like gravity is. So you're still kind of like, you know, where you started.
You on to a point where you might say where they don't have any videos of this. I want more videos, guys. I'm gonna have to get out of here. for a minute, but I'm gonna tell y'all, I want more space videos. The fact that there's not more uncut space videos up leaving Earth and going places and shit,
It
that's
sucks
a
as fuck.
major fucking red flag. We should figure
Well,
out what's going on. Period.
Absolutely.
don't worry, bro. Eventually, someone is gonna fuck up in NASA, in such manner that I don't know, something's gonna happen. Because nowadays we saw how they were able to change the live feed of something, right? Remember, guys, they changed the live feed. It was supposed to be live, and they changed it on the fly when you watch the replay, like that kind of thing. It's I don't know why, like people like on the Globe side, they're not like, why are you guys doing this shit? I mean, it's science, isn't it? Why are you guys afraid of? I don't understand the why are they afraid? Why they have to be changing things on a live feed or when there's a launch to space?
Yep. You talk about that SpaceX thing when they had a mirrored camera, and then they went and put the other channel back in later and made everybody's fucking comments look like they fucking gaslighting everybody's fucking comments. Talk about what's wrong with the feed, and then people watching
And they kept the live title on it,
Are you guys talking about the one where they showed the landing? And
Yeah, that one.
and nothing was landing.
Car in Space though too. Car in Space, they did it, and fucking I watched that shit live, bro. And fucking
That's
people
hilarious.
out talk about that's a mirror.
So
it's like when you're pulling a heist at the bank and you just leave the cameras on loop for the security guard.
Mm-hmm. So that's the thing, right? I don't understand why they have to be doing this. If it's science, why? It's like me when I'm gonna do this thing. I'm not afraid of what is gonna happen. What is gonna happen is gonna happen. If it's gonna show a different reading, I mean, I'm not afraid of that at all. But I don't know why they hide
You
this
wouldn't
kind of
be
thing.
afraid if you were actually doing it.
I'm gonna do it actually. I have my scales already. I asked for the on the way. The scale. I have 2 scales, 2 different ones, and I have a set of precise weights. Which, by the way, that's what I was saying. This is Gio, right? I'm talking to.
No.
Who are you?
I'm me.
What is your name?
You see it laying up?
It's Gio.
Yeah.
You're Gio, right?
I wish. Gio's the best, man.
It's percentage.
Percentage. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's why whenever I'm gonna get those precise weights, I'm gonna figure out from where they were made, and that's the question I have, right? If they made it on let's say in Michigan or somewhere else, they need to have a different reading on my scale.
Right.
So
look, I think it's gonna work, dude. I've seen people
begin with
like this going up and down a mountain or something, and I mean they've looked pretty genuine, and they've showed all their.
Oh no, me too. But I think that's the pressure of the air. That's why I wanna do it in a vacuum chamber.
But
With
silent.
I'm gonna
Be careful, because even though they make them in Michigan, it depends on your scale. Sometimes scales, they have like a calibration kind of system or what have you, where they ask you to put like a 500 gram weight on the thing, and they don't care where the weight is from or if it's actually 500. It's just like, that's how it calibrates to 500 grams, so just make sure you don't recalibrate it with the masses from other places.
Well, the scale I have is gonna have a calibration thing, but I'm gonna calibrate it in San Antonio, Texas, and then I'm not gonna calibrate it anymore.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah. And I want to have a barometer and an altimeter. The barometer inside of the vacuum chamber also, to have the reading of the pressure.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't need to be a vacuum chamber, but it needs to be a sealed chamber. And you would have to have I guess you would have to have some sort of pump or something to maintain the pressure. So basically a vacuum chamber.
Yeah.
And maybe an AC unit to maintain the temperature. I don't know, man. It sounds like.
Well, it's gonna be inside the truck, so yeah.
Because if the chamber can expand and contract, then you can get the same pressure reading without necessarily the same temperature reading because you're changing the volume.
Bro, what if you threw out some radical shit on them, well, why by different latitude is there a different weight if it's not a spinning Earth and have to do with centrifugal force? You'd be like, well, maybe it's just the strong force of the universe. What if you started invoking one of these forces and shit that they don't never motherfucking talk about? You know what I mean? But it's there. They fucking know it's there. You know what I'm saying?
Then we'd be playing their game.
This is the key part by percentage. I'm not gonna show my results until I'm gonna tell them where I stop in each part, and they have to give me prediction of the measurements, right? Because that's the key part to me. They claim every day for 6 years that they have the maths, they can predict these things. So I want to see how accurate their numbers are.
Fair enough. The key part for me would be getting this chamber wherein you're making constant the temperature and pressure. It's harder done than said, It's
not too hard if you keep it how you say with the barometer inside, you're gonna have a reading of the pressure at all times. So
yeah, but then you would also have to maintain the volume somehow. So you'd have to have this completely rigid container that can't expand whatsoever. It's ideally you would be maintaining the temperature as well if you have a thermometer.
Yeah, but like I say, if it expands, what you do is you just extract a little more air, right? Then you're gonna have the barometer, which is gonna tell you if it expands, it's gonna give you a different reading. You just bring it back to zero.
Not if it's hotter. Not if it, it's causing the pressure to be what it is, while causing expansion or contraction within the box to cancel out for the pressure for the temperature difference.
Think about this.
Yeah, but the expansion is not that big. Come on, percentage. It's not that. It's not like it's gonna expand.
Think about this, Silent Zero and Percent, and all my Globy listeners. Did they ever put how you get out the shower and step on the scale? Did they ever bring one of them scales up to the moon?
I don't know, to be honest.
Think about it. Well, why
you get on the shower after? Get on the scale after a shower?
No, I don't even have one.
I don't know about that.
But
I do.
I like standing on it when I let someone pass. I stand on that motherfucker.
80 pounds when you're wet and wearing nothing.
Well, that's how you're supposed to weigh yourself.
But why wouldn't
without any clothes?
Think about it. Why wouldn't
you shouldn't be drenched after a shower?
And that's the question I'm trying to ask. It's wouldn't you think if you weighed 100 pounds on Earth and then you brought that same scale to the moon, you would weigh 100 pounds on the moon?
I think it's a non sequitur. I think we should worry about getting to the moon before we try to place ourselves on it. Show us we can get to the moon. Show us the moon is a fucking object.
I don't know enough about the mechanics for me to reconcile the logic. The logic is telling me that if something changes, it's changing for everything. Conservation of rules is basically the logic that I'm feeling here. So to me, it's
well, that is the assumption of science, right?
Right. And if I'm getting lighter, all the things in the scale mechanism is changing sensitivity too. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's if you're getting lighter.
Well, they supposedly did on the. Not that I really think we should be overly confident that they went to the moon. I think there's no reason to be overly invested in that idea. But yeah, why wasn't there no scale? They did all these. Oh, it jumped up and down. No. Why you didn't put a scale on the ground? Stand on it. Why there wasn't none of that going on? Pretty.
I mean, it's not hard to fake it, right? If they're just gonna show the feet, whenever they're in the scale, how do you know if they're not like, being lifted by a machine or something?
Yeah, or like maybe one foot's on and the other foot's really not, or something like that.
Yeah, that's why when they showed this
something.
video, the one and only video with the feathers and the bowling ball dropping at the same time with all the cuts, and to me that shit, in 6 years, the only video they can show of that, things falling at the same rate in a vacuum.
Yeah, and even that doesn't actually fall at the same rate. It's just too short of a distance to tell the difference.
Exactly. And they say, well, why does the distance matter? Well, how do you know the other one of the objects is not gonna gain more speed over a little more distance, right?
And the funny thing is, they even know that. Like, their model says that happens. That weight is minus the force of drag, and that it wasn't a perfect vacuum in that. So mathematically and logically, the only conclusion is that they would fall at different speeds. But that kind of goes against the propaganda that, in gravity, everything falls at the same speed and stuff. So they kind of downplay it.
Oh, okay.
It helps their narrative when they make people think it's a perfect vacuum, when they plant that seed subliminally in their heads. And that's why most people believe, like most normies believe, that it is a perfect vacuum. They don't understand that, it's not actually a perfect vacuum, that there's air everywhere.
Yeah.
In the vacuum of space, when really it's in the low pressure environment of space.
I also think they derived the vacuum of space based on the fact that we see less pressure as we go up, and I think that's just an assumption based on that up there's no actually air, or I don't know.
But they know that there is, right? They know that there's gas up there, and they know that past the moon and past whatever, they say that the Earth's atmosphere extends past the moon because they're like assuming that the helium and hydrogen is coming from the Earth, right? But they know that throughout the entirety of space, you have sporadic particles of gas or whatever, supposedly, right? So there is no perfect vacuum anywhere, and they know this.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think, the fact that as you go up, it gets less and less dense, because I do believe that, gases have different densities, and, they have weight as a result, that you'll have layering of the gas. It won't be, like, very distinct layering. There's obviously going to be, like, flux and stuff, but you're going to have more or less layering of the gas as you go up, and that, Kármán or whatever, the Kármán line where at some point we can't fly by aerodynamics. I do believe that that's like an actual thing. Like at some point we can't generate enough lift aerodynamically to go higher, and so that distinction between space and outer space or whatever.
Let me ask you something, percentage. Do you think when they say less pressure, it means that there's no air up there, or because let me express what I think. How do you go to the Mount Everest? You gotta have a tank to be able to breathe.
Mm-hmm.
Me personally, I think the reason why that happens is because we don't actually breathe, like we don't need the air to survive, right? We need oxygen, right? And
nitrogen. Mainly nitrogen.
humans?
Because if you have oxygen alone, at some point you're going to get oxygen toxicity and you're going to die. You need the nitrogen to, like that mix of nitrogen and oxygen, so that you can actually fill your lungs and, continue living.
But that's what we need, right? That's what we need to be able to survive or breathe.
Yeah, we need the nitrogen to basically fill the lungs, and the oxygen for the actual gas exchange. If you have nitrogen only filling your lungs are going to inflate and deflate, but you're not going to have any gas exchange, so you're going to die of hypoxia. If you have the oxygen only, you're going to die of, hyperoxemia, I guess, too much oxygen in your blood.
Yeah, and these two things are in the air, right?
Of course.
Well, but not necessarily. You may have a lot of air and not have a good quality or quantity of these two materials, right?
Very rarely, like at extreme altitudes.
Well, that's exactly my point. I think that up there in let's say Mount Everest, there's a lot of air, the same amount of air, but the quality and quantity of the oxygen that we need to be able to breathe normal is really thin. There's not that much.
Mm-hmm. That's right. The in terms of the composition remains more or less the same. But there's just not enough.
So now my question is the let's say the barometer. When you take it up there, what is it reading? Is it reading actually the pressure of the air, or what is it reading?
Yeah, it would be reading the pressure of the air, the weight of the air, and it should read less. The higher you go, the less it reads. Yeah, the weight of that vertical air column.
Oh, I forgot. You do think there's a force pulling things down, right?
No, I think if the thing is more dense than the medium, then it'll go down, if it's not being superseded by other forces. And if it's less dense, it'll go up. It's relative density, and that applies to gases as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It applies to all fluids, right? They all need to be contained too, so I don't know how we have it under their paradigm. We'd have to have some sort of, not necessarily a dome, but you'd have to have at least walls on the side to contain the water, just like we have land containing the water. You'd have to have walls containing the fluid, the gas, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
And they'd have to go high enough to the point where there is no more gas, which I don't know where that is. Or, and this is also a possibility, this is not the scientific possibility, because again, science assumes that the rules, same physical laws apply everywhere, right? But it could just be that there's a different set of natural laws, a different set of physical laws all the way up there, wherever, where the gas stops, or even if it does stop, or what have you, we don't know, right? We just don't have enough information to say.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the lights in the sky, like the celestial, the luminaries or what have you. You could say that it should follow the natural law that we have down here, wherein lights have they have sources, and the source is a physical object of mass or what have you. In which case, the theory of gravity would make sense. That that for some reason they're stuck up there. They have their own kind of whatever, and that as you increase in altitude, the air is getting less and less and less, and the same rules are basically applying. So as it's getting less, it continues getting less, and you extrapolate to whereas very little, but you still have this physical object up there. So that's where they kind of abductively reasoned their cause, which is mass tracking mass and stuff, right? Or you could, realize that that's just an assumption in science, and that it might just be a complete other physical set of laws, a complete other natural set of laws, and we don't know what the F they are and how they're up there and anything about them. And that's why the goal would be to go up there and to actually verify it.
I think it's strong force percent.
Could be.
I agree. Yeah, but to me, it's better to say I don't know than make shit up.
Yeah, we have just an indeterminate amount of information, and it's fishy that we don't have more information. It's fishy that we have 16,000 satellites and not a single one of them has a video of the horizon turning into the globe. It's crazy. It's fishy that they went to the moon 6 times in 4 years in this late 60s, and they haven't went in another 60 years once.
We already went there. Why do we need to go back? Percentage.
Why they go 6 times?
Why? Well, there you go, right? Well, those first times, yeah, it's a valid, but now we don't need. We already did what we need on the moon, so there's no need to go back.
If anything, now they're claiming, that there's water and there's more reason to go a 7th time or what have you.
Dumb excuses, bro. I don't know how they don't see this.
It's a gullibility, man. They're so fucking gullible.
That's what it is, huh?
That being said, it's possible that the whole heliocentric, thing is it's possible. There's for me, there's 0.001% kind of that it's possible. All of the claims are unfalsifiable. That doesn't mean that they're absolutely false. They could just be conveniently unfalsifiable, impossible to prove, but actually true. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
But the truth of the matter is, it's weird that we don't have the proof for it.
I mean, it just as a scientific thing to do, you will have infrared cameras in the moon. You will have pointing to the to the Earth, infrared and all kind of cameras with to detect I don't know, patterns of weather and shit like that. And I don't know, man. Just a scientific research.
Right. Fuck Doppler radar, bro. You'd have fucking live and fucking direct. My fucking video of every fucking raindrop. But I'm with y'all on the buoyancy thing, man. It could be just those rules, man. You know what I'm saying? Who knows?
Do you guys think we'll ever find out?
Eventually, yes.
I don't think we need to know.
Like I said, eventually someone is gonna make a fucking claim so outrageous they're gonna get caught on something. Eventually, the problem is that you have these fanboys that you gotta be dealing with, which I think that's the biggest problem. Because if it was only that agency, like let's say NASA or the government agency, you get rid of that, right? And that is it. That is that. You change the educational curriculum, whatever. The problem is that you have these fanboys, which is part of the people, defending this shit no matter what you tell them, right? They use zero logic. They go read it in Google. Like I was watching Wits It Gets It the other day, and somebody was challenging him, and he asked him a question. So the guy opens Google, reads the answer, and automatically he believes it, right? He doesn't even question it. He said, this is the answer to what you're asking. And that's the problem that people, no critical thinking of the things that they are reading at all.
Yep.
And let me just finish by saying this. And that brings me to the point of, I've been on this conversation for 6 years with the different people, Sanic and all these people. I saw the change on their argument when they were against the wall on the argument, right? That's where the straight lines, bendy lines, the curve level, all this has been going on. They've been changing, right?
Yeah, they've had
Instead
to
of
because we have good
they
arguments,
have,
and we've actually made them change their arguments.
exactly, and that's what I'm saying. They are fanboys. They don't care about thinking critically. They cannot let go of their, how you say, paradigm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they cannot let it go, and it's sad. It's
Yeah.
very sad, because I don't know why you lose by letting it go, right? Actually, you open your mind to new things. But I mean, you were saying?
No, I was just agreeing with you. They're not ready to, it's a layer of kind of like cognitive dissonance, and they're not. Some people aren't just like, how can I say this? It freaks them out to kind of take on board some truths.
Oh, brother, tell percentage. The day I because since I was a little kid, right, I always questioned the people saying that they were able to measure the distance to the stars. To me, that my entire life sounded so ridiculous, right? Because I'm one of those persons who like to observe the sky. Every time I have a chance that there's a clear sky, or I'm not in the city, when you can see a lot of the stars that are so beautiful, and I always been like that, right? And when somebody was saying like, oh, we can measure the distance, the teachers, right? To me, that was ridiculous. I never believed that. So the day I started listening to these conversations, it clicked right away with me, and I felt deceived, like they've been lying to all the people. It was something. It was a weird feeling, man, to me. And since then I've been hearing these conversations. Here we have the same people, same arguments over and over, the same videos. You ask for new evidence. In 6 years, we get the same evidence, the same videos. I mean, it's pretty weird.
Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, in terms of like, what the lights in the sky are, I don't think we'll ever find out.
No, we will never. Those are our
And even the moon
natural clock.
Even the moon and the sun and stuff, I don't think we'll ever find out.
No, I agree.
And God created some things that we just will never know.
Yeah, I sometimes I think the moon is those little things that you I don't know how you say it in English, is phosphorescentes, which means that you put like a light source on it, and then you take it away, and then they shine. I don't know how you call that in English. Sometimes I think the moon is something like that.
I don't know what you mean.
You never seen like those little stars that people put in their rooms?
Glow in the dark
when
ones?
Glow, yeah, they glow. You put the light and they glow, right, for a little bit, for a little while.
No, that's not how they work. They just like the material that they're made of is such that you can see it better when it's dark, like relative to other things.
But they absorb the light, right?
Yeah, like the material absorbs more light than the surroundings, but it doesn't like you don't charge it up or anything.
Well, if you put the light to it, and then you take it away, it's gonna be shiny. It's gonna be brighter.
As far as I know, I mean that might be something else, but for me, like the glow-in-the-dark stars and stuff like that, you put in a kid's room or whatever, it's just made of a material that basically reflects light better than other materials. So it's like in darker rooms and stuff, you can see it. You don't have to put a light source onto it to charge it up or to make it shine brighter or something like that.
Oh, you've never done it. Oh, try it, percentage. Yeah, try it, and you will see. You put the light source close to it, and then take it away, and you will see how shiny they get. They get. Yeah. Yeah, it is weird.
I'm gonna check out a video. There should probably be a video on it.
Passing Austin, man.
You're driving?
Yeah.
Oh, dope.
Going to Columbus, Indiana, from Laredo, Texas. Yeah, I like driving during the night though. No traffic, no bullshit. I don't have to be dealing with the peasants.
That's one of my number one pet peeves. One of my number pet peeves being on the road and not moving. I can't stand it.
Really?
Yeah, I'm
I
saying.
have a lot of patience. Yeah, I understand. I have a lot of patience too. For that, the ones I don't have patience is for the people doing, like, those people who are on the third line and they have to go out or exit on like a couple meters from where you are, and they cross the 3 lines on one go. Those crazy mofos.
Yeah, I seen a crazy dude was shooting across all types of traffic, man, the other day, man. Just the other day, he was in the wrong lane on a roundabout, shot across in front of everybody, cross wrong lanes, then went to the wrong direction. Then once was there, got over to the right, then jetted across 3 lanes all the way to the left. Like, it was insane what this motherfucker did. I'm like, this dude doesn't know what the fuck. And I'm talking about in front of busy ass traffic. Dude was just.
Oh, what's up with that? How come a lot of American people don't get the roundabouts? It's I don't know, bro.
This
In
guy was.
Mexico, we have them right all over the place. Those things. So I grew up with that thing. I started.
Oh, in this case, I think the guy just like he missed a turn. He had to cross and get over. Then the GPS was fucking with him or something. So he like was turning into the wrong, side of the street or whatever. But yeah, man, no, we don't use them enough. And they say, oh yeah, people don't know how to use them, and that's why. But it's in the spots where they finally, I guess the powers that be have figured out that it's definitely the right answer, and they put them in. You can see the difference, like hands down. It's not even.
Hey, they're very good though. They keep the traffic flowing. They no stop.
Period.
Because if there's
period.
Go ahead.
No, the lines that would be backed up for long time, 10-minute backup, just multiple cycles of a light that you would generally have to go through. No stopping, right through. Little slowdown as you approach, type of stuff. Traffic just flows right through them.
Yeah.
Exactly. Insane difference at this spot, that spot, multiple spots. But anyway, I think we should use it more, man. But they say people can't handle it. They can't put them everywhere. People just can't handle it.
Yo, Silent, I just checked out a video, and yeah, you're absolutely right. You can charge up to like the phosphorescent material. I didn't know that at all. That's pretty cool.
It is.
All right, dudes. I'm gonna see you guys on the next one.
All right.
All right, peace out.
Peace, man.
Peace out. Take it easy, man. Have a good night.
You too, sir.
I'm a jet too. I'll catch you guys later.
Hey, all right. Just a quick question. Do you know what happened to Brandon though?
I heard that he's gonna, start his shows this week or something.
Okay, he took a vacation.
I guess I don't know. I didn't hear that from him. I just heard it from someone else that he's gonna start up again or something this week.
Okay. All right. All right, percentage.
All right, catch you later, man.
Yeah, have a good night, man. Take it easy.